10 Gods Chapter 2456 to Chapter 2502. Lin Tian's expression changed as he listened to the goddess' words. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. The 10 Directions ancient star was really the heart of the 10th dimension. At the same time, he was even more shocked by an old drunkard's strength. Even the 10 Directions ancestor gods had admitted that they couldn't find the heart of the 10th dimension, but his master actually found it in the 4th dimension. After a short pause, he thought of another matter. Then, is the 9th dimension's isolation also because of the God-Spirit clan? You can say that it's related to that clan. The goddess nodded. Back then, when the Xunling clan stepped into the 9th dimension, the disparity between the 9th dimension and the Xunling clan's battle prowess was too great. In order to prevent the Xunling clan from stepping into the lower layers of the 9th dimension, your father used a great method to seal off the entire 9th dimension. Since then, those weaker than your father were unable to step out of the 9th dimension, and those from the outside world were also unable to step into the 9th dimension. In the entire God-Spirit clan, only the 10 Directions ancestor gods had the ability to break this seal. At that time, the 10 Directions ancestor gods lived high up in the 10 Directions divine domain. After learning of this matter, they wanted to step into the 10th dimension, but they were stopped by your father. Later on, your master also acted. The two of them worked together and blocked the 10 Directions ancestor gods from entering the 10 Directions divine domain. With Mother's own cultivation, it's actually impossible for me to project my divine sense here from the sealed 9th dimension. However, since it was your father who set up the seal, Mother naturally knows how to unseal it, so I was able to pass through it easily. That's the gist of it, she said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian's expression changed again. The 9th dimension was actually cut off by his father? How powerful was his father whom he had yet to meet? He was actually able to seal off the entire 9th dimension. All of a sudden, the goddess' body trembled slightly, and she became much fainter in an instant. Mother, Lin Tian's expression changed. The strand of divine sense projected by the goddess was about to dissipate. The goddess nodded. It's about time. They'll disperse soon. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at Lin Tian's psyche ocean, and a mystical technique entered his psyche ocean. It was the technique to penetrate the seal of the 9th dimension. Remember Mother's words, don't come to the 9th dimension before you reach the 8th dimension. Try your best to comprehend reincarnation. The 10 ancestral gods, regardless of whether it is your father or your master, none of them can win. The only one who can end this battle is you, and only a complete reincarnation can do so. One of the reasons why your father and I sent you to the 4th dimension was because we hoped that you would be able to comprehend reincarnation and end this battle. Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded seriously. I understand, Mother. I will work hard to comprehend reincarnation as soon as possible. The goddess laughed softly, extremely gentle. Sitting face to face with Lin Tian, she leaned forward and hugged Lin Tian. Mother is very happy to see you after you've grown up. I'm really happy. As soon as she finished speaking, specks of holy light appeared, and the divine sense projected by her from the 9th dimension quickly disintegrated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian paused for a moment. Feeling the specks of holy light around him, he could not help but smile. After a few breaths, he stood up. After growing up, he finally saw his mother. This was undoubtedly a very happy day for him. Mother, wait for me. I will go to the 9th dimension soon. He muttered to himself as he looked at the unknown 9th dimension. The soundproof barrier set up by the goddess beside him gradually dissipated. In the distance, a group of cultivators looked at them with shock in their eyes. Disappeared. That supreme of heaven and earth, disappeared. What did they say just now? I don't know. I couldn't hear it. Everyone was puzzled. When the goddess and Lin Tian were talking, they set up a soundproof barrier, so no one could hear what they said before. Lin Tian stood in the distance. He tilted his head and looked at the northern cold palace. Outside the northern cold palace, the current palace master, the grand elders, and the other experts of the northern cold palace all trembled violently. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. At this moment, their fear of Lin Tian had reached its peak. He controlled all the laws of the 8th dimension and the legendary reincarnation cycle. Moreover, he was the son of a supreme of heaven and earth. Their bloodline had provoked such a terrifying figure. At this moment, when Lin Tian's gaze swept over them, they all trembled. Lin Tian looked at the northern cold palace. He paused for a moment, then directly tore open a gate of heaven and earth. Previously, the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Cold Palace wanted to suppress him and hand him over to Duan Muqi to kill. He killed the Grand Palace Master and planned to take away all the cultivation resources of the Northern Cold Palace. After that, he would go to the other inheritances that had targeted him. But now, after learning about the Divinity Clan, he thought about it and decided not to make things difficult for those inheritances. The gate of heaven and earth was intertwined with strands of holy light. It was the gate to the seventh dimension. Now, he was ready to go to the seventh dimension and find Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others who were cultivating in the seventh dimension. He wanted to tell them about what happened in the ninth dimension and then bring them to the eighth dimension to cultivate. Because the Divinity Clan was too terrifying. In the future, there might be many unforeseen events. He wanted to let his family and friends become stronger as soon as possible. The holy spiritual chi in the eighth dimension was far superior to that of the seventh dimension. Moreover, there were many ancient regions that were filled with all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, as well as rare immortal items. With his current strength, he could bring a group of people to various ancient regions in the eighth dimension to cultivate and search for all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. In this way, everyone's cultivation could be improved rapidly. Without hesitation, he stepped into the tunnel of heaven and earth that led to the seventh dimension and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the cultivators of the Northern Chill Palace were stunned for a moment. Then, they were pleasantly surprised and all of them heaved a long sigh of relief. Lin Tian did not do anything to them and left just like that. This made them feel like they had just survived a disaster. I almost thought, we were done for. Someone wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. God bless us. God bless us. A grand elder made a gesture of worship. It was pitch black inside the tunnel of heaven and earth. Lin Tian was inside and soon appeared in the seventh dimension. When he returned to the seventh dimension, he spread out his majestic divine will. Using the unique connection between him and Wu Yi, it did not take long for him to find Wu Yi. Ruoxian, Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, Baiqiu, Violet Fairy, Xianxia, Ziyu, Lin Shi, and AI were also with Wu Yi. He found them all at once. Then, using Xianxia's divination technique, he quickly found Fengshan Tianzuan and the others, as well as Baiziki and the others. F***CK. How long have you been in the eighth dimension and you've already reached the tribulation realm? You can't fool around like this. Wuxing Crocodile stared at him with wide eyes. It hasn't even been a year since Lin Tian ascended to the eighth dimensional realm. In less than a year, Lin Tian actually went from the seventh dimensional realm to the current tribulation realm. This kind of cultivation speed almost made it curse out loud. The others were also surprised and could not help but shake their heads. Ruoxian hugged Lin Tian's arm and said with admiration, as expected of Daddy. His cultivation speed is even faster than before. Lin Tianyi smiled. In less than a year's time, the group had been cultivating in the seven-dimensional world, and their cultivation had improved. However, the improvement was not very obvious. Even the stunning Wu Yi had only improved by a small level. Looking at the group, he paused for a moment and took out a pile of heavenly treasures and immortal treasures. He had obtained them from the Atlas Gate ruins. He had only refined a small part of them and now he still had a large part left. He took them out and divided them equally among the group. Refine them first and improve your cultivation. I will tell you some important things later. At this moment, the group of people were in an ancient and desolate mountain range. He stood guard for the group of people and watched them refine the heaven-raising doors natural treasures, immortal treasures, and ancient pills to increase their cultivation. Very soon, an entire 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, destructive heavenly tribulation lightning would descend from time to time. Because many of them had mastered dimensional laws, whenever they broke through a realm, there would be a tyrannical and terrifying heavenly tribulation. Then, time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Including the previous 3 months, The group had spent a total of 5 months refining the heavenly treasures given by Lin Tian. Their cultivation had improved tremendously, and the weakest among them had reached the alpha origin stage. As for Wu Yi, because of her amazing talent, she had reached the initial stage of the breaking desolation stage in 5 months. Awesome! The alpha origin stage. It's really a woo. The whooshing crocodile could not help but howl, its eyes full of excitement. 5 months ago, it was still at the heaven stage, but now, it had reached the alpha origin stage in just 5 months. It had crossed the Xianxia stage, the 6th dimensional realm, the silent void stage, the silent soul stage, and the 7th dimensional realm. This made it feel both excited and happy. It's so good to have such a powerful backer. The white tiger also howled. They could reach such a stage only because of Lin Tian. Otherwise, they knew very well that it would be impossible for them to reach the profound heaven stage. It was too difficult. As a senior brother, I should have opened the way for junior brother, but now I'm enjoying junior brother's blessing. I failed in my duty. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tiandao with a smile on his face. Lin Tian said modestly, "Senior brother, don't say that. When I was young, it was my senior brothers who taught me how to cultivate." Fengshen Tianzuan smiled and waved his hand. "By the way, you said you wanted to tell us something important. What is it?" Hearing these words, the others involuntarily cast their gazes towards Lin Tian. They were all very curious. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Tian nodded, and his expression became solemn. "It's about the 9th dimension." He opened his mouth and told them everything about the 9th dimension and the God clan. When the group heard this, they were all shocked, including Wu Yi. God clan, really exists? There's a 10th dimension above the 9th dimension. The 10 Directions ancient star is the heart of the 10th dimension, this. Everyone was shocked by what Lin Tiandao said. The God clan, the 10th dimension, and the true face of the 10 Directions ancient stars. It was too shocking when all of these were put together. "Daddy, what should we do now?" Ruoxian asked. "Work hard in your cultivation, improve your cultivation base, and become stronger," Lin Tiandao said. "I'll take you to the 8th dimension to train." With his current tribulation realm cultivation base, coupled with the 3-dimensional world in his body, he could roam freely in the 8th dimension. Now that he was personally taking a group of people to the 8th dimension to train, he could definitely improve their cultivation base quickly and become stronger quickly. On this day, he tore open the gate of heaven and earth from the 7th dimension to the 8th dimension and led the group directly into the 8th dimension. The Saint Spirit Qi and the Tao of heaven and earth in the 8th dimension were far from comparable to the 7th dimension. He led the group into the 8th dimension and directly stepped into some special ancient forbidden areas in the 8th dimension. This was because such places contained many natural treasures and various immortal treasures, which had an amazing effect on improving one's cultivation base. "By the way, Daddy, have you seen Grandma? What does she look like?" Ruoxian was curious, her big eyes shining. After all, the goddess was her most direct blood relative, so she naturally cared about her very much. Lin Tiandao chuckled and released a wisp of spiritual imprint, which depicted the goddess's appearance. Ruoxian immediately widened her eyes. "This is Grandma? She's so beautiful." Next to her, the other group was also shocked. "She's actually even more," White Tiger stared. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu were the same. They had always believed that Wu Yi was the most beautiful person in this world, but now they found that there was someone more beautiful than Wu Yi. An old drunkard once said that in the 9th dimension, there was only the goddess since ancient times. Was that a description of the goddess's beauty? Whooshing Crocodile thought of such a thing. "Yeah. It should be," Little Taichu said in a childish voice. Lin Tian, on the other hand, didn't care too much about it. He led the group of people to a forbidden ancient land in the 8-dimensional sky. Afterwards, along the way, a few cultivators in the 8-dimensional heaven saw him. All of their expressions changed, and many of them began to tremble. Not long ago, Lin Tian had killed the Grand Palace Master of the Northern Chill Palace, Duan Muki, and the Sky Pillar Ancestor. After that, he had manifested the reincarnation wheel and revealed his identity as the Supreme of Heaven and Earth. This news had spread throughout the entire 8th dimension sky. Now, all the cultivators in the vast 8th dimension sky knew of Lin Tian's great name. How could these people not be afraid when they saw him now? Lin Tian didn't care about these cultivators. Leading the group, he didn't change his pace. A few days later, he brought the group to a crimson-red abyss filled with thick fog. The abyss was called the burial ground, and it was one of the 9 forbidden regions of the 8-dimensional sky. It contained endless opportunities, but it was also incomparably dangerous. Even 8th-dimensional experts didn't dare to rashly step into this abyss. He didn't care about it at all as he led the group to this place. He directly led the group into the abyss. The abyss was somewhat dark, and there were many corpses on the ground. Why does this look like an 8th-dimensional expert? The white tiger stared at a human-shaped corpse. The corpse had already festered, but it still faintly emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Tian glanced at it and said, "Indeed." Currently, there was only one seal left in his soul root that hadn't been undone. Its potential was incomparably huge, and its divine sense was extremely astonishing. With just a glance, he could clearly see the true situation of this corpse. When it was still alive, it was at the middle 8th dimensional realm. It's really? An 8th dimensional expert was buried here just like that? Whooshing Crocodile's heart palpitated. It's not a big deal. Even if it's an ordinary primordial realm cultivator, I can deal with it with my current strength. Lin Tian Dao. The abyss covered a very large area. He led the group, and his majestic divine sense spread out, searching the entire abyss. In the abyss, wisps of mist floated, giving people a gloomy feeling. Roar. A ruthless roar rang out, and a hurricane appeared in front of them. Dense vines directly swept out from the boundless mist. These tentacles were covered in mucus and covered in lumps. They were extremely disgusting, but their power was extremely strong, as if they could penetrate everything. Moreover, the tentacles were surrounded by wisps of bloody mist, corroding the air with sizzling sounds. It seemed to be highly toxic. The end of the 8th dimensional. Did the humanoid corpse from before die because its tentacles sucked all of its chi essence dry? He muttered to himself. With this thought in mind, he made his move. A 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth condensed in his hand. 8 types of laws of the 8th dimensional interweaved, and he fiercely swung the sword. He didn't show any mercy with this sword. With unparalleled sword power, all the tentacles that were slashing toward him were shattered in the blink of an eye. Then, the sword power didn't decrease and fell in the direction of the tentacles. After a few breaths, a shrill scream rang out. The mist in the distance dispersed, and an ugly creature more than 3 feet tall revealed its appearance. Then, it exploded. Damn. One sword and... The white tiger trembled. Freak. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. All of them could sense how terrifying that hideous creature from before was. It was at the peak of the 8th dimension and yet, it was slain by a single sword strike from Lin Tian of the Tribulation Realm. Such battle strength was simply a little too frightening. Daddy is so powerful. Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Lin Tiantan smiled and looked forward. There, at the place where the ugly beast exploded, a blood bead floated in the air. It was the size of a fist, intertwined with an extremely astonishing life aura and Daoist rhyme aura. Inner core? He was moved. In the early stage of a monster's cultivation, an inner core, also known as a beast core, would be formed in the monster's body. It was the condensation of the monster's life essence. However, this kind of inner core, generally speaking, would gradually melt as the monster became stronger and be refined into the flesh and blood origin. Therefore, under normal circumstances, monsters above the virtue realm wouldn't have an inner core. However, he didn't expect that the beast at the end of the 8th dimensional actually had an inner core in its body. A miracle. His eyes shone brightly as he raised his hand and took the inner core into his hand. The inner core of a peak 8th dimensional beast contained all the essence of the beast, so it was hard to imagine how much energy it contained. If he were to refine it alone, he would be able to reach the 8th dimensional realm in no time. If the others worked together to refine it, they could at least advance by a realm. We've made a fortune. Whooshing Crocodile, White Tiger, and the others were also surprised. They could naturally see that the inner core was extremely valuable. Let's finish searching this abyss and then go into seclusion to refine it, Lin Tiantan said. Immediately, he led the group and walked to other parts of the abyss. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, he led the group and searched the entire abyss. They found many natural treasures and rare immortal items. Later, they found a Saint Spirit spring in the deepest part of the abyss. The spring water was thick and was completely formed by the liquefaction of Saint Spirit Qi. The intertwined spiritual energy was frighteningly thick. Let's cultivate in seclusion here. When they arrived, he said to the group. All the dangerous factors in the abyss had been eliminated by him. Now, there was no need to make any other arrangements. Immediately, he took out the inner core of the monster and the other natural treasures. Start, start, start. White Tiger howled excitedly. Everyone started to circulate their ancient scriptures to refine the inner core of the monster and the other natural treasures. Lin Tiantan was no exception. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and wisps of holy light intertwined. He refined the inner core of the monster, the natural treasures, and the Saint Spirit spring here. His cultivation base increased bit by bit. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In half a month, the heavenly tribulation struck this place from time to time, almost completely destroying this abyss. On this day, the inner core of the monster, the natural treasures, and the Saint Spirit spring were all refined. The cultivation base of the group had improved tremendously. Let's go somewhere else, Lin Tiandao. All the resources in this abyss had been found and refined by him. On this day, he led the group out of this abyss and headed to the other forbidden ancient regions in this world. Time passed by little by little. He led the group of people through the forbidden ancient regions in this world. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Boom! A year later. On this day, in an empty wasteland, the sky rumbled, and thunder rolled. A destructive aura came down from the sky. You guys step back, Lin Tiandao said to Wu Yi and the others. In the past year, while he guided the others to cultivate, he worked hard to comprehend reincarnation and cultivate. Now, he had mastered 80% of reincarnation, and his cultivation base had stepped into the 8th dimensional realm. At this time, he attracted the 8th dimensional thunder tribulation. Boom! Thunder rolled, mighty and mighty. In the blink of an eye, the first round of thunder tribulation struck down and drowned Lin Tiandao in an instant. Lin Tiandao was not afraid. He shattered the thunder tribulation with the power of his physical body, and then summoned the reincarnation sword to transcend the tribulation together. Then, the main thunder tribulation continued, and one after another struck down. It was not until more than 10,000 of the main thunder tribulation had passed that the 8th dimensional heavenly tribulation dissipated. A rainbow-colored auspicious cloud condensed, and strands of rainbow-colored holy light fell, enveloping him. He repaired the reincarnation sword and used the rainbow-colored holy light to temper his body and consolidate his cultivation base. A quarter of an hour later, the rainbow-colored auspicious cloud dissipated, and his cultivation base really stood in the 8th dimensional realm, and it had become extremely stable. He used his divine sense to sense his body and could clearly feel his current strength. With just his combat strength alone, it was absolutely not difficult for him to kill an ordinary primordial realm expert. If combined with the 3-dimensional world, it would undoubtedly be even stronger. After the 8th dimensional realm, the primordial realm, the creation realm, the tribulation realm, the 9th dimensional realm, and the supreme of heaven and earth, he muttered to himself. He muttered to himself, and his eyes shone brightly. Once I reach the creation realm, I can unseal a complete soul root. The vast wasteland was scorched black. Lin Tian sensed his body slightly and walked toward Wu Yi and the others. He only took a simple step, but it seemed like he was traveling through space. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wu Yi and the others. 8-dimensional realm, this cultivation speed is really frightening. Whooshing Crocodile sighed and then laughed, but, hee, Lord Crocodile has also broken through the desolate realm. Counting, I'm not too far away from the 8-dimensional realm. Same for Lord Tiger, White Tiger said. In this year, Lin Tian led them through more than half of the forbidden area in the 8th dimension, ancient domain, and found too many heaven and earth treasures. Now, in the group, except for little Ling Jing and little Mu Chen who were still relatively young, the others had at least reached the end of the desolate realm. Wu Yi, Ruoxian, Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Yifeng Tian, and the others had all reached the tribulation realm. Especially Wu Yi, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the tribulation realm, not far from Lin Tian's realm. Of course, in addition to Wu Yi's amazing aptitude and comprehension, the most important thing was that Lin Tian spent most of his time to guide and find various heaven and earth treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the middle stage of the tribulation realm so quickly. Dad, what are we going to do next? Are you going to the 9th dimension? Ruoxian asked. Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others also looked at him. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were naturally the same. Lin Tian nodded, paused, and said, before leaving, I will forge a peak 8-dimensional saint weapon for you all, and practice all the laws of the 8th dimension for you all. Now that his cultivation base had reached the 8th dimension and fulfilled his promise with the goddess, he was eager to ascend to the 9th dimension and see his mother, father, master, and masteress. However, before that, he still had to do his best to improve the combat strength of the group. On this day, he brought a group of people to a sacred mountain in the 8th dimensional sky. He laid down layers of barriers and carefully practiced the 8 types of laws of the 8th dimension for them. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. 2 years later, Wu Yi had mastered all of the 8-dimensional laws, Ruoxian had mastered 3 types of 8-dimensional laws, Fengshen Tianzuan and the rest had mastered 2 types of 8-dimensional laws, and Wu Ming, Yifeng Tian, and Violet Fairy had mastered 1 type of 8-dimensional law. As for the others, due to their lack of aptitude, they were unable to grasp any of the 8-dimensional laws in the past 2 years. However, as they watched Lin Tian demonstrate, they tried to comprehend it themselves. Although they were unable to grasp it, they still benefited from it. Their auras became more condensed, their foundations became more stable, and their cultivation base improved by quite a bit compared to 2 years ago. As expected of little Yi, Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi and said, Wu Yi's aptitude and comprehension ability were too shocking. Perhaps, in the entire 9th dimensional sky, there were not many people who could compare to her. At present, apart from the reincarnation law and the 9 types of laws of the 9th dimensional sky, Wu Yi, like him, had mastered all of the other dimensional laws. Although she had yet to master all of them, it was still very terrifying. It's all thanks to you. Wu Yi smiled gently. If it wasn't for Lin Tian's careful demonstration and guidance, she would have been able to master all of the dimensional laws. However, the amount of time it would have taken would have been absolutely terrifying. It would have been impossible without hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Then, in the mountain, he took out a large pile of artifacts and refined them for them. These artifacts were obtained from the Heaven Raising Gate and the Thousand Mountain family. Among them, there were 8-dimensional artifacts, but most of them were Tribulation Realm artifacts and lower-level artifacts. In this place, he used the reincarnation force to refine the artifacts for the group. It took him about 3 months to forge an 8-dimensional divine artifact for each of them, which contained the origin of reincarnation force. He distributed these artifacts to the group one by one, and then taught them the technique to penetrate the seal of the 9th dimensional sky. This was because many of them might ascend to the 9th dimensional sky in the future. At that time, they would need to use this special technique. That old man of yours is really abnormal. He actually sealed off an entire world by himself. It's simply, Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. How vast and boundless was this world? It was impossible to estimate. It was basically impossible to seal off a part of the world. However, the Heavenly Emperor accomplished such a thing, and did it alone. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. The whole family is full of perverts. White Tiger also rolled his eyes. Lin Tian chuckled softly. He had prepared many more things for the group, so that even without him by their side, they could still look down on the current 8th dimensional sky with disdain. Then, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, he bid farewell to the group and prepared to ascend to the 9th dimensional sky. Father, be careful. Ruoxian said. Safety first. Fengshan Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan also said. Every time they bid farewell, their words to Lin Tian were so simple, but their feelings of concern were incomparably strong. Wu Yi's gaze was gentle. I'll come find you soon. Another 2 years passed, and she had mastered all the laws of the 8th dimensional sky. Now, she was only half a step away from peak tribulation realm. At most, she would need half a month to reach peak tribulation realm. After that, she would step into the 8th dimensional sky. Lin Tianwei was stunned, then he smiled. Okay. As he spoke, he looked at Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others, and said a lot of things to each of them. In the end, he solemnly bid farewell to them, and then directly tore open the heaven and earth gate that led to the 9th dimension. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, and the gate of heaven and earth also disappeared. The 9th dimension, the land of war. Kid, take care. Wuxing Crocodile, White Tiger, and the others whispered. Wu Yi and the others stared at the place where Lin Tian left without blinking. There was a faint light in their eyes. The surroundings were dark. Lin Tian entered the heaven and earth tunnel and waited quietly. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, the heaven and earth passageway suddenly stopped moving and became straight again. In the dark space, Lin Tian felt that he was in a boundless turbidity. He looked in front of him. There was an invisible chi blocking in front of him. It seemed to be an absolute fortress set up in front of a city. Very strong. This is the seal set up by Father? He muttered to himself. Pausing for a moment, he raised his hand and continuously formed a series of strange ancient seals that headed towards the seal brand in front of him. In an instant, the dim barrier in front of him distorted like ripples on water. A light flashed in his eyes. Using the samsara steps, he turned into a human-shaped lightning and rushed straight forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed through the distorted barrier. After a flash of light, he stepped on solid ground again. In the air, the Saint Spirit Chi was so dense that it almost turned into a liquid state. There was an extremely astonishing saint aura lingering in the air, causing the pores all over his body to expand on their own. The Saint Spirit Chi and the power of the myriad Tao in the air automatically surged into his body. For a moment, he felt extremely comfortable. However, even so, his pupils shrunk slightly. Although the Saint Spirit Chi in the air was incomparably dense, looking around, there were pieces of broken land, broken saint mountains, broken divine rivers, and corpses everywhere. These scenes were truly shocking. This is the 9th dimension heaven after experiencing endless war. His eyes flickered. Over the years, his father, mother, master, and mistress had been fighting in such an environment. His eyes flickered, and then a light flashed in them. He had ascended to the 9th dimension. His father and master were blocking the 10 ancestral gods in the 10th dimension, but his mother and mistress were still in this world. He had to find them. Where are they? He swept his gaze around, and his majestic divine consciousness spread out. He left this place to search for the goddess and the saintess of the all heavens. In the blink of an eye, he had walked very far in this world. In front of him, there was an astonishing fluctuation of saint energy. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! A group of people was fighting in front of him, or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. There were endless screams and angry voices. One group of people was dressed in very uniform, almost the same. They were incomparably ancient, and each of them had an extremely powerful saint energy surrounding their bodies. They killed the other cultivators nearby one by one. Lin Tian looked at this scene and was instantly moved. These are gods? His gaze fell on the people who were dressed in similar clothes, and his eyes immediately burst out with an extremely shocking light. In terms of appearance, they were exactly the same as humans, but there were many differences in other aspects. Some had natural ancient patterns on their faces, and some had double pupils in each eye. All of them had cold expressions, as if they were monarchs looking down on the world. Almost at the same time, a group of people discovered him 1,000 feet away, and their gazes looked straight in his direction. Clang! Without any superfluous words, one of the people's eyes flickered, and a large number of light blades swept toward Lin Tian. Wherever the light blade passed, the void would shatter, and an extremely terrifying aura would descend. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Eye technique? He looked at the person who made the move. There was a pair of pupils in each of his eyes, and they were intertwined with each other. It was mysterious and strange. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength of this person. He felt that this person's cultivation was at the 8th dimensional realm like him, but the attack just now was definitely enough to kill an ordinary primordial realm expert. 1,000 feet away, the person who swept the light blades toward Lin Tian looked at Lin Tian with a cold gaze. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had dodged his attack. At the same time, other people who were dressed in similar clothes to this person also looked at Lin Tian as they killed other cultivators. This mortal is quite interesting. He's only at the 8th dimensional realm, but he was able to dodge that attack just now. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be possible. One of them said indifferently. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This mortal? He was at the 8th dimensional realm, and these people here were also at the 8th dimensional realm, but now they were calling him a mortal? Are you from the Divine Spirit clan? Lin Tian asked as he looked at the group of cultivators who were all dressed in the same way. He had already confirmed the identity of this group of people in his heart, but he still asked in such a manner. You're so undisciplined and disrespectful to the gods. There were about 33 cultivators dressed in similar clothes, and one of them said coldly. The man with double pupils attacked again. His eyes flickered, and the space instantly distorted as killing intent burst out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was shrouded in killing intent. The killing intent was so terrifying that even Lin Tian felt threatened. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately took out the law of all beginnings to meet the attack. The law of all beginnings turned everything into nothingness and annihilated the man's killing intent, causing it to disappear in an instant. At the same time, from the words of the man who spoke earlier, he was sure that these people were indeed the so-called divine spirits from the 10 divine realms. Dozens of divine spirit clans experts looked at Lin Tian, and their eyes flickered slightly. Especially the dual-pupil divine spirit clan's expert, his eyes were intertwined with a chilling light. Lin Tian actually blocked his attack twice, resisting a divine spirit, unforgivable. His voice was cold, and he moved as soon as he finished speaking. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and slapped him. Lin Tian snorted and didn't dodge. He met the attack head-on. Divine spirits should act like divine spirits. You're not even comparable to the lowest level of demons, and you call yourself divine spirits? How disgusting. He didn't hold back at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the reincarnation fist, and the unparalleled power of his fist surged. In the blink of an eye, the fist and the palm collided. There was a rumble, and the sky was filled with holy light, and the space cracked. After a while, the two of them retreated at the same time. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He was a reincarnated being, and 8 layers of the seals on his soul root had been unsealed. His current physical body was already terrifyingly strong, and his pure physical strength was many times stronger than that of a primordial realm cultivator. However, in a physical battle, this cultivator from the Divine Spirit clan, who was at the same cultivation level as him, was actually not any weaker than him. This is the so-called divine body? His heart sank as he recalled what the goddess had told him. The gods in the 10 divine regions were all born from nature, and all of them had divine bodies. Their physiques were extremely strong, and they surpassed all other physiques except for the reincarnation physique. He looked at the other party and couldn't help but feel a sense of shock in his heart. Purely in terms of the strength of the flesh, the divine body of this lineage wasn't inferior to his reincarnation physique at all. While he was shocked, the 33 cultivators of the Divine Spirit clan were even more shocked. Their pupils shrank. He's just an ordinary species. Despite being at the same level of cultivation, his physique is actually able to contend against us? This shouldn't be possible. One of them said in a deep voice. They were born from nature, and they had divine bodies. Their strength was boundless, and their saint energy was endless. Now, in terms of the strength of their flesh, Lin Tian was actually not inferior to them, who were in the 8-dimensional realm. He was actually evenly matched with the dual-pupiled cultivator. The dual-pupiled cultivator's expression became even colder. With a boom, a majestic saint energy appeared outside his body. With a rumbling sound, a storm of saint energy swept across the area. It was extremely powerful. Kill. A cold word came out from his mouth. Behind him, tens of thousands of divine elephants appeared. They took a step forward and pressed down on Lin Tian in a grandiose manner. This kind of power was extremely shocking, and it shook the heavens and the earth, causing waves of storms to sweep out. Lin Tian's heart trembled again. How could this be the aura of an 8-dimensional realm cultivator? Even an ordinary primordial realm cultivator would find it difficult to have this kind of power. This made him finally understand what the goddess had said to him in the 8-dimensional realm. This lineage was indeed qualified to be called a divine spirit. They were really strong, any one of them seemed to have the ability to fight across realms. Their saint energy and saint might were incomparably terrifying. However, after feeling this, although he was shocked, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Clang, the reincarnation sword technique was used immediately, and the sword light of reincarnation swept out. Then, 8 types of laws of the 8 dimensions were used together and pressed down on the dual-pupiled cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. Boom, boom. Boom, astonishing saint energy surged. In the blink of an eye, the two fought fiercely. A full 2 hours passed. After 2 hours, a muffled bang was heard. The single-pupiled cultivator of the Divine Spirit clan was sent flying in a sorry state. Blood splattered all over the void. Ching. In this place, the other 32 people of the Divine Spirit clan had already killed all the 9-dimensional cultivators in this area. When they saw Lin Tian fighting with the dual-pupiled cultivator of their lineage, they were all moved. In a battle of the same level, the cultivator of their clan was actually at a disadvantage. He was directly sent flying by Lin Tian. On the other side, Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a profound light. Very terrifying. This was his evaluation of the dual-pupiled cultivator of the Divine Spirit clan. It was also his evaluation of the Divine Spirit clan. Now that he had unsealed the 8 seals on his soul root and possessed the reincarnation body, even an ordinary primordial realm cultivator would not be able to withstand a single blow from him if he were to fight seriously under normal circumstances. However, this dual-pupiled cultivator of the Divine Spirit clan actually fought fiercely with him for 2 hours before he was injured. This was really terrifying. Mortal. The dual-pupiled cultivator was sent flying. He stabilized his body in the distance and looked at Lin Tian again with a cold light in his eyes. He was a divine spirit, a high and mighty divine spirit who had descended from the 10th dimension. Now, he was actually injured by a human from the lower realm of the same realm. To him, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Disrespectful to the gods. Resisting the gods. Insulting the gods. Hurting the gods. No matter which one it is, I will make you die 10,000 times. As soon as he finished speaking, a cross-shaped light seal appeared above his head with a bang. It was intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Facing this cross-shaped light seal, Lin Tian could naturally feel the terror of this light seal, but he was not afraid at all. If you are gods, then I am the divine king. Whether it is you or the others of your clan, all of you will submit to me. He said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of his body also rose with a bang. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. At the same time, as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the 33 people of the Divine Spirit clan changed, and their eyes became extremely cold. You are courting death. Extremely terrifying murderous intent burst out from these people's eyes in an instant, as if Lin Tian had touched some taboo of their faith. You dare to call yourself the Divine King? Lowly mortal. The dual-pupiled cultivator of the Divine Spirit clan had an extremely cold gaze, and his aura became even more terrifying. With the light of the gods, I will cleanse your filthy soul. Die, disappear forever. With a bang, the cross-shaped light was resplendent, and it was as if the sky was pressing down on Lin Tian. The one who will disappear is you. Lin Tianling said coldly. All the dimensional laws except for the reincarnation cycle were activated together, forming the dimensional killing sword, and fiercely slashed at the opponent. With a clang, the power of the dimensional killing sword instantly annihilated the cross-shaped light seal and landed on the body of the Divine Spirit clan cultivator who attacked. Poof. Blood splattered. The dual-pupiled cultivator of the divine spirit clan who attacked was instantly shattered, and his divine spirit soul also disappeared. So what if you are born from heaven and earth? So what if you have a divine body? Divine spirit? You will still have blood and flesh, and you will still die. His gaze fell on the other 32 cultivators of the divine spirit clan as he said coldly. These cultivators of the divine spirit clan were very strong. They all had divine bodies and could kill enemies who were one realm higher. However, if they were in the same realm, they would still be stronger. If they were in the same realm, they would be able to suppress these cultivators of the divine spirit clan. The 32 cultivators of the divine spirit clan were all shocked. How can this be? They were divine spirits who had stepped into this world from the 10 divine realms. Among those in the same realm, except for a few extremely terrifying people in this world, no one could fight against the cultivators of their clan in the same realm. Those few people had all walked to an extremely deep level of the supreme level of heaven and earth, which was extremely frightening. But now, this human, who was only at the early stage of the 8th dimensional realm, had actually managed to kill a member of the divine spirit clan. Damned mortal race! Kill! The 32 cultivators' voices were cold, and they attacked together. Lin Tianling's eyes were cold. All the dimensional laws except the reincarnation cycle formed the dimensional divine sword, and sword light filled the sky. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the saintly aura was vast and mighty. He fought 32 divine spirits at the same time with his own strength. Blood splattered from time to time. The void was constantly crumbling. The ground was destroyed from time to time. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. As he mercilessly attacked, only one divine spirit remained among the dozens. The divine spirit's blood dyed the ground red. You! The last divine spirit trembled slightly as he looked at Lin Tianling. The arrogance and indifference from before had disappeared, and was replaced by fear. In the same realm, 32 of the 33 divine spirits of the divine spirit clan had been killed by a human alone. He retreated and then turned into a beam of light to escape. Even divine spirits can escape? Lin Tianling laughed. He used the reincarnation steps and caught up with the other divine spirit in a single step. The 4-symbol seal was activated. In an instant, the surrounding space froze, and he directly suppressed the last god in this place. Let me go. The divine spirit struggled with all his might, trying to break free, but it was useless. He immediately shouted at Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling raised his hand and slapped the divine spirit's cheek. He said coldly, "A prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner." The divine spirit was stunned at first, and then he became furious. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. You dare to slap me? He was a divine spirit, but he was slapped by a human cultivator. This made him feel worse than directly killing him. So what if I slap you? Get up and bite me? You, looking at Lin Tian, the suppressed god's mouth and nose were bleeding, and his eyes were filled with anger. A mere mortal actually dared to do this to him, slapping him 100 times in a row. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes became ferocious, as if he wanted to swallow Lin Tian alive. Lin Tianling snorted. The 4-symbol seal became even stronger, restricting the god even more tightly. Then, he directly searched the god's sea of consciousness. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour passed. His divine sense retreated from the god's sea of consciousness, and he killed the god with a slash of his sword. Initial god, quasi-god, god-disciple, god-envoy, god-commander, god-monarch, ancestor god, he muttered to himself, a faint light appearing in his eyes. He'd found a lot of information from the divine spirit's consciousness. The divine spirit clan had the surname 10 Directions in the 10 Directions divine realm. The first divine spirit he'd killed was called 10 Directions Jing. In terms of strength, the gods of this race below the primordial realm were called initial gods, quasi-gods at the primordial realm, god-disciples at the creation realm, god-envoys at the tribulation realm, god-commanders at the 9th dimension, god-monarchs at the supreme realm, and god-monarchs at the heaven and earth realm, god-monarchs. As for those who could suppress all the supreme beings of this race, they were called ancestor gods, and were called the ancestor gods of the 10 Directions. They were the strongest god race. After that, there was another point that moved him the most. Above the ancestor god, there was another title, Divine King. However, since ancient times, no divine king had ever been born. This was a will that all divine spirits possessed when they were first born. As long as someone could fuse with and control the heart of the 10th dimension and obtain its recognition, they would be the true king of the 10 divine regions, the strongest and most supreme divine king of the 10 directions. 10 directions ancient star, 10th heaven, 10 directions divine king, his gaze couldn't help but fluctuate. After fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension and obtaining its recognition, one would be recognized as the true king of the 10 directions divine domain. Did Master try fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension after finding it? He muttered to himself. From what he learned from that God's knowledge when the 10th dimensional heart was still in the 10 divine realms, the ancestral god of 10 directions and some other gods had attempted to fuse with it countless times. However, all of their attempts ended in failure, and many of them even suffered from backlash. He didn't know if an old drunkard had attempted to fuse with the 10th dimensional heart after discovering it in the 4-dimensional world. He believed that an old drunkard knew that fusing with the 10th dimensional heart would allow one to become the true king of the 10 divine realms. They should have tried or probed it, but failed. An old drunkard once said that the purpose of going to the 4-dimensional world to find the 10th dimensional heart was the same as his parents sending him to the 4-dimensional world to control the complete reincarnation cycle. It was also to stop the chaos caused by the gods. From the looks of it, an old drunkard must have tried to fuse with the 10th dimensional heart after finding it, but failed. He also knew that fusing with the 10th dimensional heart with his main body wouldn't succeed, so when he left, he only set up layers of arrangements in the 10 directions ancient star. As for why an old drunkard didn't tell the gods the exact location of the 10th dimensional heart in order to stop this war that had lasted for eons, he could roughly deduce the reason. Judging from the attitude of those gods, he believed that even if an old drunkard told them the exact location of the 10th dimensional heart, they would never give up on fighting and would still want to fuse the lower heaven and earth into the 10 directions divine realms to strengthen it. As such, telling them the location of the 10th dimensional heart would only be harmful and meaningless. He stood there with a faint light flickering in his eyes. After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and directly left this place. He spread out his majestic divine consciousness and traveled through the 9th dimension, carefully concealing his aura as he searched for his mother and mistress. The 9th dimension was now a super battlefield. At this moment, he had to be careful in this heaven and earth. If he encountered a creation realm god disciple of the God Spirit clan, he would be in great danger. Even if he had the help of the 3rd dimension heaven, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was because everyone in this clan had a divine body and had the ability to fight across realms. A creation realm god disciple was basically equivalent to an ordinary tribulation realm expert. He definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a tribulation realm expert. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled a great distance in this heaven and earth. Suddenly, he felt a gust of devil chi. Moreover, this devil chi was very familiar. Devil ancestor. His heart skipped a beat. When he was in the 8th dimension, he was almost devoured by the devil ancestor. Naturally, he was very familiar with the other party's aura. The devil chi here was very faint, and it extended into a distant dark mountain. He frowned and pondered. After a pause, he walked toward the dark mountain in front of him. Soon, he concealed his aura with all his might and hid himself underground with the law of earth. Soon, he arrived at the dark mountain. Our clan sincerely wants to integrate into the noble God Spirit clan. In order to show our sincerity, Lord Devil Ancestor ordered me to bring a piece of reliable information. Previously, the goddess had projected her soul into the 8th dimension and was discovered by a soul that Lord Devil Ancestor had left in the lower realm a long time ago. Thus, the goddess must have mastered a special method to penetrate the seal of the 9th dimension. Once we suppress the goddess, we will know the special method to penetrate the seal of the 9th dimension. From there, the aristocrats can step into the lower realm. At the same time, the saintess of all heavens, who recently stepped into the supremes of heaven and earth, is currently with the goddess. As long as we suppress the two of them, the celestial emperor and the human king who are obstructing Lord Ancestor God will definitely submit. In the dark mountain, black fog lingered. A middle-aged man in a black robe in the ninth dimension was facing 5 ninth-dimensional divine commanders in front of him. He appeared very respectful and cautious as he said, "Lord Devil Ancestor already knows the specific location of the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. If Lord Devil Ancestor agrees to let us join the noble God Spirit clan, Lord Devil Ancestor will immediately lead your supremes of heaven and earth to suppress the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. We will definitely be able to suppress the two of them at the first moment, and then threaten the celestial emperor and the human king. Your clan will instantly win the war that will last for eternity." After saying that, the black-robed middle-aged man stretched out his hands and presented a black demonic pearl to the 5 ninth-dimensional realm god commanders. "This is one of the magical treasures of Lord Devil Ancestor. Please hand it over to the supreme god monarchs of your race. As long as you agree, you can use this magical artifact to communicate with Lord Devil Ancestor and discuss the details of the future." Facing the 5 ninth-dimensional divine commanders of the God Spirit clan, the middle-aged man in the black robe trembled slightly, and traces of fear could be seen in his eyes. This was because, although they were all in the ninth-dimensional realm, the God Spirit clan's ninth-dimensional experts were much stronger than him. If they were to fight, any of the God Spirit clan's ninth-dimensional divine commanders could easily kill him. Lin Tian was hiding under the dark mountain using the law of earth. When he heard the words of the middle-aged man in the black robe, his expression changed. He was both shocked and angry. The Devil Ancestor, one of the supremes of heaven and earth of the ninth-dimensional heaven, actually wanted to defect to the God Spirit clan and lead the supremes of heaven and earth of the God Spirit clan to suppress his mother and master's wife. This made him unable to help but reveal a trace of killing intent. Soon after, his expression changed. "Damn it!" he cursed in his heart. Using the law of earth, he immediately retreated and fled with extreme speed. Because of his anger, he accidentally revealed his killing intent. Once this killing intent was revealed, it would definitely be discovered by the middle-aged man in the black robe and the God Spirit clan's ninth-dimensional divine commanders. Using the law of earth, he traveled underground as if he was walking on flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. Almost at the same time, just as he had expected, the middle-aged man in the black robe and the God Spirit clan's ninth-dimensional divine commanders discovered his aura. Among them, one of the God Spirit clan's ninth-dimensional divine commanders attacked. With a rumbling sound, the ground collapsed. Huge cracks appeared and spread in all directions like a spider web. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction interweaved. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian was forced out of the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Intense pain spread throughout his body, but he didn't stop. He raised his speed to the limit and continued to flee. With his current cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to block a ninth-dimensional expert, especially a ninth-dimensional divine commander. "Esteemed divine commanders, you must suppress him. He must have eavesdropped on our conversation and must not leak the news. Otherwise, the goddess and saintess of all heavens will definitely move to another place. After that, it will be very difficult to find their specific location and suppress them together. We can't let him leave alive." The middle-aged man in the black robe said and quickly attacked. Ninth-dimensional divine energy was released and pressed down on Lin Tian. He hadn't heard about Lin Tian from the Devil Ancestor. This was because Lin Tian controlled the law of reincarnation. The Devil Ancestor was very concerned about this and wanted to devour Lin Tian to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation. Therefore, he didn't tell anyone about Lin Tian. The eyes of the 5 ninth-dimensional divine commanders were cold. As they attacked together, unparalleled divine energy pressed down on Lin Tian. The space in all directions surged violently. Lin Tian was horrified. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back. The third dimension energy of heaven and earth surged. His Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny opened at the same time. Using the light of reincarnation and the third dimension energy of heaven and earth, he blocked the attacks of the 6 people and teleported with the Eye of Destiny. With a whoosh, he used the Eye of Destiny to move far away in an instant. He spat out another mouthful of blood and his body swayed. Just now, although he used the third dimension energy of heaven and earth and the reincarnation energy to interfere with the attacks of the 6 people, he was injured by the recoil and almost had his body shattered. He gritted his teeth and increased his speed even more. He almost turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt and continued to flee into the distance. He used the Eye of Destiny to teleport continuously. At the same time, the middle-aged man in the black robe and the 5 ninth-dimensional divine commanders of the Divine Spirit clan had a drastic change in expression. Reincarnation. Everyone recognized the reincarnation energy that Lin Tian used and saw Lin Tian's Rinnegan. Someone had controlled reincarnation. Chase. Capture him. One of the divine commanders of the Divine Spirit clan said. In an instant, he crossed an endless distance and chased after Lin Tian. A mere mortal can actually control reincarnation. The 5 ninth-dimensional divine commanders closed in on Lin Tian. Their eyes glinted as they raised their hands to grab Lin Tian. The void rumbled, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was sealed. Lin Tian's expression changed. He pushed all of his holy power to break out, but it was to no avail. The 5 ninth-dimensional heavenly marshals acted together. That kind of power was too strong, sealing off the surroundings and solidifying the surroundings. However, at this moment, holy light intertwined beside Lin Tian, and 2 figures appeared silently. The holy energy released by the 5 ninth-dimensional god marshals disappeared in an instant, and their expressions changed greatly. At the same time, Lin Tian's body relaxed. For a moment, he was moved, and then joy appeared on his face. Mother. Master's wife. The 2 figures that appeared next to him were the goddess and the All-Heaven's saint. The goddess smiled at Lin Tian. 2 years ago, I left an imprint on your body so that I could sense it immediately after ascending to the 9th dimension. Little 10. The saintess chuckled. She was wearing a green dress, and her body was naturally surrounded by the aura of a heaven and earth sovereign. She had reached this level 3 months ago. Almost at the same time, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. The 5 ninth-dimensional divine commanders fled at an extremely fast speed. They all had divine bodies, but they knew that they were no match for the goddess and the saintess. The difference in combat power was too great. However, they had only retreated 3 feet when endless holy light descended from the sky. With a thought from the goddess, they were all wiped out in an instant. In the distance, the black-robed middle-aged man appeared and chased after them. He happened to see this scene from afar and was immediately horrified. He fled without looking back. Mother, Master's wife, capture him. He is a subordinate of the demon ancestor. That bastard demon ancestor wants to defect to the gods and plot against you. Lin Tian quickly spoke. The goddess and the saintess' gazes flickered. The saintess moved and instantly captured the black-robed middle-aged man. Sirs, spare my life. The black-robed middle-aged man was trembling in fear. Ignoring the fact that one of them was the wife of a heavenly emperor and the other was the wife of a human king, the strength of the 2 of them were at the supremes of heaven and earth. In front of the 2 of them, he was not even comparable to an ant. The All-Heaven's holy maiden didn't say anything and directly searched his soul. A moment later, she frowned and killed the black-robed man with a palm strike. Little 10 is right. Demon Alpha has been in contact with the God Spirit clan many times. Our secret land has been discovered. She said. The goddess said, although I always knew that the demon ancestor wasn't a good person, I didn't expect him to do something that crossed his bottom line. This time, it's all thanks to Little 10 sneaking in and discovering this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The All-Heaven's holy maiden chuckled. If the demon ancestor really brings the divine lords of the Divine Spirit clan to our doorstep, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. She looked at Lin Tian and patted Lin Tian's head with a smile. You've just arrived and you've already helped us a lot. Well done. Thank you for your praise, mistress. Lin Tian said with a smile. After being separated for so long, he was very happy to see his mistress again. Moreover, his mistress had now stepped into the heaven and earth supreme level and was the 10th supreme in the 9th dimension heaven. The goddess's gaze was gentle. Very good. As expected of my child. Lin Tian scratched his head, paused, and said, Mother, mistress, now, shall we go and get rid of the demon ancestor? They were all supreme beings of heaven and earth. His mother, father, master, and Masteress had been fighting for the sake of the nine-dimensional heavens and the lower realms for an eternity. However, in order to protect himself, the demon ancestor wanted to defect to the godly spirit race. He wanted to lead the godly spirit race to attack his mother and Masteress, and then use them to threaten his father and master in order to help the godly spirit race win the war as soon as possible. Such behavior was just like those traders on the Milky Way Imperial Star. The goddess nodded and said, "Of course." Southeast region, Demon Path Abyss. The All Heavens Holy Maiden said. Holy light intertwined around the two of them, and the void was distorted. In the blink of an eye, she brought Lin Tian to an abyss. Looking into the abyss, black mist lingered and intertwined with extremely terrifying demonic chi. Boom! When they arrived here, the goddess immediately made her move. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts pressed down mightily. The entire demon path abyss collapsed, and the demonic light dissipated. With a whoosh, a demonic shadow stepped out. His body was surrounded by extremely terrifying demonic light, and his eyes were extremely deep. It was the demon ancestor. Goddess, All Heavens Holy Maiden, what is the meaning of this? The demon ancestor's voice was cold. Then, he quickly noticed Lin Tian, who was with the two of them. A glint flashed in his deep eyes, and then he looked at the goddess. You have the key to penetrate the seal of the ninth dimension and brought him here? What is your relationship? This time, you want to avenge him in the eighth dimension? Looking at the goddess, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. In the eighth dimension, I've already said that I didn't know he was related to you at that time. Moreover, you've already destroyed a strand of my will, so, boom, lightning fell from the sky, vast and unparalleled, and smashed the demon ancestor into pieces. Goddess! Don't you go too far. The demon ancestor was at the supreme level of heaven and earth. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be killed by the goddess in an instant. Soon, he reformed his physical body. His face was a little pale, and his eyes were cold. The goddess's beauty shocked the world. Her gaze fell on the demon ancestor, and it was cold. Lightning bolts filled the sky, mixed with various colors. The lightning was terrifying, and it directly trapped the demon ancestor. 2 years ago, you tried to devour my child. Now, you tried to defect to the enemy and ambush me and the Holy Maiden. New and old debts, I will settle them with you. Bolts of lightning intertwined, as if a supreme-level heavenly tribulation had descended. It was extremely turbulent. Lin Tian stood beside the goddess. At this moment, he was moved. The endless lightning was too terrifying. It was definitely not ordinary lightning. He felt the extremely turbulent fluctuations of the laws. At the same time, on the other side, the demon ancestor's expression changed drastically. First, it was because he learned from the goddess that Lin Tian was the son of the goddess and the celestial emperor. Second, it was because his secret contact with the god clan had been discovered. Immediately, he did not say anything. With a low roar, monstrous demonic aura burst out, and the 7 demon pearls appeared together. The turbulent demonic light rolled and turned into a demonic wave. It went straight for the lightning bolts that the goddess had summoned. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Rumble! The lightning bolts in the sky pressed down and shattered the 7 demon pearls. Then, with a poof, the demon ancestor was smashed into pieces. Such a scene made Lin Tian's expression change again. They were both supreme beings of heaven and earth. His mother, who was known as the goddess, was too powerful. The demon ancestor was not her match at all. In front of his mother, he was too weak. Rumble! The lightning bolts resounded through the sky. The goddess's eyes were cold. She stood above the abyss of the demonic path and did not move. Only the lightning bolts in the sky intertwined with each other. It was like a destructive heavenly punishment. Once again, it pressed down on the demon ancestor. Lin Tian stood beside the goddess. Wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. He stared at the lightning bolts seriously. The lightning bolts pressed down. The demon ancestor roared. The demonic light around his body boiled. He was extremely powerful. Kill! With a low roar, he pushed out a demonic light that could destroy heaven and earth, directly pressing down on the goddess. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. The lightning bolts surged, shattering everything. The demon ancestor exploded again. Bits of flesh and blood splattered. A spatial crack appeared, and a demonic soul entered it. Then, the spatial crack disappeared instantly. He ran pretty fast. The goddess said. He knew very well that he was far from being your match. If he fought you head-on, he would die. Of course, he was prepared to escape from the beginning. The All-Heaven's Saintess said. Lin Tian stood beside the goddess. His eyes were bright. After a pause, the light in his eyes subsided. Wisps of lightning intertwined in his eyes. They flashed and disappeared. The goddess was suddenly moved. Her gaze fell on Lin Tian. She was a little surprised. At the same time, the All-Heaven's Saintesses were also moved. As expected of the child of you and the Heavenly Emperor. You spent hundreds of thousands of years to control the ninth heaven divine thunder, but this little guy learned it in the blink of an eye just by watching you use it. The All-Heaven's Saintesses exclaimed. The goddess was naturally very happy. She immediately reached out and hugged Lin Tian. For a moment, she looked like a little girl. As expected of my child. Mother knew back then that you would definitely be very, very, very powerful when you grew up. The ninth heaven divine thunder was one of the 9-dimensional laws of the ninth dimension. It was a power similar to the heavenly tribulation. It was extremely domineering. Even someone as powerful as her had spent hundreds of thousands of years to control it. However, Lin Tian learned it in an instant. It was not until a few breaths later that she let go of Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled modestly. He paused and asked the goddess and all heaven's saintesses, the demon ancestor ran away? Is he okay? It's okay. He's nothing. The goddess smiled. She paused and looked at the collapsed demonic abyss. Since the demon ancestor lived here, this area must be extraordinary. Perhaps there will be some wonderful discoveries. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Tian nodded. He followed the goddess and all heaven's saintesses into the demonic abyss. Inside, lightning interweaved and electric arcs lingered. It was the residual power of the ninth heaven divine thunder. There were many corpses and blood. They were the demon ancestors' subordinates. Many of them had died tragically under the goddess ninth heaven divine thunder. At the same time, many of the demon ancestors' subordinates trembled when they saw the goddess and all heaven's saintesses. Many of them knelt down and kowtowed, begging the two to spare their lives. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses did not kill these people and allowed them to leave. Soon after, they rose up with Lin Tian and stepped into a sacred palace at the center of the demonic abyss. There, they found a Tao platform. The Tao platform was surrounded by demonic qi and extremely pure divine spiritual Tao power. It was formed completely by divine spiritual Tao power and was very shocking. Enlightenment divine spiritual stone. The goddess raised her hand and grabbed it. She purified the demonic qi on it with holy light. She compressed it and handed it to Lin Tian. It was formed by the divine spiritual Tao power of heaven and earth. The demon ancestor used it as a Tao platform. If you refine it directly, you should be able to reach the creation realm in a short time. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but shine. He also believed that he could reach the creation realm in a short time if he refined this enlightenment divine spiritual stone. And as long as he reached the creation realm, he could completely unseal the soul root. Let's keep looking and see if there's anything else of value. The goddess said. Lin Tian put away the enlightenment sacred spirit stone and continued to search the demonic abyss with the goddess and the saintesses. Soon, the entire demonic abyss was completely searched. Other than the enlightenment sacred spirit stone, there was nothing else of special value. Obviously, the valuable things were all carried by the demonic ancestor. Let's go. Let's leave this place. The saintess said. Lin Tian nodded. The three of them left the demonic abyss and soon came to a ruined mountain range. Most of the ninth dimension has been destroyed. The divine lords of the divine spirit clan are searching the entire ninth dimension. Most of the time, we are fighting in a roundabout way. The goddess said, since the secret place has been exposed, there's no need to go back. Little 10, stay here and refine the enlightenment sacred spirit stone. The saintess and I will guard you. Lin Tian nodded. On this day, in this ruined and desolate mountain range, he began to refine the Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone. 9-colored holy light surrounded his body. As he refined the Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone, his essence, qi, and spirit rose little by little. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. 7 days later, he refined the Tao Comprehension Saint Spirit Stone and reached the primordial realm from the 8th dimensional realm. With a loud boom, a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared in the sky above this place, and within it, there were crackling sounds of lightning. He opened his eyes and temporarily stopped cultivating. He took out the reincarnation sword and went through the tribulation together. After that, he began to cultivate again. The Enlightenment Sacred Spirit Stone was completely condensed from the purest saint power and Tao power in the world. It did not contain any impurities. If one refined it for cultivation, the improvement of one's cultivation base could be said to be very fast, and there would be no side effects. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Half a month later, on this day, his cultivation base stepped into the creation realm, and he attracted the creation realm heavenly tribulation. Boom, the thunder was ear-piercing and shook the world. The space in all directions became completely dark, and a destructive aura came down from the sky. Lin Tian was not afraid. He took out the reincarnation sword and faced the heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom. Boom, on this day, terrifying waves of lightning punishment struck down one after another. It was only after nearly 20,000 waves of lightning punishment that the heavenly tribulation of the manifestation realm finally dissipated. Rainbow-colored auspicious clouds appeared, and streaks of rainbow-colored holy light poured down from them. With a slight thought, Lin Tian condensed the samsara sword again. He used the 7-colored holy light to temper his flesh and stabilize his cultivation in the creation realm. Very quickly, 15 minutes passed, and his cultivation base remained firmly at the creation realm. Using his divine will, he could see that the saint energy in his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. The three-dimensional world in his body had also become much more powerful. As his cultivation base was elevated to the creation realm, there was a very shocking qualitative change. Not bad. The goddess flashed over. Now that Lin Tian had stepped into the creation realm, she was naturally happy. The all-heaven saintesses smiled warmly. Lin Tian chuckled and put away the reincarnation sword. He paused and asked the goddess and saintesses, "Mother, mistress, what's so special about the 9th dimension? Where the psionic power is very dense, I can unlock the last seal on my soul root." Once his cultivation base reached the manifestation stage, he could unlock the last seal on his soul root. Once it was unlocked, it would draw in the endless psionic power within a radius of tens of thousands of miles in a short period of time, which would help him quickly improve his cultivation base. Now, he had to find a place where the psionic power was relatively dense to unlock the last seal on his soul root. After that, he would definitely be able to step into the tribulation stage in just a few days. Most importantly, after unlocking the last seal on his soul root, he would be the real him at that time. There would be no doubt that he would undergo an extremely shocking transformation. Whether it was in terms of pure combat strength or understanding of all things in the world, it would be at least 10,000 times stronger than it was now. Now, the 9th dimension was in chaos, and the lineage of divine spirits was extremely strong. He needed a strong combat strength as support, and he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Hearing his words, the goddess and saintess's eyes moved slightly, especially the goddess, whose eyes were extremely bright. "Can you really unlock all the seals?" she asked Lin Tian. According to her and the celestial thearch's estimation, Lin Tian should have at least the cultivation base of the 9th dimension realm to unlock the last seal on his soul root. But now, Lin Tian had just reached the manifestation stage, and he could already unlock all the seals on his soul root. The suppression of your potential by the final seal is greater than that of the previous 8 seals combined, she said in a deep voice. Too much potential would cause a very large burden. Once it exceeded a critical point without enough strength to bear it, it would be a devastating disaster. Therefore, at this time, she was naturally very concerned about this. "Yes, no problem." Lin Tian nodded. "In the past, with the help of master and mistress, I achieved the reincarnation physique. With the help of this physique, the ability to bear potential is very helpful. Now, I can bear all of it. Hearing Lin Tian's affirmation, the goddess no longer had any doubts. After all, Lin Tian knew best when the seals on his soul root could be truly unlocked. She looked at the saintesses and pulled them aside. Thank you. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you and the human king, back in the fourth dimension, my child might have. Her eyes were full of gratitude, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The celestial Large and she were Lin Tian's parents, but in fact, the human king and the saintesses were more like parents than they were. Fate is destined to be like this. The saintesses chuckled, looked at Lin Tian, and smiled gently. Both of us like this child very much. It's not because of his potential, but because of his character. The goddess thanked them again, and then looked at Lin Tian. Now, most of the areas in the ninth dimension are ruined, but there are still some places that are intact. There are a few special areas where the spiritual energy is very dense. Then, together with the saintesses, she took Lin Tian and left this place, carefully concealing their auras. Not long after, they came to an immortal forest surrounded by a faint white mist. Just by standing on the periphery, one could feel the extremely dense spiritual energy. This place has many earth vein traps, and ordinary ninth-dimensional cultivators don't dare to casually step in. However, with us here, there won't be any problem for you to go in, the goddess said. Yes. She and the saintesses were both in the heaven and earth supreme realm, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to protect Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled proudly. Mother, actually, I don't need you and mistress to protect me. With my current creation realm cultivation base, I can move freely in here. He said, my fourth senior brother created a very amazing technique that can control the momentum of heaven and earth. In some special earth vein traps, it can even borrow the momentum of heaven and earth to fight. It's very easy to cross two realms to kill an enemy. With that technique, I can move freely in here. When he arrived at this place, he instantly noticed that the immortal forest was filled with earth veins. It was extremely dangerous. However, with his current creation realm cultivation base and the dragon burial scripture, he could definitely move through such a killing trap without any pressure. Moreover, in addition to the dragon burial scripture, he also controlled the 3-dimensional and 7-dimensional laws of earth, which were also very helpful. Yes, I heard about your 9 senior brothers from your mistress. They all take good care of you. After this, I will personally thank them. The goddess smiled. Lin Tian nodded. His 9 senior brothers were really very good to him. To him, they were all like blood brothers. On this day, in this place, the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were guarding him outside the immortal forest. He walked into the immortal forest and used the dragon burial scripture to open a path. Soon, he arrived at the center of the immortal forest, where the spiritual energy was the densest. When he arrived at this place, he took a deep breath. With a slight thought, he slowly removed the last seal on the soul sealing root. After a few breaths, the last seal on the soul sealing root in the depths of his divine soul was completely broken and completely dissipated. In an instant, his soul sealing root shone brightly, causing his divine soul to tremble violently and become incomparably resplendent. Boom! An extremely shocking beam of light shot into the sky, almost piercing through the entire world. In the sky above his head, ancient phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another, covering the entire sky. At the same time, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, surging spiritual energy and Tao power crazily rushed over and surged into his body. Lin Tian immediately trembled. In his eyes, light was hazy, and then became incomparably bright, as if he had woken up from an endless sleep. In an instant, the entire world became incomparably clear in his eyes, becoming extremely bright. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth boiled with the fluctuations. Beside his body, tens of thousands of streaks of power interweaved. Lightning rumbled in the heavens, and golden ancient patterns appeared. Raging flames suddenly appeared on their own, and a special hurricane swept out strand after strand. Then, on the surface of the earth, immortal trees grew one after another, and the territory rose and fell like waves. There was even a black halo, white holy radiance, and hazy blue radiance that interweaved together. Astonishing fluctuations of Tao power, a vigorous aura of order, and an unparalleled pressure of laws rolled over here. 9 heavens divine thunder, 9 heavens golden runes, 9 heavens immortal wood, 9 heavens earth, 9 heavens holy wind, 9 heavens burning flame, 9 heavens immortal een, 9 heavens blazing sun, 9 heavens returning to void. The all heavens saintesses were moved, and their eyes flickered violently. As Lin Tian unlocked the complete soul-sealing root, at this moment, the 9 most fundamental dimensional laws of the 9th dimension actually revolved around Lin Tian on their own, jumping around and submitting to him. The goddess' eyes also flickered, but compared to the all-heavens saintesses, she was much better. After all, she knew better than the all-heavens saintesses how powerful her child's soul-sealing root was, and that it contained the potential to withstand a complete reincarnation. Boom! In the immortal forest, holy light surged, myriad Tao power, endless order, vigorous laws, and all kinds of different forces intertwined. Within a range of hundreds of thousands of miles, billowing Holy Spirit Qi kept surging and entering Lin Tian's body. Buzz! 9 colored holy light intertwined outside Lin Tian's body, and his essence, Qi, and spirit were rapidly increasing. Apart from the Tao of heaven and earth and the endless order, the 9-dimensional laws of the 9th dimension surrounded him like subjects, causing the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens to be moved. They had never seen such a scene before. Spiritual energy surged, and Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly as he actively operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine the spiritual energy. For a time, his essence, Qi, and spirit were rapidly increasing. At the same time, the speed of his cultivation was also increasing. In the sky, ancient anomalies of heaven and earth appeared one after another, and each of them seemed real and extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Boom! Shocking thunder rumbled, and the last seal on the soul root was undone, and its potential was completely released. The spiritual energy surging from hundreds of thousands of miles away was so dense that it allowed him to go from the creation realm to the tribulation realm in just 3 days, and at this moment, it attracted the tribulation realm. A pitch-black thunder vortex appeared in the sky, rumbling, and more anomalies of heaven and earth appeared. With a rumble, the main lightning punishment fell in the blink of an eye. As the lightning punishment passed through, everything in the surroundings immediately collapsed. The void collapsed piece by piece, and everything was destroyed. Outside Lin Tian's body, his aura was majestic. He stood still and took out the reincarnation sword to go through the tribulation. The 9 heavens divine thunder law vibrated and surrounded his body to protect him. Only the reincarnation sword was exposed to the outside, and it was constantly being struck by lightning. Boom! 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 The lightning punishment kept striking here, and it was not until nearly 70,000 strikes of the main lightning punishment had passed that the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Lin Tian gathered the reincarnation sword again, and used the power of the 7-colored auspicious clouds after the heavenly tribulation to temper his flesh and body and stabilize his cultivation. Boom! Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, there was still surging spiritual energy and Tao power. After unsealing the complete soul root, his potential was too vast. Now, his potential had not completely stabilized from its active state, so the Tao of heaven and earth was still greatly affected. The Tao of heaven and earth, the endless order, and the 9 types of laws of the 9th dimension became even more turbulent. Continue. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a bright light. He put the reincarnation sword back into his body and continued to cultivate. Now that he had unsealed a complete soul root, the entire world became extremely clear in his eyes. He could instantly understand all kinds of problems on the path of cultivation. It was as simple as drinking water. With this amazing understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth, his cultivation continued of the heaven and earth. As his cultivation base rose and his essence, Qi, and spirit continued to grow stronger, the worldly anomalies that appeared above the firmament became more and more shocking. The beam of light that appeared before became even more dazzling, entering the firmament with him as the center. It attracted the attention of many living beings in the vast 9th dimension. Many of them were moved, and all of them were shocked. That aura, in an ancient mountain, the demon ancestor's body was stained with blood. He looked at the place where the beam of light shot up from afar, and his eyes narrowed. He sensed this aura immediately. It was Lin Tian's aura, looking there, his eyes kept fluctuating, reincarnation, 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 he was mumbling, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes that could not be concealed. Reincarnation. If he could obtain this power and cultivate it to perfection one day, then he would definitely be invincible. He believed that he could even easily suppress the 10 most powerful ancestral gods of the Divine Spirit clan. After a pause, he secretly hid his aura and headed toward the place where the beam of light shot up. There, the beam of light was too eye-catching. He believed that some of the Divine Spirit clan's experts in the nearby area would definitely go there to take a look after sensing this beam of light. Then, there would be divine emperors of heaven and earth descending. When they discovered Lin Tian and Lin Tianyi's goddess, saintess of all heavens, there would definitely be a divine emperor-level battle. He secretly sneaked to that area. Perhaps he could take advantage of the chaos to suppress Lin Tian and snatch reincarnation. This was a rare opportunity. In the other areas of 9th dimension of heaven, this is? It's not the aura of a member of our clan. Let's go and take a look. In several areas, the experts of the Divine Spirit clan were searching for living beings of this world. Seeing this scene, the eyes of some divine emperors of heaven and earth narrowed slightly. The beam of light, in terms of aura, was not very strong for divine emperors of heaven and earth, but it was accompanied by a series of heaven and earth anomalies. Even from afar, they could vaguely see it. This made these divine emperors very concerned. Then, in several different areas, powerful divine emperors moved one after another, heading toward the place where the beam of light shot up. Buzz. In the immortal forest, Lin Tian cultivated seriously. His essence, energy, and spirit were constantly improving, and his cultivation continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Half a day later, his cultivation went from early-stage tribulation realm to mid-stage tribulation realm. The spiritual Taoist power surrounding him was already gone. The spiritual Taoist power within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely drained by his sudden burst of potential. Boom! Thunder rumbled and pressed down. At the level of tribulation realm, every time one stepped on a small step, it would attract a shocking heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian already knew about this, so he was not surprised at all. He took out the reincarnation sword and went through the heavenly tribulation again. Boom 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 boom, the heavenly tribulation continued until nearly 100,000 rounds of the main heavenly tribulation struck down. Only then did the heavenly tribulation dissipate. Rainbow auspicious clouds appeared. He gathered the reincarnation sword again and used the power of the rainbow auspicious clouds to stabilize his tribulation realm cultivation. After that, until half an hour passed, the rainbow auspicious clouds dispersed. His cultivation was firmly at mid-stage tribulation realm, and his essence, energy, and spirit were extremely strong. The immortal forest here had been completely razed to the ground, and it was scorched black. He stood on this devastated land and looked at himself with his divine sense. The saint power in his body was majestic to the extreme, as if it was truly inexhaustible. The origin of life became brighter, like an eternal and indestructible sun that could dispel all the darkness between heaven and earth. At the same time, the most important thing was that in the depths of his divine soul, the soul root was bright to the extreme. It was completely unsealed, causing his divine soul to become extremely tough. Moreover, it caused his understanding of heaven and earth to be extremely clear. Now, everything in his field of vision, anything, he could understand and comprehend at a glance. Affected by this, the three-dimensional world in his body became even more shocking, giving birth to another shocking transformation. Surpassing the 7 dimensions. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light. Now, although the three-dimensional world in his body had not perfectly integrated all the dimensional laws, as his soul root was completely unsealed, at this moment, the speed at which the three-dimensional world integrated with other dimensional laws was obviously many times faster than before. In terms of the strength of heaven and earth, it was absolutely superior to the 7 dimensions, and it was superior by a lot. The spiritual energy that existed in the three-dimensional world was no longer simple spiritual energy. It was already extremely dense holy spiritual energy. In this world, now, in each different world, countless immortal treasures and ancient trees were growing, and it was extremely prosperous. Great! he could not help but say to himself, clenching his right fist. Now, the seal on his soul root was completely unsealed, and with the three-dimensional world in his body, he felt as if he could do anything. In the distance, the goddess and saintess of all heaven's eyes fell on him. At this moment, their eyes could not help but fluctuate. Amazing! Saintess of all heavens said. Looking at Lin Tian at this moment, even she, who was at the supreme level of heaven and earth, could not help but be moved. Now, Lin Tian's cultivation was at the intermediate tribulation realm, but the intertwined aura was far stronger than that of a tribulation realm cultivator. The goddess was much stronger than her, but her eyes were still fluctuating. Naturally, she could feel the strength of Lin Tian's aura at this moment. It was too amazing. The aura that naturally exuded from his body was not inferior to that of an ordinary ninth dimension expert. It was also at this moment that her eyes suddenly flickered, and she directly swept her gaze in several directions in the distant sky, her eyes narrowing. Beside her, the saintess of all heaven's eyes also flickered. At the same time, on the scorched soil, Lin Tian was also moved, and he tilted his head to look in several directions. Almost in the next moment, whooshing sounds could be heard. In the distant sky, from several different directions, a total of 18 figures rushed over and arrived at this place in the blink of an eye. All of them were wearing the special clothing of the lineage of gods, and their auras were extremely strong. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. People of the lineage of gods. Divine lords. He could feel the strength of these 18 people. All of them were heaven and earth supremes, and they were all divine lords of the lineage of gods. This caused his eyes to narrow slightly. The lineage of gods was indeed terrifying. In the entire ninth dimension heaven, there were only 10 heaven and earth supremes in total, including his master's wife, who had just become a heaven and earth supremes. However, this lineage of gods could casually send 18 experts of this level to this place. This meant that the total number of heaven and earth supremes of this lineage of gods was at least over 100. Almost at the same time, the 18 divine lords arrived and immediately saw him, the goddess, and the saintess of all heavens. Goddess! Saintess of all heavens! Found them. Take them down. At this moment, these divine lords directly ignored Lin Tian, and their gazes fell on the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. At the same time, they launched a sky full of saint-killing techniques, which mightily suppressed the two of them. The heaven and earth supreme's coercion surged to the extreme, almost directly destroying this part of the ninth dimension heaven and earth. Stand back first. The goddess transmitted her voice to Lin Tian, and the 9 heavens' divine thunder law rolled, causing the firmament to rumble, and destructive lightning to fall straight down. Little 10, you have a very strong foundation, but your cultivation is still a long way from theirs. If you have the chance, you should escape first. The saintess of all heavens said. As her voice fell, she also moved. A special breeze swept out, and together with the goddess, pressed down on the 18 divine lords. Ninth dimension law, 9 heavens sacred wind. 20 supremes of heaven and earth battled together. Saint energy filled the sky, suppressing all directions. Boom. 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 This area was constantly rumbling, and large swaths of the void were collapsing along with it. The goddess and saintess of all heavens had mastered the law of the ninth dimension. At this moment, they attacked together, fighting the 18 divine sovereigns of the God-Spirit lineage. Today, you will be suppressed. One of the 18 divine sovereigns said coldly. When the 18 of them worked together, their combat power was amazing. Even the goddess and saintess of all heavens could not suppress them. Lin Tian stood in the distance, his eyes intertwined with faint light. The three-dimensional world in his body shook as the rich power of heaven and earth intertwined. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling sword of heaven and earth condensed in his hand. Clang! Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his hand and activated the sword of heaven and earth with the reincarnation sword technique. The sharp sword momentum turned into 18 killing swords. Each killing sword was aimed at a supreme-level divine sovereign. The void in all directions shattered with a crack. The 18 divine sovereigns were shocked. Their eyes narrowed as they dodged together, shattering all 18 killing swords. The power of heaven and earth? The 18 of them looked at Lin Tian and the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. One of them said. At the same time, the goddess and saintess of all heavens were also shocked. Their eyes also fell on the sword of heaven and earth in Lin Tian's hand. Originally, they wanted Lin Tian to retreat. They did not think that Lin Tian could deal with supreme-level divine sovereigns. After all, cultivation was the foundation. Lin Tian was only at the mid-stage of tribulation realm. There was still a ninth dimension between him and supreme-level divine sovereigns. Moreover, the supreme-level divine sovereigns were all much stronger than ordinary supreme-level divine sovereigns. However, as Lin Tian attacked, both of them were shocked. The power of that sword was really terrifying. "Mother, Masteress, I will fight with you." Lin Tian stepped forward and said. Now that his soul root had been fully opened, coupled with the reincarnation forging spirit technique, his combat strength was far beyond what could be predicted with common sense. In addition, the third dimension heaven and earth force in his body was no weaker than the seventh dimension heaven and earth. He had the confidence to fight with these supremes of heaven and earth in front of him without any fear. Buzz. Faint golden divine light intertwined as he activated the five-dimensional indestructible law, which fell on the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens. This kind of law could enhance the strength of others to a certain extent. As the light of these laws fell on the goddess and saintess of all heavens, their aura soared. In the blink of an eye, it doubled in strength. Indestructible law? Are you in control? The goddess's eyes flickered. She naturally knew about the laws of the fifth dimension. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The indestructible laws were also added to his body, causing his aura to become even stronger. In the next moment, his eyes opened. His Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny opened at the same time. The surging aura of reincarnation and destiny intertwined, causing the aura around his body to become even more shocking. Facing the 18 heaven and earth supremes of the God-Spirit clan, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He activated his full strength. In an instant, the expressions of the 18 Sir Gods on the opposite side changed. Reincarnation. You were the one who triggered that beam of light and those heaven and earth anomalies earlier? You were born from reincarnation? The 18 of them all stared at Lin Tian. As Sir Gods of the God-Spirit clan, high-level gods naturally knew about the power of reincarnation. In fact, they knew better than other living beings that reincarnation was the Tao of invincibility. It's no big deal to control some reincarnation. In the end, you can't control it completely, so it's meaningless. One of them said coldly. Reincarnation was terrifying. It was a truly invincible power. However, that was referring to the complete reincarnation. Although it had many wonderful uses if one did not control the complete reincarnation, it was definitely not invincible in terms of power. At this moment, they could clearly sense that Lin Tian's reincarnation was still far too far away from reaching the greater mastery level. They did not believe that Lin Tian would be able to control a complete reincarnation in the future. However, after their initial shock, they no longer paid any attention to it. Back then, even their ancestor god had said that he could not control the complete reincarnation. If their ancestor god could not do it, how could a mere mortal from the lower domain do it? It was simply impossible. Not to mention the ancestor god of the deity plane, in your lower domain, even the heavenly emperors and human kings of the lower domain did not dare to touch the taboo. You, a mere tribulation realm, dare to touch it? You're really stupid and don't know what's good for you. The leader of the group spoke in a cold voice. When he mentioned the heavenly emperors and human kings, he could not help but tremble slightly. They were born from heaven and earth, and each of them had a pure divine body. They were all divine spirits, so they were incomparably arrogant. They believed that they were superior to all races and that no one in the lower domain could stop them. However, when they first stepped out of the 10 divine regions, the two men in this lower domain made them feel fear. The two strongest divine spirits of their bloodline below the ancestor god of the 10 directions were actually obliterated by those two with a raise of their hands. Even their invincible ancestor god was intercepted in the 10 divine regions. The ancestor god's divine might is boundless. Those two barely managed to delay the ancestor god. They will definitely be annihilated by the ancestor god very soon. Before that happens, we have to at least suppress this lower domain. When they thought of the heavenly emperors and human kings, the killing intent in these divine spirits' eyes was very strong. When they thought of the heavenly emperors, they could not help but clench their fists. After stepping out of the 10 divine regions, they could have slaughtered their way down to the lower domain in search of the 10th dimension's core, but the celestial emperor had sealed them away in the 9th dimension. The fact that the celestial emperor had set up such a trap before he'd gone to stop their ancestor god filled them with fury. There's no point in talking. Let's do it. Suppress them all. They'll all be of great use. The 18 divine spirits' voices were frosty. 18 mighty waves of holy aura interwove with each other and froze the space around them. Boundless divine might pressed down on the 3 divine spirits. Be careful. The goddess faced Lin Tian Dao, and the 9th heaven divine lightning met the 18 divine spirits head-on. The all heaven's holy maidens moved in unison, unleashing the 9th heaven divine wind to create an endless hurricane that could cut through everything. With Lin Tiandao's laws of indestructibility, the 2 divine spirits' battle prowess was doubled, and the situation was much better than before. Lin Tiandao's left eye was the eye of destiny, and his right eye was the reincarnation eye. The light of samsara and the light of destiny tumbled together, and the long river of destiny and the heavenly river of samsara surged out. He activated the sword of heaven and earth to perform the reincarnation sword technique, attacking the 18 divine spirits indiscriminately. At the same time, he moved with the reincarnation step, leaving behind afterimages in the space as he took the initiative to meet the attacks of the 18 divine spirits. He cooperated with the eye of destiny, the reincarnation eye, and the sword of heaven and earth, as well as the attacks of the goddess and the all heaven's holy maidens. Now that his soul roots had been fully awakened and his cultivation had reached the tribulation realm, he had the support of the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, and the reincarnation forging spirit art had increased his battle prowess by 20 times. With all these factors combined, he was no longer afraid of ordinary supremes of heaven and earth in a head-on battle. However, he wasn't afraid of ordinary supremes of heaven and earth, but at this time, he was facing the 18 supremes of heaven and earth from the divine spirit clan. Although he wasn't afraid, he was still very cautious. After all, everyone in this clan had a divine body. After reaching the supremes of heaven and earth, their strength was far beyond ordinary supremes of heaven and earth. They were much stronger than the demon ancestor. In a head-on battle, he was still no match for the lords of this clan, so he could only attack them in a roundabout way. Boom, 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 shockingly large collisions occurred from time to time. The void was collapsing piece by piece. Lin Tian used all kinds of remarkable skills, cooperating with the goddess and the all heaven's holy maidens to fight the 18 lords of heaven. The goddess and the all heaven's holy maidens were at the front, while he assisted in the attacks from the rear. He moved around at extreme speed, and he took the initiative to meet the attacks that weren't life-threatening. This caused the 18 lords of heaven and earth to be slightly surprised. They couldn't understand Lin Tian's actions, and even the goddess was slightly puzzled. Only the all heaven's holy maiden's eyes flickered, and she guessed something at this moment. She transmitted her voice to the goddess, "Let some of the attacks that aren't life-threatening to little 10. The goddess's eyes narrowed, and she didn't quite understand. However, she didn't ask and immediately did as she was told. This was because she knew very well that the all heaven's holy maidens knew Lin Tian far better than she did. Since he said so, there must be a reason. Immediately, she summoned the 9 heavens' divine thunder and cooperated with the all heaven's holy maidens to meet the 18 lords of heaven. She rushed to the front, blocking some of the extremely terrifying killing moves, and let Lin Tian deal with the rest of the killing moves on his own. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand boiled. The light of samsara and the power of destiny surged with it. He cooperated with the goddess and the all heaven's holy maidens to interfere with the 18 lords of heaven and took the initiative to meet the killing moves of the 18 lords of heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The fierce battle caused the sky to darken, and the ground to sink by at least 100 feet. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Mother, Masteress, step back. 3 days later, Lin Tian spoke, and in the blink of an eye, he passed by the goddess and the all heaven's holy maidens and stepped forward. Trying to be a hero? Stupid thing. One of the 18 gods said coldly. The 18 of them moved at the same time, and boundless saint power pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were deep, and strands of saint runes of order intertwined around his body. The next moment, with a boom, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, and it destroyed all the saint power that the 18 gods had summoned, causing the 18 lords of heaven to tremble in unison. The 18 of them were all shocked. At this moment, Lin Tian was like a completely different person, and his aura was too powerful. Most importantly, the aura that Lin Tian emitted was the aura of a god that belonged to them. In the back, the goddess was also moved, shocked by this scene. At this moment, Lin Tian, her child, was emitting the aura of a god, and it was far stronger than the 18 lords of heaven and earth. Let's give them a surprise. The All Heaven's Holy Maiden smiled gently. In front, outside Lin Tian's body, the rolling aura of a god was mighty and surging to the extreme. For the past 3 days, he had been constantly refining the attacks of the 18 lords of heaven and earth, and at this moment, his power was multiplied. Absolute counterattack. Looking at the 18 of them, he said coldly, raised his right hand, and punched out. The dazzling fist light shrouded the surroundings and completely enveloped the space. The expressions of the 18 divine lords of the lineage of divine spirits changed drastically. They all put up a powerful defensive light screen to block the attack. However, it was useless. The defensive light screen was destroyed in an instant. The next moment, the multiplied divine spirit light drowned the group of people. Poof, 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 blood mist exploded one by one. The 18 people were all shattered. Only their spiritual souls were preserved and did not decay. However, even though their bodies and souls weren't destroyed immediately, all of their souls were extremely weak. It was to the extent that they couldn't even reform their physical bodies at this moment. What did you do? What's going on? The 18 divine lords looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Their eyes were full of coldness. A mortal from the lower domain had suddenly summoned their divine spirit aura, and it was even more powerful than theirs. The goddess was also puzzled. She looked at the All Heaven's Holy Maiden in shock. She knew that the All Heaven's Holy Maiden must know something. His divine order ability can refine and accumulate all the attacks that fall on his body within a tolerable range. Then, he can retaliate by multiplying the attacks, the Holy Maiden said to the goddess. The Saintess of the All Heavens said to the goddess. Back then, when she projected her psyche into the four-dimensional world, her memories of Lin Tian's divine ability of order returned to her body after her psyche dissipated. Therefore, she naturally knew about Lin Tian's divine ability of order. The goddess was shocked when she heard this. Could refine and accumulate all the attacks that fall on his body within a tolerable range and then retaliate by multiplying the attacks? This type of technique could be said to be extremely frightening. Many times, it could display unimaginable divine effects, becoming the ultimate trump card of a sect. For example, the current battle. After 3 days, she had used the absolute counterattack to launch this punch. She could already see the outcome of this battle. On the other side, the 18 divine lords were also shocked when they heard the All Heaven's Holy Maiden's words. No wonder you took the initiative to meet our attack. One of them said coldly, despicable and treacherous mortal. Lin Tian swept his gaze over this person, his eyes cold and indifferent. With a slight thought, a blinding thunderbolt instantly descended from his head. Ah! The deity who spoke let out a miserable shriek as his divine soul was directly shattered into pieces. The other 17 Sir Gods were all shocked and enraged. One of their heaven and earth supreme level divine monarchs was actually killed by Lin Tian, a lower realm tribulation realm person. Retreat! One of them gritted his teeth. Under Lin Tian's absolute counterattack just now, they managed to survive, but it was very difficult. Now, even an ordinary 8th-dimensional realm cultivator could pose a threat to them. Can you escape? Lin Tianling said. The Empyrean god moved, and dense thunderbolts directly descended from the heavens. Sizzle! 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 In the blink of an eye, the remaining 17 gods were all smashed into pieces by the unparalleled lightning. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. The goddess and the All Heaven's Holy Maiden walked over. They looked at Lin Tian and were not stingy with their praise. 18 divine monarchs were all very terrifying. Even someone as strong as her and the goddess might not be able to suppress 18 divine monarchs even if they worked together. At the start, they didn't have a chance to win, but now, Lin Tian actually won with a single punch. Lin Tian smiled modestly, then tilted his head and looked at a celestial mountain thousands of feet away. Want to run after seeing this? As his words fell, he raised his hand and condensed the sword of heaven and earth with the three-dimensional power of heaven and earth. He slashed it straight in that direction. With a clang, the sword light slashed out with the sword of heaven and earth was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached that place. Crack! The void split open, and a figure surrounded by demonic light appeared. It was the demon ancestor. The goddess and the All-Heaven's holy maiden were both shocked. The demon ancestor had been spying on them, and they had not sensed it at all. Thousands of feet away, the demon ancestor was shocked. He had been here for a long time and used a special secret technique to hide in the void. Even an expert like the goddess could not detect him, and even the divine lords of the god-spirit lineage could not detect him. He had been spying on the battle and wanted to take the opportunity to suppress Lin Tian, but he did not expect that the 18 divine lords of the god-spirit lineage would all be killed by Lin Tian in the end. He was shocked because of this. After the battle began, he was prepared to leave, but he never expected that Lin Tian would actually notice him. He had used a special technique to hide there. Even the supremes of heaven and earth could not detect him, so how could Lin Tian discover him? How did he do it? Lin Tian could naturally see what the demon ancestor was thinking. He said coldly, "Do you think my Rinnegan is just for show?" Although the path of reincarnation did not have a great advantage in battle before it was fully cultivated, it had many wonderful uses. Now, he had control over 80% of his reincarnation. Under such circumstances, his Rinnegan had undoubtedly become stronger. He could truly see through everything. How could the demon ancestor hide under his Rinnegan now? It was impossible. When the demon ancestor had just arrived, he had already discovered him. It was just that he had not paid attention to the demon ancestor during the battle with the 18 divine lords. Now that the 18 divine lords had been killed, it was the demon ancestor's turn. Reincarnation. The demon ancestor's face was gloomy. He looked at Lin Tian's Rinnegan, gritted his teeth, and left the vast demonic light that filled the sky. Now, Lin Tian was very strange. In addition, the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were stronger than him. Moreover, he had been severely injured by the goddess. Naturally, he did not dare to face Lin Tian, the goddess, and the saintesses of all heavens head-on. He could only escape. Lin Tianling snorted. He used the reincarnation steps and stopped the demon ancestor in an instant. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand slashed down mercilessly. In a head-on battle, I can't deal with the supremes of the lineage of divine spirits, but it is enough to deal with you now. He said coldly. Everyone in the lineage of divine spirits had a pure divine body, and their combat power was terrifying. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to win if he faced the supremes of the lineage of divine spirits head-on without the help of others. However, he could definitely deal with the demon ancestor, who was at the bottom of the supremes of heaven and earth and had been severely injured by the goddess not long ago. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the sword of heaven and earth shook, forcing the demon ancestor to retreat. Junior, don't be too arrogant. Without the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens, I can kill you with one finger. The demon ancestor said coldly. He had seen Lin Tian's order superpower before and knew how strange and terrifying Lin Tian's order superpower was. However, previously, the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens had faced the 18 divine emperors of the lineage of divine spirits head-on for 3 days. Lin Tian had spent 3 days preparing a killing technique to succeed. If the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens weren't there, he wouldn't have cared about Lin Tian at all. He thought he could suppress Lin Tian with just a lift of his hand. Is that so? Why don't you give it a try? Lin Tianling said coldly. As his words fell, lightning intertwined beside him, and golden patterns appeared. Blazing flames appeared, and astral winds were rampant. Immortal Yin lingered, and blazing yang appeared. The ground trembled in the next moment, and special immortal vines rushed up against the sky. Blue light appeared in the void, and strands jumped. Such a scene made the demon ancestor tremble involuntarily, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You. At the same time, the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were also moved. 9 heavens divine lightning, 9 heavens golden pattern, 9 heavens immortal wood, 9 heavens earth, 9 heavens sacred wind, 9 heavens burning flame, 9 heavens immortal een, 9 heavens blazing yang, 9 heavens returning to void. He's mastered all of them. When did this happen? The saintesses of all heaven's eyes flickered. After a pause, they seemed to recall something. It's when he unsealed all of his soul roots. At that time, Previously, when Lin Tian unsealed the last layer of seal on his soul roots, the 9-dimensional laws of the 9th dimension automatically manifested. Now that she thought about it, Lin Tian must have mastered the other 8 types of 9th dimension laws except for the 9 heavens divine lightning at that time. The goddess' eyes shone brightly, and she was both surprised and delighted. She had spent hundreds of thousands of years to master one of the 9-dimensional laws of the 9th dimension. Now, her child had mastered all 9 types of 9th dimension laws after ascending to the 9th dimension not long ago. She was very happy. The demon ancestor gritted his teeth in shock and fear. Since ancient times, only the celestial emperor and the human king had mastered all of the 9th dimension laws of the 9th dimension. Now, Lin Tian had done it too. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, he vaguely saw the shadows of the celestial emperor and the human king behind Lin Tian. For a moment, his divine soul trembled, and he immediately fled again, not daring to stop in the slightest. With a whoosh, a vast demonic light filled the sky. He directly tore open the black hole in the void, stepped into it, and disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his Rinnegan saw through everything. Wang, beside him, 9 types of 9th dimension laws leaped and gathered toward the sword of heaven and earth in his hand. Then, 8 types of 8th dimension laws of the 8th dimension manifested, 7 types of 7th dimension laws of the 7th dimension appeared, 6 types of 6th dimension laws of the 6th dimension intertwined, 5 types of 5th dimension laws of the 5th dimension, and 4 types of 4th dimension laws of the 4th dimension appeared together and gathered toward the sword of heaven and earth. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword momentum spread out from the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, suppressing the world. Die. Saying this word coldly, he raised his hand. His Rinnegan saw through everything, and he gently but powerfully slashed down with the sword. In an instant, the boundless void collapsed, and the demon ancestor was forcibly shaken out of the void. His eyes were wide open, and then he shattered with a puff, exploding under the sword. Even his divine soul was destroyed. The place became completely silent for a moment. The goddess's beauty shocked the world. At this moment, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, and then immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Great! She walked over and hugged Lin Tian, very happy. Although the demon ancestor had been severely injured by her before, he was still a supreme of heaven and earth. But now, he was actually killed by Lin Tian with a single sword. This made her, as his mother, very proud. Little Ten, you're amazing. The All Heavens goddess also spoke. Lin Tian smiled modestly, not proud at all. His soul root was completely unsealed, and his cultivation had reached the tribulation realm. Now, Lin Tian felt that he had a lot of inspiration for his understanding of reincarnation. At this moment, he was ready to go into seclusion for a short period of time to comprehend and deepen his understanding of reincarnation. The goddess and saintess of all heavens naturally agreed to this. The lineage of divine spirits was terrifying. Now, to defeat this lineage and the 10 ancestral gods, Lin Tian could only rely on his reincarnation. Immediately, the 3 of them left this place. Not long after, they stepped into a relatively hidden mountain range. Lin Tian found a mountain cave. With the goddess and saintess of all heavens guarding him, he immediately began to comprehend. Buzz. Strands of light intertwined on the surface of his body. The reincarnation light lingered, sacred, vast, and majestic. As time passed, this reincarnation light became thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 months passed. 3 months later, the essence, energy, and spirit outside his body became extremely strong. His cultivation had reached the peak of tribulation realm from the middle stage. He temporarily moved hundreds of thousands of miles away, passed a new round of heavenly punishment, and returned to his previous place to comprehend reincarnation again. Then, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. The reincarnation light outside his body became extremely thick. On this day, he had mastered 90% of reincarnation. It was also at this moment that his consciousness abruptly appeared in a vast and hazy large world. Within it, the ground was covered in yellow sand at times, a sea of blood surged at times, a myriad of demons howled at times, and the sky trembled at times. All sorts of scenes were constantly changing. Gradually, an enormous millstone appeared in this vast and hazy large world, and it slowly revolved above the sky. It seemed to have existed before heaven and earth, and seemed to support the operation of heaven and earth. An ancient aura rushed to his face. In an instant, Lin Tian's mind buzzed. A confused and obscure feeling appeared in his heart. It seemed to be something above the will of heaven and earth, causing his sea of consciousness to boil and his spirit to tremble. In the hazy world, the huge millstone rotated, and heavenly music echoed in his ears. It was like a heavenly song. It was like a song that buried the heavens. In the next moment, the hazy world gradually blurred and dissipated. His consciousness returned to his body, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Even his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. His spirit and body were ice cold. What happened? The divine ladies and saintesses were moved and came to greet him. Lin Tian took a deep breath and paused for a moment before replying, "I'm fine." "Are you really all right?" The goddess frowned. Just now, Lin Tian's reaction was a little strange. The all-heaven saintesses also looked at Lin Tian. "I really didn't. I'm fine." Lin Tian Dao. His control of reincarnation had reached 90%, and he was only 10% away from mastery. It was also at this stage that a great technique gradually appeared in his heart. It was a technique that existed before the world, and he finally understood why the mastery of reincarnation was said to be invincible. Just thinking about that great technique made him tremble involuntarily, and his soul went numb. Once that level of technique was unleashed, it could truly change the heavens and the earth. It would only take a single thought to obliterate the heavens and the earth. However, he had only mastered 90% of the reincarnation cycle, so he could not use the Grandmaster technique. He had to master the reincarnation cycle to the highest level. "Oh, it's good that you're fine." The goddess listened to his words and saw his expression. Although she was still a bit confused, she didn't ask, "Coming out now?" The all-heaven saintesses asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "I want to break through to the ninth dimensional realm first." Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the tribulation realm, and he was only a small step away from the ninth dimensional realm. Once he stepped into the ninth dimensional realm, his battle strength would increase significantly. Therefore, he wanted to raise his cultivation to the ninth dimensional realm first. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses naturally agreed to this. They already knew about Lin Tian's many trump cards and the existence of the three-dimensional world in Lin Tian's body. At this stage, once Lin Tian's cultivation reached the ninth dimensional realm, with a completely unsealed soul root, coupled with the three-dimensional world energy in Lin Tian's body, his battle strength would most likely not be inferior to theirs. After that, he would be able to kill the ordinary heaven and earth supreme divine lords of the Divine Spirit clan. Therefore, it was naturally the right choice to let Lin Tian step into the ninth dimensional realm first. Immediately, the two of them stood guard for Lin Tian, and Lin Tian continued to stay in this place and cultivate in seclusion. As the Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, strands of nine-colored holy light intertwined from the surface of his body and began to gradually grow stronger. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. 3 months later, on this day, a thunderous roar came from the sky, and a thunderous vortex opened. After 3 months of seclusion and wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, he stepped into the ninth dimensional realm on this day. "The soul root has been completely unsealed, this cultivation speed," the all-heaven's saintesses exclaimed. In less than a year, relying on his own cultivation and without the help of any heavenly treasures, he had reached the ninth dimensional realm from the middle of the tribulation realm. This speed was far superior to that of the human king and the celestial emperor of the past. There was a qualitative difference. Boom, thunder rumbled, exploding in the sky. Within the thunderous vortex, black lightning was rampant, like a destructive dragon. It was horrifying. A destructive aura came down from the sky. This time, Lin Tian did not leave this place. After the goddess and all heaven's saintesses retreated a sufficient distance, he directly began to undergo the ninth dimensional tribulation here. Boom, the main lightning punishment was immediately suppressed. He took out the reincarnation sword. As he underwent the tribulation, the lightning punishment struck down one after another. It did not end until half a day later. 7 colored auspicious clouds condensed. He reformed the reincarnation sword and used the power of the auspicious clouds to stabilize the ninth dimensional realm. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, and the auspicious clouds dissipated. He raised his hand and reassembled the reincarnation sword. After that, he used his divine sense to examine his body. He immediately felt his current strength. It was far from what he could compare to when he was in the tribulation realm. He had undergone a huge qualitative change. The three-dimensional world in his body had become stronger than before. Good. He muttered to himself. At this time, his cultivation had reached the ninth dimensional realm. Coupled with the completely unsealed soul root and the three-dimensional world in his body, he was not afraid even if he faced an ordinary divine sovereign of the God-Spirit clan. He could fight head-on and even kill them. Mother, Master, he opened his mouth and looked at the goddess and all heaven's saintesses in the distance. He was about to step over, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly focused. He held the reincarnation sword, and with a backhand slash, intertwining a large number of reincarnation sword force and spreading it into the distance. The sword hummed, and in the blink of an eye, it streaked across thousands of feet and broke through the void, shaking 3 figures out of the void. Young man, don't move. We are on the same side. The 3 of them were surrounded by an extremely powerful aura. One of them spoke. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them and frowned slightly. Then, he looked at the goddess and all heaven's saintesses. Nihility, divine flame, Luo Long in the distance, the goddess and all heaven's saintesses were moved. The 3 of them were Supremacy Nihility, Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long. They were all supreme beings of the ninth dimension. What's the matter? The goddess said with a calm expression. She did not have a good impression of the 3 of them. Back then, it was these 3, the demon ancestor, and another supreme of heaven and earth who had died when the God-Spirit clan stepped out. The 5 of them ignored the warning of the mighty sage from countless years ago and opened the door from the ninth dimension to the 10 divine realms without permission, causing the God-Spirit clan to step out and wreak havoc in the ninth dimension. It could be said that the war that had lasted for thousands of years was caused by these few people. Beside her, the all-heaven saintesses had an indifferent expression. They did not have a good impression of the 3 of them either. The 2 of you, it was indeed our fault in the past. We have realized it from the beginning. However, it has already happened, and we can't do anything about it. Among the 3 of them, Supreme Luo Long smiled apologetically. He looked at the goddess and all heaven's saintesses and said, now that the God-Spirit clan has stepped out, as the current strongest force in the ninth dimension, I think we should work together to fight. Yes, we have deeply realized our mistake back then, and now we want to make up for it. Divine Flame Ancestor also smiled apologetically and said, the Heavenly Emperor and Human King have restrained the 10 ancestral gods in the 10 divine realms and are doing their best to buy time for us to fight. Now, we should work together to deal with the God-Spirit clan. With the strength of the 5 of us and some strategies, we can take down the God-Spirit clan one by one. We might have a chance to eradicate them completely. That's right, goddess. You are the strongest among the 5 of us. With you as the leader, we really have a chance of winning. Sovereign Void smiled apologetically and said, back then, we opened the door to the 10 divine realms without permission because we wanted to become stronger. We didn't expect the warning to be true. He sighed and said, we want to atone for our sins. We can only be at ease after defeating all the gods who have stepped into the ninth dimension. Looking at the goddess and all heaven's saintesses, the 3 of them smiled apologetically and the guilt on their faces deepened. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses looked at each other and narrowed their eyes. Although he didn't have a good impression of the 3 of them, the five of them were indeed the strongest force in the ninth dimension. In the battle against the Divine Spirit faction, it was indeed better for the five of them to work together than to fight separately. Seniors, look over here. Lin Tian suddenly spoke. Sovereign Void, Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long subconsciously looked in Lin Tian's direction when they heard him. In an instant, their gazes met Lin Tian's Rinnegan and they trembled. The three of them stiffened as they met Lin Tian's Rinnegan. Their eyes suddenly became hazy. Strands of reincarnation light wove around Lin Tian's body as he opened his right eye and used a special soul-searching technique. After learning that these people had opened the 10 divine realms, he was very worried about them and used 90% of his reincarnation power to search their souls. This was a soul-searching technique that was even more powerful than the purgatory of reincarnation and had an astonishing suppressive power. When using this technique, others wouldn't even be able to sense that their memories were being read. In the blink of an eye, 7 breaths passed. Sovereign Void, Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long's bodies trembled slightly as they broke free from Lin Tian's soul-searching technique. They were shocked and angry, and their eyes were filled with shock. Rinnegan. You control reincarnation? Unable to find anything to say, he could only apologize. Sorry. Up until now, the dragon owed a total of 3 chapters, and the Dragon Queen took the time to make up for it. Once again, please forgive me. The sharp sword radiance swept out and enveloped Honorable Void, the Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long. The three of them were shocked and retreated at the same time to avoid the sword. Junior. What are you doing? How dare you? The three of them looked at Lin Tian and shouted angrily. Lin Tian had suddenly attacked them. The goddess and saintess looked at Lin Tian. They knew that Lin Tian wouldn't attack them for no reason. Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly pulled out a mental imprint. It was a memory that he had forcibly searched through with his Rinnegan. It was a conversation between the three of them and a few Sir Gods. They were going out to look for the goddess and the saintess of all heavens, pretending to form an alliance with the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. They were going to secretly suppress the two when they were unprepared and bring them to the lineage of God spirits. After that, they could become members of the lineage of God spirits. With the help of the lineage of God spirits, they could turn into pure godly bodies. The expressions of the Venerable Void, the Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long changed when they saw this. The three of them looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. How did Lin Tian know about this? This was their top secret. The Divine Lady and all Heaven's Saintess were enraged, their eyes cold. The demon ancestor was in front of us, and now you're behind us. You're all bastards. The goddess voice was cold. In the sky, rolling thunder immediately enveloped the three of them. Countless years ago, they ignored the warning of the mighty figures in the 9th dimension of heaven and opened the door to the 10 divine realms without permission, causing the lineage of gods to step out of the 10 divine realms. Countless creatures in the 9th dimension of heaven suffered, and the world below was facing the threat of destruction at any time. Now, they were plotting against them like the demon ancestor and wanted to join the lineage of gods. Die. A cold word came out of her mouth, bringing with it an undisguised killing intent. Boundless lightning instantly pressed down. Goddess, stop. Ah. Screams were heard immediately. The 9 heavens' divine lightning was mighty, and in an instant, the 3 supremes were shattered. Even their divine souls were annihilated. Death is not to be regretted. The goddess said coldly. Lin Tian couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her extremely beautiful mother was truly enraged this time. Her battle prowess was truly terrifying. She actually managed to kill the Void Sovereign, Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luolong in an instant. Now that he had comprehended the 9th level of reincarnation and his cultivation had reached the 9th dimensional realm, he wanted to use these 3 people to test his combat prowess. But in the end, he didn't even have the chance to do so. The 3 of them were instantly killed. Very powerful indeed. The goddesses looked at the goddess and then at Lin Tian. This time, it's all thanks to little Ten again. Otherwise, we would have been fooled. Previously, I really did think that the 5 of us would join hands to suppress the God Spirit clan. She said, is that the new ability of Rinnegan? Is it the ability to forcibly search their spiritual seas just now? Just now, the Venerable Void, the Divine Flame Ancestor, and Supreme Luo Long were all absent-minded for about 7 breaths. After that, Lin Tian learned their secret, which could only be learned through soul-searching. She guessed that at that time, Lin Tian used the special ability of the Rinnegan to forcefully search the spiritual seas of the 3 Supremes, and then found out about that matter. Lin Tian nodded and replied, "Yes, mistress." The anger in the goddess' eyes dissipated, replaced by a smile. She hugged Lin Tian again and said, "You're indeed my child. You're amazing." Lin Tian chuckled. Just as she was about to say something, a beam of light suddenly rushed over from afar and landed in front of the goddess. The holy light flashed slightly and then disappeared in a flash. Immediately, the goddess' expression changed, and a hint of anxiety appeared in her eyes. "Let's go to the Cave of Isolation." Hearing this, the goddesses were also moved. Let's go." The goddess was a little anxious. She said something to Lin Tiandao, and the 3 of them immediately headed to the northern area of this place. This made Lin Tian suspicious. After meeting her mother, this was the first time she had seen her mother so anxious. She paused and asked, "Mother, what happened? What's the Cave of Isolation?" "That's the place where an elder who lived much longer than your father, mother, me, and your master lives in seclusion. People call him Elder Wu Wei. The place where he lives in seclusion is called the Cave of Isolation." The goddess was a little anxious. Beside her, the goddesses helped to explain, "Back then, your mother and father were both indebted to that elder. After the lineage of gods stepped out, due to some special reasons, that elder stayed in the Cave of Isolation and did not participate in the battle. Your mother set up many restrictions there to prevent the lineage of gods from discovering it. But now..." Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard this. He lived much longer than his parents, master, and mistress? Moreover, his parents were indebted to that elder. In an instant, he understood why his mother was so anxious. It seemed that the restrictions that his mother had left in the Cave of Isolation were about to be broken. The beam of light just now should have been a distress signal from the Cave of Isolation. Immediately, his heart constricted slightly, and his expression became heavy and worried. After all, that elder had been indebted to his father and mother. In other words, his entire family was indebted to that elder. He, the goddess, and the goddesses moved extremely quickly. The goddess tore open several spatial portals and traveled through the 9th dimension with her pinnacle strength. Soon, they arrived in front of an uninhabited desert and stepped straight into the center of the desert. Looking around, the space in the middle of the desert was completely broken, like glass that had been shattered. There were many large spatial cracks, and one could see that there seemed to be a small world inside. There were all kinds of ancient trees and immortal mountains intertwined, but most of them were broken. There was a very shocking fluctuation of saint energy coming from the depths, and the aura of gods was very strong. The goddess did not say anything and rushed in front. Lin Tian and the goddesses of the heavens followed closely behind. Soon, a valley appeared in front of them in the small world. There were many restrictions outside, and most of them were broken. An elder stood in the valley. His hair and beard were white, and his face was ruddy. His expression was very serious, and he cooperated with the many restrictions to resist the attacks of the 7 figures outside the restrictions. The 7 of them were surrounded by a shocking aura. They were all divine lords of the lineage of gods. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the 9th heaven divine thunder was mighty. The goddess was immediately moved, and endless thunder came crashing down. The 7 divine lords were all enveloped in it. Lin Tian knew immediately that this elder was Elder Wu Wei, who had helped his parents. He attacked together, and the 9th heaven divine thunder law appeared, and together with the goddess 9th heaven divine thunder law, attacked the 7 people. At the same time, the goddesses of the heavens also attacked together. The 9th heaven divine wind law was mighty, and it surged toward the 7 people. The 7 divine lords were moved. They immediately slashed out a large amount of divine light and dodged at the same time, retreating hundreds of feet away. "Who?" one of them said coldly. At the same time, within the restriction, Elder Wu Wei's expression changed, and his serious expression relaxed. "Senior, are you okay?" The goddess led the goddesses of the heavens and Lin Tian, crossed the restriction in an instant, and appeared in the valley. She was the one who set up the restriction, so she could naturally pass through it at will. Senior, long time no see. The goddesses of the heavens also spoke. Elder Wu Wei's cultivation was at the ninth dimensional realm. He looked at the goddess and the goddesses of the heavens and said apologetically, "Shani, Huan Yu, I have troubled you." The goddess shook her head. "Senior, you are too polite. How can this be trouble?" The goddesses of the heavens also spoke. They were very respectful to this ninth dimensional realm elder. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Only now did he know the real names of his mother and master's wife, Shani and Huan Yu. "Goddess! Goddesses of the heavens!" A cold voice rang out. Outside the valley, outside the restriction, one of the 7 divine lords of the god spirit race spoke. He looked coldly at the goddess and the goddesses of the heavens. Another person looked at the goddess and said coldly, "I felt your aura in the restriction here before. It is indeed related to you." There were still some restrictions outside the valley. The goddess ignored the 7 people and looked deeper into the valley. She asked Elder Wu Wei, "The little girl was not affected, right?" "She's fine. The restriction you left behind has not been completely broken, and the little girl was not affected or disturbed." Elder Wu Wei smiled. His expression was very gentle, like an old grandfather leading the family. "That's good." The goddess was completely relieved. She let out a long sigh of relief. After a pause, she pulled Lin Tian over from the side and introduced Lin Tian to Elder Wu Wei. Then, she introduced Lin Tian to Elder Wu Wei. "Greetings, Senior." Lin Tian bowed deeply with a respectful expression. Although it was the first time they met, this old man was someone his father, mother, master's wife, and master respected very much. Elder Wu Wei was moved. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. He reached out and helped Lin Tian up. His eyes were filled with obvious shock. "You and little Tian's child? When did this happen?" The old man was shocked. He had never heard of this before. "Back then, it happened suddenly. Due to some special reasons, we sent him to the lower world. It wasn't until recently that he ascended to the 9th dimension from the lower world." The goddess explained. "I see." The old man understood. He pulled Lin Tian as if he was looking at his own grandson. His eyes were very bright. Good child, good child." Outside the restriction, the 7 divine lords of the god spirit race's faces darkened. The goddess ignored them. The goddesses of the heavens, Elder Wu Wei, and Lin Tian also ignored them. Disrespectful to the gods. "A bunch of traitors," one of them said coldly. A large amount of killing light interweaved and slashed toward the restriction outside the valley. The restriction shone brightly, but the light gradually dimmed. It was obvious that it would be broken soon. The goddess tilted her head and looked at the 7 people. Her eyes were cold. The 9th heaven divine lightning interweaved around her body as she walked out of the restriction. "Mother, let me do it." At this moment, Lin Tian pulled her. The goddess's eyes moved slightly. "You do it? Can you do it?" The saintesses of the heavens were also moved. Elder Wu Wei's expression changed slightly. "Little Lin, don't be rash." "Senior, it's fine. I know what I'm doing." Lin Tian said to old man Wu Wei, then looked at the goddess. The goddess paused for a moment, then pointed a finger. A beam of light entered Lin Tian's forehead. It was the method to pass through the restriction. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the 7 divine lords outside the restriction. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out of the restriction. The 7 divine lords of the divine spirit clan all had powerful auras. They looked at Lin Tian, their eyes flashing. "That man's descendant," one of them said, his voice cold. "Take him down." Just now, the 7 divine lords had heard the goddess's words and learned that Lin Tian was the descendant of the celestial emperor and the goddess. Immediately, they revealed extremely cold expressions. Outside of the 10 divine realms, the one they hated the most was the celestial emperor. With a rumble, a majestic saint aura roared. One of them immediately made a move, grabbing at Lin Tian. "Foolish mortal," the person said coldly. A mere ninth-dimensional cultivator dared to fight against divine spirits at the level of heaven and earth supremes, and even wanted to fight against 7 of them alone. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His eyes instantly changed. The Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Reincarnation opened at the same time. The reincarnation forging divine art, which could increase one's combat power by 20 times, was activated immediately. Then, in the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. He activated the teleportation ability of the Eye of Destiny and instantly moved behind the divine spirit who attacked him. He raised his right hand, and the light of reincarnation and destiny intertwined at the tip of his fist. He performed the reincarnation fist. With a boom, the powerful punch was extremely fast. The divine spirit who attacked him had no time to dodge. The punch landed firmly on his head. Poof, blood splattered as the divine spirit's head exploded. White brain matter splattered all over the void. At the same time, Lin Tian opened his fist, and the light of reincarnation intertwined between his fingers. He grabbed the divine spirit and suppressed it. This attack was completed in an instant. Everyone's expression instantly changed. Lin Tian, who was in the ninth-dimensional realm, had shattered a heaven and earth sovereign in an instant and suppressed his spirit body. Moreover, there was another thing that made the few Sir Gods and Old Man Wu Wei of God spirit lineage shrink their pupils. Rinnegan? Reincarnation. The deities and inaction Old Man's gazes all landed on Lin Tian's Rinnegan and the reincarnation light. Lin Tian actually controlled the cycle of reincarnation. Boom, the divine sovereign whose divine soul had been suppressed by Lin Tian burst forth with a monstrous soul light as he tried to break free. However, it was useless. Golden runes of the 9 heavens intertwined around Lin Tian, causing his soul to tremble violently, and he let out a muffled groan. Mortal seed, let go. The eyes of the 6 Sir Gods darkened as they spoke coldly. They were too surprised. In this vast world, there was actually someone who could control the cycle of reincarnation. With the cultivation of the 9th dimensional realm, he had suppressed one of them in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he faced the 6 without saying anything. The reincarnation light and the light of providence intertwined, and the golden runes of the 9 heavens became denser. The other 8-dimensional laws also intertwined at the same time, completely enveloping the suppressed divine sovereign's divine soul and then entering his body in the next moment. Pfft, with a soft sound, the divine sovereign's divine soul was immediately shattered. In the valley, Old Man Wu Wei's eyes couldn't help but fluctuate. Lin Tian actually controlled all the 9th-dimensional laws and the cycle of reincarnation. A heaven and earth sovereign level Sir God was killed just like that with the cultivation of the 9th-dimensional realm. As expected of the descendant of Yu and Little Tian. Such strength is the same as Little Tian back then, sweeping through everything. The old man sighed. The goddess chuckled. Her child was praised by someone she respected, so she was naturally very happy. She paused for a moment and said to the old man, "His master is the human king." The old man's expression changed slightly. He looked at the goddess, and then looked at the saintess beside her. He couldn't help but laugh. The father is the emperor, and the master is the king. Good, good. Outside the valley, outside the restriction, the 6 Sir Gods of the God Spirit clan were furious because one of their clansmen had been killed. Now that they heard the goddess's words and learned that Lin Tian was the disciple of the human king, they became even more shocked and furious, and the coldness in their eyes became even more intense. Kill him. One of them gritted his teeth. The 2 simple words were especially heavy, and the coldness and killing intent were extremely strong. If there was one person in the God Spirit clan who hated the Celestial Emperor as much as they hated the Celestial Emperor, that person was undoubtedly the human king. The Celestial Emperor and the human king made them hate and fear them. Now that they saw that Lin Tian was the descendant of the Celestial Emperor and the disciple of the human king, their hatred for the Celestial Emperor and the human king was all transferred to Lin Tian, and killing intent was revealed. Boom, 6 terrifying holy auras immediately spread out, and the divine spiritual auras intertwined and pressed down on Lin Tian. A terrifying hurricane swept through the area, and it tore apart the void. Lin Tian naturally felt the shocking pressure, but he was not afraid at all. He used the reincarnation steps and moved forward instead of retreating. The Eye of Destiny's teleportation ability was used again, and he appeared behind one of the deities in a flash. Just like before, he punched towards the deity's head. Despicable thing. Don't think that a sneak attack like before will work. The deity said coldly, and he quickly turned his head. He gathered his divine spiritual power and turned it into a sword, which he slashed towards Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian's body disappeared again, and he used his teleportation ability again. In an instant, he appeared on the other side of the deity, making it difficult for the deity to dodge. The violent punch landed steadily on the deity's head. With a poof, a bloody light flashed. Lin Tian raised his hand and captured the deity's soul, suppressing it in his palm. Let go. A cold voice sounded, and the other 5 deities rushed forward at the same time. Lin Tian tilted his head, and the Eye of Reincarnation trembled slightly. This caused the 5 deities to tremble, and their vision became hazy. At this moment, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded, and Lin Tian wielded the reincarnation sword technique. Together with the reincarnation light, the light of destiny, and the 9 types of 9th-dimensional laws, they enveloped the 5 deities in sword radiance. Poof, 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 poof. The 5 deities were penetrated by the sword radiance at the same time. Lin Tianyi suppressed the deity's soul of a Sir God with one hand, and the sword of 3-dimensional heaven and earth formed in his other hand. The sword aura was frightening, and it clanged loudly. With a poof, it penetrated the deity's soul that was suppressed. With a poof, the deity's soul was instantly shattered, and he was destroyed by the sword of 3-dimensional heaven and earth. At this moment, the other 5 Sir Gods who were affected by the Eye of Reincarnation regained their senses at the same time, and they were all shocked. Another Sir God from their lineage had been killed by Lin Tian. Human. One of the deity's voice was extremely cold, and his killing intent was bone-chilling. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and the sword of heaven and earth in his hand clanged loudly. I'll send you on your way. He only said these 5 words, and in the next moment, his combat power was fully unleashed. The power of 3-dimensional heaven and earth boiled, and the sword of heaven and earth condensed all the dimensional laws, enveloping the 5 deities in it at the same time. Boom. 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 The powerful saint energy was vast and mighty in this place, and in the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. In an hour, blood kept splashing in the void, and one deity after another was killed by the sword. In the blink of an eye, there was only one deity left. This deity gritted his teeth, and he was shocked and furious. He was frightened by Lin Tian's combat power, and he wanted to leave. However, in the face of Lin Tian who had summoned the 3-dimensional heaven and earth and had the Eye of Destiny, this deity couldn't escape at all. Even if he rushed into the void tunnel, it was useless. He was locked on by Lin Tian with the Eye of Reincarnation, and then killed with a sword with all his strength. For a moment, this place became extremely quiet. This is really, Old Man Wuwei's eyes kept fluctuating. With the cultivation of the 9th dimension, he killed 7 deities of heaven and earth in an hour. In his understanding, this kind of combat power was not even comparable to the celestial emperor and human king of the same cultivation back then. Outside the valley, Lin Tian dispersed the sword of heaven and earth and stepped back into the valley. The battle with these 7 deities could be considered as a test of his current strongest combat power, and he was quite satisfied. With his current cultivation and the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, it was not difficult to kill ordinary deities of heaven and earth. In fact, he could even kill a paragon godly monarch with his current cultivation and Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny if he caught his opponent off guard. Not bad. The goddess praised. Very strong. The All-Heaven Saint smiled. Old Man Wuwei looked at Lin Tian and said with emotion, "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Lin Tian chuckled and stood quietly by the side. The goddess perfected the restriction here and then looked at the old man. "Senior, let's go and see the little girl." Old Man Wuwei nodded and immediately led the goddess and the other 2 into the valley. Lin Tian followed at the side, slightly curious. There was a little girl here? Who was it? It seemed that his mother cared about her very much. Old Man Wuwei led the way and soon arrived at the depths of the valley. A sea of flowers appeared in front of them, and the fragrance assailed their nostrils. In the middle stood a block of ice about 10 feet tall, and a little girl in a purple dress was sealed in it. The little girl was about 6 years old, and she was very cute. Lin Tian was slightly moved. Was this the little girl his mother mentioned? She looked much prettier than Ruoxian of the same age. If she grew up, she would probably be comparable to Wu Yi. Little Tianyin. The goddess walked closer and looked at the little girl with some heartache. When will it be resolved? It depends on the will of the heavens. Old man Wu Wei sighed. I have been working hard all these years, but unfortunately, there is still no way. The All-Heaven Saint did not speak and sighed slightly. Lin Tian tugged at the corner of the All-Heaven Saint's clothes and asked softly, Mistress, what's the situation here? This scene piqued his curiosity. Special energy? Even Master and Father can't solve it? Lin Tian was shocked. As for how strong his Master and Father were, although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he knew clearly from the rumors. Even the terrifying lineage of gods was extremely fearful. Only the 10 ancestral gods could defeat the two of them. However, his Master and Father, who were so powerful, couldn't solve the special energy in the little girl's body. The All-Heaven Saintess nodded and said, the reason why Senior Wu Wei hasn't left this place is because he has been guarding little Tianyin. Little Tianyin can't leave this place and must be guarded by someone. At the same time, he is also working hard to find a way to solve the special energy in little Tianyin's body. After all, little Tianyin can't be sealed in this sky ice forever. Little Tianyin used to have a very good relationship with your mother, even better than her biological mother. Since she was 3 years old, she often pestered your mother to play. She said. Lin Tian immediately understood. No wonder his mother cared so much about this little girl. It turned out that they used to have such a good relationship. Special energy, he muttered to himself and paused. Let me see. As his voice fell, strands of reincarnation Dao patterns intertwined in his right eye. The next moment, he opened his reincarnation eye and looked at little Tianyin in the sky ice. He saw that there was a blood-colored energy in little Tianyin's body that enveloped the entire life origin. Part of it had seeped into the life origin, while the other part was still. Obviously, the special heavenly momentum and the eternal sky ice here had temporarily restricted this energy. This energy seems to be, he frowned. The goddess, the All-Heaven Saintess, and old man Wu Wei looked at his reincarnation eye and obviously knew that he had seen that kind of energy. Your father said before that it's an energy that transcends yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the Tao. Ordinary means can't deal with it and can only temporarily freeze it. The goddess sighed. Lin Tian was moved. When he saw this special energy with his reincarnation eye, he felt that it was very special and didn't belong to any energy in the known category. It seemed to have transcended the primordial yin and yang, the 5 elements, and all the Tao. However, even so, there were strands of light intertwining in his eyes. Well, although it's just a feeling, I feel that I can obliterate this energy. He said. The goddess, old man Wu Wei, and Saintess all changed their expressions. Shaolin, really? Old man Wu Wei was pleasantly surprised. This special energy was something that even the celestial emperors and human kings found difficult to solve. How could Lin Tian have a solution? Really? Goddess also asked. The All-Heaven Saintesses also looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Sure. Lin Tian nodded. As he spoke, he walked in front of the heavenly ice that sealed little Tianyin. He paused for a moment and took a deep breath. Strands of reincarnation light intertwined from his body. Together with the Rinnegan, they surged into little Tianyin's body. This was no ordinary reincarnation light, but his reincarnation origin. With the eye of samsara, he could see the special energy in the other party's body. Instinctively, he felt that his samsara origin should be able to destroy it. He used his reincarnation eye to observe the special energy in little Tianyin's body. Then, he used his reincarnation origin to suppress this special energy. Wisps of reincarnation origin continuously surged out from within his body and pressed down on the special energy within little Tianyin's body. The moment they made contact, the special energy vibrated and seemed to be resisting. However, it quickly began to be defeated and destroyed. It works. Lin Tiandao said. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. His reincarnation origin could absolutely suppress and obliterate this special energy. He immediately took out more reincarnation origin, and wisps of it surged into little Tianyin's body. This caused the special energy entangling her life origin to be constantly destroyed. Moreover, it also shattered the special energy that had entered her life origin. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. In an hour, he had taken out a lot of reincarnation origin and finally completely destroyed the special energy in little Tianyin's body. Then, he retrieved all the reincarnation origin. His reincarnation origin had destroyed the special energy in little Tianyin's body, but it did not dissipate. "It's done," he said. "It's done?" Old man Wu Wei was a little surprised. Even the goddess and the all-heaven saintesses were no exception. They immediately probed with their divine consciousness and discovered that the special energy in little Tianyin's life origin had completely disappeared. They could no longer detect it. "It's really done." The three of them were surprised and pleasantly surprised, especially old man Wu Wei, whose eyes were filled with excitement. It was also at this time that little Tianyin's eyelids twitched a few times in the heavenly ice, and her eyes opened. It was a pair of exceptionally beautiful sapphire-like pupils. Her eyes were a little hazy, but they soon became bright. "Tianin." Old man Wu Wei was pleasantly surprised, and so were the goddess and the all-heaven saintesses. The goddess waved her hand and directly broke the heavenly ice, bringing little Tianin out. "Little one, long time no see." After breaking the heavenly ice and bringing out little Tianin, the goddess was very happy. Little Tianin had been sealed for too long. Little Tianin was 6 years old when she was sealed. Now that she was being carried by the goddess, she did not look sad at all. Her sapphire-like big eyes were very clear. She wrapped her little arms around the goddess's neck and appeared very happy. "Xianxia's mother." Lin Tian immediately widened his eyes. "Xianxia's mother? What's going on?" However, he was shocked for a moment, but the next moment, he felt relieved. He recalled what the all-heaven saintesses had said to him before. When Tianin was 3 years old, she had a very good relationship with her mother, even better than her biological mother. She would often stick to her mother. Therefore, this form of address was just a form of intimacy, which was very normal. "Tianin." Old man Wu Wei was very excited. He took little Tianin from the goddess's hands, and tears involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This was his biological granddaughter, who had been sealed here since she was 6 years old. She could not move or speak, and completely relied on the energy of heaven and earth to sustain her life. Now that she could finally speak and move again, how could he not be excited? "Grandpa, don't cry." Little Tianin was only 6 years old when she was sealed in the heavenly ice, and she had not grown up. Now, she was only 6 years old, but she was very mature. She stretched out her little hand and carefully and gently wiped the tears from old man Wu Wei's eyes. "You're still as obedient as before." The all-heaven saintess smiled. After so many years, little Tianin had recovered. She was naturally very happy. "And you?" Little Tianin looked at the all-heaven saintess and called out sweetly. Lin Tian watched from the side. This little girl was indeed very obedient, gentle, and natural. "Tianin, come." At this moment, old man Wu Wei pulled little Tianin to Lin Tian and introduced Lin Tian to little Tianin. "This is Lin Tian. He was the one who wiped out the special energy in your body and saved you. He's the child of your mother, Xianxia." Little Tianin looked at Lin Tian, and her sapphire-like eyes widened a little. They sparkled and were very beautiful. She walked to Lin Tian, took Lin Tian's right hand, and held it in her hands. She looked up at Lin Tian, and her big eyes were very clear, like a little wife. "Thank you, husband." Lin Tian was stunned. Then, he trembled in fright and pulled his hand back. "Husband? What's going on?" He looked at the goddess, the all-heaven saintess, and old man Wu Wei. The all-heaven saintess covered her mouth and chuckled. "Didn't I tell you before? Little Tianin and your mother have a very good relationship. When they were playing together, she said that if Xianxia's child was a boy, she would marry him. Your mother also agreed, and your father didn't have any objections." She smiled and said, well, how should I say this? Little Tianyin is your fiancé. Lin Tian stared at the goddess. There was such a thing? Yes, it's like this. The goddess didn't feel embarrassed at all. She smiled and said, she's indeed your fiancé. Lin Tian's eyes widened even more. That's what you said when you were playing. Is that true? He finally understood why Tianyin called his mother Xinyi's mother. It wasn't purely because they were close, but because she called her as a daughter-in-law. Although it was said when we were playing, it wasn't a joke. It was true. The goddess rubbed little Tianyin's head and said to Lin Tiandao, marry her after a while. Lin Tianji felt like his head was going to explode. Mother, don't mess around. She is only 6 years old. If Wuyi and the others know that I married a 6-year-old girl, they'll beat me to death. You're wrong. Strictly speaking, little Tianyin is older than you. When she was born, you weren't there yet. It's just that she was sealed in the heavenly ice and didn't grow up. The goddess corrected him and said, also, I heard from your master's wife that those girls are very gentle. Lin Tian was speechless. Being gentle was normal. Who would be gentle when they were angry? Jiyu and Sushu might be better when they were angry, but he knew Wu Yi. She usually wasn't angry, but when she was angry, she could scare people to death. Little Ten, be good. This is something that was decided a long time ago. You have to marry her. Moreover, little Tianyin is a beauty. When she grows up, she won't lose out to Wu Yi. The All-Heaven Saintess said with a smile, speaking of which, your master also arranged a marriage for you. That girl is called Xianxia, right? She helped you a lot, so you have to marry her together. That girl won't have any objections. Wu Yi and the others won't have any objections either. Master's wife knows this. Or rather, they know that it was your master who arranged the marriage for you. In fact, they already treat her as one of them. They're always together. Lin Tian opened his mouth and felt like crying. Boom. Suddenly, an astonishing amount of saint energy vibrated, and the small world shook along with it. Large cracks appeared in many places, as if a super earthquake had occurred. Then, in the next moment, there was another boom and the entire large world began to collapse. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. The goddess and the others also frowned. Leave this place. The goddess said. Immediately, the goddess took little Tianyin and the group moved at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they left the small world and appeared in the desert outside. In front of them, a dozen figures stood together. Each of them was surrounded by an extremely astonishing aura. The person in the lead was a heaven and earth supreme. His aura was extremely shocking. The 10th Divine Lord. Lin Tian looked at the leader of the group of gods, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This person was also at the heaven and earth supreme level, a divine lord of the divine spirit lineage. However, in terms of aura, he was much stronger than the divine lords he had encountered before. The saintess of all heavens said in a low voice, in the divine spirit lineage, there are 10 extremely terrifying people under the 10 ancestral gods. They are called the first divine lord, second divine lord, third divine lord, fourth divine lord, fifth divine lord, sixth divine lord, seventh divine lord, eighth divine lord, ninth divine lord, and 10th divine lord. She said, the first divine lord and second divine lord died at the hands of your father and master. The other 8 are still here, and they are all extremely strong. They are far stronger than ordinary divine lords. As she said this, her expression was very solemn. Facing the 10th divine lord of the divine spirit lineage, she was no match for him. Even someone as strong as the saintess was helpless. Later, Huan Yu and I will work together to hold him back. You take little Tianyin and senior Wu Wei and find a chance to escape. The saintess transmitted her voice to Lin Tian. The god spirit lineage was very strong. Not to mention the top 10 god lords, even if it was the top 50 god lords, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, it was still possible for her to barely resist them and buy time for Lin Tian, old man Wu Wei, and little Tianyin to escape. She looked at the saintess of all heavens. The saintess of all heavens naturally understood and immediately stepped forward. Wisps of holy light surrounded her. Together, I will try to use absolute counterattack to deal with him. Just like before. Lin Tian shook his head. Naturally, he was unwilling to leave. This divine lord is qualitatively different from those you have encountered before. His level is too high. Your absolute counterattack won't be effective. The saintess shook her head. How do you know if you don't try? Lin Tian Ondao. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to move. His Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny opened at the same time and condensed a three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth. All the dimensional laws were fully manifested and pressed down on the other party in a mighty manner, enveloping the other gods as well. Rinnegan. Behind the 10th Divine Lord, the other deities were all in the 9th dimensional realm. At this moment, all of them were visibly moved. The 10th Divine Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and they became even more profound. He didn't seem to have done anything, but a halo of light immediately intertwined. With a bang, Lin Tian was knocked away horizontally, and Lin Tian staggered back dozens of feet. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses immediately flashed over. Old man Wu Wei also appeared in front of Lin Tian with little Tianyin. I'm fine. Lin Tian Dao. As he said this, his gaze turned solemn. The 10th divine monarch of the divine spirit clan was truly terrifying. Even with his fully activated soul root, 9th dimensional realm cultivation base, 90% reincarnation cycle, and the 3-dimensional world in his body, he was still no match for the 10th divine monarch. Seeing that Lin Tian was fine, the goddess said, "Don't be impulsive. This is not a head-on battle." Clang, the holy light clanged, and the sound of swords rang out. The 10th divine lord made his move, and the holy light enveloped all 5 of them. Senior, take little Tianyin and retreat first, the goddess said to old man Wu Wei. With a gentle force, she pushed old man Wu Wei and little Tianyin to the back. Then, she used the 9 heavens divine thunder law to meet the 10th divine lord. The 9 heavens divine wind law circled around the body of the all heavens saintesses. As the goddess made her move, endless holy power surged. The 2 types of 9th dimensional laws landed majestically in front of the 10th divine lord. The surrounding void was annihilated in large swathes. Then, Lin Tian also made his move. All the dimensional laws were displayed together, and together with the 3-dimensional world sword, he slashed out a sword aura that broke the sky and obliterated everything. The 10th divine lord didn't move, and his eyes were indifferent. With just a slight movement of his eyes, everything was obliterated. He happened to pass by this area and sensed that there were a few divine auras that suddenly dissipated, so he came here. He didn't expect to meet the goddess and all heaven's saintesses. These 2 were the wives of the celestial emperor and the human king respectively, and they were extremely valuable. Moreover, what he didn't expect even more was that he actually met a human who had mastered reincarnation in this place, with a rumble, majestic holy power manifested outside his body. He didn't move, but there was a holy light pressing down on the 3 of them. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he immediately used all his holy power techniques to summon the heavenly river of reincarnation and the great waterfall of fortune to meet the attack. At the same time, the goddess and all heaven's saintesses attacked together, using all kinds of magical powers and techniques to attack the 10th divine lord. However, it was useless. When all the attacks landed in front of the 10th divine lord, they were all crushed by his aura in the blink of an eye. All of you are very valuable, the 10th divine lord said indifferently. The 10th divine lord spoke. His voice was indifferent as if he was a high and mighty emperor. Boundless holy light turned into giant handprints of holy power that grabbed at Lin Tian, the goddess, and the saints of all heavens, sealing off the space around the 3 of them and suppressing them. The 3 of them attacked, using their most powerful magical powers and secret techniques to meet the attack, but for a moment, they were all a little flustered. The 10th divine lord was simply too strong. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the air being torn apart rang out as the other 10 gods of the 10th divine lord moved. While the 10th divine lord was suppressing Lin Tian, the goddess, and the all heaven's saintesses, they all rushed toward old man Wu Wei and little Tianyin, their majestic holy power suppressing all directions. Old man Wu Wei was at the end of the 9th dimension, and he was the first to meet the attack. His aura was majestic, but the 9th dimensional experts of the divine spirit clan were all extremely powerful. Even though old man Wu Wei was at the peak of the 9th dimension, he was no match for a dozen gods of this level. In the blink of an eye, he began to retreat. The boundless divine aura pressed down mightily, enveloping old man Wu Wei and little Tianyin in it, with undisguised cold murderous intent. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his left eye of destiny trembled slightly. He activated his teleportation ability and instantly appeared in front of old man Wu Wei and little Tianyin. His right rinnegan trembled slightly, causing more than 10 ninth-dimensional deities to tremble and fall into the samsara purgatory illusion-killing technique. All of them immediately let out miserable shrieks without any symptoms. In the next instant, they all collapsed and died. Everyone's divine soul was crushed by the samsara purgatory illusion-killing technique. "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Tian asked old man Wu Wei. I'm fine. Old man Wu Wei smiled. Just now, under the joint attack of the 10 gods, he had suffered some injuries, but they were not serious. Little Tianyin, who was wearing a purple dress, was like a little angel that had fallen to the mortal world. She held Lin Tian's hand and said, "Thank you, husband." She looked at Lin Tian. Her big eyes were very beautiful and clear, and there was no trace of fear or shock in them. Don't call me husband," Lin Tian corrected her. Little Tianyin was slightly startled. She tilted her head and said, "But, husband is husband." Lin Tian wanted to cover his face and said, "Don't be like this. If you act like this, I'm simply..." Being called husband by such a small girl, he couldn't help but feel like a beast. "Actually, Tianyin is older than you. She's not a child." Little Tianyin said, "However, if husband doesn't mind, Tianyin will grow up to the size of a normal girl in another 10 years. At that time, husband can marry Tianyin." Lin Tian was embarrassed. Little Tianyin could tell what he was thinking at once. Boom! Saint energy surged. In front, the goddess and the all-heaven saintesses were constantly pushed back by the 10th Divine Lord's attack. "Take Senior Wu Wei and little Tianyin away. Don't be stubborn." The goddess transmitted her voice again. "Little 10, listen to me. Let's go," the all-heaven saintesses also said. "After you leave, it will be easier for us to escape." Lin Tian was naturally unwilling. He looked at old man Wu Wei and said, "Senior, please take little Tianyin away first." Now, although his cultivation base was in the 9th dimensional realm, he definitely had the battle prowess of a supreme being. However, old man Wu Wei only had the battle prowess of a 9th dimensional realm expert. If he stayed in this place, he would not be of any use. Therefore, it was better to leave first. "No one can leave," the 10th Divine Lord said indifferently. Lin Tian had killed more than 10 of his 9th dimensional compatriots, but there was no change in his expression. There wasn't the slightest trace of anger or coldness. Inside his body, even more turbulent saint energy swept out. The aura of a god was turbulent, and it directly sealed off the surroundings. Furthermore, at the same time, even more saint energy surged out and pressed down on everyone in a mighty manner. Lin Tian protected old man Wu Wei and little Tianyin as he waved the three-dimensional sword in his hand to meet the attack. At the same time, his heart seemed to be incomparably heavy, and his brows furrowed. This 10th Divine Lord was really a little terrifying. Now, he was just standing in place and had such power with his mind. He was really too strong. Almost at the same time, in this boundless desert, the faint sound of a flute rang out. It was as gentle as warm water. Lin Tian suddenly trembled violently, and the aura he emitted began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a volcano had erupted in his body, and the saint energy in his body continued to explode. Suddenly, he was moved. He was surprised and happy, and he raised his head to look outside the desert. Outside the desert, Wu Yi, dressed in snow white, appeared silently. She walked over while playing the flute. At the same time, the saintess of all heavens was moved. Wu Yi. Wu Yi. The saintess was shocked when she saw Wu Yi. Her gaze fell on Wu Yi. From the saintess of all heavens, she learned many things about Lin Tian in the four-dimensional world, so she naturally knew about Wu Yi. At this time, her gaze fell on Wu Yi. She was first surprised, then delighted. This was her daughter-in-law, and she was very beautiful. So beautiful. Little Tianyin whispered, and her big sapphire-like eyes couldn't help but blink. She's almost comparable to Mother Shani. Wu Yi played the flute. Dressed in snow white, she looked like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Her appearance made the desert seem a little brighter. 3 days ago, she had reached the 8th dimensional realm in the 8th dimension. After settling down Ruoxian and the others, she stepped into the 9th dimension. Relying on the reincarnation origin that belonged to Lin Tian in her body, she sensed Lin Tian's location and came here at this time. The 10th Divine Lord tilted his head, and his gaze fell on Wu Yi. Without saying anything, a murderous aura swept toward Wu Yi. The holy light was cold and carried a murderous aura as it annihilated the surrounding space. Wu Yi played the flute calmly without any change in expression. In the next moment, a faint light flashed and Lin Tian appeared beside Wu Yi and smashed the holy light into pieces with a slap. "Little Yi, you came just in time." He smiled. Wu Yi ascended to the 9th dimension and played the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. At this moment, his combat strength instantly soared by hundreds of times. Wu Yi's gaze was gentle and she didn't say anything. She just smiled and nodded. The reincarnation tribulation crossing song resounded throughout the desert like a primordial sacred sound that cleansed the world. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 10th Divine Lord again with a slight smile. His left eye was destiny and his right eye was reincarnation. He took a step forward and disappeared from Wu Yi's side in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the 10th Divine Lord and punched him. Boom! There was a muffled sound. This time, it was just a simple punch, but the fluctuations it caused were much stronger than before. The 10th Divine Lord's eyes narrowed slightly and he made his first move. He raised his hand to meet Lin Tian's punch. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided and the surrounding space was completely annihilated. With a muffled thud, the 10th Divine Lord was blasted away and retreated dozens of feet. This scene shocked the goddess, Old Man Wu Wei, and little Tianyin. The goddess revealed a look of shock. Previously, she, the saintesses, and Lin Tian had joined forces to attack the 10th Divine Lord, but they had been completely unable to do anything to him. The 10th Divine Lord hadn't even moved from the beginning to the end. But now, Lin Tian had actually forced the 10th Divine Lord to take action and sent him flying with a single punch. Wu Yi is here. The saintess smiled. She knew about Lin Tian and Wu Yi's situation very well. She created 2 techniques for Little Ten to target his reincarnation origin, the Reincarnation Forging Soul Technique and the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing Song. Only she and Little Ten can use them. Now, Little Ten has refined the Reincarnation Forging Soul Technique and she played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing Song, making Little Ten hundreds of times stronger than before. The goddess was moved. She had never heard of such a thing before. This girl, Old Man Wu Wei, was also shocked. Creating 2 special techniques that targeted a person's life essence, and when used together, could increase a person's battle prowess by several hundred times. Even in the 9th dimension, only the celestial emperors and human kings could accomplish such a feat. Little Tianyin's sapphire-like eyes sparkled. She stared at Wu Yi without blinking. Boom! In the distance, Saint Energy rumbled. The 10th Divine Lord steadied himself and looked at Lin Tian again. His eyes grew colder. Then, he looked at Wu Yi who was playing the flute in the distance. "To be able to force me back, you guys are not bad," he said coldly. At this moment, these words were not only directed at Lin Tian, but also at Lin Tian and Wu Yi. Because at his level of cultivation, he only needed a single glance to see that Lin Tian's sudden change was directly related to Wu Yi. Then, his gaze fell on Wu Yi. Divine shadows appeared and slashed at Wu Yi again. He could see that Lin Tian's sudden change was related to Wu Yi. In such a battle, the most effective way was to get rid of Wu Yi first. The divine shadows were densely packed. It was an amazing, remarkable power. They were very fast, and everything in their path was destroyed. Lin Tian knew what the 10th Divine Lord was planning. He waved his hand and created a sky full of reincarnation sword force. It was mixed with the light of reincarnation. It shattered all the divine shadows summoned by the 10th Divine Lord and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Then, in the next moment, he took the initiative to move. His Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and he used his teleportation ability. He appeared in front of the 10th Divine Lord and punched him like before. Boom, the great void trembled and immediately shattered into pieces. With the combination of the reincarnation calamity overcoming song and the reincarnation forging spiritual art, his strength in all aspects increased by hundreds of times. Coupled with his fully opened soul root and the three-dimensional world in his body, he was now completely fearless of the 10th Divine Lord. The 10th Divine Lord frowned. His attack on Wu Yi was fruitless. He faced Lin Tian's punch without any carelessness and raised his hand to meet it. Then I'll kill you first. Accompanied by a cold voice, divine spiritual light spread around him and wrapped around his right hand. He also punched out. The two collided with a boom and immediately shattered the great void nearby. The two of them were evenly matched. Lin Tian's Eye of Reincarnation trembled slightly. He used the Reincarnation Purgatory Illusory Killing technique and summoned a Reincarnation Blood Sea at the same time. The Reincarnation Blood Sea surged and seemed to be able to destroy everything. The 10th Divine Lord Spirit was pulled into the Samsara Purgatory Illusion Killing technique. Facing the endless evil spirits, his eyes were cold and indifferent. In an instant, he shattered the Samsara Purgatory Illusion Killing technique. Then, with a backhand slap, he faced the Samsara Blood Sea that was pressing down from behind. With a whoosh, the Reincarnation Blood Sea immediately collapsed. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This 10th Divine Lord was indeed terrifying. Clang, in his hand, the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth condensed. His aura became even more terrifying as he slashed out with the sword. Following this sword, all kinds of dimensional laws met the attack together. The 10th Divine Lord was moved. This time, both his hands moved together and formed a special seal. He summoned a sacred ancient beast to meet the attack. The ancient beast was very strange. It was as if it was real. With a low roar, it rushed up and met the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth and the various dimensional laws. The two collided again. Crack! 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 The surrounding great void collapsed. For a time, wind and sand swept up and cracks appeared on the ground. Lin Tian did not stop. He met the 10th Divine Lord and moved again. He held the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth and condensed all the dimensional laws that he had mastered into the sword of heaven and earth. He used it to perform the reincarnation sword technique that he had created. The reincarnation sword light that filled the sky intertwined like rain. Every sword light seemed to be able to easily crush ordinary supremes of heaven and earth. Such a scene caused the goddess's gaze to fluctuate. Such an attack was too shocking. She was far from being able to compare. The faint sound of the flute drifted through the desert. It didn't sound any different to her ears, but after learning everything from the All-Heaven Saintesses, she knew that it was the sound of the flute that had caused Lin Tian to undergo a metamorphosis. This is great, she muttered to herself. Her gaze fell on Wu Yi. Her eyes flashed. Wu Yi was very quiet. He stood quietly in the distance. As the reincarnation tribulation crossing song floated out, his gaze was always on Lin Tian. Boom, boom. Boom, frightening saint energy continued to spread, and the desert continued to be destroyed. Lin Tian fought the 10th Divine Lord of the lineage of gods alone. With the help of Wu Yi's reincarnation tribulation crossing song, although his cultivation was only in the 9th dimension, he did not fear the 10th Divine Lord at all. Now, with the help of the reincarnation tribulation crossing song and the three-dimensional heaven and earth, he completely had the ability to fight the 10th Divine Lord head-on. The completed reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. It was his king's territory, which he had not used for a long time. The aura of a god and saint immediately spread out, covering half of the sky here, and pressed down on the 10th Divine Lord. The 10th Divine Lord frowned. His hands continuously formed seals, and a destructive god-slaying sword condensed above his head. He slashed it down directly. The two collided, and the sky was filled with destructive light. However, they were still evenly matched. Lin Tian's heart sank. The 10th Divine Lord was indeed terrifying. Originally, with his current combat strength, he was able to kill an ordinary Divine Lord. However, now, with the help of Wu Yi's reincarnation tribulation crossing song and the three-dimensional heaven and earth in his body, he was still unable to gain the upper hand and could only fight to a draw. This really shocked him. However, while he was secretly shocked, the 10th Divine Lord opposite him was even more shocked. In the Divine Spirit lineage, apart from the 10 ancestral gods, he was the 10th strongest. He could wipe out an ordinary heaven and earth supreme with just a thought, but now, he was facing Lin Tian, a human cultivator who was only at the 9th dimensional level, and he had not been able to suppress him even after such a long time. It should be said that you are indeed worthy of being able to control reincarnation. Compared to ordinary mortals, there is a qualitative difference. Looking at Lin Tian, the 10th Divine Lord said coldly. You are not bad either. You are much stronger than an ordinary Divine Lord. Just like you said, there is a qualitative difference. Lin Tian said calmly. The two stood hundreds of feet apart, and in the next moment, they moved again and charged at each other. An intense battle broke out once again. Boom, 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 the two collided, and all kinds of divine light and holy splendor filled the air. All kinds of secret techniques collided, and blood splattered everywhere. There was Lin Tian's blood, and there was also the 10th Divine Lord's blood. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 days passed. Human, you are indeed very strong. Very strong, extremely strong. In terms of pure strength, you are even stronger than your celestial emperors and human kings. However, this is enough. On this day, the 10th Divine Lord opened his mouth, and his voice was cold. Inside his body, traces of strange light intertwined, showing 3 different colors. The 3 colors intertwined, and immediately emitted a kind of vigorous law fluctuation. With the appearance of this fluctuation, the other dimensional laws around Lin Tian, except for reincarnation, became chaotic. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change. This was the 10th dimensional law? At the same time, the goddesses and saintesses were also shocked. They all felt the terror of this law. It was too strong. Seal the heavens. The 10th Divine Lord said coldly, like an emperor who looked down on all things in the world. When these 2 words came out, the sky trembled violently. Lin Tian instantly felt his spirit become extremely cold. He could survive even without air, but at this moment, he inexplicably felt that the air was so thin that he was about to suffocate. The blood, meridians, and Saint Qi in his body all seemed to be covered by extremely cold ice and snow. At this moment, they began to gradually solidify, and his consciousness became unclear. This caused his spirit to tremble violently. He gritted his teeth, and his right eye, the Rinnegan, trembled. Boundless reincarnation light erupted from his body and shrouded his entire body. It forcefully pushed away the 10th Divine Lord's law aura, and then he swayed and retreated hundreds of feet away. The 10th Divine Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of surprise in them. As expected of reincarnation. You haven't cultivated it to full completion, and logically speaking, you shouldn't have any advantage, but, he didn't finish his words, and attacked again. The 3 colors of holy splendor intertwined, and the law fluctuations boiled. It was more turbulent than before, and at least 3 times stronger, and once again pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed as he faced the 10th Divine Lord's 10th dimensional nomological laws. He used all his strength to support his reincarnation and quickly dodged. The light of reincarnation was vast and mighty, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the 10th dimensional nomological laws. Boom, with a loud bang, the light of reincarnation dissipated, and Lin Tian was blasted away. The blood and qi in his body tumbled like boiling water. However, at the same time, the 10th Divine Lord's 10th dimensional nomological laws were also blasted away. Very good. The 10th Divine Lord said coldly, and the heaven-sealing nomological laws became even stronger as he attacked Lin Tian again. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly as he carefully observed and analyzed the 10th Divine Lord's 10th dimensional nomological laws. At the same time, he used the light of reincarnation to block the attack. Boom, 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 in the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed, and Lin Tian was blasted away again and again. Not bad. Not bad at all. With your 9th dimensional cultivation and incomplete reincarnation, you can actually block the heaven-sealing nomological laws for so long. Looking at Lin Tian, the 10th Divine Lord spoke, and his eyes became even colder. However, that's enough. Let's end this. As his words fell, the heaven-sealing nomological laws outside his body boiled and were directly pushed to the limit at this moment. The heavens and the earth instantly became deathly silent. Even time seemed to have stopped flowing. The boundless heaven-sealing nomological laws pressed down on Lin Tian mightily, and the air was frozen and annihilated along with wisps of it. Retreat. The expressions of the goddess and the all-heaven saintesses changed at the same time. They could naturally feel the terror of the 10th Divine Lord's attack. Old Man Wuwei's expression also changed. Little Lin, retreat. Little Tianyin crossed her fingers and held them together. Her sapphire-like eyes were clear as they fell on Lin Tian without blinking, and there was an inexplicable conviction in her eyes. In the distance, the faint sound of a flute was vast and mighty. Wui played the flute calmly, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Her eyes were full of trust. Boom, at this moment, the boundless heaven-sealing nomological laws pressed down on Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that the light of reincarnation around Lin Tian's body dissipated, and his eyes intertwined with divine light of 3 colors gushed out. The dense fluctuations of laws intertwined and met the 10th Divine Lord's heaven-sealing nomological laws. When the two collided, there was no shocking rumbling sound, only an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction pervading the air and dissipating from each other. The Divine Lord's expression, for the first time. Lin Tian's heaven-sealing nomological laws as heaven-sealing nomological laws. At the same time, the expressions of the goddess, the all-heaven saintess, and Old Man Wuwei also changed greatly, none of them able to say a word. Tianyin's fourth laws heaven Dao's heavens. The sound of the flute reverberated throughout the desert. Wuwei was still as calm as ever, without a trace of emotion. Seal the heavens, seal everything, condense everything. Now that he had unsealed all the seals on his soul root, his understanding of all things in the world was too strong. Apart from reincarnation, as long as he wanted to, he could quickly comprehend the essence of other things and control them. He watched as the 10th Divine Lord used the 10th dimensional heaven-sealing nomological laws. After 2 hours, he finally mastered them. At first, the heaven-sealing nomological laws aura outside his body seemed a little weak, but it soon grew stronger. Impossible. The 10th Divine Lord's voice was low and filled with disbelief. The 10-dimensional laws of the 10 divine regions were only mastered by the ancestral gods and their top 10 divine sovereigns. Each of them had spent more than 100,000 years to master the laws of the 10 divine regions, and it was hard to describe how much effort they had put in during that time. But now, a 9th-dimensional realm human from the lower realm had actually mastered the laws of the 10 divine regions in just 2 hours. It was hard for him to accept. He couldn't accept it. Boom, outside his body, the 10th dimensional heaven-sealing nomological laws boiled and surged violently, becoming even more terrifying and intimidating than before. The sky lost its color, completely suppressed by the heaven-sealing nomological laws. Lin Tian was fearless. With the 3-dimensional world as his support, he activated the reincarnation tempering mind technique. Together with Wu Yi's reincarnation tribulation crossing song, he also used the heaven-sealing nomological laws to meet his opponent head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The same 10th dimensional heaven-sealing nomological laws continued to collide. The two were once again evenly matched, and neither could gain any advantage. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. After 3 days, both of their auras had weakened, and their saint powers were almost exhausted. The 10th Divine Lord's eyes darkened. He paused for a moment, then immediately retreated. Young human, you're very good. I'll remember you. After saying this, he left into the distance. Now, in the battle with Lin Tianyi, he had used his strongest trump card, the heaven-sealing nomological laws, but Lin Tian had secretly learned it. Now that he was evenly matched with Lin Tian, it was still impossible for him to suppress Lin Tian if the battle continued. However, although he could not suppress Lin Tian, his saint powers were constantly being depleted. Once his saint powers were truly exhausted, Lin Tian's side would still have supreme existences like the goddess and the saintess of all heavens. At that time, if the two of them attacked together, he would be killed right there and then. Based on this situation, leaving now was the best choice. You can't leave. Lin Tian spoke. The 10th dimensional heaven-sealing nomological laws condensed into the heaven-sealing divine sword, blocking his opponent's path of retreat. In the next moment, strands of saint runes of order intertwined outside his body. With a boom, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from his body, exuding an incomparably rich divine aura, suppressing the heavenly force here. The 10th Divine Lord's expression changed again. After controlling the heaven-sealing nomological laws, Lin Tian actually exuded a divine aura at this moment. Moreover, it was his own divine aura, and it was even stronger than his own. This is? In the distance, old man Wu Wei was also shocked to see Lin Tian exuding a divine aura at this time, and his eyes were full of shock. The goddess and the saintess of all heavens understood. It's that sex order divine ability. In the past few days, during the course of the battle, he has been continuously using it? The goddess was surprised, shocked, and pleasantly surprised. I have to say, Little Ten has absolute talent in the path of battle. He is worthy of the heavenly emperor's bloodline. The saintess of all heaven smiled. Boom, the divine aura surged. Outside Lin Tian's body, saint runes of order intertwined. It was as if a divine volcano had erupted at this time, and the aura was extremely terrifying. For the first time, the 10th Divine Lord revealed a look of horror. His expression changed completely, and he fled again with extreme speed. At this time, Lin Tian made him feel the fear of death for the first time. With a whoosh, his speed was extremely fast, and he rushed far away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian did not pursue. Samsara saw through everything. He raised his right hand slightly, and then gently blasted out. In these 6 days, he had secretly refined and accumulated all the killing nomological laws that the 10th Divine Lord had blasted at him with order divine ability, and at this time, he exploded. Absolute counterattack. Boom. The firmament roared, and the world trembled. The brilliant fist light drowned out everything. There was no scream. With a poof, the 10th Divine Lord directly collapsed. His physical body turned to ashes, and his spirit body also collapsed. His body and spirit were destroyed. In an instant, the place became quiet. This is really, old man Wu Wei was stunned. The 10th Divine Lord of the Divine Spirit lineage was killed by Lin Tian just like that. The Samsara Tribulation Crossing song disappeared, and Wu Wei stopped playing the flute. Lin Tian's aura suddenly weakened like the tide. Outside his body, the order divine runes disappeared, and in a flash, he appeared beside Wu Yi. Where are Ruoxian and the others? Aren't they with you? She asked Wu Yi with a smile. No. Wu Yi said softly. She felt that it was better for Ruoxian and the others to be in the 8th dimension now. Lin Tian nodded and said a few words to Wu Yi. Then, he pulled Wu Yi to the Divine Lady and the others. Wu Yi, long time no see. You're still so beautiful. The All Heaven's Divine Lady said with a smile. Masteress. Wu Yi opened her mouth. Her words were as short as usual. The All Heaven's Divine Lady's appearance was the same as Xianxia's when she projected her soul in the 10th dimension, so she naturally recognized her. And this was Lin Tian's masteress, so she naturally called her Masteress. With a swoosh, the Divine Lady flashed over and took the initiative to take Wu Yi's hand. Her eyes were filled with joy. Wu Yi. Wu Yi's eyes moved slightly. Lin Tian had once shown her the Divine Lady's appearance, so she naturally still remembered. Seeing the Divine Lady now, she was a little surprised. My mother. Lin Tian said from the side. As for Wu Yi, he didn't introduce her to the Divine Lady, because the Divine Lady had already learned everything from the All Heaven's Divine Ladies. Wu Yi opened her mouth, paused for a moment, and said, Mother. Her voice was soft. She wasn't good at such a scene. Yes. Good. Good girl. The Divine Lady held Wu Yi's hand. Not only was this daughter-in-law beautiful, but her strength was also impeccable. No one could stop her from helping Lin Tian. Naturally, she was very happy. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, we might have all died here today. She wasn't being polite. She was telling the truth. If Wu Yi hadn't arrived today and played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song for Lin Tian, No one here would be able to resist the strength of the 10th Divine Lord. They would all be suppressed. Truly amazing. Old man Wu Wei sighed. This ancient existence didn't have a hierarchy in his heart, and he never looked down on the creatures of the lower dimensions. However, he knew that the creatures of the lower dimensions were qualitatively different from those of the upper dimensions. However, Wu Yi, who was born in the 4th dimension, shocked him. It was difficult to find a person like her in the 9th dimension. Little Tianyin's gaze fell on Wu Yi. There was a little light in her eyes. Sister Wu Yi, you're so beautiful. Strictly speaking, she was actually older than Wu Yi. However, she, who had yet to grow up, was only 6 years old at the end of the day. Naturally, she could not call Wu Yi younger sister. That would be rude on the surface. Wu Yi's gaze fell on little Tianin. Her gaze was very gentle. She said softly, "Thank you. You're also very beautiful." Little Tianin had a very sweet smile on her face. Then, she looked at Lin Tian. She was waiting for Lin Tian to introduce her to Wu Yi. Lin Tian naturally understood her gaze. He instantly felt a headache. How was he going to tell Wu Yi about this? Facing little Tianin's gaze, Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He was rather submissive and even seemed to be trembling with fear. He used more than 10 breaths to introduce Xiao Tianin to Wu Yi and then added, "This has nothing to do with me. I definitely don't have such thoughts." Really? You have to believe me. Although Tianin wasn't really 6 years old, she still looked like a 6-year-old, so he really couldn't accept it. I don't think I've seen you so afraid of anyone before," the Saintess of the All Heavens said with a teasing tone. Lin Tian, Wu Yi's expression didn't change at all. She looked at Lin Tian, then at the Saintess, and then at little Tianin. "Since Mother has agreed to this before, there's nothing to object to," she said softly. "However, Tianin can only marry me when she grows up." Lin Tianwei was stunned. Huh? She approved so easily, even he didn't approve of it. Little Tianin was very happy. Just like how she held Lin Tian, she held Wu Yi's hand with both hands. "Thank you, big sister." She held Wu Yi's hand with a very obedient and sweet smile. The Saintess looked at Wu Yi and liked her even more. Not only was she beautiful and talented, but she was also so reasonable. Where could she find a daughter-in-law like this? Elder Wu Wei also smiled. Little Tianin's parents had passed away a long time ago. She had a very good relationship with the Saintess since she was young, so he naturally hoped that little Tianin could marry Lin Tian. Now, Wu Yi agreed and didn't object, so the elder couldn't help but feel grateful. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. "I already said that Wu Yi wouldn't object. Since Wu Yi has agreed, the others won't object." The Saintess of the All Heavens looked at him and smiled. She knew that Ji Yu and the others were all led by Wu Yi, so Wu Yi's decision was everyone's decision. Little Tianin held Wu Yi's hand and looked at Lin Tian. Her big eyes were very clear. Lin Tian wanted to cover his face. He didn't even dare to look at little Tianin right now. He would feel like a beast. However, this marriage was set by the goddess, after all, so the celestial emperor had no objections. Moreover, little Tianyin's parents had both passed away, and she had an extremely good relationship with his mother since she was young. If he insisted on refusing, it was likely that many people would be hurt. In the end, he coughed dryly and paused for a moment. He changed the topic so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. He said, "This is a special terrain that was chosen for Tianin in the past. I used the dragon burial scripture and the laws of the earth to explore it before. There is very rich saint energy of heaven and earth below. It will be of great use to anyone below the supreme level of heaven and earth. I engraved it and guided it up so that we can cultivate together." His words were directed at himself, Wu Yi, Tianin, and old man Wu Wei. After all, only the 4 of them were below sky and earth supreme in this place. The goddess and saintess of all heavens had already become sky and earth supreme. As for the special terrain of this place, because little Tianin had already recovered, there was no need to continue preserving it. Naturally, it was best to use it rationally. I don't need it. To step into the supreme level of heaven and earth, what is needed is comprehension. Psionic Tao force is already ineffective. Old man Wu Wei said. Oh, that's true. Lin Tian nodded. At this moment, he also remembered this point. Then, he looked at Wu Yi and little Tianyin and asked them to step forward. He directly used the dragon burial scripture and the laws of the earth to guide the special terrain of this place. He broke open some special lay points, and in the blink of an eye, a large amount of heaven and earth psionic Tao force was activated. This level of heaven and earth psionic Tao force was very shocking. Even for him, who was in the early ninth dimensional realm, it had a good effect. For Wu Yi, who had just reached the eighth dimensional realm, and Tianyin, who had yet to truly embark on the path of cultivation, the effect was even greater. Outside Wu Yi's body, his essence, qi, and spirit were rapidly strengthened. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the middle eighth dimensional realm from the early eighth dimensional realm. Little Tianyin's cultivation speed was even faster. After all, she had just embarked on the path of cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, she had reached the level of flying. Although little Tianyin looked like she was only 6 years old, in fact, she was not. In addition, she was a creature of the ninth dimensional realm, and the power of her bloodline was very shocking. At her current stage, she could naturally embark on the path of cultivation without any influence. As for the ancient scriptures on the path of cultivation, little Tianyin naturally did not lack them. When she was young, she had received the true teachings of the goddess. Buzz, holy light lingered here. Lin Tian guided the psionic Tao force underground and enveloped himself, Wu Yi, and little Tianyin. The goddess, the saintess of all heavens, and old man Wu Wei guarded the three of them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. All the primitive psionic energy in the terrain here was drawn out and refined. In a month, Wu Yi stepped into the creation realm from the eighth dimensional realm. And because he had mastered many dimensional laws, when he stepped into the primordial realm and the creation realm, he attracted the thunder punishment of the great path in this place. In order to prevent Wu Yi's cultivation from being disturbed, the goddess who was guarding him forcibly erased it. Little Tianyin had reached the Saint King realm and was much stronger. Most importantly, after reaching the immortal ascension realm, she did not attract the thunder punishment of the immortal ascension realm at all. After her cultivation reached the Saint King realm, even if she did not stabilize it, her Tao foundation was still very strong. Needless to say, this was somewhat shocking. Even the goddess and saintess, the two supremes of heaven and earth, could not help but be moved. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator stepped into the transcending immortal realm, he would trigger the transcending immortal tribulation, but little Tianyin did not. At the same time, after a cultivator had reached a certain level of cultivation, they would need to spend time to stabilize their Tao foundation. This was especially so when their cultivation level was increased with the help of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They would need to spend more time to temper their Tao foundation to prevent their cultivation level from being unstable. If their Tao foundation was not strong enough, it would create flaws in their later cultivation and affect their achievements on the path of cultivation. However, since little Tianyin did not go through the immortal ascension tribulation, she did not need to stabilize her Tao foundation. Naturally, her cultivation level and Tao foundation were very strong. It felt like no matter what kind of cultivation one did not need to stabilize their Tao foundation. No matter what level one cultivated, the accumulated cultivation level was very strong and unshakable. This was really shocking. It should be related to the special energy that invaded her body. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, although that energy was wiped out by me using the reincarnation origin, a lot of it had entered her life origin. When it was eroding her origin, it also caused some changes in her origin, causing her to undergo such changes. He said, well, no matter what, this is a blessing in disguise. It's a good thing. It seemed that even if Tianyin mastered the dimensional laws, she would not attract a heavenly tribulation. Even if she stepped into the tribulation realm, there would not be a heavenly tribulation. In addition, no matter how she cultivated, her cultivation level and Tao foundation were incomparably strong. With all these factors combined, it could be said that Tianyin's cultivation path had become smooth sailing. Husband, you know so much. Little Tianyin blinked and smiled. Lin Tian was embarrassed. When he heard the word husband, he wanted to cover his face on the spot. He coughed dryly and examined his changes again. In a month's time, he had reached the midnight dimension. The saint energy in his body was undoubtedly more majestic, and his battle strength was more powerful. What should we do next? He asked the goddess and saintess of all heavens. What should we do? The goddess paused and said, the lineage of gods also has several strongholds in the ninth dimension, but, boom, suddenly, a violent tremor occurred, and the entire ninth dimension shook violently. Vaguely, an extremely terrifying dragon roar sounded from the eastern region of this world. Even the sky was trembling. At that moment, the group was all moved. It was the first time they had heard such a loud dragon roar. Moreover, the entire ninth dimension was trembling slightly. The ancestral bloodline of gods? Lin Tian was moved. The world had world-class ancestral bloodlines, and heaven and earth naturally also had heaven and earth ancestral bloodlines. They were the source of heaven and earth spiritual energy. At this moment, the ninth dimension shook violently and was accompanied by such a shocking dragon roar. Such a thought came to his mind in an instant. The ancestral bloodline of gods in the ninth dimension was acting strangely at this time? Had it manifested in the eastern region of this world? Let's go and have a look. The goddess frowned. At this moment, she had a bad feeling. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral bloodline of gods would never act strangely. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, the group left the place, tore open the void door, and headed toward the eastern region. After about a day, the group arrived at the eastern region. As far as the eye could see, the ground in front of them had collapsed, and an extremely huge dragon head was revealed. It was completely condensed from pure spiritual energy, and it was lifelike. There were dense divine runes intertwined around it, restricting its movement. These divine runes turned into countless chains, and 3 figures were controlling them, trying their best to pull the dragon head out. At the same time, there were dozens of other figures around it, and all of them had the aura of the lineage of gods intertwined. The 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the 7th Divine Lord. The goddess was moved. Her gaze fell on the 3 figures controlling the countless chains to suppress the sacred spirit dragon's head. Lin Tian's gaze flickered. Ever since he had arrived, his gaze had naturally landed on the 3 of them. He could tell that the 3 of them were not ordinary. Each of them was stronger than the other. Even the weakest among them was far stronger than the 10th Divine Lord. Moreover, he could also see that the dragon head was indeed a part of the ancestral bloodline of gods. His eyes narrowed, and he acted immediately. 9 types of ninth dimension laws manifested together, and directly slashed toward the 3 figures. Although the ancestral bloodline of gods was far less important than the dimensional heart, it was still a very important component of a world. The 3 divine lords of the lineage of gods were restraining the ancestral bloodline of gods in such a way. They obviously had bad intentions. Almost as soon as he acted, the goddess and saintess of all heavens also acted together. The goddess activated the 9 heavens divine thunder law, and the saintess activated the 9 heavens divine wind law. They cooperated with each other, and the wind and thunder law burst toward the 3 figures. Goddess, saintess of all heavens. The 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the 7th Divine Lord looked at the goddess and saintess of all heavens coldly. Among the dozens of figures, 7 of them were at the level of heaven and earth supreme, ordinary divine lords of the divine spirit lineage. The others were all powerful existences at the end of the 9th dimension. With the 7 heaven and earth supreme in the lead, the dozens of people attacked together, filling the sky with divine light. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze fell on the 7 heaven and earth supreme. These 7 divine spirits were not much weaker than the 10th divine lord he had encountered before. The goddess and the saintesses of all heavens naturally also noticed this. For a moment, both of them could not help but be moved. Not to mention the 9th, 8th, and 7th divine lords, just these 7 divine lords alone were stronger than them. Boom! The majestic aura of the divine spirits was vast and mighty, immediately crushing all the dimensional laws that the 3 of them had activated. We didn't look for you, but you delivered yourselves to us. Very good, very good. The 9th, 8th, and 7th divine lords were restraining the 9th dimension ancestral vein. Looking at the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens, he ordered the others, suppress the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens. Kill the rest. The three of them did not know about Lin Tian's identity and the fact that Lin Tian controlled reincarnation. They only thought of Lin Tian as an ordinary human cultivator. The 7 divine spirits nodded. One of them closed in on Lin Tian, while the other 6 closed in on the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens. The other 19-dimensional divine spirits charged toward Wu Yi, Yao Tianyin, and Elder Wu Wei. Wu Yi. Lin Tian's back was facing Wu Yi. He immediately activated the reincarnation forging mind technique, and his combat strength instantly increased by 20 times. Wu Yi naturally understood what he meant. Thousand snow floated out, and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song was played immediately, reverberating in all directions. The faint sound of the flute did not have any effect on the others, but to Lin Tian, it was undoubtedly the sound of the heavens. With a boom, it was as if a saint energy volcano had erupted in his body. His essence, qi, and spirit instantly rose at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his essence, qi, spirit, and other aspects increased by hundreds of times. In an instant, the surrounding void began to distort. Such a scene shocked the ordinary Sir Gods who were closing in. The other 6 ordinary Sir Gods and a group of gods were shocked as well. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura actually underwent such a great change. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian made his move. The 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth condensed, and combined with the 9 heavens' divine thunder law, he swung his sword. With an ear-piercing clang, the boundless sword qi transformed into a rain of sword qi, sweeping out in a mighty manner. The ordinary divine monarchs and the other 6 ordinary divine monarchs were immediately sent flying. At the same time, the other dozens of ordinary 9th-dimensional realm deities also met with calamity. All of them were annihilated by the 3-dimensional sword. The 7 ordinary Sir Gods steadied themselves and their expressions changed. At the same time, the 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord narrowed their eyes. What are you guys doing? Lin Tian looked at the 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord and said coldly. His left and right eyes changed at the same time. 9 black moons intertwined and endless reincarnation patterns appeared. At this moment, the Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Reincarnation opened. This scene shocked the 7 ordinary Sir Gods and the 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord who were suppressing the 9th dimensional ancestral bloodline. Human. The 7th Divine Lord's eyes narrowed. Lin Tian had actually mastered the legendary reincarnation. That was a power that even the 10 ancestral gods of their bloodline could not control. Take him down. The 8th Divine Lord ordered. As soon as the order was given, he, the 9th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord could not move for the time being. The other 7 divine monarchs acted immediately. None of them showed any mercy. They all used their majestic arts to suppress Lin Tian. At this moment, they even temporarily ignored the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens. After all, reincarnation was extremely important. Although they did not believe that Lin Tian could control it to the level of greater mastery, and it was meaningless if he did not control it to the level of greater mastery. Nevertheless, they still prepared to suppress Lin Tian first. Boom! The 7 Sir Gods attacked together. For a moment, the majestic power was vast and mighty, surging like a vast ocean. Lin Tian snorted. The 3-dimensional sword of heaven and earth in his hand vibrated. At the same time, the sky-sealing Dharma was intertwined. Clang! He slashed down with the sword. Accompanied by the sharp sound of the sword, it suppressed and froze everything. Puff, 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 puff. 7 plumes of blood mist exploded at once. The 7 ordinary Sir Gods were cut into pieces at the same time. Previously, when his cultivation was still in the early 9th dimension, with the help of the reincarnation tribulation transcendence song, the reincarnation forging mind technique, and the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, he had killed the 10th Divine Lord of this bloodline. Now, his cultivation had risen from the early 9th dimension to the middle 9th dimension. With the help of the reincarnation tribulation transcendence song, the reincarnation forging mind technique, and the 3-dimensional heaven and earth, it was naturally easier to deal with these 7 gods who were slightly weaker than the 10th Divine Lord. He could easily suppress them. Sky-sealing Dharma? The 9th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the seventh divine lord were shocked at the same time. They looked at Lin Tian with even more shock. How do you know the sky-sealing Dharma? I learned it from your 10th divine lord. Lin Tian did not try to hide it. Hearing his words, the 9th divine lord, the 8th divine lord, and the 7th divine lord's eyes all froze. Where is the 10th divine lord? The 7th divine lord asked. His voice was cold, and at the same time, he had an ominous premonition. The 10th divine lord obviously could not have taught a human from the lower domain the sky-sealing Dharma. So, how did Lin Tian learn it? Obviously, he had learned it by force. If that was the case, the 10th divine lord was obviously doomed. However, even though he had guessed this, he could not help but ask. Next to him, the 9th divine lord and the 8th divine lord's eyes also became cold. They stared at Lin Tian like ghosts. Take a guess. Lin Tianling said coldly. The sword of heaven and earth in his hand vibrated, and he swung it toward the three of them. The sharp sword light swept across all directions, carrying the power of the sky-sealing Dharma. Its aura was frightening, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the three of them. The 9th divine lord's eyes were cold, and the cold light in his eyes intertwined. He directly shattered the sword light of heaven and earth that Lin Tian had slashed out. This made Lin Tian's heart tremble slightly. He had not shown much mercy in this sword, but his opponent had shattered it with just a look. He was much stronger than the 10th divine lord. Gurgle gurgle, the sound of flesh and blood squirming echoed. At this time, the other 7 ordinary divine lords reformed their physical bodies. Lin Tian glanced at the 9th divine lord, the 8th divine lord, and the 7th divine lord, and his gaze fell on the 7 of them. I'll send you on your way first, he said coldly. As he finished speaking, the three-dimensional power of heaven and earth boiled. The sky-sealing Dharma boiled, and the reincarnation diagram appeared with a flash. At this time, his combat power was directly pushed to the limit by him. Rumble, the space suddenly trembled violently. The boundless void was distorted and shattered into pieces. The expressions of the 7 ordinary divine lords immediately changed. At this moment, they all felt their scalps go numb. The attack that Lin Tian had used at this time was really too frightening. Activate the 7 elements formation. One of them shouted. Immediately, the 7 of them gathered together and took different positions. In the blink of an eye, they set up a special formation. However, at this time, Lin Tian looked at the 7 of them. His reincarnation eyes moved slightly, and the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique was used silently. The 7 of them wanted to activate some kind of joint attack technique to increase their offensive power. He obviously would not give them such a chance. Facing his reincarnation eyes, the 7 of them immediately trembled and fell into the reincarnation illusion killing technique in an instant. Ah! In the eyes of others, there was nothing around them. However, in the eyes of the 7 of them, they had fallen into a terrifying purgatory. Endless ghosts and resentful spirits pounced on them and crazily tore at their bodies and divine souls. At this time, Lin Tian's reincarnation sword light and the reincarnation diagram fell in front of the 7 of them and pressed down mercilessly. The 7 blood mists exploded once again. This time, the 7 of them were left with only their divine souls. They even lost the ability to reform their physical bodies for a short time. Die, Lin Tian said. His eyes moved slightly, and the waterfall of fortune and the reincarnation blood sea appeared at the same time and pressed down together. There were 7 sizzling sounds. Before the 7 of them could react, their divine souls were annihilated. The goddesses and saintesses were not surprised by this scene. After all, the 7 of them were slightly weaker than the 10th divine lord. However, Lin Tian was now much stronger than when he killed the 10th divine lord. Therefore, it was normal for the current Lin Tian to kill the 7 of them so easily with Wu Yi's help. The 9th, 8th, and 7th divine lord's eyes grew even colder. Human. The 9th divine lord's gaze fell on Lin Tian. His gaze was like a blade of death. Several 19-dimensional compatriots and 7 ordinary divine lords at the heaven and earth sovereign level had been killed by Lin Tian just like that. He had even guessed that the 10th divine lord had also died at Lin Tian's hands. Can you hold on? The man asked the 8th and 7th divine lords. The 8th and 7th divine lords did not speak. They only nodded. The ninth divine lord did not say anything else. He looked at Lin Tian and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Lin Tian and pressed down with his palm. With a crack, the surrounding space was suddenly annihilated. A boundless divine aura silently pressed down on Lin Tian. The goddesses and saintesses could not help but be shocked by this scene. The ninth divine lord was too fast. He was so fast that even heaven and earth sovereigns like them could not see his movements clearly. Lin Tian was also shocked by his opponent's speed. However, his expression did not change. As the ninth divine lord's giant palm pressed down on him, his reincarnation eye moved slightly and finally caught the trajectory of his opponent's attack. He tilted his head slightly to avoid it. Then, without any unnecessary movements, he waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and attacked with the heaven-sealing rule of law. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. As he swung his sword, 9 rays of sword light appeared and pressed down on his opponent from 9 different directions. The 9 swords of reincarnation, great remarkable power. The ninth divine lord's gaze moved slightly and fell unblinkingly on Lin Tian's right eye. Is this the legendary reincarnation eye? It lives up to its name. The ninth divine lord's large hand pressed down, sealing off the space around them. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he was once again shocked by this person's aura. He was really too strong, far beyond what the 10th divine lord could compare to. However, although he could feel the strength of his opponent, there was not a trace of fear on his face. His reincarnation eye could see everything clearly, including the pure movement of the body and the intertwining trajectory of the saint power. He simply turned his body sideways and dodged again. At the same time, with a clang, he waved the sword of heaven and earth in his hand. The sword's momentum surged violently as it slashed toward the ninth divine lord's forehead. The ninth divine lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad. Although Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the 9th dimensional realm, he was surprised that Lin Tian was able to dodge his attacks twice. Immediately, in the next moment, the aura that he exuded became even stronger. He was no longer purely attacking with his body. His remarkable art was activated at this time, and it turned into a light net that suppressed and sealed everything. It pressed down on Lin Tian. Wherever the light net passed, even the air was suppressed inside, and it was difficult to escape. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He could naturally feel the terror of this light net. His reincarnation eye moved slightly, and the reincarnation light that filled the sky surged out mightily, turning into a reincarnation river that drowned the light net. At the same time, it pressed down on the ninth divine lord. The two collided, and for a moment, there was a sizzling sound as the light drowned out the surroundings. Almost in the next moment, the ninth divine lord passed through the hazy light without a sound and appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that it was frightening. He once again raised his hand to grab Lin Tian, and together with the dense divine inscriptions pressed down. This attack was so fast that Lin Tian's expression changed. Even with his reincarnation eye, it was difficult for him to see the opponent's attack trajectory clearly. However, he didn't panic at all. His eye of destiny trembled slightly as he unleashed his teleportation ability. He instantly appeared behind his opponent and slashed his sword towards his opponent's head. The ninth divine lord's eyes moved slightly. He had used a special body movement and a special palm technique in his attack. Originally, Lin Tian could not see the trajectory even with his Rinnegan. After all, his cultivation was a little low. He thought that he would be able to suppress Lin Tian directly. However, he did not expect that Lin Tian would still be able to avoid the attack and launch a counterattack. Teleportation? The ability of your left eye? As the ninth strongest person under the ancestral gods of the divine spirit lineage, the ninth divine lord's eyesight was naturally not bad. In an instant, he saw how Lin Tian had been able to dodge his attack. It was the special ability of Lin Tian's left eye. Not bad. The person's voice was cold. The light of the sacrificial god spirit shook off Lin Tian's sword of heaven and earth and then pressed down on Lin Tian again. Lin Tian was fearless. His left eye of destiny continuously used teleportation while his right Rinnegan eye mobilized the light of reincarnation. Together with the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, he condensed the 10th dimensional law of heaven sealing. He clashed with the ninth divine lord again and again without falling behind. Of course, he did not have the slightest advantage. You're just a mortal of the ninth dimensional realm, but you, the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord were working together to cast a technique to restrain the ninth dimensional ancestral vein. Seeing this scene, their eyes narrowed slightly. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The ninth dimensional ancestral vein was completely formed by the condensation of boundless saint spiritual chi. It seemed to have a consciousness. At this moment, it roared and the ancestral vein dragon body shook violently as if it was resisting the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord. The eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord's eyes were cold. The eighth divine lord frowned. It's indeed a little difficult for two people. Use your heart. The seventh divine lord said coldly. The eighth divine lord nodded. The aura outside his body suddenly strengthened a lot as he used all his strength to suppress the ninth dimensional ancestral vein. The goddess and the saintesses of all heavens tilted their heads and looked at the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord. They looked at each other and moved respectively. The ninth heaven's divine thunder law and the ninth heaven's sacred wind law surged together, forming a storm of wind and thunder that attacked the two of them. The ninth dimensional ancestral vein was illusory and was usually difficult to find. It was definitely not a good thing for this vein to find the ninth dimensional ancestral vein. Rumble, the void rumbled as the storm of wind and thunder arrived in front of the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, with a whoosh, the storm of wind and thunder was instantly shattered. With just the two of you? Even if we stand still, you won't be able to hurt us at all. The eighth divine lord said coldly. This caused the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens to turn serious. These two people were indeed too strong. The ninth heaven's divine thunder law and the ninth heaven's sacred wind law were their strongest techniques, but they couldn't even withstand the aura of these two people. Lin Tian was fighting with the ninth divine lord and naturally saw the scene. His eyes flickered slightly as he slashed at the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord. The sword light was mixed with the power of the three dimensions of heaven and earth, the power of the heaven sealing law, and the power of the origin of samsara. Clang, the sword light was ear-piercing and landed in front of the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord in the blink of an eye. Rumble, with a loud rumble, the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord were surrounded by divine light and shattered his sword light. This caused him to be slightly shocked. His sword strike was definitely more than 10 times stronger than the attacks of the goddess and the saintesses of all heavens, but it was still easily shattered by these two people. The two of them were much stronger than the ninth divine lord. If these two people were to fight, even with Wu Yi's help, the current him would definitely not be able to withstand them. The ninth divine lord snorted coldly and stepped forward. In a flash, he was in front of Lin Tian and once again pressed down with his palm. This time, 5-colored divine light intertwined in the center of his palm, bringing with it an extremely sharp aura and vigorous nomological fluctuations. Lin Tian used the heaven sealing law to meet it head-on. With a whoosh, the heaven sealing law was shattered. This is a new 10th dimension law? The goddess and the saintesses of all heavens were shocked as they saw this. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as he saw this. This person was very strong. After activating the law of the 10th dimension, his battle prowess was clearly stronger than his current battle prowess. Lin Tian's law of sealing the heavens was completely unable to block this attack. As a mortal from the lower realms, you are really not bad. However, I don't have much time to waste with you now. The ninth divine lord said coldly. With a boom, the 10th dimension law in the center of his palm became even sharper, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Moreover, it was not only the center of his palm. The 10th dimension law also intertwined around his palm. Lin Tian glanced at the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord, who were restraining the 9th Divine Lord. His gaze then fell on the 9th Divine Lord again. Light intertwined in his eyes as he used the light of samsara to meet his opponent's 10th dimension law. At the same time, he began to comprehend and analyze this 10th dimension law. Boom, 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 in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed in the intense battle. During these 4 hours, he was somewhat at a disadvantage in his battle with the 9th Divine Lord. Then, after 4 hours, the same 5-colored divine light gradually intertwined around his body and slashed toward his opponent. 10th dimension, cutting Tao, cutting through everything in the world. he muttered to himself. As his voice rang out, the five-colored divine light around his body became even denser in the blink of an eye, and the nomological fluctuations became even stronger. He controlled it again. The saintesses and goddesses were shocked. At this time, Lin Tian had clearly mastered the 10th dimension law that the 9th divine lord had used. In the blink of an eye, he had become proficient in it. Little Tianyi looked at Lin Tian, her hands clasped together. Her big sapphire-like eyes were filled with a strange light. The melodious sound of the flute floated in this space. Wui played the reincarnation tribulation song. It was as peaceful as ever. The 8th divine lord and the 7th divine lord both froze in shock. The 9th divine lord's face turned cold. The 9th divine lord looked at Lin Tian. At this time, there was shock in his eyes, as well as an extremely heavy murderous intent. His Tao-severing law was actually learned by a mortal from the lower realms within 4 hours. This was unbearable for him. Boom, outside his body, the cutting Tao law boiled and turned into a sea of cutting Tao law. It annihilated everything and mercilessly pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. The 10th dimension law, the cutting Tao law that he had just mastered, also boiled and faced the other party. Similar laws collided in the blink of an eye, erupting into a destructive light that filled the sky. A fierce aura surged in this place. It was extremely terrifying. In the end, the two similar laws collided and collapsed at the same time, leaving behind a destructive rainbow light that filled the sky. The 9th divine lord's gaze turned even colder. The aura outside his body began to rise again. For a full 4 hours, not only did he not suppress Lin Tian, who was in the 9th dimension, but he also let the other party learn the cutting Tao law. Although Lin Tian was not as proficient in controlling it as he was, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable and cold. I won't kill you for now. However, I will bestow upon you the punishment of a god, he said coldly. As his words fell, a holy blade of light appeared behind him. Extremely fierce law fluctuations intertwined. Obviously, that was the peak power of the cutting Tao law. When such an aura appeared, the boundless space in this place trembled, causing the goddesses and the others' expressions to change. This aura was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than before. The group could not help but look at Lin Tian. At this moment, all of them became worried. Only Wui remained calm and unperturbed. The reincarnation tribulation crossing song was even more melodious. At the same time, Lin Tian said coldly, "The punishment of a god? Leave it to yourself." As his words fell, his right leg, which was stepping on the ground, shook violently. Suddenly, endless dragon patterns intertwined. Roar! The 9th dimension ancestral vein shook violently and let out the loudest dragon roar. Boundless 9th dimension ancestral vein Holy Spirit power rushed out from the ground and turned into a divine dragon that looked down on the world behind him. The 9th divine lord's body trembled slightly. His gaze fell on the divine dragon behind Lin Tian, and he was immediately moved. The divine dragon exuded an aura that was too frightening. At this moment, he could not help but feel a chill run down his soul. At the same time, the 8th divine lord and the 7th divine lord were also moved. Not only were they shocked by the divine dragon that rushed out behind Lin Tian, but also because at this moment, their suppression of the 9th dimension ancestral vein began to be greatly affected. A special force suddenly emerged from the ancestral vein and constantly disturbed them. "What have you done?" The majestic dragon circled behind Lin Tian. Its body was at least 10,000 feet long and exuded a majestic aura. Not only did such a scene cause the 9th, 8th, and 7th divine lords' expressions to change, even the goddess and the others could not help but feel shocked. Little 4's Dragon Burial Scripture. The saintess' eyes flickered. I almost forgot that the 9-dimensional ancestral vein is here. Little 10, who has cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture, can mobilize the power of the 9-dimensional ancestral vein here to fight. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and reverberated through all directions. The raging pressure rolled and created waves of terrifying saint energy that resembled water ripples in this place. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the 9th divine lord. With a slight thought, the divine dragon behind him suddenly swooped down. In the past 4 hours, while he was fighting with the 9th Divine Lord and analyzing and comprehending the 10th dimensional law of Tao severing, he was also using the Dragon Burial scripture to engrave the Great Dragon Burial formation in this place. At this time, he successfully completed the Great Dragon Burial formation underground. Once the Dragon Burial array was completed, he could mobilize the power of the 9-dimensional ancestral vein here to assist him in battle. With the power condensed from the 9-dimensional ancestral vein, under his conscious control, it was naturally extremely powerful. After all, in terms of pure Saint Spirit energy, the 9-dimensional ancestral vein's Saint Spirit energy was frighteningly vast. As the Divine Dragon swooped down, the void was immediately annihilated. The 9th Divine Lord's expression changed. With a low roar, he activated the law of Tao severing to the limit and faced the Divine Dragon head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. With a whoosh, the 9th Divine Lord's law of Tao severing was directly shattered. Then, the dragon's momentum did not decrease as it crashed straight into the 9th Divine Lord. Poof, blood splattered, and in an instant, the 9th Divine Lord exploded. Blood stained the void, and bits of flesh and bones flew all over the sky. Damn it! A shocked and angry voice was heard as the flesh and blood wriggled. The 9th Divine Lord's spirit was not destroyed, and in the blink of an eye, he reformed his body. After reforming his body, he looked at Lin Tian again. The 9th Divine Lord's eyes became colder, and his anger and murderous intent grew stronger. Against a mortal from the lower realm of the 9-dimensional realm, his body had been shattered. He was suppressed. On the other side, the 8th Divine Lord and the 7th Divine Lord were also moved by this scene. The faint sound of the flute drifted through the space. In this place, only Wu Yi remained calm, playing the song of reincarnation tribulation. Lin Tian's eyes were fixed on fate and reincarnation. His gaze fell on the 9th Divine Lord. He took a step forward and moved, taking the initiative to close in on the 9th Divine Lord. Roar! The dragon's roar was ear-piercing. As he moved, the Great Dragon Burial formation that was carved into the ground shone brightly. Boundless ancestral vein Holy Spirit Chi gathered to form another 10,000 feet long divine dragon. Following him, it appeared in front of the 9th Divine Lord in the blink of an eye and swooped down. The 9th Divine Lord gritted his teeth and pushed the Tao-severing law to its limits once again. All sorts of divine powers and great arts were unleashed one after another. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the reincarnation diagram appeared. Together with the boundless ancestral vein's Saint Spiritual Chi, it suppressed his opponent. At the same time, the 10,000-foot-long divine dragon roared, its dragon might shaking the heavens. Pooh! Blood splattered. In just an instant, the 9th Divine Lord exploded once again. Blood splattered all over the void. However, as the 9th strongest person in the 10 divine realms after the 10 ancestral gods, the 9th Divine Lord was truly powerful. His spirit was still immortal. In the blink of an eye, it reformed once again. Once again, he unleashed all sorts of divine powers and great arts to meet Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth cooperated with the 9th-dimensional ancestral vein to attack. Boom! 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 Intense explosions reverberated. The void continued to collapse. The 9th Divine Lord was shattered again and again. In the blink of an eye, a full hour passed. In that hour, the 9th Divine Lord was constantly injured. His aura became extremely weak, and he was extremely shocked and furious. Human. He was a god of the 10 divine realms, the 9th Divine Lord. Yet now, he was injured to such an extent by a mortal from the lower realm. What kind of humiliation was this? Facing the other party's furious roar, Lin Tian's expression did not change. He was still extremely cold. He raised the sword of heaven and earth in his hand and fiercely slashed at the other party. Wherever the sword light passed, it cut through everything. I'll send you on your way. He held the sword of heaven and earth in his right hand and formed a seal with his left hand. Dragon Burial World. Roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. In this place, the boundless territory shook. Hundreds of thousands of large dragons rushed together, and all of them seemed to be real. They were mixed with the extremely vast dragon's divine might, like a rain of divine dragons. Together with the sword of the three-dimensional heaven and earth that he had slashed out, the mighty force pressed down on the ninth divine lord. Everything collapsed. The ninth divine lord trembled violently. He could not help but reveal a look of horror in his eyes. He roared angrily and used all his strength to meet the attack. It was enough to meet the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth, but in front of hundreds of thousands of dragons, it was insignificant. Hundreds of thousands of dragons swooped down and instantly annihilated everything. Pfft! A mist of blood exploded. The ninth divine lord was directly crushed. Moreover, this time even his spirit was destroyed. His body and soul were destroyed. Old ninth. The eighth and seventh divine lords could not help but call out. The ninth divine lord of their lineage was killed just like that. They turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian. Their eyes became extremely cold. Human. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and did not say anything unnecessary. His eyes were cold. The dragon burial world was unleashed again. He directly controlled hundreds of thousands of dragons and pressed down on the two of them. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of dragons roared and landed in front of the eighth and seventh divine lords. Their voices shook heaven and earth. However, in the next moment, near the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord's ancestral vein dragon heads, countless ancient god runes shone brightly. Their auras were extremely terrifying. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of large dragons were shattered and dissipated. This scene made Lin Tian's expression change immediately. At the same time, the goddesses, saintesses, and others were also shocked. As far as the eye could see, near the ancestral dragon heads of the eighth and ninth divine lords, there was a holy light ball about 10 feet in diameter. Within it was a blood-colored ancient broken spear that exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This ancient spear was already broken beyond recognition. It looked like it would shatter with the slightest touch. However, at this time, the aura it exuded seemed to be able to easily penetrate everything in this world. It was extremely terrifying. This is, in action. Old man trembled slightly. At this time, the ancient spear and the holy light ball exuded an aura that was not inferior to that of a celestial emperor or a human king. Although the sacred weapon that was once used by the ancestral god is on the verge of destruction and is no longer of any use, it can still be activated with a vast amount of pure energy. Although it can only be used once, it is more than enough. The seventh divine lord said coldly. For countless years, we have not done anything. Do you think we have not done anything? We have been searching for the nine-dimensional ancestral vein. The eighth divine lord said coldly. With the endless power of the ancestral vein in this world, it is enough to activate its killing intent. The ancient blood-colored spear was wrapped in endless pure energy of the ancestral vein. At this moment, the ancestral vein was no longer restrained. With a roar, it fell into the territory and instantly traversed the endless distance as if it had a mind of its own and left this area. For a time, only the ancient blood-colored spear wrapped in pure energy was vibrating. Extremely terrifying killing intent intertwined here. The wind and clouds surged and the sky changed color. Lin Tianwei trembled. At this moment, even her divine soul felt cold. The killing intent exuded by the ancient spear was too terrifying. He retreated and in a flash, he arrived in front of Wu Yi and the others. He gathered them together and stood in front of the group. Now, with the support of the Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence song, he was the strongest here. There is no need for this. The seventh divine lord looked at Lin Tianwei and said coldly, we will not use it against you. You are not qualified to do so. When he said this, the group couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, their expressions changed. You want to break the seal of the ninth dimension sky? Lin Tianwei's expression changed. He wasn't stupid. Combined with the words of the two, he immediately guessed what they wanted to do with the ancient blood-colored spear. They had spent endless time and energy to find the ninth dimension ancestral vein and used the endless energy of the ancestral vein to support the broken ancient blood-colored spear. They had stimulated the killing intent of the ancestral god within the ancient spear that could no longer be used. Their goal was to use this killing intent to break the seal his father had set in the ninth dimension sky and kill their way to the lower world. Don't even think about it. He gritted his teeth. Although he knew that he was no match for these two, he still attacked at this moment. He used all his strength and slashed at the two. Once the seal his father had set in the ninth dimension sky was broken and the divine spirit lineage stepped into the lower world, who knew how many creatures would suffer? Boom! The eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord snorted. The eighth divine lord smashed the killing intent released by Lin Tianwei with a palm strike. Then, together with the seventh divine lord, they used their will to activate the ancient blood-colored spear, causing it to absorb the endless power of the ancestral vein and turn into a divine rainbow that pierced through the ninth dimension sky. The ancient spear carried the boundless killing intent. Under the stimulation of the ancestral vein's power, it pierced through the barrier of the ninth dimension sky in the blink of an eye. Then, it fell on the heavenly emperor's seal. After a stalemate of about 10 breaths, both sides exploded at the same time. The ancient blood-colored spear crumbled and disappeared. The heavenly emperor's seal also dissipated. Kill! The eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord shouted. Their voices were mixed with the unique will of the divine spirit lineage, and it quickly spread to every corner of the ninth dimension sky. In an instant, countless divine spirits within the ninth dimension sky sensed this and knew that the seal that separated the ninth dimension had been broken. Kill! 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 The word kill resounded one after another. On this day, one divine spirit after another broke through the barrier of the ninth dimension sky and killed their way to the lower world. In the place where the ancestral vein of the ninth dimension rose, Lin Tianwei's expression suddenly changed. Even Wu Yi was no exception. His daughter, parents, and other relatives and sisters were now in the eighth dimension sky, and they would bear the brunt of the divine spirit lineage's attack. It was also at this time that the eighth divine lord and the seventh divine lord's gaze fell on the group of people. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. It's your turn. The seventh divine lord said, his gaze falling on Lin Tianwei. As a mortal from the lower world, you are not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. The seventh divine lord raised his hand, and the great palm of Saint Energy pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He was much more powerful than the ninth divine lord, and they were not on the same level at all. He immediately froze the space around them. Lin Tian's face suddenly changed. He gently pushed the goddess, Wu Yi, and the others away, and summoned the diagram of samsara. At the same time, he pushed the three-dimensional sword of heaven and earth to its limit and met the seventh divine lord's palm. Whoosh, the two collided, and with a soft sound, the full power he had summoned was instantly annihilated. The seventh divine lord's eyes were cold, and his palm pressed down without slowing down. A mortal is still a mortal. Even if you have control of samsara, even if your comprehension is extremely strong, in essence, you can't compare to a god. As he spoke, he suddenly trembled, and the great palm of Saint Energy pressing down on Lin Tian collapsed, and he stumbled back. At the same time, a figure silently appeared beside Lin Tian. It was a young man, slender and handsome, and his eyes were as deep as the boundless sea of stars. His gaze fell on Lin Tian, and the man's deep eyes gradually softened, and he revealed a gentle smile. Lin Tian instantly trembled, his eyes involuntarily widening a little. He could sense an extremely intimate aura from this man, and even his divine soul was trembling slightly. This feeling was hundreds of times stronger than when he first saw the goddess. On the other side, the goddess, saints, old man Wu Wei, and little Tianyin, who had been pushed away by him, were all moved. Uncle Heavenly Emperor! Little Tianyin could not help but call out. As soon as these words came out, Wu Yi's eyes moved. This was the Heavenly Emperor? Lin Tian's father, Lin Tian also heard Tianyin's words, and although he had some guesses in his heart, he was still shocked. At the same time, two whooshing sounds broke through the air, and the eighth and seventh divine lords immediately flew away, their eyes filled with unconcealable horror. However, they had only escaped 1,000 feet away when the two of them froze, and their bodies collapsed inch by inch, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Such a scene caused Lin Tian to tremble involuntarily. Even Wu Yi was taken aback. She did not see any sign of the Sky Emperor making a move. In fact, from the moment he appeared, his back was facing the eighth and seventh divine lords. He did not even look at them. However, the two people who were fleeing in terror had their bodies and souls destroyed by themselves. What kind of power was this? Wasn't this too frightening? Lin Tian looked at the celestial arch. This was the first time he had seen the man he was supposed to call father. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The Sky Emperor chuckled and placed his hand on Lin Tian's head. "You've grown up and become stronger," he said. "Speaking of which, I'm not a good father. I should apologize." Lin Tian shook his head. "You are fighting for the sake of all living beings in the world. You are very noble." He smiled. "I am proud of you." This was the first time he saw his father. Although his heart was in turmoil, he was not as excited as when he saw his mother, the Divine Lady. He could not explain the reason. Perhaps it was because children were closer to their mothers, just like the little Taichu. At this time, he was also moved by another point. The hand that his father, the Celestial Emperor, placed on his head did not have the feeling of a physical body. Obviously, this was not his real body, but merely a wisp of divine sense. This caused his heart to twitch. It was just a wisp of divine consciousness, but it was enough to silently obliterate the two divine lords. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Sky Emperor was slightly taken aback. Then, his smile grew wider. "You really know how to talk. Are you sincere?" "Sincere." Lin Tian nodded. His father was indeed fighting for the sake of all living beings in the world. How could he not be proud to have such a father? These were indeed his heartfelt words. The Sky Emperor's smile grew wider. However, there was a hint of guilt in his eyes. Compared to the Divine Lady, he knew about Lin Tian's encounter in the fourth dimension much earlier. That matter made him, an invincible existence in the ninth dimension, feel uncomfortable. At this time, the Divine Lady, Saintess, and the others all walked over. "Uncle Sky Emperor, you are still so powerful." Tianyin looked at him with admiration. "Little girl, are you all right now?" The Sky Emperor looked at Tianyin. He was very amiable and slightly surprised. "Yes, my husband saved Tianyin." Tianyin looked at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian." Little Lin used the samsara origin to erase that special energy. Old man Wu Wei explained to the Sky Emperor. Then, his expression changed slightly. He could tell that the Sky Emperor was not his real body. "Little Tian, you are." The Sky Emperor chuckled and said, "Before I stepped into the 10 Directions divine domain, I left a wisp of divine consciousness in the ninth dimension." He said, "The seal that seals the ninth dimension sky has been broken, so this strand of divine sense that was left inside has manifested." Lin Tian's expression changed. It was indeed just a wisp of divine consciousness. "You left a wisp of divine consciousness in there. Even I didn't know about it." The Divine Lady looked at the Sky Emperor strangely and asked, "What's your purpose?" She knew the Sky Emperor well. He would never do anything unnecessary. Since he left a wisp of divine consciousness in the ninth dimension, it must have a special meaning. "If the seal is broken, the wisp of divine consciousness I left inside will turn the broken seal into an imperial seal," the Sky Emperor said. The Divine Lady's eyes widened. In the next moment, she moved. She tore open the heavenly barrier of the ninth dimension and looked outside. At this time, the seal outside the ninth dimension disappeared, but there were dense light seals intertwining. At the same time, there was a bloody mist spreading outside the ninth dimension. The bloody mist was intertwined with a very strong divine aura. It was obvious that the divine beings who rushed out of the ninth dimension were attacked by the surrounding light seals the moment they rushed out, and then their bodies and souls were destroyed. The light seals were so dense that they surrounded the entire ninth dimension. She stepped back to where she was before. "After the seal, you set up this step. You are really..." Seeing that Lin Tian and the others were slightly puzzled, she pulled out a divine consciousness imprint and showed them what she saw. This caused Lin Tian and the others' expressions to change. With a single glance, one could tell that those light seals contained extremely terrifying destructive power. Now, they had actually enveloped the entire ninth dimension. In other words, the divine beings in the ninth dimension were still unable to leave. Once they dared to step out of the ninth dimension, they would be destroyed by those terrifying light seals. Just like the bloody mist floating outside the ninth dimension, it was obvious that it was the divine beings who had died tragically after stepping out of the ninth dimension. Then, if someone from the eighth dimension ascends, or if we go out, won't we suffer together? Lin Tian asked. It only targets the divine body, the Sky Emperor said. Lin Tian was instantly relieved. It only targeted the divine body, which meant that it only targeted the divine beings. Although he didn't know what method his father used to make these imperial seals only attack the divine beings, he was now relieved. The heavens and the living beings in the ninth dimension, as well as his other relatives and friends, were not threatened by the divine beings. As expected of the Sky Emperor, the All Heaven's Holy Maiden smiled. It was hard not to be shocked by such a sophisticated arrangement. On this day, the group was originally moved by the fact that the divine beings were about to step into the lower dimension after the seal of the ninth dimension was broken. Lin Tian and Wu Yi were the most worried, but now they were relieved. Lin Tian introduced Wu Yi to the Sky Emperor, and then asked about the ancestral gods of the 10 directions. His master and father had been restraining the ancestral gods of the 10 directions for such a long time. Could it be that they had been fighting all this time? That seemed impossible. The river of time, the past era, the Sky Emperor said. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tian's expression changed. At the same time, the others were also moved. They understood what the Sky Emperor meant. The Sky Emperor and the Human King had pulled the ancestral gods of the divine beings into the past era and restrained them in the past. Stepping into the past was an extremely terrifying thing. Moreover, the more powerful the person was, the more dangerous it was to step into the past era. This was because the time that had already passed could not be disturbed. This was the rule of heaven and earth, and no one could break it. Stepping into the past era, some extremely powerful people would sometimes even make a casual move and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The Sky Emperor chuckled and looked at Lin Tian with some light in his eyes. With your masters and my battle strength, even if we work together, we can't beat him at all. We can only use this method to restrain him. In the past, if we can't move, he can't move either. Looking at Lin Tian, he said, the future depends on you. The time we can restrain him like this is not much. The past era can no longer accommodate us. At most, in another 10 years, we will return to the modern era. His divine consciousness began to blur and disappear bit by bit. Protect your mother and master's wife, and control the reincarnation cycle. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. His gaze was gentle, and he rubbed Lin Tian's head with a smile. Then, his divine consciousness disappeared. Lin Tian stood still. After a pause, he nodded seriously. I'm going into seclusion, he said to the goddess and Wu Yi. His father and master had risked their lives to pull the 10 ancestral gods into the past era. At most, they could hold them back for another 10 years. During this time, he had to cultivate with all his strength and strive to control the reincarnation cycle completely within 10 years. The goddess and the others naturally had no objections. They immediately left and headed to a place with the densest saint spirit chi. In another part of the 9th dimension, damn it. That damned Sky Emperor. He. The dozens of divine sovereigns of the divine spirit lineage looked at the densely packed imperial seals outside the 9th dimensional heavenly barrier. They watched as the divine spirits of their lineage were instantly annihilated by the imperial seals after charging out. Their faces were extremely ugly. They never thought that the Sky Emperor would have set up such a follow-up plan. After the 9th dimension heavenly barrier was destroyed with great difficulty, it turned into a dense array of imperial seals. On this day, more than 10,000 of their divine spirit clan brethren were killed in an instant. There were even a few divine sovereigns who were killed by the imperial seals the moment they rushed out of the 9th dimension heavenly barrier. Now, the 9th dimension heavenly barrier was destroyed, but they still couldn't step out of the 9th dimension. They didn't dare to take a single step out of the 9th dimension. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The eyes of these divine sovereigns were filled with killing intent, and their eyes turned red. In a vast group of immortal mountains in the 9th dimension heavenly barrier, Lin Tian, the goddess, and the others left the place they were at before and stepped into the group of immortal mountains. The saint spirit chi in this group of mountains was very dense. Lin Tian, the goddess, and the saintesses of all heaven set up dozens of sealing arrays to isolate the aura here. Then, they began to cultivate in seclusion. Sitting cross-legged in the celestial mountain, Lin Tian immediately immersed himself in cultivation. The Saint Spirit Qi in the celestial mountain was very dense. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and the billowing Saint Spirit Qi intertwined. He used the Saint Spirit Qi to surround his body and cooperate with the unsealed soul root to cultivate seriously. Outside his body, his aura became stronger, and his cultivation increased bit by bit. At the same time, Wu Yi and Tianyin also began to cultivate with him. After all, the Saint Spirit Qi in this place was very dense, and their cultivation was still relatively low, so they naturally had to cultivate together to improve their realm. The goddess, saintess, and old man Wu Wei all had high enough cultivation, so they did not cultivate in seclusion. They stood guard for the three of them. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. A year later, on this day, there was a thump, and a shocking thunder vortex intertwined on the celestial mountain range. Black lightning intertwined in the thunder vortex, crackling, and a destructive aura came down mightily. He has stepped out of the ninth dimensional realm. The goddess spoke, her eyes releasing radiance. Beside her, the saintess nodded. This speed, old man Wu Wei was shocked. In a year, Lin Tian stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm from the mid-ninth dimensional realm and attracted the heaven and earth supreme tribulation. Such a heavenly tribulation was so terrifying that Wu Yi and little Tianyin, who were cultivating, were also awakened at the same time. Lin Tian opened his eyes, stood up, and tilted his head to look toward the south. He took a simple step, and the aura of the law of space intertwined around him. In a flash, he was infinitely far away, and appeared in a desert tens of millions of miles away. As he moved, the thunder vortex moved with him and appeared in this desert at the same time. Then, with a thump, thunder exploded, and the first round of the main lightning punishment immediately came down. Lin Tian was not afraid of this. Now, the heavenly tribulation was not a threat to him at all. He took out the reincarnation sword and went through the tribulation as before, using the lightning punishment to temper it. Boom, 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 the main lightning punishment came down one after another, and it was not until a full day later that the lightning punishment dissipated. 7 colored auspicious clouds intertwined, and he used them to temper his body. At the same time, he rebuilt the reincarnation sword that was shattered by the lightning punishment. Now that his cultivation had stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm, the reincarnation sword had become a heaven and earth supreme treasure. It was far from being compared to ordinary heaven and earth supreme treasures' weapons. It was almost the king of all supreme treasures. Compared to that ancient spear, it is too weak. He muttered to himself as he recalled the ancestral god battle spear from a year ago. Just the murderous intent emitted by that ancient spear was far from what his reincarnation sword could compare to. The gap between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. Therefore, he naturally knew that although he had stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm, he had made a huge leap in all aspects, and his fighting power was terrifyingly strong. However, compared to the ancestral gods of 10 directions, there was still an insurmountable gap. He had even estimated the strength of his father's strand of divine thought from a year ago, and regretfully discovered that his full strength was still a little lacking compared to his father's strand of divine thought. He was shocked. Father and master, how high have they reached the heaven and earth supreme realm? His soul root was extremely powerful and his potential was limitless. With such potential, he had reached the level of a supreme being of heaven and earth. Now, he could clearly feel how powerful he was. He was confident that he could kill the 7th Divine Lord, the 8th Divine Lord, and the others that he had encountered previously with just a lift of his hand. However, he felt that he could not compare to the divine thought that his father had manifested back then. Therefore, he could not imagine how powerful his father and his master, who was as famous as his father, were. How terrifying would the ancestral gods of 10 directions be if even his father and master could not defeat them when they joined forces. The rainbow auspicious clouds dispersed. He paused on the spot, put away the samsara sword, and returned to his previous place. The goddess and saintesses of all heavens walked up to him happily. When Lin Tian was still in the 9th dimension, his fighting power was already not inferior to theirs when he worked with the 3-dimensional world. Now that he had reached the heaven and earth supreme realm, with the cooperation of the 3-dimensional world and Wu Yi's assistance, how strong was his strongest fighting power now? It was estimated that he could wipe out all the gods in the 9th dimension. No one could resist him. Congratulations, little Lin. Old man Wu Wei said. At the same time, he sighed. He had been at the peak of the ninth dimension for countless years, but Lin Tian had reached the heaven and earth supreme realm from the midnight dimension in just a year. How terrifying was such talent? At this time, he could only sigh in his heart. As expected of the person who had inherited the heavenly emperor's bloodline. He was really too terrifying. My husband is really amazing, Tianyin said sweetly. In a year's time, he had reached the heaven ascension realm from the Saint King realm, which was a great improvement. Wu Yi did not say anything. His gaze was gentle. His cultivation had reached the peak of the creation realm, and he could step into the tribulation realm at any time. Lin Tian and the others chuckled. On this day, he came out of seclusion and did not continue to cultivate for the time being. Instead, he chatted with the group for a day before continuing to cultivate in seclusion. With his heaven and earth supreme realm cultivation, he began to comprehend the path of reincarnation. Wu Yi and Tianyin continued to cultivate, while the goddess, saintesses of all heavens, and old man Wu Wei continued to protect the three of them. Wisps of light intertwined here, and Lin Tian devoted himself to comprehending the path of reincarnation. With his heaven and earth supreme realm cultivation base, he quickly gained some insights and his control of the path of reincarnation became more and more profound. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. In half a year, the origin reincarnation light intertwined outside his body, becoming thicker and purer. However, after half a year, his path of reincarnation reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to move forward. There's only a little left, but, he frowned. He felt that he was not far away from mastering the path of reincarnation to greater mastery, but that little bit of distance was difficult to cross. After a pause, he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. Another half a year later, he opened his eyes. He still had not made any progress in the path of reincarnation, and it was difficult for him to cross that little bit of distance. Forget it. In the end, he gave up for the time being and stood up. On this day, he temporarily stopped his seclusion to comprehend. The goddess and saintesses of all heavens walked up to him and asked about his results. I'm just a little bit away from mastering the path of reincarnation, but no matter what, it's difficult to make any progress. He told them the truth. It's all right, you're just a little bit away. We still have 8 years. The goddess comforted him. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. Although he was just a little bit away from mastering the path of reincarnation, only he knew how difficult it was to cross that little bit of distance. He did not even have the confidence to cross that little bit of distance. However, he would naturally not reveal this matter. He paused for a moment before he looked at Wu Yi and little Tianyin at the side. Wu Yi and little Tianyin had also stopped cultivating. I've reached the path conversion realm. Little Tianyin said sweetly as if she was reporting. After 2 years, she had grown a little taller and looked more beautiful than 2 years ago. She was a creature of the ninth dimension, and her bloodline power was extraordinary. Moreover, her life essence had been transformed by a special energy. Now, her cultivation could be said to be smooth sailing. Beside her, Wu Yi did not say anything. His cultivation had reached the tribulation realm and he had already passed the tribulation. Are you still going to continue your seclusion? The goddess asked. Not for the time being, Lin Tian shook his head and said after a pause, there are many gods in the ninth dimension. I'm going to deal with some of them. Now, he was only a little bit away from reaching greater mastery in the path of reincarnation, but he was really unable to cross that little bit of distance. At this time, he wanted to clear out some of the gods in the ninth dimension. At the same time, he wanted to test his current strongest combat strength. Regarding this, the goddess and the saintess of all heavens naturally did not have any objections. Immediately, the group left. I wonder if the temporary strongholds of the lineage of gods are still there. The goddess said and told Lin Tian a few coordinates with her divine sense. Let's go and take a look. Lin Tian Ondao. He used the law of spacetime with his supreme level of cultivation, and a spacetime vortex intertwined around him. In the blink of an eye, he, the goddess, and the others were sucked in. The next moment, they appeared in a vast immortal mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a very large palace towering in the middle of the immortal mountain, surrounded by an extremely powerful aura of gods. This was the temporary headquarters of the lineage of gods in the ninth dimension. It's still there. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Looking at the place in front of him, he moved his mind slightly, and a large number of sword lights flashed forward. With a clang, the sword whistled and cut the huge palace into pieces. A bloody mist exploded there. There were obviously many gods in the vicinity of the palace, and more than half of them died under this sword. Who is it? A cold voice rang out. 3 figures stepped out from the shattered palace, their eyes cold and frightening. Beside them were more than 100 other figures. 7 of them were ordinary divine emperors, and the rest were ninth-dimensional gods. The 6th divine emperor, the 5th divine emperor, and the 4th divine emperor. The goddess frowned as her gaze fell on the 3 people in the lead. She knew about the 10 divine emperors below the ancestral god level of the lineage of gods from the sea of consciousness of other gods. At this time, when she saw these 3 people, she immediately recognized them. Almost at the same time, the 6th divine emperor and the others naturally recognized her, as well as the saintess of all heavens beside her. Their eyes lit up. Goddess! Saintess of all heavens! The 6th divine emperor said, his gaze falling on the goddess and the saintess of all heavens, temporarily ignoring Lin Tian, Wu Yi, Tianyin, and the others. You really have the guts to barge in here. Very good. Very good. You saved us the time of looking for you. The few monarchs looked at Lin Tian's group with cold gazes. Especially when they looked at the goddess, their gazes were extremely cold. Back then, when they stepped out of the 10th divine domain, they were prepared to find the heart of the 10th dimension and integrate all of heaven and earth into the 10th divine domain. However, they didn't expect that the Sky Emperor would directly seal off the 9th dimensional sky, trapping them within the 9th dimensional sky and preventing them from stepping into the lower heaven and earth. During this long period of time, their bloodline had been thinking of ways to break this seal and finally broke it 2 years ago. However, they didn't expect that the Sky Emperor would have a follow-up plan. The seal that was broken instantly turned into numerous Emperor seals that enveloped the entire 9th dimensional sky and wiped out tens of thousands of their bloodline brethren in an instant. They still could not step out of the 9th dimension, they were still sealed in the 9th dimension by the Celestial Emperor. We won't kill you, we'll suppress you and make the Celestial Emperor feel pain. The 6th Divine Lord, who had attacked, said in a voice that was bone-chilling. He hated the Celestial Emperor so much that he wanted nothing more than to devour his flesh and blood. Now, looking at the goddess, the person closest to the Celestial Emperor, the murderous intent in his eyes was frighteningly thick. At the same time, the other gods also had the same look in their eyes. The 6th Divine Lord's giant hand pressed down on the group of people in the blink of an eye. Its power seemed to have frozen everything. It was also at this time that Lin Tian made his move. He did not make any unnecessary movements and merely flicked his finger. With a whoosh, a beam of sword light flew out and shattered the 6th Divine Lord's giant palm of divine power. The sword light did not dissipate and its momentum did not diminish as it sank into the 6th Divine Lord's glabella. Blood splattered everywhere and the chill in the 6th Divine Lord's eyes disappeared in an instant. He was stunned and said, "What's going on?" These 3 words came out of his mouth. Then, in the next moment, his body crumbled into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul had been destroyed. Such a scene instantly caused the expressions of all the people in the area to change. Impossible! The 4th Divine Lord exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. The 5th Divine Lord and the other gods also changed their expressions. The 6th Divine Lord of their lineage, the 6th strongest person below the ancestor god level, had been obliterated by a human with a flick of his finger. How could this be? At the same time, the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens paled. They had expected that Lin Tian would be extremely powerful after reaching the heaven and earth supreme realm. However, they had not expected him to be this powerful. Facing the 6th Divine Lord, who was far stronger than the 7th Divine Lord, he had actually killed him with a flick of his finger. What kind of combat strength was this? 1. Should know that Lin Tian had just stepped into the heaven and earth supreme realm. Yet, he possessed such fighting strength when he had just stepped into this realm. This was simply too frightening. Lin Tian's expression did not change. His eyes fell on the fifth divine lord and the fourth divine lord as he walked towards them. He took a step forward, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the fourth divine lord. He tapped the center of the fourth divine lord's brows. The fourth divine emperor was horrified. He had not seen Lin Tian's movements at all. "You, pooh." Lin Tian didn't say anything. The tip of his finger that was pointed at the center of the opponent's eyebrows burst forth with sword light. With a pu sound, the sword light pierced through the opponent. His divine soul was obliterated as well. This, old man Wu Wei could not help but tremble. In this place, the fourth divine lord was the strongest person in the lineage of gods. He was the fourth strongest person in the lineage of gods below the ancestral gods of 10 directions. Yet, he had been killed so easily. The fifth divine lord and the other divine lords were trembling. One by one, they retreated with horror in their eyes. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. All the divine lords fled as fast as they could. The fourth divine lord, the strongest existence in this place, had been killed so easily. At this moment, all the divine lords knew that in this place, there was absolutely no one who could stop Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at these people. With a slight movement of his mind, the Tao Cutter Law was brought out. The Tao Cutter Law filled the sky and swept out at an extremely fast speed. This was the law of the 10th dimension. Wherever it passed, all things withered. Puff, puff, puff. Bloody mists exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, except for the fifth divine lord, all the other divine lords had died tragically. The fifth divine lord's face was pale. He did not run anymore because the 10 direction space had been completely sealed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at this person. He had deliberately left this person behind. At this moment, his right eye, the Rinnegan, opened instantly. It was stronger than before. The reincarnation Tao pattern in it was dreamy and illusory. He used the reincarnation illusion technique to read everything in the other party's sea of consciousness. Then, after reading everything in the other party's sea of consciousness, he used the reincarnation galaxy to obliterate the other party. In an instant, the place became silent. All the divine lords here were killed. "My husband is too powerful," Tianyin said, her big eyes shining. Old man Wu Wei and the others were also shocked. The current Lin Tian's combat strength was really terrifying. Apart from the ancestral gods of 10 directions, the celestial emperor, and the human king, he was basically invincible. Lin Tian chuckled and said to the group, "Let's go somewhere else." From the fifth divine lord's sea of consciousness, he learned about the situation of the divine lord's lineage. In this lineage, a small portion of the divine lords had stepped out of the 10 directions divine dominion. Most of the divine lords were still in the 10 directions divine dominion. Now, the divine lords who had stepped out of the 10 directions divine dominion and lived in the 9 dimensions heaven still had 8 large strongholds. He already knew the locations of all of them and was prepared to destroy them one by one. He was also quite satisfied with his combat strength in this battle. Although he was still far from being comparable to his father and teacher, he was already completely invincible compared to the divine lords in the 9 dimensions heaven. On this day, he used the space-time law to move with the goddess, Wu Yi, and the others. They stepped into the strongholds of the divine lords in the 9 dimensions heaven one after another and attacked mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, all the divine lords in the strongholds were slaughtered. Then, he began to wander in the 9 dimensions heaven and attack the other divine lords who were scattered in various locations in the 9 dimensions heaven. Human! Screams and anger sounded from time to time in the 9 dimensions heaven. The blood of the divine lords dyed the void red. In a short 3 months, he wandered the 9 dimensions heaven and wiped out all the divine lords in the 9 dimensions heaven. A descendant of the goddess and the heavenly emperor? A disciple of the human king and the saintess? This. No. No wonder he's so strong. We're saved. The 9 dimensions heaven's inhabitants were not extinct yet. During these 3 months, as Lin Tian, goddess Wu Yi, and the others stepped into one area after another and hunted the divine lords in the 9 dimensions heaven, the cultivators of the 9 dimensions heaven naturally saw this process and were shocked by Lin Tian's strength. At the same time, they also learned of Lin Tian's identity and couldn't help but be shocked. During these 3 months, the 9 dimensions heaven was peaceful. At this moment, Lin Tian, the goddess, and the others were standing on a magnificent immortal mountain. The 9 dimensions heaven is peaceful now. I want to return to the 4th dimension and try to fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension that Master found. On this immortal mountain, Lin Tian was standing on Lin Tian Ondao. The heart of the 10th dimension was the core of the 10 divine domains. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the reincarnation cycle, as long as he could fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension, he would be able to suppress the divine lords and end this war. After all, once he fused with the heart of the 10th dimension, it was equivalent to controlling the 10 divine domains. All the divine lords born in the 10 divine domains would be unable to resist. Although it's very difficult, it's worth a try, the saintess said. Back then, even the human king couldn't fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension, but she felt that Lin Tian might be able to do it. After all, although Lin Tian's current strength was far from the human king's, he controlled reincarnation and had terrifying potential. When these two were combined, it might create a miracle and successfully fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension. The goddess and Wu Yi also nodded in agreement. Thus, on this day, Lin Tian and the others left the 9th dimension and stepped into the 8th dimension. During this process, the dense imperial imprints outside the 9th dimension did not have any reaction to them. This was because these imperial imprints were imprinted by the celestial emperor using a special method. They only targeted the pure divine bodies and divine spirits, so they did not affect other people. Let's find Ye first, then we'll find the others together. Lin Tian Ondao. In the 9th dimension, he had killed a large number of divine lords. During this process, he had obtained many rare treasures and was preparing to share them with the others so that they could improve their cultivation. The reason why he first looked for Xianxia was because she had the divination technique. As long as he found her, he would be able to quickly find Ruoxian, Jiyu, and the others. After that, he spent 3 days looking for Xianxia. Xianxia was with Ruoxian, Jiyu, Baiqiu, and the others. Grandma. Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Before Lin Tian could introduce the goddess, she had already rushed over. Back then, Lin Tian had shown her the appearance of the goddess. She remembered it very clearly, so she instantly recognized her at this moment. The goddess was naturally very happy. This was her granddaughter. Then, Lin Tian introduced Jiyu, Baiqiu, and the others to her. Jiyu and the others came forward to greet her one after another. They were a little nervous. After all, this grandma was the supreme being of the 9th dimension. Good, 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 very good. The goddess was naturally very happy. Ruoxian hugged the goddess' arm and paused for a moment. Her gaze fell on Tianyin. She jumped in front of little Tianyin and pinched her cheeks. Her beautiful big eyes were full of light. What a beautiful little sister. Let me carry you. As she said that, she really picked up little Tianyin. Lin Tian, the all-heaven saintess, coughed and said, "That's your little mother. Grand Preceptor's wife, you really know how to joke." Ruoxian didn't believe it. Tianyin wasn't even as old as her. Wu Yi looked at her. Don't be rude. Ruoxian's eyes immediately widened. After all, they were mother and daughter. She naturally understood what Wu Yi meant. Really? She hugged Tianyin and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian wanted to cover his face. How could he say this? It's true. The goddess said on his behalf. Ruoxian trembled. She stared at little Tianyin in her arms with wide eyes. Then, she put little Tianyin down with a whoosh. Daddy, you've become such a beast, cough, how did you do this? She glared at Lin Tian. Her father had found her an 8-year-old little mother? Lin Tian, what a sin. So that's how it is. After hearing Wu Yi's explanation, Ruoxian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She said in relief, so it was Grandma who decided on this marriage in the past. You should have told me earlier. I thought Daddy had become a beast, indecent. Lin Tian, daughter, what are you trying to say after the word beast? That's twice. Lil Miss, I'm sorry. But Lil Miss, you're really beautiful. You're already so beautiful now, you'll definitely be even more beautiful in the future. Ruoxian looked at Tianyin and apologized to her. Then, as she looked at her, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. This 8-year-old girl, who wasn't even as old as her, was actually her Lil Miss. Wu Yi tilted her head and glanced at her. Ahem, Ruoxian coughed dryly and quickly stopped laughing. She bowed seriously to little Tianyin. Hello, Lil Miss, it's okay. Ruoxian is very cute. Tianyin naturally didn't care about this. After all, there was nothing to care about. On the contrary, she really liked Ruoxian. Ruoxian was really very cute. Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, and Baiqiu naturally didn't have any objections after hearing the whole story. After all, in theory, little Tianyin was actually older than them. The girls all stepped forward and introduced themselves to Tianyin. Hello, sisters. Little Tianyin was much older than Jiyu and Shuiyi. However, because she had been sealed in the eternal heavenly ice for many years, she didn't grow at all. Now, she still looked like an 8-year-old. She was very polite to Jiyu, Shuiyi, and the others. Tianyin is really beautiful. Yes, she probably won't lose out to Sister Wu Yi in the future. Jiyu and the others said. They weren't being polite. Tianyin was really very beautiful now. She was only 8 years old, but she already had a peerless appearance. After chatting for a while, Lin Tian asked Xianxia to use the divination technique to deduce the other people's whereabouts. Now that Xianxia was in the tribulation realm, she immediately used the divine divination technique to deduce the situation. Soon, she calculated the whereabouts of all her old friends and told Lin Tian the detailed coordinates. Lin Tian immediately moved. Using the law of time and space, he quickly gathered all his old friends. Mistress. As Empyrean Divine Seal, Empyrean Primal Chaos, Empyrean Proudsword, and the others saw the true body of the All-Heaven Saintess, they were all excited. They all bowed deeply and then bowed towards the goddess. Greetings, Senior. You're welcome. Please rise. The goddess was extremely courteous. She personally helped the 9 people up and then thanked them. During those years in the 4-dimensional world, the 9 of them had taken care of Lin Tian a lot. In the beginning, it was the 9 of them who guided Lin Tian in her cultivation. It was also because of Lin Tian that she reincarnated. She had learned about this from the All-Heaven Saintesses. She had always been grateful to the 9 of them and had long wanted to thank them personally. We're senior brothers. It's our responsibility to take care of our junior brother. Fengshen Tianzuan smiled. Baiziki, Yifeng Tian, Yang Qi, Ling Yun, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, Fanning Xiong, Yi Tong, Little Fox, and Mu Chen also stepped forward and bowed to the goddess and saintesses. Wu Yi's parents, Mu Xingshu and Shen Qi, were also there. Lin Tian introduced the 2 of them to the goddess with great respect. In-laws, this is the first time we've met. Thank you. The goddess took Shen Qi's hand and looked at Wu Yi. She sincerely said to Shen Qi and Mu Xingshu, thank you for having such a good daughter. Wu Yi had helped Lin Tian a lot. She had been quietly assisting Lin Tian. She liked Wu Yi very much. The group gathered in the 8th-dimensional world. Then, Lin Tian led the group into the 4th-dimensional world and returned to the immortal court of the 10 Directions Ancient Star. He distributed the treasures to them. Then, he, the goddess, saintesses, and Wu Yi went to the 10th heaven of the 10 Directions Ancient Star. Jiyu, Tianyin, and the others were cultivating in the immortal court of the 10 Directions. Old man Wu Wei, who was at the end of the 9th dimension, was there to protect them. There was nothing to worry about. Moreover, they were very safe in the 10 Directions Ancient Star even if there was no one to protect them. During the 3 months when Wu Yi was killing gods in the 9th dimension, he had already refined many extraordinary divine items. Now that his cultivation base had reached the 9th dimension, there was no need for him to continue refining other treasures of heaven and earth. The 4 of them stepped into the 10th heaven. This heaven was very vast. Green grass grew everywhere, making it look like a green ocean. It's here. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had obtained more detailed information about the heart of the 10th dimension from the saintesses. It wasn't the complete 10 Directions Ancient Star, but the 10th heaven. The 9 heavens below were formed by the insignificant strands of energy that overflowed from the heart of the 10th dimension. No wonder I felt the boundless vastness of this heaven. It's even more vast than the other heavens I've seen. Back then, by chance, he felt an incomparably vast feeling in the 10th heaven. At that time, he was very concerned about this heaven. It turns out that this 10th heaven is the true heart of the 10th dimension. At the same time, he thought of the ancient legend circulating in the 10 directions heavens. As long as one ascended to the 10th heaven, they would obtain eternal life and become the omnipotent 10 directions divine king. Regarding this legend, everyone only cared about the 2 words eternal life. No one cared about the 4 words 10 directions divine king. Perhaps, in the past, the cultivation world of the 10 directions divine king only regarded the 10 directions divine king as the king of the 10 directions heavens. They believed that if one ascended to the 10th heaven and attained eternal life, they would be the strongest person in the 10 directions divine king. However, the 10 directions divine king wasn't the king of the 10 directions heavens, but the king of the 10th dimension. As for the origin of this legend, he gradually began to have doubts. He didn't know how this legend spread in the 10 directions heavens. He believed that in the past, there was absolutely no one who truly understood the meaning of the legendary 10 directions divine king. There was absolutely no one who knew that the 10th heaven was the heart of the 10th dimension. Could it be that the heart of the 10th dimension has affected the wills of some living beings in the 10 directions heaven? However, the affected living beings were unable to fully comprehend the will, which led to the spread of this legend. He guessed in his heart. He felt that this guess wasn't unreasonable. After all, since the God spirit race was born, there was a kind of will that existed in their heart. By fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension, they could become the 10 directions divine king. This was very similar to his guess, and the possibility was very high. Thinking of this in his heart, he stood in the 10th heaven. After a pause, he said goodbye to the goddess, Xianxia, and Wu-yi, and walked a few dozen feet forward. Standing in the 10th heaven, he closed his eyes to feel this heaven. Now that his cultivation base had reached the level of heaven and earth sovereign, he could already feel the extraordinariness of this heaven. In his eyes, this was just the 10th heaven. There were only ordinary stones and grass in it, but in his divine sense, this was a vast heaven and earth with endless stars intertwining around it. He used his divine sense of origin to try to merge into this heaven. At the same time, he also tried to merge his divine sense of life into this heaven, pulling it into his body. Whoosh! In the 10th heaven, a gentle breeze was produced in an instant. Then, gradually, this breeze became blazing hot. With a bang, Lin Tian's body trembled violently, and he staggered back. He tried to integrate his divine sense and his divine sense into the 10th heaven, trying to pull it into his body, but in the blink of an eye, they were all pushed back, and his divine soul was shaken, causing severe pain. He paused, frowned, and continued to try, but he still failed. He couldn't fuse with it at all. It's not working. He shook his head and returned to the side of the goddess and the others. The saintess was a little disappointed. Originally, she thought that Lin Tian, who controlled reincarnation and awakened his soul root, might be able to fuse with the heart of the 10th dimension, but she didn't expect that he still couldn't succeed. It's okay, little 10, don't be discouraged. After all, even an invincible existence like the 10 directions divine ancestor couldn't fuse with it. The difficulty of fusing with it is estimated that it won't be much lower than mastering reincarnation. She comforted Lin Tian. Lin Tian wasn't discouraged, because from the beginning, he didn't have much hope of successfully fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension. He just wanted to come back and give it a try. It would be good if he succeeded, but it didn't matter if he failed. Oh, Mother, Wu-yi, why don't you give it a try? He said to the goddess and Wu-yi. The saintess had already tried. There's no need to try. The goddess shook her head. Wu-yi also said, there's no need. There were some things that the result was obvious without trying. Even the 10 directions divine ancestor, the human king, and now Lin Tian couldn't fuse with it, so how could they fuse with it? Then, let's return to the immortal court. Lin Tian Ondao. He took one last look at the 10th heaven, paused for a moment, and then returned to the immortal court with the goddess, the saintess, and Wu-yi. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the immortal court, Baiziki and a group of old friends came out of seclusion one after another. They refined the natural treasures Lin Tian had given them, and each of them made astonishing gains. It was also on this day that the immortal court displayed many precious fruits and wine, and the group gathered together again. Soon, a day passed and night fell. Then, the darkness of the night dispersed, and the morning sun rose over the horizon. On this day, Lin Tian found the goddess, the saintess, and Wu Yi. I'm preparing to leave for the 10 Directions Divine Realm. There were no more gods outside the 10 Directions Divine Realm, and the 9 heavens were very peaceful. However, this peace was only temporary because the greatest source of disaster still existed, and that was the 10 Directions Divine Realm. Go to the 10 Divine Domain? The goddess' eyes flickered. Are we leaving now? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The 10 Divine Dominion was the 10th dimension. The Saint Spirit Chi in it was much denser than in the 9th dimension, and there were many special ancient domains that he'd found in the 5th Divine Lord's consciousness. Now that he'd reached the level of heaven and earth sovereign, aside from the 10 ancestral gods, his father, and his master, there was basically no one who could be his opponent. Now that he'd ascended to the 10 Divine Dominion, he didn't need to worry about anything. He only needed to do his best to become stronger. He also believed that in an environment like the 10 Divine Domain, his strength would rise rapidly. Moreover, the 10 Divine Domain was where the heart of the 10th dimension belonged. A trip there might give him a lot of special insights that would allow him to successfully integrate the heart of the 10th dimension. As his strength continued to rise in the 10 Divine Domain, he might even gain new insights into reincarnation and reach the state of greater mastery. The goddess thought for a moment and didn't ask any more questions. She instructed, Go. Go alone. Pay attention to all aspects. There were at most 7 years until the return of the 10 ancestral gods, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Human King. In these 7 years, Lin Tian had to do everything he could to become stronger. She knew this very well. Lin Tian had no opponents apart from the 10 ancestral gods, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Human King. If she and the holy girls followed Lin Tian to the 10 Divine Domain, they could cultivate in peace. However, this process would more or less affect Lin Tian's cultivation speed and growth. If they followed him, Lin Tian would have to spend a lot of effort to protect them. Yes. Lin Tian nodded seriously. He naturally knew what his mother was thinking. On this day, he bid farewell to the goddess, the holy girls, and Wu Yi before leaving the 10 Directions ancient star. The ancestral god of 10 Directions was still around, so time was very precious to him. After leaving the 10 Directions ancient star, he quickly entered the 9th dimension and found a heaven and earth gate in the 9th dimension. This was the gate of heaven and earth that the ancestor devil and the others had opened to the 10 divine domains. For some reason, the gate of heaven and earth couldn't be smashed shut after the god spirit lineage stepped out of the 10 divine domains. Even his father and master couldn't do it. They couldn't isolate the ancestor gods from the 10 divine domains by smashing the gate of heaven and earth. They could only enter the 10 divine domains to restrain the ancestor gods of this lineage and prevent them from stepping out of the 10 divine domains into the 9th dimension. Once the ancestor gods stepped out of the 10 divine domains, everything would be over. After entering the 10 Directions divine domain, his father had set up seals at both ends of the heaven and earth gates to prevent other gods from leaving. Apart from his father, the 10 Directions ancestral gods, and his master, no one else could break through the seals. He had learned all of this from the goddess. Naturally, he had also learned the technique to pass through the seal from the goddess. After all, it was still difficult for him to pass through the seals at both ends of the gate of heaven and earth with his current strength. When he arrived at the gate of heaven and earth, he formed a special hand seal and branded it onto the seal at the other end. He immediately passed through it. The interior of the gate of heaven and earth was filled with a dreamy mist. He walked through it and headed toward the 10 divine domains. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the end of the gate of heaven and earth. There was a seal in front of him that was intertwined with light. That damned celestial emperor. This seal. Damn it. When the ancestor gods return, we'll suppress him and make sure he dies a horrible death. A voice came from the other end of the seal, filled with chilling anger. When Lin Tian heard this voice from within the gate of heaven and earth, he also sensed the unique aura of the god spirit lineage. "I'm here." His eyes lit up. He didn't need to think to know that the 10 divine domains were right in front of him. Using a special magical technique, he stepped forward, passing through the seal left behind by his father as if he were nothing more than air. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on solid ground again. Looking around, he saw a mountain range in his field of vision. It was not very tall, but every mountain was shrouded in a very thick mist. It was completely condensed from Saint Spirit Chi. Further away, he saw the flowing sacred river and the suspended waterfall. All of them were magnificent and surging with great momentum. In the air, the extremely dense Saint Spiritual Chi immediately rushed into his body on its own. This made his heart tremble. He had really arrived at the 10 divine domains. The density of the Saint Spiritual Chi in this world was just too shocking. Even a supreme being like him was reacting to the dense Saint Spiritual Chi. He couldn't help but feel extremely comfortable. A human? Did he come from the world below? Isn't the section below the gate of heaven and earth sealed as well? He passed through the seal here easily. Could this person be related to the Celestial Emperor? Exclamations rang out. There were a large number of gods standing nearby. Among them were 3 divine sovereigns, while the rest were in the 9th dimension. When they saw a human like Lin Tian suddenly step into their 10 divine regions through the gate of heaven and earth, their expressions changed. Then, their eyes lit up. He's definitely related to the Celestial Emperor. Take him down. The leader of the group, an ordinary divine emperor, said. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. He raised his hand and grabbed Lin Tian. At the same time, the other deities in the area moved as well. The light in their eyes was extremely bright. Earlier, they'd witnessed how Lin Tian had passed through the seal of the door of heaven and earth in a simple and easy manner. He hadn't passed through it by force, and the seal wasn't damaged at all. Obviously, he possessed a special technique to pass through the seal here. In this way, so long as they were able to suppress Lin Tian and obtain the special technique to pass through such seals from Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, then they wouldn't have to wait for their universe-enlightened ancestral gods to return, and they would be able to step foot into the lower dimensions. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound. Extremely intimidating holy light rolled out and sealed off the space around Lin Tian. The group of gods grabbed at Lin Tian and closed in on him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian naturally saw these people. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. Only his majestic aura suddenly spread out. With a chi-chi-chi sound, the divine spirit holy light that was pressing down on them shattered completely. The group of divine spirits was sent flying from the impact. Even the 3 ordinary Sir Gods of heaven and earth supreme level were no exception. Supreme of heaven and earth. You. When they looked at Lin Tian again, the group of divine spiritual worlds people were moved. Even the 3 ordinary Sir Gods who were leading the group were no exception. Lin Tian glanced at these people. He naturally knew why they attacked him. Since you call yourselves gods, why don't you have the benevolence that gods should have? Why must you smelt the lower realms? Why must you let countless living beings suffer? It's the ancestral god's order. One of the divine emperors said in a low voice. You do whatever your ancestral god tells you to do? Don't you have any opinions of your own? Lin Tiandao asked. Have you never thought that your ancestral god's decision is wrong? Is it wrong? In fact, he had known for a long time that this group was acting under the ancestral god's orders. None of the gods had any thoughts of going against the ancestral god. However, he couldn't help but ask such a question at this time. Hearing this, the gods were furious. One of the divine emperors said coldly, the ancestral god is the one with the most hope to become the king. There can't be anything wrong. This person said, the living beings of the lower realms are too weak. There's no need for them to exist. We were born for the heavens and earth, so we are the most correct existence. We only need to exist. The lower realms should be integrated into our divine realms, making them stronger and making the gods of the future generations stronger. Are you really that weak? Can you defeat me, someone from the lower realms? Can you defeat the celestial the arch and the human king? Lin Tiandao. The divine emperor who spoke paused for a moment, then said coldly, we can't defeat the celestial the arch and the human king, but we can't necessarily take you down. As he spoke, an extremely powerful god's aura emanated from his body. He shouted coldly, "Form the eternal spirit formation." Beside him, the other gods all moved. One by one, the gods' aura outside their bodies became incomparably majestic. In the blink of an eye, everyone's aura was vast and mighty. They quickly merged together to form a huge god's formation. This formation combined the auras of the gods, instantly increasing the group's combat strength by 10 times. The ancestral god can't be wrong. The lower realms must be integrated into our divine realms and return together with the heart of the 10th dimension. The divine emperor who spoke said coldly. Together with the eternal spirit formation, it pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian shook his head. In the end, he couldn't persuade these gods. Now, he could see that the ancestral god of 10 directions was equivalent to the faith of these gods. His words were useless. The completed reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him, intertwining with holiness and vastness. It majestically faced the group of gods. This time, he didn't show any mercy. The completed reincarnation diagram immediately annihilated all the holiness and enveloped all the gods in this place. One by one, they exploded, and even their divine souls were crushed together. The gods' blood floated above the void here. He paused here for a moment, then walked into the distance. Clang, the sword hummed and was extremely bright. It was mixed with an extremely frightening god's aura. In a flash, it slashed from afar. This sword was extremely frightening. Lin Tian's gaze couldn't help but waver slightly. He leaned to the side and moved more than 3 feet away. In the distant sky, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man. His eyes were extremely deep, and the aura around his body was extremely vast. Human. The third divine emperor glanced at the celestial emperor's gate of heaven and earth. He could tell at a glance that Lin Tian had walked out from it. Considering that all the gods here had been killed by Lin Tian and the seal had not been broken, he instantly guessed that Lin Tian had a special way to pass through the seal. "Tell me how to pass through the seal and I will spare your life." "Do you think that's possible?" Lin Tian was very calm. The third divine emperor's eyes were cold. He did not say anything after hearing Lin Tian's words. He raised his hand and a boundless aura of the gods immediately surged. The firmament trembled and, in the blink of an eye, a large amount of murderous light came crashing down. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly retreated and dodged all of the murderous light. The murderous light fell on an area far behind him. A group of celestial mountains there were immediately pulverized. "As far as I know, you should not have such battle strength." He looked at the third divine emperor and said. A few months ago, he had learned everything about the lineage of gods from the fifth divine emperor's sea of consciousness. Among them, he had a rough idea of the fighting strength of the 10 divine emperors below the ancestral god of 10 directions. However, now that he had met the third divine emperor, his fighting strength was greatly different from the information he had obtained from the fifth divine emperor's sea of consciousness. At this moment, he felt that the third divine emperor's battle strength was even stronger than the first divine emperor of this lineage who had already died. Search the seas of consciousness of other gods? The third divine emperor's eyes were cold. As time passes, I will naturally become stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. With one step, the 10 directions movement swept the sky and the wind and clouds pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. The third divine emperor's momentum was so strong that it greatly exceeded his expectations. It even made him feel a little pressured. However, even though he felt the pressure, his expression did not change. He did not retreat but met the third divine emperor's attack head-on. Boom! When the two collided, the void in this place immediately collapsed. After all, both of them were supreme existences of heaven and earth, and extremely powerful ones at that. Therefore, even though the space of the 10 divine domain was extremely sturdy and far surpassed that of the 9-dimensional world, it was more or less fragile at this moment. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The two of them clashed, fighting for hundreds of thousands of li. Large amounts of mountain ranges collapsed. Human, you've surprised me. The third divine lord narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Tian without blinking. I never thought that there would be someone as strong as you in the lower realm besides the Sky Emperor and the Human King. You surprised me too. Your power is 3 times stronger than the number 1 Sir God that I know of. Lin Tiandao. The third Divine Emperor's eyes were deep and indifferent. The aura outside his body suddenly soared. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the method to bypass the Celestial Emperor's seal and I'll spare your life. He looked at Lin Tian and said. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slashed out a sword ray towards the other party. The third Divine Emperor's eyes turned cold as he smashed the sword light with his palm. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. As he said that, the aura on his body suddenly soared again. In the blink of an eye, it reached an extremely shocking level. For a moment, it was as if a Saint energy volcano had erupted in this place. Moreover, at the same time, extremely dense fluctuations of laws surged out from the third Divine Lord's body. There were a total of 3 types. Solitary heaven, obscuring heaven, and breaking heaven. Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly. The 10 Divine Dominion, which was also the 10th dimension, had a total of 10 dimensional laws. They were sealing heaven, solitary heaven, obscuring heaven, breaking heaven, chaotic heaven, cutting path, cutting soul, cutting heart, and cutting origin. Each of these laws was extremely terrifying. Originally, among the 10 Sir Gods, as far as he knew, each of the 10 Sir Gods had mastered one of these 10-dimensional laws. Back then, the third Divine Lord had only mastered the solitary heaven law. He did not expect that even obscuring heaven and breaking heaven would be able to master them now. Moreover, the aura that the third Divine Lord was exuding at this time was clearly more terrifying than before. It was much, much stronger. This kind of aura actually made him feel threatened. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart reverberated. In an instant, the third Divine Lord appeared in front of him and directly raised his hand to press down on him. The solitary heaven law, obscuring heaven law, and breaking heaven law coiled around each other, and the aura shook the world. Lin Tian immediately supported the sealing heaven law and cutting path law and faced the third Divine Lord's 10th dimension laws. The third Divine Lord's eyes moved slightly. Lin Tian had actually mastered 2 10th dimension laws. Human, you've surprised me once again. You actually know 2 of the supreme laws of my divine dominion. The third Divine Lord said. His aura shook violently and forced Lin Tian to retreat more than 10 feet. After that, his speed became even faster. He completely sealed the space around Lin Tian and grabbed at Lin Tian. This has surprised you even more. What's next? Lin Tian Andao. As he spoke, he steadied himself. 9 black moons appeared in his left eye, and reincarnation Dao patterns intertwined in his right eye. He opened his Eye of Destiny and Rinnegan at the same time and clearly saw the third Divine Lord's movements. He found an opening and slapped out. With this slap, the third Divine Lord's divine brilliance law shattered. He was sent flying a few hundred feet away. Rinnegan. You've mastered reincarnation? The third Divine Lord steadied himself a few hundred feet away and looked at Lin Tian again. His eyes were filled with shock. A human had actually mastered reincarnation, how was this possible? Lin Tian didn't say anything. His Eye of Destiny shook slightly, and he used teleportation. In a flash, he appeared in front of the third Divine Lord. The third Divine Lord was shocked. You, slap. Lin Tian grabbed the other party's face, interrupting his words. Holding the other party's face, he directly pressed the other party down into the void, pressing him onto the ground. The impact caused the ground to directly collapse, large cracks spreading out like spiderwebs. Damn it! The third Divine Lord roared angrily. His majestic aura was vast and mighty. He struggled free from Lin Tian's grip and moved a few thousand feet away. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the third Divine Lord. There was a strange light in his eyes. The third Divine Lord's strength was very different from the information he had obtained in the fifth Divine Lord's consciousness a few months ago. Now that he had opened his Rinnegan, he had used all his strength. He was at least 20 times stronger than the first Divine Lord of this lineage, who had already fallen. But now, the third Divine Lord was actually able to break free from his grip. Reincarnation. 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 The third divine lord opened his mouth and his eyes were filled with greed. He stared at Lin Tian as if he was staring at his prey. Human, you're very good. This monarch wants you. I'm not interested in men. Lin Tiantan said coldly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it drew close to the third divine lord. There was a puff and blood splattered. The sword was too fast. The third divine lord couldn't avoid it and was directly pierced through. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the third divine lord. His Rinnegan moved slightly and he used the reincarnation purgatory illusion killing technique. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed. The third divine lord in front of him gradually disappeared like an illusion. It wasn't his real body. Human. I'll come for you again. You're mine. A cold laugh came from the southeast. Lin Tian tilted his head. In a flash, he traveled a few million miles and then stopped. There were traces of blood in the void. However, the third divine lord's aura had completely disappeared. This person, his eyes narrowed. He had opened his Rinnegan and could see through everything. However, the third divine lord had been able to escape from his Rinnegan. A gentle breeze swept through the air. He paused for a moment and closed his Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny at the same time. He stood there and looked at the center of the 10th divine territory. He paused for a moment and then headed there. The third divine lord's aura had completely disappeared. He couldn't be bothered to look for him. Now that he'd come to the 10th divine domain, his goal was to grow stronger and improve his strength, not to kill divine spirits. From the 5th divine lord's sea of consciousness, he'd learned that there was a divine spirit celestial palace in the center of the 10th divine territory. It was where the top gods of the divine spirit lineage resided. The 10 ancestral gods, the 10 divine lords, and the other gods who'd reached the 9th dimension all resided in the divine spirit celestial palace. There were many rare treasures there. He decided to go there and search for them. In another part of the 10th divine territory, in a treasure mountain, reincarnation. The third divine lord's chest was bleeding, but his eyes were burning with greed and excitement. I'm not his match yet. At the same time, I can't accommodate reincarnation. I have to continue growing stronger. I have to devour more. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Reincarnation is mine. It's all mine. The celestial emperor, the human king, the ancestral gods, you'll all be beneath my feet. I'll be the king. Crazy and cold words intertwined in this treasure mountain. The third divine lord stepped into the distance and disappeared into the horizon. In the 10th divine territory, the sky was blue and the saint spirit chi was extremely dense. Lin Tian moved quickly from the place he'd been before. He was already far away. Then, he tore open several void portals and soon arrived at the center of the 10th divine territory. As far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of precious palaces in the sky. They were situated within the clouds, surrounded by immortal light. I'm here. A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. This was the divine spirit celestial palace. Only those who'd stepped into the 9th dimension were qualified to enter this place. He paused for a moment, then headed straight for the divine spirit celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of it. When he was close to the palace, he could feel that the saint spirit chi in the air was much denser than before. It was extremely shocking. He was shocked by this, but then he suddenly felt a little curious. This was the divine spirit celestial palace, the core area of the divine spirit celestial palace. Logically speaking, this place should be heavily guarded, and there should be many divine spirits here. However, when he arrived, the surroundings were very quiet. He didn't even see a single divine spirit guard outside the palace. He felt strange about this. After a pause, he continued to walk into the heavenly palace. Soon, he stepped into the heavenly palace. Inside the celestial palace, the saint power was even denser and boundless. However, there was blood everywhere, and many places were damaged. It was as if a great battle had taken place here, but there was not a single corpse here. What's going on? Lin Tian frowned. As far as he knew, there were only divine spirits in the 10 divine regions, and there were no other demonic beasts. There was only one clan in this world, and as far as he knew, there had never been any internal strife in this clan. Here, the core of the divine spirit lineage, the heavenly palace, was now broken and covered in blood. How could this be? What had happened? After a pause, he walked towards the center of the divine spirit heavenly palace. Wherever he went, most of the pavilions and immortal palaces in the divine spirit heavenly palace were broken, and there was a lot of blood everywhere. The smell of blood was very strong. Soon after, he walked through the entire divine spirit heavenly palace and found many ancient pavilions with hidden treasures and scriptures. However, they were all empty, all of the valuable items gone. It was as if they were robbed. This made him feel even more strange. Among the 10 divine emperors, the 3rd divine emperor was still alive, and he should have been guarding the divine spirit heavenly palace in the past. If the 3rd divine emperor was guarding it, why would it become like this? Could it be? He narrowed his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Was this caused by the 3rd divine emperor? He had such a guess, and then he felt it was very likely. The 3rd divine emperor's strength was too different from the information he found in the 5th divine emperor's sea of consciousness. Moreover, the 3rd divine emperor must have known that this place had become like this. The possibility of him not knowing was basically zero. Previously, when the 3rd divine emperor fought with him, he did not show any signs of worry. Obviously, he did not care about what had happened here. Therefore, the possibility of it being the 3rd divine emperor was almost 100%. What does he want to do? He frowned. For a moment, he instinctively had a bad feeling. He didn't find anything of value after searching the entire palace. However, he decided to stay here and cultivate for the time being. This was because the place where the divine spirit heavenly palace was located had a terrifyingly dense Holy Spirit chi. It was naturally the best place to cultivate. Within the heavenly palace, he chose an ancient pavilion with the densest Holy Spirit chi and went into seclusion. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra activated on its own accord. For a time, billowing Saint Spirit chi surged within the divine spirit celestial palace. It almost turned into a liquid state within the divine spirit celestial palace, completely wrapping around him. For a time, his essence, energy, and spirit increased bit by bit. His cultivation base also gradually became stronger. There was no end to cultivation. Although supremacy of heaven and earth was the final realm in the path of cultivation, there was no limit to this realm. He had just stepped into this realm, so his cultivation could still continue to improve. Buzz. As he cultivated, strands of divine light interweaved on the surface of his body, making him look magnificent. At the same time, he spread out his divine thought of the origin and began to comprehend the other 10th dimensional laws apart from the seal the heavens and cut the way. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In half a year, he had completely mastered all the dimensional laws of the 10th dimensional heaven. Together with the 9th dimensional laws that he had previously mastered, they were all integrated into the 3-dimensional heaven and earth within his body, causing the 3-dimensional heaven and earth to undergo another great transformation. Naturally, his cultivation base had also increased by a lot. His combat strength was at least 10 times stronger than half a year ago. Boom! On this day, half a year later, a destructive light descended from the heavens and smashed the ancient pavilion that he was cultivating in. I came back to look for something. I didn't expect you to be here. You saved me the time of looking for you. A cold laugh rang out. The 3rd divine emperor stood in the heavens, looking down at Lin Tian as he charged towards him. Lin Tian stood up. He was a little surprised by the 3rd divine emperor's appearance, but he wasn't afraid at all. He flicked his finger. With a clang, a sharp sword ray shot up. Its speed was extremely fast as it pressed down on the 3rd divine emperor. The 3rd divine emperor raised his hand and smashed the sword ray with a slap. His majestic divine aura sealed the surroundings. Outside his body, a total of 6 10th dimensional laws intertwined. As time passes, I will continue to transcend. I will suppress everything. He said coldly. Hand over the samsara. The auras of the 6 10th dimensional laws surged violently. They were solitary heaven, heaven obscuring, heaven shattering, path cutting, and soul cutting. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was much stronger than half a year ago. He had actually mastered 6 10th dimensional laws at the same time. "You're a little strange," he said coldly. As his words fell, there was a boom. An extremely powerful might rushed out from his body and forcefully blasted away the third Divine Lord's 6 laws of the 10th dimension. The completed reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him and pressed down on the third Divine Lord in a straight line. Moreover, the Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Reincarnation opened at the same time. He used all his strength and used the Samsara River to envelop the third Divine Emperor. 10 10th dimensional laws were used at the same time and mercilessly slashed at the third Divine Emperor. The third Divine Emperor was moved. Compared to half a year ago, he was much stronger. He had mastered 6 10th dimensional laws. After sensing Lin Tian's aura, he felt that this time, he would be able to suppress Lin Tian. However, he did not expect Lin Tian to be much stronger than him. In just half a year, Lin Tian had mastered all the 10th dimensional laws. Moreover, his cultivation realm had obviously increased by a lot. With a shocked expression, he attacked again. He used all his strength to meet Lin Tian. However, it was useless. The technique he used was shattered by Lin Tian's Saint Energy laws in the blink of an eye. Bang! With a muffled sound, the third Divine Emperor was sent flying on the spot. Lin Tian closed in on the third Divine Emperor. His left eye of destiny and his right eye of reincarnation appeared mysterious and noble. He said coldly, "Were you the one who destroyed this heavenly palace? Did you kill all of the gods and spirits among them? What are you planning?" The third Divine Emperor's eyes moved slightly, and he revealed a sinister smile. "I am the ruler. I am the one who deserves to be called the Divine King." He laughed coldly and slapped his palm towards Lin Tian. His vast palm energy was like a vast ocean, mercilessly sweeping towards Lin Tian. Then, he did not stop. He turned around and left. Lin Tian shattered the third Divine Emperor's palm energy. His Eye of Destiny moved, and he used his teleportation ability to catch up with the third Divine Emperor. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The reincarnation sword rushed out from his body. He had not used this divine origin weapon in a long time. It immediately exploded with an extremely terrifying sword power. It completely sealed off the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. The sword slashed towards the third Divine Emperor. Pfft! Blood splattered. The third Divine Emperor exploded. However, he gradually dissipated before Lin Tian's eyes. "Reincarnation is mine. Remember, human." A cold laugh came from afar. Lin Tian tilted his head. The three-dimensional power of the heavens and the earth also intertwined as he swung his sword in that direction. From afar, a muffled groan could be heard. Blood splattered and then quickly dissipated. Looking in that direction, Lin Tian frowned deeply. He felt that the third Divine Emperor was very strange. He gave him a very bad feeling. Therefore, just now, he had used all his strength. The three-dimensional power of the heavens and the earth, the reincarnation eye, and the reincarnation sword were all used. He wanted to kill the third Divine Emperor in the shortest time possible. However, the third Divine Emperor still managed to escape under such circumstances. He did not die under his sword. In the past half a year, the third Divine Emperor had become much stronger. The divine aura that he exuded was many times stronger than it had been half a year ago. It was as if there had been a huge qualitative change. If not for the huge change that had taken place in the past half a year, he might not have been the third Divine Emperor's match half a year ago. What is he doing? His heart froze. He looked in the direction that the third Divine Emperor had escaped. He wanted to chase after him. However, the third Divine Emperor's aura had completely disappeared. "The next time I see him, I have to kill him," he muttered to himself. The third Divine Emperor was somewhat strange and evil. He had a very bad feeling about him. Standing in the void, he paused for a moment and glanced at the Divine Spirit Celestial Palace. He then left and walked into the distance. There were many special ancient regions in the Divine Spirit Celestial Palace. The Saint Spiritual Chi there was not much weaker than the Divine Spirit Celestial Palace. Moreover, there might be many ancient treasures and immortal treasures. He wanted to go to a few ancient regions in the divine domain one after another to increase his strength. His speed was very fast. After that, he quickly arrived at an ancient region called the Proud Sky Gorge. The Saint Spirit Chi inside was boundless, and there were various ancient divine plants. However, the air was filled with strands of white mist. The mist was very thick and carried a dangerous aura. Earth vein momentum. A faint light appeared in his eyes as he calmly walked in. In the 10 divine domain, there were no terrifying beasts in the ancient regions of this world. They were all famous because of the special earth vein momentum. Coincidentally, the dragon burial scripture and the law of earth he controlled could effectively counter all kinds of earth vein momentum. Therefore, he was not afraid of these ancient regions at all. He stepped into the Proud Sky Gorge and found some special immortal treasures. He directly refined them. A month later, he stepped into the Proud Sky Gorge and then walked to the other ancient regions. In the blink of an eye, a full year passed. In a year, he had walked through most of the ancient regions of the 10 divine domains. His cultivation base and battle prowess had increased greatly. Ah! A scream rang out, coming from a saint mountain not far away. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. It was not because of the scream, but because he felt a familiar aura there. Immediately, he stepped forward. In an instant, he was very far away and appeared in the saint mountain. In front of him, thick saint light interweaved. A god in the 9th dimension was enveloped by endless saint light with a face full of shock and fear. He was forcibly merged into the body of a god in black. His aura disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Devouring your own kind? Is this how you become stronger? Lin Tiantan said coldly as he looked at the god in black. As Lin Tian discovered the 3rd divine lord, the 3rd divine lord naturally discovered Lin Tian as well. Human! You have finally appeared again. With a cold smile, the 3rd divine lord immediately attacked. Dense divine light swept toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. His opponent's aura was actually weaker than it was a year ago. Without any unnecessary words, he opened his Rinnegan and suppressed the 3rd divine lord in an instant. The 3rd divine lord's eyes moved slightly. There was a trace of surprise, but more than that, there was still a cold light. You have become stronger again. Lin Tian's Rinnegan moved, causing the 3rd divine lord to tremble immediately. He directly used his Rinnegan to search his consciousness. However, in the next moment, with a poof, the 3rd divine lord suddenly exploded. Human, I am everywhere now. No one can kill me. Soon, I will take you down. The cold voice sounded from all directions. Lin Tian frowned. With a slight movement of his mind, the light of reincarnation swept across all directions. In the blink of an eye, with him as the center, dozens of blood mists exploded within a radius of 10,000 feet. All of them were the 3rd divine lord. They are all avatars. Now, his strength was at least 1,000 times stronger than it was a year ago. When he opened his Rinnegan, within a radius of 10,000 feet, he killed dozens of the 3rd divine lord in the blink of an eye. However, he discovered that these were not the 3rd divine lord's original body. This made him finally understand why he felt that the 3rd divine lord's aura was weaker than before. It turned out that these were not the 3rd divine lord's original body. At the same time, this made him frown. Why did the 3rd divine lord have so many avatars? Split into countless avatars, devour gods one by one, and then gather all the avatars and merge them together? He guessed in his heart. With such a guess, the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. This 3rd divine lord was indeed a little dangerous. The 3rd divine lord's ambition was probably greater than that of the 10 ancestral gods. A cold light appeared in his eyes. He left this place. His Rinnegan remained open as he began to chase after the 3rd divine lord. Soon, he walked far away. His majestic divine consciousness spread out. In an ancient mountain, he saw another avatar of the 3rd divine lord devouring a god in the tribulation realm. Clang, the sword light materialized beside him and silently arrived in front of the 3rd divine lord's incarnation. With a poof, it shattered the incarnation. Blood splattered everywhere. The tribulation realm god managed to keep his life, but he was still trembling. He then looked at Lin Tian and trembled again. Human, Rinnegan, you At this moment, as he looked at Lin Tian, the eyes of this tribulation realm immortal were filled with shock. Then, after he had saved his life from the hands of the third divine sovereign, his eyes were filled with fear. He knew that the divine spirit clan had become the common enemy of the 10 divine realms under the ancestral god's orders. How could he not be terrified when he saw a human who possessed the Rinnegan standing in front of him in the 10 divine realms? Lin Tian glanced at this deity and did not say anything. He turned around and left. All of them were following the orders of the ancestral god of 10 directions. The root of the calamity was the ancestral god of 10 directions, so the only thing they had to deal with was the ancestral god of 10 directions. Of course, with the addition of the third divine lord, the other party made him feel threatened. As for the other gods, as long as they didn't take the initiative to attack him, he wouldn't kill them. Soon, he left this place and stepped through one region after another in the 10 divine regions. He found the incarnations of the third divine lord one after another. Whenever he encountered them, he killed them without mercy. In just half a month, he had killed more than 100 of the third divine lord's incarnations in the 10 divine regions. How many have I divided? He frowned. In half a month, he had killed more than 100 of the third divine lord's incarnations. During the process, he had tried to search for the third divine lord's sea of consciousness, but he had failed. Regardless of whether he searched with his consciousness or forcibly used the Rinnegan, it was useless. Any incarnation that came into contact with the third divine lord's sea of consciousness would self-destruct. This made him very clear that the third divine lord had planted restrictions like the fragmentary divine runes in all of his incarnations. Whenever someone tried to pry into the third divine lord's sea of consciousness or induce the incarnation to reveal anything important, the restriction would be triggered instantly. Let's see how many incarnations you can divide into, he said coldly. He traveled to every corner of the 10 divine regions, cultivating, comprehending reincarnation, and hunting down the third divine lord. Time continued to pass. With his boundless consciousness, he constantly found the third divine lord's incarnations and killed them. Soon, another year had passed. In the past year, he had killed thousands of the third Sir God's incarnations. Naturally, his cultivation level had become even stronger. Compared to a year ago, it had increased by a lot. As for reincarnation, he had not gained anything. He was clearly just a step away from mastering it. It was as if he could take the next step, but he could not do it. Damn human! The third divine lord gritted his teeth in the dark underground of an extremely ordinary ancient mountain. In the past year, thousands of his incarnations had been destroyed at the hands of Lin Tian. These incarnations were all his power, he could not believe it. He was continuously devouring godly spirits. His potential, source, power, and all other aspects were increasing at a tremendous speed. However, based on the feeling of the incarnation, Lin Tian's increase in power was still greater than his. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. He could not figure out how Lin Tian could become so strong in such a short period of time. However, this murderous intent quickly turned into a chilling coldness. My incarnations are all over the divine regions. There is no end to them. You can't kill them all. I have all the time in the world. Take it slow. In the end, everything will belong to me. I am the king. His cold voice intertwined underground. The third divine lord closed his eyes and sank into cultivation in the dark underground. Lin Tian traveled through the 10 divine regions, stepping through one region after another. He cultivated and chased after the third divine lord. Time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In these 5 years, he had killed over 10,000 of the third divine lord's incarnations. His cultivation had also improved tremendously. After all, with his soul roots fully awakened, his path of cultivation was too smooth. Under serious cultivation, his strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. Now, he was far from what he was 5 years ago, and had undergone a huge qualitative change. The only thing that had not changed was his control of the Tao of reincarnation. Compared to 5 years ago, he still did not make any progress. He was only a hair's breadth away from mastering it. However, that hair's breadth was like the gap between heaven and earth. It seemed like he would never be able to reach it. He stepped onto the surface of the 10 divine regions and looked into the distance. The current me should be able to buzz. All of a sudden, the entire 10 directions divine regions trembled, interrupting his mutterings. Gusts of wind swept up, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. Moreover, the divine regions began to tremble. It was as if a world-ending earthquake was about to happen, or as if a peerless beast was about to awaken. Lin Tian's expression changed. The black hair in front of his forehead fluttered in the wind generated by the 10 divine regions. His eyes instantly became extremely deep and bright. 2 familiar auras seemed to have come from the eternal unknown. They were approaching at an unimaginable speed. Time fluctuated violently. They're here. He looked up at the sky. With a rumble, the space collapsed. A vast river of time appeared, and 2 figures emerged from it. One was a handsome middle-aged man in a white robe. He looked like an immortal from beyond the heavens. The other was a young man with a slender body and deep eyes. He looked like an immortal prime sovereign. Master! Lin Tian was excited. He instantly stepped into the river of time in the sky and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. This was an old drunkard, also the human king. He was Lin Tian's master. Seeing him again after so many years, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with joy. An old drunkard smiled faintly. He was elegant and handsome. He reached out and rubbed Lin Tian's head. Very good. You've become very powerful. He seemed to have known that Lin Tian was in the 10 divine regions a long time ago. He was not surprised to see Lin Tian now. Lin Tian scratched his head, then looked at the young man beside him. He was a little reserved. Father. He had seen the Sky Emperor once before, but that was only a consciousness clone. Now, this was the first time he had seen his father in person. The Heavenly Emperor had a gentle expression on his face. Like an old drunkard, he rubbed Lin Tian's head and smiled warmly. Very good. He only said these 2 words, but they were filled with love and, at the same time, a trace of pride. He could sense that Lin Tian's aura was very powerful. Rumble. Suddenly, the river of time trembled and rippled. Heavenly Emperor, human king, very good. A cold voice sounded. A tall figure stepped out of the river of time. There were 10 halos behind him, and his eyes were so deep that they seemed to contain countless stars. The entire 10 divine regions was shaken by his appearance. With a hiss, the river of time shattered. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as his gaze fell on the figure. The ancestral god of 10 directions. He had once searched the 5th divine Lord Sea of Consciousness, so he naturally knew what the ancestral god of 10 directions looked like. On this day, his father and master had appeared from the river of time. They had returned from the past and could no longer contain the ancestral god of 10 directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions had returned with them. This was the first time he had truly seen the ancestral god of 10 directions, and the first time he had felt his aura up close. That aura was too terrifying. It felt as if the ancestral god of 10 directions was a world unto itself. Everything in the world seemed as insignificant as dust in front of him. The Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard tilted their heads and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. Their gazes were deep but calm. The power of the 10 dimensions, the 10 directions heaven, the ancient and endless eras. You are qualified to travel with me. The ancestral god of 10 directions gaze fell on the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me and become gods. At this moment, he saw Lin Tian, but he didn't care about Lin Tian in the slightest. In his eyes, there was only the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard. The Heavenly Emperor was calm. An old drunkard smiled faintly and still didn't say a word. What a pity, the ancestral god of 10 directions said indifferently. The river of time can no longer be reversed. You can no longer stop me. The sky darkened, and thunder rumbled. The entire 10 divine realms trembled. For a moment, countless gods in the vast 10 divine realms were shaken. Ancestral. Ancestral god's aura. He's back. The ancestral god is back. Many gods were surprised and overjoyed as they rushed toward the ancestral god. At the same time, at the bottom of an ordinary ancient mountain, the 3rd divine lord was moved. He's back. His eyes were gloomy. It's time for me to move. Just wait and see. Everything is mine. Boom, Saint energy filled the sky, shaking the entire world. The ancestral god of 10 directions stood in the sky as if he was the lord of all things. Endless power of law surrounded his body, and his aura shook the sky. Lin Tian was shocked. The ancestral god of 10 directions was too powerful. Although he had already found out about his strength in the 5th Divine Lord Sea of Consciousness, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he faced him in person. He was too terrifying. If you don't submit, then die. The ancestral god of 10 directions said coldly. As his words fell, endless thunder rumbled in the sky. In the next moment, it rained down on the celestial arch and the human king. The celestial emperor's eyes were deep and calm. Countless emperor's seals surrounded his body, and frightening laws interweaved to meet the lightning bolts falling from the sky. The lightning bolts were crushed immediately, and the laws of the emperor's seals pressed down on the 10 ancestral gods. Silent sky, sky obscuring sky, sky shattering sky, sky sealing sky, sky chaotic sky, cutting Tao, cutting soul, cutting heart, and cutting origin. Lin Tian was shocked. His father had also mastered all the laws of the 10th dimension. The imperial seals in the sky, combined with the 10 laws of the 10th dimension, pressed down on the ancestral god of 10 directions in the blink of an eye, annihilating the space in all directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions was as still as a mountain. Only the light of his divine spirit spread out and shattered everything with a hiss. You've become stronger, celestial arch. His voice was cold. As soon as he said that, thunder and lightning fell from the sky again. This time it was stronger and more shocking than before. The old drunkard flicked his finger, and with a point of his finger, all directions trembled. The fluctuations of 10 types of laws of the 10th dimension were mixed within as they pierced through everything. Lin Tian was shocked. His master had also mastered all the laws of the 10th dimension. You've become stronger. Ancestral god Shifeng's eyes were indifferent. As soon as the words left his mouth, a boom could be heard, and the space around him instantly became oppressive. Waves of godly spirits began to surge. The Sky Emperor narrowed his eyes, and so did an old drunkard. Both of them exuded an aura as vast as a galaxy. You are very powerful, extremely powerful. However, you can't stop me. Ancestral god Shifu said coldly. In the next moment, he moved, bringing with him an endless wave of divinity that swept toward the celestial arch and an old drunkard. The celestial arch summoned countless imperial seals and stepped forward to meet his opponent head-on. An old drunkard moved as well. With one step, the mountains and rivers moved. Endless precepts mixed into a sky full of saint energy sword waves. An intense collision erupted in this place. Each of the 3 individuals was an existence that could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. They disrupted time and shattered space. However, in comparison, the ancestral god Shifeng was still much stronger. Even though the celestial arch and an old drunkard were invincible in the 9th dimension and struck fear into the hearts of the other gods, they were still at an absolute disadvantage when facing the ancestral god Shifeng head-on. Lin Tian stood in the distance, his eyes gleaming as he watched his father and teacher fight the ancestral god Shifeng. He was shocked by the strength of the two and the terror of the ancestral god Shifeng. At the same time, the blood in his body began to boil. Boom! A vast and boundless aura spread out from his body. The Eye of Destiny and Reincarnation opened at the same time. The Reincarnation Forging Divine Technique was activated together, increasing his combat strength by 20 times. Then, the Undying Precepts also vibrated. Boundless light of destiny and reincarnation light immediately intertwined in this space, forming a vortex of destiny and reincarnation. In the next moment, the Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and the ability to teleport was activated. In an instant, he appeared behind the ancestral god Shifeng. Together with the reincarnation eyes, the vast and boundless reincarnation light gathered at the tip of his fist. He punched toward the ancestral god Shifeng, causing the endless void to collapse. The ancestral god Shifeng tilted his head, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Reincarnation. Ever since he stepped into the past, he had seen Lin Tian from the very beginning. However, he did not pay much attention to Lin Tian. His attention was only on the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard. However, he did not expect Lin Tian, whom he did not pay attention to at all, to be able to control reincarnation. That kind of power was something that even he could not control. Dong. Lin Tian's punch shook the entire area. In the next moment, it landed in front of the ancestral god Shifeng. It was extremely fast and powerful. The reincarnation light filled the sky and drowned everything. The ancestral god Shifeng raised his hand and instantly grabbed Lin Tian's fist. The glint in his eyes became even brighter, deeper, and colder. You are not much weaker than the Heavenly Emperor and the Human King. Can a human's potential and body withstand reincarnation? He grabbed Lin Tian's fist with one hand. Boundless divine light surged and enveloped Lin Tian from all directions. Lin Tian's expression changed. His left eye of destiny vibrated slightly and instantly disappeared. He then appeared in front of the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard. At the same time, his right eye of reincarnation moved slightly. The heavenly river of reincarnation and the blood sea of reincarnation swept out together. They descended from the sky and drowned the ancestral god Shifeng. This time, the heavenly river of reincarnation and the blood sea of reincarnation did indeed suppress the other party. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. The heavenly river of reincarnation and the blood sea of reincarnation collapsed, revealing the ancestral god Shifeng. He was not injured at all. An incomplete reincarnation is useless and meaningless. The ancestral god Shifeng's eyes were deep. As he spoke, his eyes became even more profound. He stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Boom! Boundless divine light resonated with each other. He took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian. An incomplete reincarnation was meaningless. However, to be able to control reincarnation, even if it was just a little, was enough to show that he was extremely terrifying. At this moment, compared to the Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard, he was more concerned about Lin Tian. Outside the Heavenly Emperor's body, boundless imperial seals trembled. 10 types of 10th-dimensional laws intertwined once again and pressed down mightily. An old drunkard attacked together with the Heavenly Emperor. He also activated 10 types of 10th-dimensional laws and attacked the other party together with the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Tian naturally attacked together with them. The light of destiny and the light of reincarnation flared. At the same time, there was a clang. The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. The reincarnation sword slashed out of his body. He used it to perform the reincarnation sword technique. This was his one and only original divine weapon. He had been refining it until now. After being continuously baptized by lightning and the power of faith, it was now extremely powerful. As he activated the reincarnation sword technique, it instantly shook and filled the sky with sharp killing swords. Boom! 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 Surging saint energy surged, shaking the surroundings. He, the Heavenly Emperor, and an old drunkard fought together against the 10 ancestral gods. The sky collapsed as they fought. Not long after, whoosh 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 sounds could be heard. One after another, gods rushed over from various regions of the 10 divine realm. Ancestral gods. The gods were all excited and pleasantly surprised when they saw the ancestral gods from afar. After such a long time, their ancestral gods had finally returned. At the same time, the gods also saw the Heavenly Emperor and Human King. They all had fear and coldness in their eyes. Back then, it was these two people who restrained their ancestral gods. Otherwise, they would have already melted the 9 worlds below into the 10 divine realm. The heart of the 10th dimension would have also returned long ago. At the same time, some gods also saw Lin Tian. Then, they saw Lin Tian's Rinnegan and the light of reincarnation intertwined around Lin Tian's body. For a moment, their expressions changed drastically. Reincarnation. This human. The gods were all shocked. A human actually controlled reincarnation. Rumble, the sky trembled, and Saint Light rumbled. Lin Tian cooperated with Heavenly Monarch and Human King. Their battle intent soared to the sky as they attacked the 10 ancestral gods from different directions. Very good. Very good. The ancestral god said coldly. He was surrounded by 3 supreme experts, but he didn't seem to be affected at all. Outside his body, the divine light shook and turned into a terrifying wave that swept out, blasting Lin Tian and the other two away. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. He had fully awakened his soul root. In the environment of the 10 divine realm, he had cultivated seriously for several years, and used the reincarnation forging divine art and the law of indestructibility to increase his strength. Now, he was no weaker than his father and teacher. However, he was still no match for the ancestral god with his father and teacher. Most importantly, the 10 ancestral gods were only casually attacking, and they were far from using their full strength. Monster! He gritted his teeth. Monster? You, who control reincarnation, are normal? The ancestral god's eyes were indifferent, and there was no change in his expression. With a loud rumble, the divine light behind him turned into a monstrous wave that pressed down on Lin Tian in a mighty manner. At the same time, it also enveloped the heavenly emperor and human king. This momentum was too shocking. Lin Tian, the heavenly emperor, and an old drunkard attacked together, but they were forced back again. Lord Ancestral God is invincible. A mere human dares to defy us and the ancestral god? You think too highly of yourself. In the distance, the group of gods watched this scene with eyes brimming with reverence and respect for the ancestral god of 10 directions. The ancestral god was tall, and behind him were 10 divine halos that shone brightly. How long can you last? He looked at Lin Tian and the other two, and his voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was the master of heaven and earth. The heavenly emperor didn't say anything. He formed a seal with one hand, and a divine diagram with countless imperial seals formed above his head. Behind an old drunkard, a huge light shadow formed. It was dreamy and illusory, and it seemed like it could crush everything with a single blow. Behind Lin Tian, a 3-dimensional heaven and earth appeared. The surging power of heaven and earth was vast and mighty, and the void in all directions was distorted inch by inch. 3 terrifying waves of energy spread out, causing the ordinary gods in the distance to tremble and involuntarily retreat. Very good. Not bad. The ancestral god said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light outside his body became a little stronger. It turned into 3 monstrous waves that swept toward the 3 of them. Above the heavenly emperor's head, the heavenly emperor diagram spun upward and cut everything apart. An old drunkard merged with the huge light shadow behind him. The huge light shadow moved with him, and its fist shattered everything. The sharp sword radiance destroyed everything, the celestial the arch diagram suppressed everything, and an old drunkard's human sovereign divine shadow flattened everything. Such an imposing aura was shocking to the extreme, and it caused all the ordinary gods to feel terrified. It was too powerful, however, this was nothing to the ancestral gods of the 10 directions continent. Not bad. After saying that, the ancestral god of 10 directions raised his hand, and a bright light spread out. The fierce battle only lasted for a moment. Lin Tian, the celestial the arch, and an old drunkard were all knocked back at the same time. The sword radiance shattered, the celestial the arch diagram cracked, and the human sovereign divine shadow also cracked and disappeared. Specks of blood splattered in the void, forming a bright red color. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned deeply. The ancestral god of 10 directions was too powerful. They were no match for him. The ancestral god of 10 directions looked at Lin Tian and the other two and did not continue to attack. He was like an emperor looking at his subjects. With your strength, why are you risking your lives for a group of irrelevant people? Is there any meaning to it? He said, there is no end to cultivation. Submit to me and refine everything in the world. We can step into a higher dimension. If you are willing to submit, I can take in your family and friends. Every life has a meaning to it. Using the lives of all living beings in exchange for power is too dark. The celestial the arch said. A general's success is built on the bones of thousands. To open up a further path of cultivation, there must be sacrifices. Is this called darkness? The ancestral god of 10 directions looked at the celestial the arch. A man like you can't even understand this simple logic? I don't understand. The celestial the arch said calmly. The ancestral god of 10 directions shook his head with disappointment. He looked at the human sovereign. Human sovereign. I don't understand. The human sovereign smiled. What about you? the ancestral god of 10 directions looked at Lin Tian. I don't understand. Lin Tian Ondao. Stepping on the lives of innocent living beings to achieve his goals. Was this not darkness? Was it not darkness? The disappointment in the ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes deepened. Then, his eyes turned cold. From now on, I won't give you any more chances. He said coldly. With a hong sound, roiling waves of deities surged. He took a step forward, his aura alone blasting the three of them aside. Thunder exploded in the sky. Boundless thunder and lightning intertwined, turning into a thunderstorm that pressed down mightily. The boundless thunderstorm enveloped Lin Tian, the celestial arch, and an old drunkard at the same time. Lin Tian condensed the sword of heaven and earth using the 3 dimensions of heaven and earth. With a swing of the sword, it slashed across the sky. Clang, the sword chime was ear-piercing, shaking the surroundings. Behind the Heavenly Emperor, the diagram of the Heavenly Emperor appeared again, suppressing the surroundings. Behind an old drunkard, the human sovereign's divine shadow appeared once again, wrapping around him and moving along with him. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the 4 of them collided. In this region, the sky was continuously destroyed, collapsing, and being annihilated. Ancient annihilation. Suddenly, 4 indifferent words came out. The Heavenly Emperor made a seal with both hands for the first time, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly intertwined, as if it could destroy the world. Invisible waves immediately fell in front of the 10 ancestral gods. Bang, there was a muffled sound. For the first time, the 10 ancestral gods were sent flying, and the void behind them instantly collapsed. Drops of golden blood splattered in the void. Lord Ancestral God. How is this possible? The group of ordinary gods had already retreated far away. At this moment, seeing this scene, all of their expressions changed. Their ancestral gods, an invincible existence, were now injured by someone. Lin Tian's expression changed as well. Before this, the 3 of them hadn't been able to injure the ancestral god in the slightest. But now, his father had actually injured the ancestral god all of a sudden and sent him flying. Just now, he was shocked. Just now, the technique that his father had used clearly had the fluctuation of laws, but it did not match any of the laws that he knew of. It did not belong to any dimensional laws that he knew of. However, the power of that law was extremely terrifying. It was obviously many times more terrifying than any of the 10th dimensional laws. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Golden blood dripped in the air. The 10 ancestral gods steadied themselves and looked at the blood in the air. Their eyes darkened. Surpassing the inherent laws of heaven and earth. Is this a self-created law that you created? He looked coldly at the celestial arch. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble. The divine radiance around his body became even more intense, and his aura became even more terrifying. Boundless waves suppressed everything in the world. The light of destruction suppressed everything in the world. Illusory void flower. An old drunkard spoke. As soon as these 4 words came out, endless hazy radiance appeared between heaven and earth and melted everything in the blink of an eye. It was as if endless hazy illusions were flickering between heaven and earth. Invisible waves of air spread out and landed on the 10 ancestral gods. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. The 10 ancestral gods retreated 30 feet away, and a bloody hole appeared in their chests. It was a shocking sight. This scene caused the group of ordinary gods in the distance to tremble violently again. How, their ancestor god of 10 directions was injured again, and even his chest was pierced through. The 10 ancestral gods lowered their heads and looked at the bloody hole in their chests. Then, they raised their heads and looked at an old drunkard. You have also created your own law. The bloody hole in their chests healed quickly. They looked at an old drunkard and then at the celestial arch. You have indeed created your own law. After being silent for countless years in the river of time, he actually managed to silently reach this step. With a rumble, the divine radiance around his body became even stronger. His eyes shone brightly as he pressed down on the celestial arch and an old drunkard. Ancient destruction. Illusory void flower. The celestial arch and an old drunkard attacked at the same time. Special laws surrounded them, and their terrifying auras shook and shattered everything. Boom, 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 terrifying Saint energy surged. The three of them fought fiercely and destroyed everything. Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but ripple. For a moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes flickered violently. At this moment, as he watched the battle between his father and his master, the fluctuations of the laws that intertwined outside their bodies were too shocking and terrifying. With his soul root that had been completely unsealed, he seriously observed and discovered that he couldn't control the laws outside their bodies no matter what. It was just like the reincarnation forging divine art and reincarnation calamity crossing song that Wu Yi had created for him. Only he and Wu Yi, who possessed the origin of reincarnation, could use them. No one else, no matter what, could do it. Created by combining their origin? Their own law? This? His heart trembled. Just how strong were his father and master? They had created their own law outside of all dimensional laws. He estimated that among the known dimensional laws in the world, only a complete reincarnation could suppress such a law. At this moment, his father and master were fighting the 10 ancestral gods to a draw. They weren't at a disadvantage at all. How is this possible? That was impossible. How is this possible? In the distance, the ordinary gods were in disbelief. Boom, 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 intense confrontations and frightening laws were everywhere in this place. The heavenly emperor's sacrifice to ancient extinction, an old drunkard's illusion flower, and the boundless divine light of the 10 ancestral gods had completely lost the overwhelming advantage they had at the beginning. Under these two laws, they no longer had the upper hand. Lin Tian watched from afar. At this moment, he didn't even make a move. Originally, he thought that he should be as strong as his father and master, but he didn't expect that in the end, he was still wrong. Over the years, he had been constantly improving. In the long river of time, in the past era, his father and master had also improved. They had actually created their own laws, which were even more terrifying than the 10-dimensional laws. Boom, the aura of the laws was frightening, and the divine light was vast. The two collided, shaking the wastelands and collapsing the void. Very good. The 10 ancestral gods still said these two words indifferently. As his words fell, the first of the 10 divine halos behind him trembled slightly. In an instant, there was a rumble, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. An extremely frightening law aura spread out like a volcanic eruption. With another rumble, the heavenly emperor's eternal extinction and an old drunkard's illusion flower were both annihilated. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out. The heavenly emperor and an old drunkard were both knocked back at the same time, and blood splashed out. Father! Master! Lin Tian hurriedly went to greet him. It's fine. The heavenly emperor said. An old drunkard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the 10 ancestral gods with a smile. Or should I say, as expected of the strongest god. I'm the chief god, the first to be born in the 10 divine realms. I was born by the will of heaven and earth. The 10 ancestral gods said indifferently. Born by the will of heaven and earth? An old drunkard smiled. If that's the case, why didn't the heart of the 10 dimensions acknowledge you? The 10 ancestral gods' eyes were cold. Everything needs time. One day, I'll be king. As his words fell, the first divine halos behind him trembled again, and law fluctuations filled the sky. Lin Tian was moved. Previously, he was a little concerned about the 10 divine halos behind the 10 ancestral gods. He couldn't see through them previously, but now, after the first divine halos trembled twice, he finally understood. The 10 ancestral gods, the strongest ancestral gods of the god-spirit lineage, had also created their own laws. Moreover, there were 10 of them, and they formed a law divine halos behind him. This made him feel the terror of the 10 ancestral gods once again. They had actually created 10 of their own laws. Boom, the surging law immediately rushed over, enveloping him, the heavenly emperor, and an old drunkard at the same time. The heavenly emperor moved, and the eternal extinction law was pushed to the limit as he faced the attack. An old drunkard shook his hand seal, and the illusory void flower appeared, facing the other party head-on. Lin Tian attacked again at this time, and the three-dimensional world was pushed to the limit. Moreover, all the dimensional laws that he had mastered were released at this time, and all of them were intertwined on his reincarnation sword, and he slashed out fiercely. Boom, the strongest combat power of the three merged together, turning into a destructive storm that met the 10 ancestral gods' laws. God descends to heaven and earth. The 10 ancestral gods said coldly, and the second divine halos behind him trembled. The fluctuations of the laws were frightening. Lin Tian, the Sky Emperor, and an old drunkard were all shaken. Without any hesitation, the three of them retreated at the same time, each casting a powerful technique to meet the ancestor god's laws head-on. Rumble, with a loud boom, the space of the 10 directions collapsed, and large cracks appeared one after another. Lin Tian, the Sky Emperor, and an old drunkard were all pushed back, and their faces paled slightly. This is only his second law. There are 8 more after that, each stronger than the last, an old drunkard said. The old drunkard said. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but there was a smile on his face. Lin Tian knew that an old drunkard didn't have any follow-up moves that could absolutely suppress the ancestor gods. Instead, it was just his personality. Other than when Master's wife's reincarnation soul had died, he was always so calm and collected no matter what the situation was. We must stop him in this divine domain, the Sky Emperor said. Once the ancestor gods stepped out of the 10 directions divine domain, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the few realms below. The two of them stood together, their gazes calm. The aura around their bodies had already been pushed to the peak before, but now, it gradually began to rise again, becoming stronger little by little. Compared to us, your potential is limitless. In this battle, you're weaker than us now, but as long as you're willing and have a firm belief, you'll definitely be able to catch up and surpass us in the shortest time possible. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian's expression changed. He knew that an old drunkard's words were directed at him. Yes, Master, he said seriously. The Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Reincarnation vibrated at the same time, and endless light of providence and reincarnation surrounded him. His aura, which had already reached its peak, grew stronger bit by bit, just like an old drunkard and the Sky Emperor. The ancestor gods didn't take the opportunity to attack. 10 divine halos revolved behind him as he looked at an old drunkard, the Sky Emperor, and Lin Tian. Strands of light intertwined in his deep and indifferent eyes. Compared to us gods, you humans are really weak. However, with your weak bodies, you've continuously surpassed us, created your own laws, improved infinitely, and controlled reincarnation. You're not weak humans, you're more like gods than many gods. I really don't want to kill you. It would be a pity. I take back my previous words. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me and follow me to break through the fog of cultivation and step into a higher dimension. I'm still willing to accept your family and friends. He looked at the three of them. In the distance, the gods. Their ancestor gods, an invincible existence, had invited 3 human cultivators from the lower worlds time and time again. You've opened up the path ahead and stepped into a higher dimension. You've sacrificed thousands of lives as a foundation. It's hard to accept. The Sky Emperor shook his head. Our paths are different. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He couldn't accept the ancestor god's words. The ancestor gods looked disappointed, but in the next moment, his eyes became cold again. Stubborn. With a boom, a vast aura of law surged. Behind him, the first and second divine halos vibrated at the same time. 2 terrifying waves of laws intertwined and pressed toward Lin Tian, the Sky Emperor, and an old drunkard. An old drunkard's eyes were deep, and the Sky Emperor's eyes were calm as they faced the attacks. Surging saint energy rushed out of their bodies. It seemed to be endless, and it kept getting stronger and stronger. World of destruction. The Sky Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and said these 4 words. With a loud rumble, the terrifying energy of the laws erupted like a volcano, crushing the 10 directions ancestral God's first and second laws. It turned into a torrent that slammed into the 10 directions ancestral God. With a loud bang, the 10 directions ancestral God was knocked back 10,000 feet. Lin Tian was shocked. This seemed to be a new self-created law, and it was more like the second stage of the ancient world of destruction. At the same time, in the distance, the other ordinary gods trembled, and their expressions changed. Their invincible ancestor gods were pushed back by the Sky Emperor again. In their impression, their ancestor god was invincible, and no one was his match. Countless years ago, the Celestial Emperor and the Human King could only drag their ancestor god to the past to restrain him. They were no match for him at all. But now, they actually saw their ancestor god being forced back several times and injured. The ancestor god stabilized himself thousands of feet away. His expression didn't change at all as he walked back step by step. With a boom, the first and second divine halos behind him became even brighter. Divine arrogance of 10 directions. Divine descent. He said coldly. These 2 laws were self-created, and they surpassed the 10th dimension laws born by heaven and earth. At this moment, they erupted with extreme power. In this space, the void was silently annihilated, and the destructive aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. This kind of aura made his soul feel cold, and the feeling of death was extremely strong. Endless illusion. An old drunkard spoke, and his eyes became extremely deep in an instant. It seemed to be more terrifying than the Rinnegan, and he could see through everything. Sizzling sounds rang out as the 2 laws that the ancestral god had summoned were annihilated. A wave of laws that did not carry any destructive aura landed on the ancestral god's body and smashed him into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Tian's heart palpitated, and he trembled again. The second stage of the illusion void flower law? So strong. His heart couldn't help but twitch. The ancestor gods, who had pushed the 2 laws of the proud god of 10 directions and divine descent to the limit, were pushed into the ground in an instant. Looking at his father and master, at this moment, he could clearly feel that he, who thought he could compare to these 2 existences, was in reality roughly several dozen times weaker than the 2 of them. The difference was too obvious. Boom, the territory shook, and the next moment, it broke open. A holy light rushed into the sky, and the ancestor gods rose from the ground again. Very good. Very good. Looking at the Celestial Emperor and the Human King, his eyes became even colder. Behind him, the 3rd divine halo began to shine. An extremely terrifying law aura rippled out like water ripples, and the boundless space and earth trembled violently. The Celestial Emperor and an old drunkard's eyes were deep, and the aura outside their bodies rose again. The self-created law fluctuations intertwined and greeted the ancestor gods. Remember your master's words, your potential is far greater than ours. If you want to improve and become stronger, you can be far faster than us. The Celestial Emperor's back was facing Lin Tiandao. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. Along with an old drunkard, the self-created law surged out mightily. Divine Wander 8 Desolates. A cold voice rang out. Behind the ancestor gods, the 3rd divine halo vibrated, and the new self-created law intertwined, and everything in its path collapsed. The Celestial Emperor and an old drunkard attacked, and their respective laws met one after another, gradually becoming stronger. Boom, the 3 of them collided, and their holy energy filled the sky. Lin Tian watched from the side as his father and master fought against the ancestor gods. For a moment, his eyes shone brightly, and the blood in his body began to boil as if it was being boiled. The Eye of Destiny and the Rinnegan vibrated at the same time. Although his combat strength was dozens of times weaker than his father and master, he still charged forward without hesitation and fought against the ancestor gods together with the 2 of them. As he fought fiercely, his eyes shone even brighter. He carefully observed the self-created laws of his father and master, and the 3 laws of the ancestor gods. Although he couldn't learn them, he could use them to stimulate his body. He believed in his father and master's words. As long as he was willing, as long as he had confidence, he could quickly become stronger. Boom, 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 as the 4 of them fought fiercely, the space kept rumbling, and the ground kept collapsing. As time passed, the light in Lin Tian's eyes became brighter, and the aura on his body became stronger. His soul roots were fully activated. This was a once-in-a-lifetime battle. He had to continue to improve in this battle. He firmly believed that he could continue to grow stronger. He attacked the 10 ancestral gods again and again, attacking them head-on. Even though he was knocked back time and time again, and blood was constantly spurting out of his body, he did not retreat at all. Not bad. Very good. The Celestial Emperor and the Human King spoke at the same time. The Ancestor God's eyes were cold as they fell on Lin Tian, and he reached out to grab Lin Tian. Boundless laws pressed down mightily. Why don't you let the kid go first and deal with us? An old drunkard laughed, and the everlasting illusion laws met the Ancestor God's attacks. The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything, and the Nirvana universe laws shook for thousands of miles. With one law, 10,000 Daos were annihilated. Lin Tian's comprehension was improving, and it was obvious that he was on the path of transformation. The two of them could see that, and they wouldn't let the Ancestor Gods disturb him at this moment. The Ancestor Gods snorted coldly. You call someone who controls reincarnation a kid? Behind him, his third divine ring released an even more frightening holy soul, and the laws of the universe suppressed and sealed everything. An old drunkard smiled faintly, and the Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything as he faced the Ancestor Gods head-on. Lin Tian attacked from the side, and the light in his eyes became brighter. The laws of dimensions in his body kept mixing outside his body, and there were thousands of changes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, with a bang, the third divine ring behind the Ancestor Gods shone brightly, and the aura of laws shook. An old drunkard and the Heavenly Emperor were forced to retreat hundreds of feet. The Ancestor Gods opened his hand, and endless light shone as he grabbed at Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that the light in Lin Tian's eyes became extremely hazy, like strands of turbid light intertwining. He waved his hands, and a special fluctuation of laws gradually appeared, and then it became stronger rapidly. Chaotic 9 heavens. Boom, heaven and earth shook. As soon as the 4 words came out, an extremely turbulent aura burst out like a destructive storm, and with him as the starting point, it swept toward the Ancestor Gods mercilessly. Poof, blood splattered everywhere as the 10 Ancestral Gods' giant hands were instantly shattered and blasted apart. Then, in the next moment, there was another poof, and golden blood splattered again. The Ancestor Gods shook violently, and half of their bodies were smashed. Ancestor Gods. Golden blood splattered in the air and flowed in large patches. How? How is this possible? The ordinary gods couldn't believe their eyes. Half of their ancestral god's body had been destroyed, nothing like this had ever happened before. It's stronger than our current laws. An old drunkard smiled. The Celestial Emperor nodded and smiled. Lin Tian's eyes glowed with divine light. His murky eyes gradually brightened, and then they shone again. In the past 3 days, he had integrated all the dimensional laws except reincarnation and studied the laws of the Celestial Emperor, an old drunkard, and the ancestral god of 10 directions. With the full potential of his soul root, he had created his own law that surpassed the laws of the 10th dimension. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes glowed with divine light. His shattered body recovered in the blink of an eye, and he looked at Lin Tian without blinking. His third law, which even the Celestial Emperor and the Human King couldn't defeat, was destroyed by Lin Tian in an instant. Moreover, half of his body was destroyed. Lin Tian looked up at the ancestral god of 10 directions. His eyes glowed. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was closer to his master and father in terms of combat power. In the next moment, he stepped forward and took the initiative to close in on the ancestral god of 10 directions. A special law fluctuation surrounded him. He raised his hand, and the law fluctuation surrounded his fist as he punched out. Boom, the void rumbled as if a sacred drum had been beaten. The ancestral god of 10 directions' third law was shattered by the punch, and Lin Tian's fist landed steadily on his chest. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold. He raised his hand and pointed his sword at Lin Tian's fist. The fist and the sword finger collided with each other. It was like 2 pieces of divine metal colliding with each other, emitting an ear-piercing rumble. Bolts of lightning interweaved in the surroundings, crackling and ringing. Chaotic 9 heavens. Lin Tian said. At the tip of his fist, the law erupted like a volcano, twisting, destroying, and suppressing everything. With a poof, the ancestral god of 10 directions' sword finger was shattered, and his fist smashed toward his chest. The ancestral god of 10 directions tried to dodge, but the distorted space pulled him back. Pooh! Lin Tian's fist landed on his chest, penetrating it. golden blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, with a clang, the reincarnation sword behind him vibrated and emitted a monstrous sword cry. Coupled with the chaotic nine heavens law that he had comprehended, it transformed into a dazzling divine rainbow and arrived before the 10 ancestral gods in the blink of an eye. Junior, don't be too proud of yourself. Ancestral God 10 Directions said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his majestic aura vibrated and turned into a torrent of saint energy that spread out. With a clang, the reincarnation sword was sent flying. Lin Tian's body also trembled violently, and he was sent flying for more than 1,000 feet. It's not unreasonable for you to be able to control the cycle of reincarnation in 3 days. Your potential surpasses mine. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was even faster than teleportation. Even with the Rinnegan, Lin Tian couldn't see it clearly. He could only vaguely feel the aura of the law. The fourth law, Divine World. Ancestral God 10 Directions said coldly as he slapped his palm toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated his saint energy to the limit and faced the attack with the reincarnation diagram. Crack, a crisp sound rang out as the completed reincarnation diagram shattered. The ancestral God of 10 Directions' giant palm landed squarely on his chest. In an instant, he felt as if a meteorite had crashed into his chest. He immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood, and all the bones in his body were shattered. He gritted his teeth. His Eye of Destiny shook slightly, and he teleported tens of thousands of feet away. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra operated on its own, and 9 colored saint lights surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed. When he looked at Ancestral God 10 Directions again, his heart couldn't help but tremble. His opponent was too terrifying. The Divine World Law was even faster than his Eye of Destiny's teleportation ability. Even with the Rinnegan, he couldn't see his opponent's movements clearly. One must know that his current cultivation was not much inferior to his father's and master's. Even with this level of cultivation, the reincarnation forging mind technique and the undying law to increase his strength, coupled with the Rinnegan, he was still unable to see clearly. How fast was he? Then, he looked at the 6 divine rings behind Ancestral God 10 Directions. These divine rings were formed by Ancestral God 10 Directions' self-created laws. They were a kind of symbol, and each one was more terrifying than the last. How could he defeat Ancestral God 10 Directions? He was truly invincible, however, although he thought of this, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. No matter how strong his opponent was, the goal of this battle wouldn't change. He had to stop his opponent in the 10 divine domain. He had to defeat his opponent. Very good. The Heavenly Emperor walked over and faced Ancestral God 10 Directions with a smile. He didn't hide the praise in his eyes. An old drunkard walked up and nodded with a smile. He didn't say anything. In 3 days, Lin Tian had comprehended his own laws and undergone a transformation. This was worthy of their praise. Then, their gazes fell on Ancestral God 10 Directions again. The aura around his body grew stronger. Lin Tian also looked at Ancestral God 10 Directions with a solemn expression. Ancestral God 10 Directions looked at the 3 of them, then at a distant location in the 10 divine domain. You're fighting to the death to protect the lives of the people below. I don't think you can do it, he said indifferently. He said indifferently as he pointed with his finger. The divine rule of heaven and earth combined with the divine light cut across the sky in the blink of an eye, heading toward the tunnel of heaven and earth that connected the 10 divine realms and the 9th dimension. It penetrated the seal set by the celestial emperor, and then the divine light continued on, destroying the seal of the gate of heaven and earth at the other end of the 9th dimension. The heavenly emperor sensed it and narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he could sense that the seal he set was broken. Now, any god in the 10 divine domain could pass through the gate of heaven and earth. Boys, kill them. Ancestral God 10 Directions said indifferently. The group of gods also sensed it, and they instantly understood the ancestral god's intentions. Yes. Kill. The gods' eyes lit up with excitement as they charged toward the gate of heaven and earth. Don't even think about it. Lin Tianling said. His Rinnegan trembled slightly, and a vast expanse of light of reincarnation swept out and pressed down on the surroundings. For a moment, the path of the gods was cut off, and many of them were shattered. The light of reincarnation was nothing to the ancestral god 10 Directions, but it was a disaster for the ordinary gods. Ancestral god 10 Directions snorted coldly. His holy light surged and pressed down on Lin Tian, not giving Lin Tian any chance to stop the gods. The gods moved again and charged toward the gate of heaven and earth that connected the 9th dimension. "What's the hurry?" A lazy and calm voice sounded. An old drunkard spoke. He didn't do anything, but he pushed back the gods charging toward the gate of heaven and earth. "Don't you want the heart of the 10th dimension? I'll get it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head and formed a simple hand seal. An invisible light intertwined and spread out. Almost at the same time, the sacred inscriptions lit up in every corner of the 4-dimensional world and 10 Directions ancient star. The supreme aura of heaven and earth intertwined and produced endless light, illuminating every corner. This, what's going on? These sacred inscriptions. In the 10 Directions ancient star, countless beings were shocked. Then, in the blink of an eye, all the living beings on this ancient planet disappeared without a sound and appeared in another vast world in the 4-dimensional world. At the same time, the 10 Directions ancient star trembled, and an invisible starry gate opened in the starry sky, disappearing from the 4-dimensional world and reappearing in the 9-dimensional world. Following the heaven and earth gate that connected the 10 Directions divine domain to the 9 Directions divine domain, it didn't take long before it appeared in the 10 Directions divine domain, about 1,000 feet behind the old drunkard. As they appeared in the 10 Directions divine domain, the light around the 10 Directions ancient star became even more hazy and vast. Such a scene shocked Lin Tian. The 10 Directions ancient star was moved here by an old drunkard. He quickly scanned the 10 Directions ancient star with his divine thought and found that there were no more beings in it. Then, he realized that an old drunkard must have used some special means to move the beings in the 10 Directions ancient star away. The Heavenly Emperor was very calm. Obviously, he already knew about this. This is the core of our divine domain, the heart of 10 dimensions. In the distance, the ordinary deities were excited and shocked. At this time, they felt the special aura of the 10 Directions ancient star. It was so obvious that it coexisted with the 10 Directions divine domain. At this moment, looking at the 10 Directions ancient star, no deities went down to the heaven and earth below. For the first time, the ancestral god of 10 Directions' eyes lit up as he stared at the 10 Directions ancient star behind an old drunkard. "Human king, you've done well," said the ancestral god of 10 Directions ancient star. Even he, the number 1 deity, couldn't deduce the location of the heart of 10 dimensions, but the human king found it. After saying that, he didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and used the law of God traversing the heavens. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 10 Directions ancient star and grabbed it. This was the heart of 10 Directions, the core of the divine domain. It was the most important existence to him and the 10 Directions divine domain. His speed was extremely fast, but in the next moment, the 10 Directions ancient star disappeared silently and reappeared in another place. "Ancestral God, why are you in such a hurry? You still can't merge with it and get its approval. Why don't you think about how to deal with us first?" An old drunkard smiled. Lin Tian was moved. Hearing this, he understood a lot in an instant. Back then, an old drunkard had set up layers of traps on the 10 Directions ancient star. Although he couldn't merge with it, he was now moving the 10 Directions ancient star with the law of God traversing the heavens. Even the ancestral god of 10 Directions' law of God traversing the heavens was faster than an old drunkard. The ancestral god of 10 Directions looked at an old drunkard, and his deep eyes became even colder. In the next moment, he moved. He didn't just grab the 10 Directions ancient star. Instead, he used the sacrificial god art to attack an old drunkard. Majestic law fluctuations intertwined and enveloped Lin Tian and the celestial arch. "You're right. I'll deal with you first. I have all the time in the world. Let's see how long you can last," he said coldly. Boom, the 10 Directions ancient star rumbled, and the void distorted. The omnidirectional law was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of an old drunkard and threw a punch at an old drunkard. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of a sword echoed. A sharp sword light slashed out, intertwining with the law fluctuations of nirvana. The ancestral god of 10 directions sidestepped the attack and looked at the celestial arch. "You can see clearly?" he said coldly. Even Lin Tian was surprised. The omnidirectional ancestral god's laws of God traversing the world were even faster than his eye of destiny, but his father had actually been able to clearly capture his opponent's movements. At the critical moment, he slashed out with his law sword, forcing his opponent to dodge. The celestial arch didn't say anything. He held the Nirvana divine sword and slashed out. The sword light swept across the sky and slashed toward his opponent. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, his fourth divine halo flashed. The omnidirectional law was continuously used to dodge. However, the celestial thearch's sword light was always able to get close. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes intertwined. After a dozen breaths, a ring of origin divine light spread out. "Appear," he said coldly. As the divine spiritual light rolled out, one imperial seal after another appeared in the void, covering every inch of the void within a radius of 10,000 feet. And in the center was the celestial emperor. "I see," he said coldly. Lin Tian also understood. With such imperial seals spread out in all directions, no matter where the ancestral god of 10 directions moved, he would touch the imperial seals. His father was precisely relying on the vibrations of the imperial seals to accurately capture the trajectory of the ancestral god of 10 directions. As expected of the celestial arch. An old drunkard laughed. The eyes of the ancestral gods of the 10 directions were cold and indifferent as they swept out. "It's not a big deal. Break for me." His self-created third law swept out, engulfing all of the imperial seals. However, in the next moment, all 10 ancestral gods frowned. As the third law swept past, not a single imperial seal was shattered. "If I don't die, the seal won't shatter," the Sky Emperor said calmly. The ancestral god's eyes were cold. "Then I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, and the first law, second law, and third law vibrated at the same time. A boundless aura of laws pressed toward the heavenly emperor. The celestial arch swung the sword of nirvana, and a majestic aura shook the surroundings, enveloping every inch of space. As expected of father. Lin Tian's eyes glowed as he channeled the dragon burial scripture. Together with the origin, he created a sky full of dragon marks. Each of the dragon marks contained the aura of his reincarnation origin, just like his father's imperial seal. As long as he didn't die, the dragon marks wouldn't shatter. Chaotic 9 heavens. Without any unnecessary movements, he stepped toward the ancestral gods and pulled open the self-created law he had comprehended. An old drunkard laughed as the boundless imperial seal appeared. Like the celestial arch, it captured the ancestral god's trajectory. Boundless illusion. The second self-created law was unleashed. Together with the Sky Emperor's Nirvana universe and Lin Tian's chaotic 9 heavens law, it enveloped the ancestral gods. Rumble, there was a fierce collision. In this place, space was annihilated, and territory collapsed. The three of them worked together and had a special way to deal with the ancestral god's fourth law, God traversing the world. For a moment, the ancestral gods were at a disadvantage. Chaotic 9 heavens. Lin Tian spoke again, urging the chaotic 9 heavens law to be even stronger. Nirvana universe. Eternal fantasy. The celestial arch and the human king spoke at the right time. At this moment, they unleashed the third self-created law. As soon as the third law was unleashed, its aura even overpowered Lin Tian's chaotic 9 heavens law. With a sizzling sound, the divine radiance and law radiance around the ancestral gods were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Poof, golden blood splattered as half of his body was crushed. It was a shocking sight. Ancestral gods. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods trembled again. Up until now, their ancestral gods had been injured time and time again. However, the ancestral god's expression did not change. His eyes were still cold. Not bad. With a boom, the fifth divine ring behind him began to tremble. An extremely terrifying law aura spread out with him as the center, toward Lin Tian, the celestial arch, and an old drunkard. Poof. 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 3 streams of blood splattered as the 3 were sent flying at the same time. All of them were badly mutilated. As expected of the ancestral gods. This is only the 5th law. An old drunkard was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered in blood, but he still had a smile on his face. However, we have already used our full strength. The celestial arch was also covered in blood, but his expression was still calm. He did not say anything. Lin Tian was also badly injured. Like an old drunkard and the celestial arch, he was covered in blood. His expression was solemn. The reincarnation forging mind technique, the 3-dimensional world, the reincarnation eye, the reincarnation sword, and the chaotic 9 heavens law. He had used all of his trump cards. Together with his master and father, he still could not defeat the ancestral gods. The other party was too strong, however, such a 10 ancestral gods still had 5 even stronger laws that he had yet to utilize. Each of those 5 laws was definitely more terrifying than the last, and their might was more terrifying than the last. It was truly difficult for him to imagine exactly how tyrannical his opponent's peak combat strength was. What other tricks do you have? I will wait for you to use them. The ancestral god of 10 directions said. He stood in the sky like an ancient emperor, looking at Lin Tian, the celestial arch, and the human king as if he was looking at his subjects. What other tricks can they have? They have already reached their limits against you, Lord Ancestral God. They are no match for you. This is the difference in dimensions. They are powerless. Off in the distance, a group of ordinary gods looked over at the 10 ancestral gods with reverence in their eyes. At this time, another voice sounded. Not necessarily. In the distance, 3 beautiful figures walked over. They were 3 women. The goddess, the All-Heaven's Holy Maiden, and Wu Yi. The 3 of them naturally sensed that the human king had moved the ancient star to the 10 directions divine domain. The All-Heaven's Holy Maiden knew that the human king and the celestial arch had returned. She also knew that the ancestral gods had returned from the past and started a war in the 10 directions divine domain. They had immediately set off for the 10 directions divine domain and arrived at this place. The ancestral god looked at the 3 with indifferent eyes. He did not care about the goddess and the celestial arch at all. His divine will was so powerful that he could clearly sense that the 3 women were far inferior to Lin Tian, the celestial arch, and the human king. Mother, Masteress, Lin Tian was moved. Then, his gaze fell on Wu Yi. You're here. He looked at Wu Yi with gentleness and joy in his eyes. Wu Yi nodded. At this time, the celestial arch and an old drunkard naturally saw the goddess, the All-Heaven's Holy Maiden, and Wu Yi. It's time for us to retreat. An old drunkard looked at the celestial arch and smiled. The celestial arch nodded. An old drunkard had told him many things, so he naturally understood what an old drunkard meant. I'll leave it to you. He looked at Lin Tian with a gentle gaze. With that, the 2 of them retreated at the same time, leaving only Lin Tianyi on the battlefield. Such a scene shocked the ordinary gods in the distance. They felt that the current celestial arch and an old drunkard were at least 20 times stronger than Lin Tian. But now, the 2 of them had retreated and left the weakest Lin Tian on the battlefield. This puzzled them. Even the 10 ancestral gods were puzzled. Celestial arch, human king, what do you mean? Lin Tian controlled reincarnation and was extraordinary. But now, his combat strength was still inferior to the celestial arch and the human king. But now, at this time, the strongest celestial arch and the human king had abandoned Lin Tian and left the battlefield, leaving the weaker Lin Tian to face him alone. This puzzled him. He knew that the celestial arch and the human king were not cowards. Outside Lin Tian's body, wisps of divine light intertwined, and 9-colored divine light flowed. He stepped forward and walked toward the 10 ancestral gods. His attitude caused the 10 ancestral gods' eyes to narrow slightly. You seem to think that you can face me alone? He looked at Lin Tiandao. Where did you get this sudden confidence from? Lin Tiantan smiled, but his footsteps did not change. Because my wife is here. As his words fell, the faint sound of a flute sounded. It was gentle and soft, like the purest divine sound of heaven and earth. Boom, outside his body, the divine light shook, and his aura skyrocketed. It grew in a geometrical manner, as if it was going to break through the sky. In the blink of an eye, his aura had increased by 500 times. Then, this aura did not stop growing. It continued to increase until it was 1,000 times stronger. The 10 ancestral gods were moved, and their eyes narrowed. Lin Tian's aura had increased 1,000 times in an instant, 1,000 times, even Lin Tian himself was moved. He could not help but stop and look back at Wu Yi with a shocked expression. Wu Yi played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song. Together with the Reincarnation Forging Divine Art and the completely unsealed Reincarnation Origin in his body, it could increase his combat strength by 500 times at most. But now, it had increased to 1,000 times. It's my responsibility to make you stronger. Wu Yi played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song in the distance, and at the same time, transmitted her voice through divine consciousness. She looked at Lin Tian with a gentle gaze. Go. In the past few years, she had given up on improving her own cultivation. Instead, she had been in seclusion to improve the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song. Finally, 5 months ago, she had achieved results. The Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song had become more profound and extraordinary than before. Together with the Reincarnation Forging Divine Art, it could unleash even more amazing effects, and could increase Lin Tian's combat strength even more. Hearing this, Lin Tian's body trembled. He instantly guessed that Wu Yi must have improved the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song in the past few years. Looking at Wu Yi, he was moved, but at this time, he did not say anything. He took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the 10 ancestral gods again. The 10 ancestral gods' eyes shone brightly. Come, human. Let me see how strong you are now. Around his body, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth laws revolved together. At the same time, the sixth divine halo behind him vibrated, and the sixth laws intertwined together. His aura also skyrocketed. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. The next moment, he moved. He took a simple step forward and instantly appeared in front of the 10 ancestral gods. The 10 ancestral gods were moved. Bang! Golden blood splattered in the void. It was a ghastly sight. The ancestral god of 10 directions was pierced through. As he was sent flying, his blood continued to splatter as he crashed through the void. In the distance, the ordinary gods were all shocked. Ancestral god. The ancestral god of 10 directions steadied himself and looked at Lin Tian from afar. His eyes were deep and indifferent, but there was a hint of sharpness in them. Human. He looked at Lin Tian and said in a cold voice. At this time, he had used the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth laws at the same time. However, all of these laws were shattered by Lin Tian with a simple punch. At this moment, Lin Tian clearly felt that his energy, spirit, and other aspects were far superior to before. Is it because of her? He tilted his head and looked at Wu Yi. He naturally felt that Lin Tian's change had something to do with Wu Yi. His eyes were cold, and 2 beams of sharpness shot out from his eyes and slashed toward Wu Yi like a peerless killing sword. It was incomparably fierce. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly. The light of reincarnation intertwined and directly shattered the killing light that the ancestral god of 10 directions had sent toward Wu Yi. Your opponent is me, he said indifferently. The ancestral god of 10 directions glanced at Wu Yi and then looked at Lin Tian. Not bad. The two of you are not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. He was so fast that no one could see him clearly, and he appeared behind Lin Tian. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian flipped his hand and slapped out, distorting the space around him. The ancestral god of 10 directions was startled. He hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. In the next moment, Lin Tian's palm landed on his arms and shattered them with a crack. Once again, the ancestral god of 10 directions was sent flying thousands of feet away. Don't play tricks. It won't work on me now. Lin Tian Dao. The ancestral god of 10 directions narrowed his eyes. Just now, he had used the rule of God traversing the heavens, but Lin Tian did not use the dragon mark void to sense his movement trajectory. It was obvious that Lin Tian had seen his movement trajectory with just his eyes. "There's a huge difference from before," said the ancestral god of 10 directions. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura started to rise. Behind him, his 7th divine ring started to vibrate, and light shone in all directions. In the blink of an eye, his essence, chi, and soul had increased explosively. "Divine thousand chaotic slash," he said coldly. Immediately, with him as the center, boundless sword light swept toward Lin Tian from all directions. The destructive aura was terrifying to the extreme. "Can the Sky Emperor block it?" An old drunkard smiled faintly and asked the Celestial Emperor. "I can't block it," the Sky Emperor said calmly. "More or less," an old drunkard said with a smile. At this moment, the power of the ancestral god of 10 directions' 7th law was too terrifying. Even as strong as the two of them were, they were not confident that they could block it. If they faced it head-on, even if they did not die, they would definitely suffer unimaginable injuries. The faces of the goddesses and saintesses turned slightly pale. Just by sensing the fluctuation of the rule of God from afar, they felt as if their divine souls were about to be destroyed. Wu played the flute, and it was very quiet. The Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence song was gentle and melodious, and it was as pleasant as the sacred music of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the 7th law fell in front of Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian moved. With a flick of his finger, a ray of sword light shot out like a rainbow that could split open the sky. With a hiss, the 7th law of the ancestral god of 10 directions instantly collapsed. Then, the sword light did not slow down. In the next moment, it fell in front of the ancestral god of 10 directions and pierced through his chest with a puff, bringing out a pool of golden blood. An old drunkard smiled. So did the heavenly emperor. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes darkened. He had already activated the 7th law, but it was shattered with a flick of his finger. Lin Tian met the ancestral god's gaze calmly. "Ancestral god, I'm here." He addressed the ancestral god of 10 directions like an old drunkard. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of the ancestral god of 10 directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions was shocked. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed was even faster than before. He could not react at all. Dong, the sky shook. Lin Tian swung his fist. It was just a simple punch, and it came crashing down. However, this simple punch instantly sealed the space in front of the ancestral god of 10 directions. It was as if the ancestral god of 10 directions had fallen into a mud bath. For a moment, he could not even move his body. In the next moment, Lin Tian's fist landed on the ancestral god of 10 directions' chest. Poof, a mist of blood exploded. This time, the powerful ancestral god of 10 directions' entire body was smashed into pieces. Bits of flesh and bones flew everywhere. Lord Ancestral God. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods trembled. Their invincible ancestral god had his body smashed into pieces. Boom. Sacred light shot into the sky. The pieces of flesh and bones that filled the sky squirmed and reformed in the blink of an eye. The ancestral god of 10 directions had reformed his body again. His eyes were cold as he grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Boundless reincarnation sword light turned into a sword domain that pressed down on the ancestral god of 10 directions. The sharp sword aura immediately suppressed every corner around the ancestral god of 10 directions. The ancestral god of 10 directions' newly reformed body was instantly pierced into a hornet's nest. Blood splattered in the void again. Gurgling sounds could be heard. The ancestral god of 10 directions reformed his body in the blink of an eye. Clang, the first law to the 7th law merged at the same time, turning into a dazzling 7-star sacred blade. It was about 30 meters long and looked extremely hazy, as if it could cut the world apart. Lin Tian stepped forward without dodging. His eye of reincarnation trembled slightly. Incomparable reincarnation light intertwined and shattered the 7-star sacred blade. In the next moment, a bestial roar shook the sky. 100-meter-tall reincarnation beast appeared behind the ancestral god of 10 directions. It was completely formed from the purest reincarnation light. It clawed at the ancestral god of 10 directions, piercing through the void and earth. Poof, the ancestral god of 10 directions exploded again. He couldn't resist the reincarnation beast's claw. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The ancestral god of 10 directions was pierced through and smashed into the ground, causing cracks to appear on the surface. Lin Tian didn't pursue. He stood in the void and looked down indifferently. Boom, a pillar of divine light shot into the sky. The ancestral god of 10 directions rushed out of the ground in the next moment, his 10 divine halos still revolving behind him. Ancestral god, are you willing to give up on refining the worlds below? Under the 10 divine domains, there are a total of 6 heavens and earths with living beings. Do you know how many lives there are in all 6 heavens and earths? If you want to refine these worlds, countless lives will die tragically. It's too cruel and tyrannical. He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. If you're willing to give up on refining these worlds, we'll return the 10th dimensional core to you. My father and master won't have any objections. 10 divine halos revolved behind the ancestral god of 10 directions. He looked at Lin Tian. Although his physical body had been destroyed several times, he didn't show any signs of humiliation. There was no anger in his eyes either. He was still cold and deep. When he heard Lin Tian's words, his gaze deepened. Since the birth of the divine regions, I've been the only ancestral god. I've lived alone in the divine regions for many epochs. Your father doesn't know, your master doesn't know, you don't know, and even I've forgotten. It's been too long, so long that I can't remember clearly. He looked at Lin Tian and said calmly, back then, I was alone in the divine regions, but I've already reached this level. No matter what, I can't go on any further. It's like there's a door in front of me that's tightly shut, and I can't push it open. In the future, other ancestral gods came into being one after another. I've always been searching for a way to break through. Although I failed in the process of fusing with the 10th dimensional core, I vaguely sensed a higher dimension, a higher world. Don't think that it's an illusion. You should know very well that at my cultivation level, even if it's an illusion, it's not without reason. In the 10 divine regions, there's an even higher world above the 10th dimensional core. There's no doubt about it. He said, it's just that at that time, I could only vaguely sense it. After that, I couldn't sense it anymore. It's like the beings of the lower realms can't sense the barrier of the upper realms before their cultivation and strength reach a certain level. They can't find the way to the higher realms. Based on that vague perception, I know very well that even if I successfully fused with the 10th dimensional core, it's still difficult to obtain the power to open the door to a higher dimension. For this reason, I need to combine all the energy of the lower realms and integrate it into the 10 divine regions to strengthen it. Then, I'll fuse with the core of the 10 divine regions, the 10th dimensional core, to produce the greatest transformation possible. I'll combine the energy of the 10 divine regions and the lower realms to open the door to a higher dimension. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes gradually lit up. Human, how about it? Follow me? Together, we'll refine the lower realms and integrate them into the 10 divine regions to forge a new, extremely powerful realm to open the path to a higher dimension. In this way, we'll be the pioneers, the people who open up the path ahead. We can create an even more glorious cultivation path for the beings of the future. Lin Tian was moved. There was a higher dimension above the 10 divine regions? The 11th dimension? He was shocked by this, and he didn't doubt the ancestral god's words in the slightest. Because it was indeed as the ancestral god had said. With the ancestral god's cultivation, it was impossible for him to have such a misconception for no reason. Once he had such a hazy feeling, then that feeling was definitely real, and there was no doubt about it. There's a higher dimension above our 10 divine regions? There's an even more powerful realm? This? Lord Ancestral God, this is real? How is this possible? In the distance, the group of ordinary gods was shocked. They'd always thought that the 10 divine realm they resided in was the highest dimension, but now, they'd learned from their ancestral god that the 10 divine realm wasn't the highest dimension, and that there were higher realms. How could they not be moved? Behind them, the all heavens goddesses and all heavens saintesses paled. Wu Yi, who was playing the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, was also moved. The 10 directions divine dominion, the 10th dimension, and the fact that there was a higher dimension above it was too shocking, and it tugged at everyone's nerves. "What do you think, human?" The ancestral god's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Lin Tian, then at the celestial arch and the human king. "What do you think? Follow me and open up a more glorious path of cultivation, step into a higher dimension, and leave your name behind for eternity. Our paths are different." The old drunkard laughed. It was still the same 3 words from before. "Impossible." The celestial thearch's words were simple. Lin Tian was shocked by the fact that there was a higher dimension above the 10 directions divine dominion. When he heard the ancestral god's invitation again, he gradually recovered and calmly shook his head. "Using the deaths of countless living beings to pave a more glorious path of cultivation. What you meant by leaving your name behind for eternity is probably just infamy." He looked at the ancestral god and said calmly, "I don't want future generations to criticize me behind my back. To be honest, I'm quite afraid of such things." Ever since he started cultivating, he had always had a clear conscience. He could do good things or not, but he could never do bad things. He couldn't do it if he had to step on the lives of countless living beings to open a higher dimension. The ancestral god didn't think much of it. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Why should the strong care about what the weak say? "I don't care if it's fake infamy, but if it's real infamy, I care very much and I'm very afraid," Lin Tian said calmly. The ancestral god's eyes darkened. "So, you still refuse me? You still want to stop me for a group of weaklings in the lower realm?" Lin Tian still looked very calm. At this moment, he remembered something his 6th senior brother, Ao Jian Tianzuan, had said before he recovered his memories after reincarnating. "As the celestial arch, I will protect the peace of all living beings," he said. The ancestral god's face turned cold again. "Good. As the celestial arch, I will protect the peace of all living beings." As the sound of his voice faded, the 1st to 7th divine rings lit up behind him. The 8th divine ring also trembled, shining brightly. His aura instantly reached an extremely terrifying level. It was much, much stronger than before. Lin Tian naturally felt the tyrannical aura of the other party at this moment, but his expression did not change. He took a step forward, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 10 ancestral gods and punched them with a simple punch. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold. The 1st law to the 8th law fused together and charged toward Lin Tian. The two collided in the blink of an eye. The radiance of destruction spread out in waves. Crack! 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 The void continued to collapse and was completely annihilated. It would be difficult for it to recover in a short period of time. The ancestral god of 10 directions seemed to have undergone a huge metamorphosis after using the 8th law. His aura was much, much stronger than before. At this moment, he faced Lin Tian's attack head-on and clashed with Lin Tian, not falling behind at all. Lin Tian's eyes were still calm. His fist and palm collided with each other, and he met the killing light of the other party's law again and again. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. In this place, large amounts of earth collapsed, almost completely beaten to the point where its appearance changed. It was also at this moment that he formed a seal and struck out his law. Chaotic 9 heavens. Boom, the void rumbled, and the saint's aura filled the sky. With a 1,000-fold increase in battle prowess, he disrupted the laws of the 9 heavens at this moment, and the power that erupted was far from what it was before. It instantly shattered all the laws that the 10 ancestral gods had summoned, and directly enveloped them. Poof, blood mist splattered, and the ancestral god of 10 directions collapsed. Only his divine soul was left. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his eyes were even colder. However, there was still no sense of anger. He glanced at Wu Yi, who was playing the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Again. In the next moment, the 9th divine ring behind him began to shine. This time an even more terrifying divine aura spread out. His body seemed to have turned into an eternal storm of destruction. Such a scene made Lin Tian frown slightly. At this moment, the ancestral god of 10 directions, who had used the 9th law, still felt a great pressure, even though his combat strength had increased by 1,000-fold. As expected of the number 1 divine spirit. He said so. Compared to you, I have cultivated for a very long time. It's not an exaggeration to say that I have lived 100,000 times longer than you. However, even though I have lived 100,000 times longer than you still forced me to this point. It's not an exaggeration to say that I am humiliated. The ancestral god of 10 directions said. However, when he said the word humiliated, his expression did not show any sense of humiliation. The two of them looked at each other, and the aura around their bodies rose steadily. In the next moment, the two of them fought again. 1,000 revolutions of oracle. The ancestral god of 10 directions said. Behind him, the 9th divine ring burst into a dazzling light, and the divine aura of a divine spirit filled the sky. This time, with a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying even though his combat strength had increased by 1,000-fold because of Wu Yi. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and it was bright red. Humans are ultimately not enough. Our ancestral god is invincible. Seeing that Lin Tian was injured by the ancestral god of 10 directions, the surrounding divine spirits could not help but be moved. They all clenched their fists, and someone could not help but say so. Previously, the ancestral god of 10 directions had been injured several times. Now that the ancestral god of 10 directions had injured Lin Tian, they could not help but feel excited. The ancestral god of 10 directions did not care about the voices of the divine spirits. He looked at Lin Tian, who was bleeding, and glanced at Wu Yi, who was playing the flute in the distance. Then, his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. The courage you is far from using your full strength. There's no need to hide anything. Let me see how strong you are now. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. You too. How strong can the 10th law be? Let's see if you can force me to use it. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were deep. Then let's see. Lin Tian Ondao. As soon as he finished speaking, his eye of destiny trembled slightly. He instantly used his teleportation ability and appeared behind the ancestral god of 10 directions. Dong, without any complicated movements, he brandished the reincarnation fist art. With a punch, endless avatars of heaven and earth revolved around the tip of his fist. Mountains and rivers were collapsing, territories were sinking, the sky was shattering, stars were collapsing, and heaven and earth were being destroyed. The power of this punch was even stronger than the chaotic 9 heavens law from before. It was the most profound attack of his reincarnation fist. The ancestral god of 10 directions raised his hand, and the 9th law converged at the tip of his fist. He quickly turned around and faced Lin Tian's punch. The two fists were extremely close in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, they were about to collide. At this moment, Lin Tian's eye of destiny trembled slightly. He disappeared instantly and appeared on the other side of the ancestral god of 10 directions. Dong, the destructive punch landed firmly on the ancestral god of 10 directions. Immediately, a mist of blood splattered. The ancestral god of 10 directions was sent flying. His sturdy divine body exploded in the air. Very exciting. An indifferent voice was heard. The halos were hazy. Behind Lin Tian, divine halos flashed and intertwined with dense laws. Lin Tian was shocked. This was the 9th law divine halo of the ancestral god of 10 directions. He immediately dodged. However, the divine halo came too suddenly. In the end, he couldn't avoid it and was hit head-on. Like the ancestral god of 10 directions, his sturdy reincarnation body shattered. His flesh and blood wriggled. In two different directions, Lin Tian and the ancestral god of 10 directions condensed their physical bodies at the same time. The two of them faced each other. Their eyes glowed faintly. In the next moment, they moved again and charged at each other. Boom, an intense collision occurred again. Lin Tian wielded the reincarnation sword and swung the boundless reincarnation sword light. Together with the eye of reincarnation, he destroyed the sky. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, the 1st to 9th divine halos vibrated and intertwined with a boundless destructive holy light. Two figures flickered here, vibrating with transparent light waves one after another. Lin Tian's eyes glowed. As he fought the ancestral god of 10 directions, he recalled his father and master's words. With his endless potential, he could experience such a battle. With the ancestral god of 10 directions as his opponent, as long as he wanted to, he could become stronger at an unimaginable speed. His limitless potential would be even more perfect. For a moment, his eyes became deep. The eye of destiny and the eye of reincarnation intertwined with holy light at the same time. As he fought the ancestral god of 10 directions, he comprehended his opponent's various laws and divine abilities. At the same time, he also comprehended his own body. Suddenly, as time passed, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger and stronger. His aura became more and more solid and shocking. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes moved slightly. He naturally felt the change in Lin Tian, and the pressure on his body suddenly became much stronger. At the same time, the Sky Emperor and an old drunkard also felt it. The smiles on their faces became wider. "Not bad," an old drunkard said. The Sky Emperor didn't say anything. His gaze was gentle. They could feel that Lin Tian was beginning to improve again, and the speed of his improvement was very fast. Boom, the battle was intense, and holy light flashed. Lin Tian fought the ancestral god of 10 directions fiercely. The space in all 10 directions was constantly collapsing, and blood splattered in the void. It was the blood of the ancestral god of 10 directions, and also Lin Tian's own blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Lin Tian's aura continued to rise, and the light from his life origin became brighter and brighter. It was also on this day that Wu Yi stopped playing the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. Her gaze became gentler and gentler. Wu Yi. The goddess' expression changed slightly. She was a little confused why Wu Yi stopped playing the reincarnation tribulation crossing song at this time. "It's useless now," Wu Yi said softly. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Lin Tian continued to improve. On this day, his cultivation base, life origin, and spirit had all undergone at least 10 days of transformation. Now, the reincarnation tribulation crossing song could no longer affect the reincarnation origin, and the reincarnation forging spiritual art was also useless. Lin Tian was now so powerful that the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song couldn't affect him at all. Boom, monstrous holy energy swept across all directions. Lin Tian stepped forward. Without the support of the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, he threw a punch at the ancestral god of 10 directions. There wasn't a terrifying power, but the fist wave was clearly visible. It instantly destroyed everything. Poof. Ancestral god. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods couldn't help but exclaim. They were all trembling again. Their ancestral god had been severely injured by Lin Tian once again. His flesh and blood wriggled, and the ancestral god of 10 directions reformed his physical body in the blink of an eye. He looked at Lin Tian with an even brighter gaze. At the same time, his gaze became even more profound. Endless potential. Human, your progress is too fast. However, you can only reach the same realm as me at most. The lower realms won't allow us to step into higher realms. Looking at Lin Tian, he continued, "Are you really not going to consider opening the path to a higher dimension with me? We can step into a higher realm." Lin Tian shook his head. "If you want to open up the path of cultivation, I'm willing to work hard with you to achieve it. However, opening up the path for you will require the sacrifice of countless lives. That's too cruel, and such a path is meaningless. Then let's fight. Either I kill you and open up a more glorious path, or you kill me and continue to stay in this lower realm." The ancestral god of 10 directions said indifferently. Behind him, the 1st to 9th divine halos vibrated, and his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger in the blink of an eye. A surge of saint power swept through the area in waves, shaking the entire area. Lin Tian's gaze was calm and deep. An aura that was not weaker than the ancestral god of 10 directions intertwined. It was even stronger than when Wu Yi sang the reincarnation tribulation transcendence song to increase his combat power by 1,000 times. He calmly faced the ancestral god of 10 directions. In the blink of an eye, the two charged at each other and collided. Lin Tian swung the reincarnation fist while controlling the reincarnation sword with his mind. Every strike was filled with reincarnation sword light. Furthermore, all of the dimensional laws and the chaotic nine heavens law that he had created intertwined around his body, transforming into wave after wave of laws that gave off an extremely frightening aura. For a time, everywhere in the 10 directions, large expanses of territory collapsed, and large expanses of the void collapsed. Bang! Lin Tian performed the reincarnation fist and landed a punch on the ancestral god of 10 directions' chest. His fist shook slightly and sent the ancestral god flying. "Sword, come," he said indifferently. As he finished speaking, the reincarnation sword turned into a ray of light and landed in his hand. He held it in his hand and slashed down. Clang! This time, he attacked with the reincarnation sword in hand, and its might was much, much stronger than when he controlled it with his will. It was practically a qualitative improvement. When he attacked with the sword, the surroundings fell silent, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the 10 ancestral gods. Golden blood splattered everywhere. The ancestral gods of all directions were crushed. Blood, flesh, and bones filled the sky. However, it was also at this moment that a beam of golden holy light fell. It was so fast that it pierced into Lin Tian's chest. Lin Tian was bleeding from his chest and the corner of his mouth. A wave of law energy began to run rampant in his body as if it had a consciousness. His body trembled slightly as the light of the origin of reincarnation surged, forcefully shattering this power of laws. He held the reincarnation sword in his hand and slashed out, creating a sea of reincarnation swords. The sharp sword light seemed to want to completely destroy the 10 divine regions. The ancestral gods of all directions were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, they reformed their physical bodies. Not bad. Very powerful. As he said so, he stretched out his right hand, and a golden ancestral god scepter appeared. Buzz. As soon as the ancestral god scepter appeared, the void buzzed. Divine light turned into a ripple and spread toward Lin Tian. Chi. 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 The reincarnation sword light that Lin Tian slashed out was instantly shattered. Not bad scepter. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. With a rumble, he unleashed the pure yang flames, which he had not unleashed for a long time, enveloping all of the dimensional laws and his own chaotic 9 heavens laws. Together with the samsara sword, he slashed out a sword that could incinerate the heavens. The eyes of the ancestral gods of all directions were deep. They shook the ancestral god scepter, and countless ancient divine seals interweaved to meet this sword. The two collided with a rumble, and the aura shook heaven and earth. The sword of fire that burned the heavens was annihilated, and the countless ancient divine seals collapsed. The two stepped forward and charged at each other head-on. Clang, boom, the sword whistled fiercely, and the divine light of the scepter buzzed. The aura of the two continued to rise. Such an aura made the ordinary deities who had retreated far away retreat again. They were all terrified. This kind of confrontation, this kind of aura, was too terrifying. An old drunkard and the celestial larch stood side by side. They looked ahead, and their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Although it's hard to determine the winner, my disciple has surpassed you. An old drunkard smiled. The celestial larch also smiled. You win. Although Lin Tian was his child, he did not teach Lin Tian anything. An old drunkard was the one who introduced the 5-year-old Lin Tian to the path of cultivation. Since then, an old drunkard had been taking care of Lin Tian and protecting Lin Tian. Lin Tian, his child, carried an old drunkard's legacy. Lin Tian had surpassed him, which meant that an old drunkard had defeated him. Boom, monstrous saint energy surged like waves in the sea. It was an extreme transformation. Now, Lin Tian no longer needed the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation overcoming song. These two arts could no longer affect his life origin and were no longer effective. However, his combat strength was undoubtedly much stronger than before when he had the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation overcoming song. He no longer felt any pressure to fight the ancestral god of 10 directions alone. And now, he was on top. Bang! With a muffled groan, the ancestral god of 10 directions was sent flying again. Cracks appeared on the scepter. Human, you are really strong. Very strong. Perhaps you are not any weaker than me. The ancestral god of 10 directions steadied himself and looked at Lin Tiandao. You have now reached the level where I can use my strongest law. Lin Tian did not continue to attack. He stood with the reincarnation sword in hand and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions. I am honored to witness the strongest law of the first god. He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions, and his aura began to grow again. Please, ancestral god. Let me see how strong the strongest law of the first god is. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were deep. Behind him, his 10th divine halo began to shine. Suddenly, the vast 10 directions divine realm began to tremble, as if a truly destructive earthquake was about to happen. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned grave. The ancestral god of 10 directions had not truly been used, but he already felt as if the sky was falling. Even the spirit in his sea of consciousness could not help but tremble slightly. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, the light from his 10th divine halo grew brighter and brighter, and the 10 directions divine realm shook even more violently. The oracle is collapsing. The ancestral god of 10 directions looked at Lin Tian and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Step by step, he walked toward Lin Tian. Wherever he passed, countless strange phenomena appeared. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and all things were withering. Lin Tian's eyes became even more profound. An enormous pressure fell on his shoulders, as if heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Then, I will have to use my full strength, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he faced the ancestral god of 10 directions. His life origin and spirit shone brightly, and an extremely terrifying aura rushed out immediately. Endless laws surrounded him, and with the purest and most tyrannical aura, he suppressed everything in the world. Just like the 10 ancestral gods, there were also countless unnatural phenomena that intertwined around them. It was as though they were real. Very strong, the ancestral god of 10 directions said. He looked at Lin Tian, and his eyes shone brightly. You too. Lin Tianandao. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The two of them charged at each other at the same time. Their extreme speed was beyond common sense. It seemed to be countless times faster than light. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Boom! It was just a simple collision, but the fluctuations of laws intertwined, and the aura of destruction spread out. Gusts of turbulent hurricanes swept out, and in an instant, the ground collapsed by dozens of feet. Moreover, the space began to be destroyed at an even more frightening rate. Such momentum made the ordinary gods in the distance tremble. Even the powerful Sky Emperor and an old drunkard were stunned at this moment. This collision was beyond their imagination. Boom! The divine realm of 10 directions shook violently. Waves of destructive light emerged from all directions. Lin Tian used his strongest power, and the ancestral god used his strongest laws. The two peak existences collided with each other with their strongest power. The destructive light kept spreading, sweeping to every corner of the divine realm of 10 directions, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Moreover, the destructive light gradually spread to the gate of heaven and earth that connected to the 9th dimension. It poured in through the gate of heaven and earth and spread through the tunnel of heaven and earth. Soon, it intertwined with the 9th dimension. For a moment, the 9th dimension, which was far less sturdy than the divine realm of 10 directions, became even more dilapidated. The destructive light fell on every region, causing the surviving creatures in the 9th dimension to be plunged into disaster. This is heaven and earth going to collapse? What's happening? Ah! The 10 directions divine domain was sturdy enough to withstand the peak collision between Lin Tian and the 10 ancestral gods. Although the space was constantly crumbling, the light of destruction was quickly absorbed and filtered out. However, the 9-dimensional world couldn't do this. It couldn't absorb and filter the light of destruction of this level, so the light of destruction was like a never-ending wave that spread to every region, destroying everything in its path. For a moment, shrill and terrified screams rang out from every corner of the 9th dimension. As the destructive light in the divine realm of 10 directions spread to the 9th dimension, one creature after another suffered and died tragically under the destructive light. Moreover, the destructive light even collapsed the barrier of the 9th dimension on its own and seeped into the 8th dimension, causing the countless creatures in the eighth dimension to suffer a great disaster. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of creatures died tragically. Lin Tian fought with the ancestral god of 10 directions in the divine realm of 10 directions. However, with his current strength, he could already sense the changes in the ninth dimension and the eighth dimension through the gate of heaven and earth. Immediately, his eyes narrowed. After a pause, he threw out the divine origin weapon, the transmigration sword, and the transmigration diagram. They turned into 2 beams of light and entered the gate of heaven and earth that connected to the ninth dimension. When they arrived in the ninth dimension, the transmigration sword met the destructive light in the ninth dimension, and the transmigration diagram entered the eighth dimension to meet the destructive light. While fighting with me, you drew out the divine map of King's domain and the divine origin sword to protect the ants below? The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold. Human, are you looking down on me? Not at all. Purely in terms of cultivation and combat power, your excellency is very strong, stronger than anyone in Lin Tian's memory. Lin Tian faced the ancestral god of 10 directions calmly. If that's the case, why are you diverting your power to protect others while fighting with me? The ancestral god of 10 directions asked. Lin Tian smiled, still calm. As the immortal emperor, I should protect the peace of all living beings. Behind the ancestral god of 10 directions, 10 divine rings vibrated, and dazzling light intertwined. He looked at the celestial arch and an old drunkard in the distance, then looked at Lin Tian again. The celestial arch, the human king, and you. Although you are not of my race, I admire you. You are willing to risk your lives for a group of unrelated people. You are worthy of my admiration. As he said this, his eyes gradually became cold again. However, I will not show mercy. In a battle of life and death, there is no mercy. With a boom, the 10 divine rings behind him bloomed with an even brighter light, and the aura of the laws became even more frightening. You will eventually die in this battle, and your father, master, and friends will not be able to survive. He looked at Lin Tian and walked towards him step by step. The surging aura of laws was like a subject that had its own consciousness. It shook outside his body and interweaved with a heaven-shaking might. This sovereign guarantees you that you will be buried with the highest honors. Lin Tian smiled. Then I really have to thank you, Your Excellency. As he spoke, his expression became solemn, and the holy light outside his body burned like a raging flame. However, I will not lose, and I will not disappoint my master and father. My family, my friends, I will protect them all. As for the other living beings, I will also protect them. His life essence shone brightly, and his divine soul also shone with a frightening holy light. Endless dimensional laws intertwined around him. Instead of retreating, he used the reincarnation sword and reincarnation diagram to isolate the light of destruction that permeated the ninth and eighth dimensions with his will to protect the countless living beings below. At the same time, he faced the 10 ancestral gods head-on. Boom, in the blink of an eye, large swaths of land were destroyed, and swaths of the void were annihilated. Bang! The ancestral god of 10 directions punched out, penetrating the boundless laws of light and landing on Lin Tian's chest, sending Lin Tian flying 1,000 feet away. Blood splattered in the air bit by bit. Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding, but his eyes were resolute. Without the slightest intention of retreating, he channeled all of his dimensional laws into his body. Taking a step forward, he brandished his reincarnation fist. With a single punch, the sky was instantly filled with fist shades. Majestic and mighty, they enveloped every single corner of the surroundings. Boom, the sky trembled and rumbled, as if a sacred drum had been beaten, and the ground collapsed. In the vast 10-directional divine realm, there was even lava surging up and scorching air currents constantly sweeping across this place. Behind the ancestral gods of 10 directions, 10 divine rings shone brightly. 10 types of self-created laws, each of them surpassing the laws of the 10th dimension. Each of them was more terrifying than the last. At this moment, as they interweaved together, the power they formed instantly shattered everything. Then, strands of nomological light penetrated the void and landed directly on Lin Tian's body. It was as if the sky was pressing down on him. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying again. Blood instantly appeared on his body, and his body was covered in cracks. However, he didn't care about this at all, and his expression didn't change at all. Again. He steadied himself and circulated the laws of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, quickly healing his injured body. Then, he faced the ancestral gods of 10 directions again. At the same time, he circulated the Reincarnation Sword and Reincarnation Diagram across the greater heaven and earth. These two, one was his origin weapon, and the other was his origin monarch territory. Both of them were closely related to his origin. Therefore, with his current cultivation, he could still circulate them even though he was separated by the barriers of 2 realms. He used them to meet all of the destructive light that seeped into the 2 realms, shattering them one by one and protecting the countless living beings below. If he didn't do this, the living beings in the 2 realms wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Moreover, if he didn't make a move, then the light of destruction would continue to seep into the heavens and the earth below, and it would cause even more living beings to suffer and die miserably. Something like that was absolutely not something he was willing to see happen, and he had to stop it. However, there were too many destructive lights that seeped into the lower realms, and he really couldn't destroy them all in a short period of time. Therefore, it was impossible for him to channel all of his battle strength to the ancestral gods of 10 directions, and it was difficult for him to unleash his strongest battle strength. The ancestral gods of 10 directions' eyes shone brightly as they faced Lin Tian head-on. 10 types of laws pressed down again and again. Moreover, the golden ancestral god's scepter in his hand trembled. The cracks on it had already been repaired, and it erupted with the most terrifying primordial divine light. It turned into a divine wave that could suppress everything, and it pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Ka! 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 Large swaths of the void were distorted and destroyed. Lin Tian swung his fist and hit the ancestral gods of 10 directions amidst the divine wave, shattering half of their bodies. Good. Very good. The ancestral gods of 10 directions shouted coldly. Lin Tian moved down to the lower realms with the Reincarnation Sword and Reincarnation Map, and divided at least 20% of his battle strength to protect the living beings in the lower realms. However, he was still able to enter the ancestral gods of 10 directions. His battle strength was too strong and too shocking. Blood flowed from the ancestral gods of 10 directions' mouth. There was no coldness in his eyes, only indifference. His broken body reformed in the blink of an eye, and he attacked Lin Tian head-on again. He attacked with the purest laws and the purest divine light, and he didn't make any detours. Lin Tian's eye of destiny and eye of reincarnation vibrated at the same time, and the boundless light of providence and reincarnation continued to clash with the ancestral gods of 10 directions. Boom, there was an intense collision, and the void rumbled continuously. Divine light surged, and the destructive light swept in all directions, landing beside the Sky Emperor and the others. A large part of it also swept towards the ordinary gods further away. Lin Tian waved his hand, and the chaotic laws of the 9 heavens fell beside his father and the others, shattering all the destructive light that swept towards them. Now, he was fighting with the ancestral gods of 10 directions. This kind of destructive light was too terrifying, and even his father and master couldn't withstand it. Otherwise, his father and master would have gone down to the lower realms to help destroy the destructive light. They wouldn't have continued to stay here. Almost at the same time, the ancestral gods of 10 directions moved. Their 10th divine ring vibrated, and the destructive light that swept towards the ordinary gods was shattered in the blink of an eye. Retreat further away, he said in a low voice to the gods in the distance. Yes, ancestral gods. The ordinary gods responded and immediately retreated. Soon, they retreated further away and looked over from a distance. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by divine light. He looked at the ancestral gods of 10 directions and couldn't help but smile. I thought that ancestral gods only wanted to step into a higher dimension and didn't care about anything else. I didn't expect that you would also protect other gods. The ancestral gods of 10 directions said coldly, they are my people, and I want to take them with me when I step into a higher dimension. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile when he heard that. At the same time, he understood why the gods he had met before believed in the ancestral gods of 10 directions so deeply. Even if the ancestral gods were evil, those gods still believed that the ancestral gods of 10 directions were right. It was because the ancestral gods of 10 directions truly treated those gods as his people and had the heart to protect them. He didn't say much. He stepped forward, and majestic divine power swept out again. As a leader, it was right and proper for the ancestral gods of 10 directions to protect those gods. However, invading the lower realms and melting all the heavens and earth, using the lives of countless living beings to open a path to a higher dimension, was wrong. It was evil. If it was wrong, he had to stop it. He was an immortal emperor. He didn't invade other worlds, nor did he kill innocent people. At the same time, he had to protect the ordinary living beings. This was the principle that his senior brother, who was like a brother to him, taught him. Boom! The divine light was dazzling, and as it surged, he activated his Eye of Destiny and Eye of Reincarnation with his strongest combat power. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes were cold, and the 10 divine halos behind him intertwined and shone brightly. The intense battle shook the 10 directions' divine realms. Blood kept splattering everywhere, but most of it was Lin Tian's blood. I've already said it long ago. If you distract it to protect a group of irrelevant people, you can only lose to me in the end. The ancestral god of 10 directions said. Lin Tian kept bleeding from his mouth, but his eyes were deep and calm. He said solemnly, I don't believe that I will lose. I will make you believe that your defeat is already foreordained. The ancestral god of 10 directions said coldly. Unparalleled nomological laws pressed down on Lin Tian in waves. Lin Tian remained silent. While controlling the reincarnation sword and the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory through the 2 barriers of heaven and earth, he helped the countless living beings in the 9th dimension and 8th dimension resist the light of destruction that seeped into the lower realm while facing the ancestral god of 10 directions head-on. As a result, he fell further and further behind. In the blink of an eye, the intense battle lasted for another month. During that month, the light of destruction that seeped into the lower realm continued. He couldn't block the attacks from the ancestral god of 10 directions with his peak combat power. Hence, he was shattered by the ancestral god of 10 directions again and again. He suffered heavy injuries, and the aura he exuded gradually became very weak. However, the look in his eyes remained resolute. The heavenly the arch and an old drunkard watched from afar. An old drunkard was no longer smiling, and neither was the heavenly the arch. Their gazes became solemn as they stared at Lin Tian without blinking. The heavenly the arch trembled slightly. Over the past month, she had watched Lin Tian get smashed by the ancestral god of 10 directions again and again. She had seen Lin Tian get injured continuously and his aura become weaker and weaker. Her heart ached for him because he was her flesh and blood. Little 10. The saintess of the all heavens whispered, her heart aching for him too. Wu Yi's gaze was gentle, and she clasped her hands together like how little Tianyin used to be. The reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation tribulation transcendence song were no longer effective on Lin Tian, but she could still pray for Lin Tian to win. Almost at the same time, in the 10 directions ancient star in the distance in the 10 directions divine realm, there was a slight tremor. Wisps of faint light spread out from the 10 directions ancient star on their own. They were extremely hazy and gentle, and gradually landed on the battlefield between Lin Tian and the ancestral god of 10 directions. They surrounded Lin Tian, who was covered in blood. As the faint light surrounded him, Lin Tian was the first to react. The injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. Moreover, his essence, energy, and spirit began to recover bit by bit, becoming stronger. Following the faint light, he tilted his head and looked at the 10-directional ancient star. At the same time, the ancestral god stopped attacking Lin Tian and looked up at the 10-directional ancient star. This invincible ancestral god narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 10-directional ancient star from afar. The celestial emperor, human king, goddess, and the others were also shocked. The 10-directional ancient star was the core of the 10-dimensional heaven. It was the heart of the 10-dimensional heaven. Now, it was emitting light of its own accord toward Lin Tian. What's going on? In the distance, the ordinary gods were also shocked. The heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star was emitting light toward Lin Tian at this moment, causing Lin Tian's aura to gradually recover. This caused all the gods to have a bad feeling at this moment. Weng, the 10-directional ancient star buzzed, and the already hazy light outside became even more hazy. Gradually, under everyone's eyes, the huge 10-directional ancient star began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the purest treasure light, filled with the purest light of heaven and earth and the light of gods. It came to Lin Tian on its own accord and spun around Lin Tian. Waves of heaven and earth light and God light poured into Lin Tian's body. Instantly, Lin Tian's injuries healed faster, and his essence, energy, and spirit began to strengthen rapidly. Looking at the heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. The heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star had come to his side on its own accord. The ancestral god's eyes narrowed again, and they immediately attacked. The 10 divine rings behind them vibrated violently, interweaving the most brilliant light of laws around them. They bombarded Lin Tian while grabbing at the heart of the 10-dimensional ancient star beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand to meet them. At the same time, he controlled the reincarnation sword and reincarnation diagram to protect the living beings below. Boom, the two collided, and the space around them shook. Lin Tian retreated, blood gushing out of his mouth again. At the same time, the speed at which the 10th dimensional heart revolved around his body became slightly faster. An extremely hazy light suddenly spread out, crushing all the laws that the ancestral gods had summoned, and sending them flying with a bang. Ancestor God. In the distance, the group of ordinary deities could not help but ask. The ancestral gods of 10 directions steadied themselves. Blood flowed out of their mouths. It was also at this time that the 10th dimensional heart beside Lin Tian emitted a gentle holy light that entered Lin Tian's body. For a moment, Lin Tian trembled slightly, and the injuries on his body began to heal at an even faster rate. Divine light surged from every corner of the vast 10 directions divine domain and entered his body, surrounding him and causing his cultivation base and aura to soar once again. The 10 ancestral gods gritted their teeth. Their 10 types of laws vibrated as they once again tried to grab Lin Tian. Outside Lin Tian's body, the divine light vibrated on its own, turning into a wave of ripples that blasted him away with a bang. Shrouded in endless divine light, the 10th dimensional heart in his body gradually moved towards his life origin. At the same time, images suddenly appeared around the 10th dimensional heart. There were images of him suppressing the dark chaos in the 10 directions divine domain on his own, images of him preaching the Tao to all living beings in the 10 directions divine domain after ascending to the 10th heaven, images of his origin reincarnation sword, and reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory, protecting all living beings in the 2 heavens below. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent. Vaguely, the vague heavenly voice echoed in his heart, and the 10th dimensional heart merged with his life origin in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his body erupted with boundless holy light. In every corner of the 10 directions divine domain, boundless divine light interweaved and entered his body at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were completely healed, and the aura he exuded increased at an even more astonishing speed. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The 10th dimensional heart was not a living being, but it seemed to have its own will, which seemed to be the will of heaven and earth. No living being in the world could take the initiative to merge with it, and only those who it recognized could do so. Only those who were benevolent and kind could gain its recognition. So, that's how it is. He muttered to himself. For a time, even more intense divine light surrounded him, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose at an even faster speed. The ancestral gods of the 10 directions divine domain attacked Lin Tian again to stop him, but they were once again blasted away. The divine light was dazzling, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. After dozens of breaths, the divine light around Lin Tian's body became stable and gentle, and an extremely pure divine aura surrounded him, causing the entire 10 directions divine domain to hum. A gentle breeze blew across the vast 10th dimensional world, and the mountains, earth, and vegetation gave birth to a halo of light that surged towards Lin Tian, as if they were submitting to him. In the distance, a group of ordinary gods trembled, and their legs went weak, as if they could not help but want to kneel before Lin Tian. It was as if a supreme will was born from Lin Tian's body, as if it was born from heaven and earth, and it wanted them to kneel down and worship him. God King. An elderly god said in a trembling voice. In the next moment, some gods knelt down, not because they wanted to, but because the will of heaven and earth was pressuring them. Gradually, one by one, the gods knelt down, trembling violently. How can this be? Our divine domain, the heaven and earth that gave birth to us, actually recognizes a human? The ancestral god is the king. How can this be? How can this be? The gods involuntarily knelt down, gritting their teeth. They were born from the divine realm of 10 directions. Lin Tian had merged with the heart of the 10th dimension, which made him the master of the divine realm of 10 directions. He had absolute pressure on them. Even if they didn't want to kneel, they were still forced to. They could not resist the will of heaven and earth. In the distance, the goddess and the all-heaven saintesses were stunned, and then they all revealed excited expressions. Even Wu Yi's eyes shone brightly. The 10 directions divine king. The goddess could not help but exclaim. There was a legend that had existed since ancient times in the divine domain. As long as one could fuse with the 10th dimensional heart and obtain its recognition, they would become the master of the divine domain of 10 directions. They would be the all-knowing divine king of 10 directions, the king of all gods. Now, her child, her flesh and blood, with the body of a human, had obtained the recognition of the 10th dimensional heart and become a divine king. Good. An old drunkard laughed loudly and said this one word. The celestial emperor did not speak, but he also laughed. The ancestral god of 10 directions trembled slightly. Although he was almost invincible, at this moment, facing Lin Tian who had successfully merged with the 10th dimensional heart, he, like the other ordinary gods, had the urge to kneel. The will of heaven and earth was pressuring him. The 10 directions divine king. His voice was low as he stared unblinkingly at Lin Tian. This sovereign is the first to be born from the divine domain, but the divine domain has rejected this sovereign time and time again. Now, it has even acknowledged a human from the lower realms. This sovereign does not understand. Divine light surrounded Lin Tian's body. His injuries had long been healed, and his cultivation base was boundlessly strong. With a slight thought, the reincarnation sword and the reincarnation portrait erupted with a torrential sacred light that was many times stronger than before. In an instant, it destroyed all the destructive light and returned to his body through the gate of heaven and earth. He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions and said calmly, "The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent. This is the heavenly voice of the 10th dimensional heart before it merged with my life essence." The eyes of the ancestral god of 10 directions flickered as he looked at the lower realms. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is benevolent. You risked your life to protect the living beings below, and the 10th dimensional heart recognized you because of that, recognizing you as the 10th dimensional king? Looking at the several realms below, he thought about how Lin Tian had been protecting the countless living beings below, and how he had suffered heavy injuries time and time again, yet he still refused to summon back the reincarnation sword and the reincarnation portrait. Vaguely, he seemed to have comprehended something, and his gaze fluctuated. Just because of that. An ordinary god spoke up. Although they were under the pressure of the will of the heavens and were kneeling before Lin Tian, who had become the divine king, they were still unconvinced. Lord Ancestral God also protected us, so why did the 10th dimensional heart not acknowledge Lord Ancestral God? On what basis? The other gods echoed. Although they were all kneeling before Lin Tian, they were still unconvinced and spoke up one after another. Some struggled to stand up, but at this time, in front of the will of the heavens and in front of Lin Tian, who had already become the divine king of 10 directions, they, who were far less powerful than the ancestral god of 10 directions, found it difficult to stand up. Lord Ancestral God is your leader, and protecting you is his responsibility and obligation as a leader. It has nothing to do with benevolence or kindness. He invaded the lower realms and wanted to refine the world below, killing countless living beings. It has nothing to do with benevolence or kindness, and is the opposite of evil. As such, how can he be acknowledged by the 10th dimensional heart? An old drunkard said. The gods trembled slightly, but they were still unconvinced. They gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Tian. What about him? Isn't he an immortal emperor? He should be the leader of you humans, and protecting the living beings below is also his responsibility and obligation. It has nothing to do with benevolence or kindness, so how is he different from our Lord Ancestral God? How can he be acknowledged by the 10th dimensional heart? You are all wrong. The Celestial Emperor said. Although he is an immortal emperor, he is not the leader of the human race. He is only the leader of a holy land. And the world below is not only inhabited by the human race, there are countless living beings of other races. In terms of race, there are at least 100,000 races. He is not only protecting the human race, he is protecting all the races in the lower realms. The gods opened their mouths, wanting to refute, but for a moment they could not find the words. Good, very good. The heavens are benevolent, and the Tao is kindness. Very good. The ancestral god of 10 directions laughed. Facing Lin Tian, who had become a divine king, his divine body could not help but tremble slightly, as if the will of the heavens was forcing him to submit. However, with his powerful strength, this will of the heavens did not have much effect on him. Lin Tian calmly looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions with divine radiance around his body. He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Lord Ancestral God, are you willing to give up on the dangerous idea of refining the world below and let this eternal war end? The ancestral god of 10 directions' thoughts were very dangerous, but Lin Tian did not hate him. If possible, he did not want to kill him. The ancestral god of 10 directions tilted his head and looked at the group of ordinary gods in the distance who were forced to kneel before Lin Tian under the pressure of the will of the world. He said, I once promised them that I would lead them to a higher dimension and forge a more brilliant cultivation path for them. They have been working hard for this and have always believed in me. They were determined to kill their way into the lower realms. You want me to stop? You want me to go back on my promise to them? He looked at Lin Tian and said in a low voice, absolutely impossible. With a rumble, the 10 divine rings behind him released an even more shocking divine spirit, and the fluctuations of the laws became even more terrifying. His trembling body calmed down, and his powerful strength resisted the pressure of the will of the world. Even though you have transformed into a god king and become even stronger, this venerable may not necessarily lose. Looking at Lin Tian, he coldly repeated the words he had said before, either I obliterate you and take back the heart of the 10th dimension, smelt the few worlds below, open up the path to a higher dimension, and open up an even more glorious cultivation path. Or, I die in your hands, and you successfully protect the lower realms, and continue to live in the lower realms with your family and friends. As he finished speaking, he stepped forward. The 10 divine rings vibrated, and the power of the laws became even more dazzling and eye-catching. The space in all directions distorted as he turned into a divine light and closed in on Lin Tian. A direct attack. Lin Tian's gaze was calm as he faced his opponent's approach. He casually turned his body and avoided the attack of the 10 great laws. Then, he flicked his finger, and a ray of light fell on the ancestral god of 10 directions. With a bang, he was sent flying more than 10,000 feet away. Golden blood splattered in the void. Why are you so stubborn? He looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions and said, you are no longer my opponent now. Blood gushed out of the ancestral god's mouth, but there was no anger in his eyes. Neither was there a trace of coldness. Since I've made a promise to my people, I will definitely fulfill it. If I fail to fulfill this promise in the end, then there can only be one possibility, and that is that I've disappeared from this world. He looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, but right now, I'm still alive. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. Monster Saint energy burst out from him, and his aura became even stronger as he attacked Lin Tian again. Boundless killing light suppressed the space in all directions. Even the will of the heavens and earth in the deity domain could not suppress his disrespect for Lin Tian, the king of the 10th dimension. Lin Tian was very calm, and he didn't move at all. The killing lights unleashed by the 10 ancestral gods all vanished around him. From your point of view, your feelings towards the other gods are worthy of my admiration. He continued, however, your feelings towards the other divinities, you must uphold your promise to them and not allow other innocent living beings to lose their lives for it. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light flew out and landed on the ancestral god of 10 directions. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as the ancestral god of 10 directions was penetrated, and golden blood splattered everywhere. The ancestral god of 10 directions' tall and straight body trembled as he retreated a few steps. Golden blood seeped out of his chest bit by bit. Ancestral god. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods could not help but call out. The ancestral god of 10 directions' chest was dyed red. After taking 2 hits from Lin Tian, his aura instantly weakened greatly. Ancestral God, is it alright to give up? Lin Tian looked at the other party and spoke again. No. The ancestral God of 10 directions calmly shook his head. You have your principles, and I have my beliefs. In your master's words, our paths are different. Behind him, the 10 divine halos bloomed with an even stronger light, becoming more and more resplendent. The ancestral God scepter also began to glow. Even if you are a divine king and have been recognized by the deity domain, I may still have the ability to fight you. The strongest law has already manifested, and I will sacrifice the last law. He said. As he finished speaking, the 10 divine halos behind him merged with the golden scepter and merged into his body. For a moment, an extremely turbulent aura spread out from his body. It was many times stronger than before. This scepter was born with me. With it as a guide, all the self-created laws will be shattered and merged into my flesh and bones. It will last for 7 days. He looked at Lin Tiandao. After 7 days, all 10 laws will disappear. The last law will be called Meteor. Outside his body, his aura continued to strengthen. In the blink of an eye, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the deity domain was shaking. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. After 7 days, all 10 self-created laws will disappear, so this is what the last tier means? Newborn king, I am coming. The ancestral God of 10 directions said as he stepped toward Lin Tian. Come. Lin Tian replied calmly as he walked toward the other party. The next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The speed of the two far exceeded the speed of light, and they collided in an instant. The void was silently annihilated, and the ground collapsed. Outside Lin Tian's body, the purest divine light vibrated and shook everything away. Clang, without any superfluous movements, he simply flicked his finger, and a divine sword light shot out in a divine rainbow. With a puff, blood splattered as the ancestral God of 10 directions was penetrated, just like before. However, this time, the ancestral God of 10 directions wasn't pushed back. Instead, he quickly stepped in front of Lin Tian and punched him. Lin Tian raised his hand and met the attack head-on. Bang! The two collided with a deafening sound. The ancestral God of 10 directions was pushed back again, and a part of the void collapsed. At the same time, Lin Tian was also pushed back, and the void behind him also collapsed. Lord Ancestral God. Lord Ancestral God is invincible. He will definitely win. Yes. He will definitely win. In the distance, the ordinary gods gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. The goddess and saintess of all heavens were moved. The saintess of all heavens sighed. This ancestral God of 10 directions is truly terrifying. Little 10 is already a godly king, but as a god, he can still push Little 10 back. You're wrong. An old drunkard spoke. He looked at Lin Tian with a deep gaze. He didn't use the power of a godly king at all. He's only using his own strength to fight the ancestral God of 10 directions. That's right. The celestial emperor said. Lin Tian steadied himself on the battlefield. Wisps of divine radiance circled around his body. Lord Ancestral God, please continue. He said calmly. After obtaining the approval of the 10th dimensional heart and successfully assimilating it, he was now the godly king of the 10 directions divine domain, the master of the 10th dimension. If he wanted to, he could directly mobilize the power of the entire 10 directions divine domain to deal with the ancestral God of 10 directions. However, he didn't do so, and he didn't intend to do so now. This was because he couldn't move when he was assimilating the 10th dimensional heart. After all, it was the 10th dimensional heart that was entering his origin, and he wasn't the one controlling it. If he wanted to move, he could only force the 10th dimensional heart out of his body. Moreover, this process would take at least 6 to 7 breaths of time. The ancestral God of 10 directions was absolutely clear on this point. At that time, in just a few breaths of time, the other party had been able to suppress his father and master, force him to give up on fusing with the heart of the 10th dimension, or even force him to submit. However, Lin Tian clearly knew this at that time, but he didn't do so. This was enough to show that he was a straightforward and upright person. As such, he naturally didn't want to mobilize the power of the 10 directions divine domain to fight Lin Tian. The divine radiance around him was hazy and pure as it met the heavenly meteor law head-on. At the same time, the origin reincarnation light and the light of providence pulsed as they pressed down on Lin Tian. The 10 divine rings behind the ancestral god of 10 directions had already disappeared, and the ancestral god's scepter had disappeared as well. It had turned into the strongest heavenly meteor law, and its aura was extremely grand. It didn't fear Lin Tian's origin reincarnation light and light of providence at all, and it also collided head-on. Boom! The most intense collision caused the 10 directions divine domain to collapse. Lin Tian pushed away the heavenly meteor law, and the origin reincarnation light, light of providence, and origin reincarnation light converged as he punched out. With a bang, the punch landed firmly on the ancestral god of 10 directions' chest, shattering half of his physical body. However, at the same time, the ancestral god of 10 directions' fist also landed on Lin Tian's chest. Bang! Lin Tian was knocked back, but his physical body didn't shatter. However, some cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out. The ancestral god of 10 directions' face darkened. He could see the difference between them in this simple exchange. I don't need to maintain the heavenly meteor for 7 days. 2 days. He muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled, and blood seeped out of his body. However, the aura of the heavenly meteor law around his body suddenly increased by more than 10 times. This aura caused Lin Tian's eyes to involuntarily narrow slightly. However, even so, he didn't show any fear. Very strong. He said these 2 words, which went against the 9 heavens law. As strands of law intertwined, his aura rose steadily. This was a law that he had created himself, and it could be considered as his most powerful law. In the next moment, he moved. Once again, he faced the ancestral god of 10 directions head-on and clashed with him. The ancestral god of 10 directions met the attack with the heavenly meteor law without retreating. In an instant, the battle between the two became even more intense. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Blood splattered continuously in the 10 directions divine domain, and it was all the ancestral god of 10 directions blood. The ancestral god of 10 directions physical body was shattered again and again. However, although Lin Tian didn't bleed, he wasn't unscathed either. His aura became much weaker as time passed. After all, he didn't use the power that a godly king should have at the moment. Moreover, the ancestral god of 10 directions, who had refined all of his laws, was indeed very strong and terrifying. The final blow. The ancestral god of 10 directions was covered in blood, but there was no anger in his eyes or face. Outside his body, the heavenly meteor law became even more terrifying, and he continued to compress and strengthen it. Come on, godly king. This blow will decide the outcome. All right. Lin Tian said calmly. Outside his body, the 9 heavens law in reverse became even more turbulent as he faced the ancestral god of 10 directions head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Unparalleled sacred light drowned out everything, covering everything in all directions. Heh! All of a sudden, a sinister sneer rang out. A figure shrouded in a thick blood-red radiance rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The figure shrouded in blood-red light moved extremely quickly and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Give all of your bodies to me. A cold laugh rang out. Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard the familiar voice. It's you. The third divine emperor. In the past, when he was training alone in the 10 divine realms, he had chased after the third divine emperor for several years, but he had never succeeded. Every time he killed the third divine emperor's avatar, it was his avatar. Now that he had met the third divine emperor again, the third divine emperor had taken the initiative to attack him. At the same time, the ancestral god recognized the third divine emperor. His expression darkened. What are you doing? Ancestral god, please merge with this human and me. The third divine emperor laughed sinisterly. The blood-red light around his body was vast and boundless. While Lin Tian and the ancestral god were having a hard time fighting each other, the third divine emperor and the ancestral god were engulfed by the blood-red light like raging waves. The sudden turn of events caused everyone's expression to change. Divine emperor, what are you doing? That's the ancestral god. What are you doing? In the distance, the group of ordinary gods was shocked. They didn't know what the third divine emperor had done in the past. At the same time, the heavenly emperor and an old drunkard frowned and attacked at the same time. Boundless laws swept toward the third divine emperor. The third divine emperor laughed sinisterly. With a loud rumble, the blood-red light swept out like a raging wave and annihilated the heavenly emperor and an old drunkard's laws. The two of them were forced back several hundred feet. Heavenly Emperor, human king, you didn't expect this, did you? The two of you who were once invincible are now so weak in front of me. He laughed sinisterly. The heavenly emperor and an old drunkard steadied themselves. Blood flowed from their mouths and their auras weakened to the extreme. At this moment, they even temporarily lost the ability to move. How is this possible? The goddesses and saintesses were shocked. They had searched for the third divine lord in the sea of consciousness of some of the elites of the lineage of god spirits. The third divine lord was weaker than the first divine lord and second divine lord who had already fallen. But now, how could he have such strong combat power? Even Wu Yi was moved. Looking at Lin Tian, who was shrouded in blood-red light, boundless divine light intertwined around her body as she attacked the third divine lord with the goddess and saintesses of the all heavens. Don't come over. I can come out. Lin Tian shouted, stopping the three of them in their tracks. Now, the third divine lord's strength had reached an extremely high level. Even his father and master were no match for him. If Wu Yi and the others went forward, they would probably be destroyed in a single blow. How could he dare to let them come over at this time? You can go out? Stop dreaming. The third divine sovereign laughed sinisterly. All of you will become a part of me. Outside his body, the blood-red light fluctuated, becoming even more dense and vast. Lin Tian's expression became serious. With a honglong sound, divine light surged. Reincarnation light trembled, bombarding the blood-colored radiance that covered his body. However, this light was extremely strange and terrifying. With his current strength, he was unable to break it. It's that kind of power. His pupils suddenly shrank. He remembered that the crimson light came from the same source as the special power that had entered Tianyin's body back then. The only difference was that in this place, the crimson light that the third divine king had conjured was far from what the crimson light in Tianyin's body could compare to. One was the sky, and the other was the earth. The difference was too great. At this time, being shrouded in this strange blood-red light, he couldn't open his body at all. He wanted to mobilize the power of the 10 Directions divine domain, but found that he couldn't communicate with the 10 Directions divine domain at all. It was as if he had been cut off and couldn't mobilize the boundless power of heaven and earth of the 10 Directions divine domain. Most importantly, his power was flowing away non-stop. Furthermore, the speed at which it was flowing away was extremely fast. At the same time, on the other side, the 10 ancestral gods were also unable to break free from the blood-red light. At this time, an extremely strong murderous intent suddenly erupted. Bastard! His voice was extremely angry. At this moment, the leader of the god spirit lineage showed a monstrous anger for the first time. While being shrouded in this strange blood-red light and his power was being devoured by the third divine lord, he felt that the boundless divine souls in the third divine lord's body had all been annihilated. They were intertwined in the third divine lord's origin like stored food. As expected of the ancestral god, the number 1 divine lord. You instantly sensed the other divine souls in my body. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. Don't be angry. Soon, you will become one with me and meet your people. Then, he added, by the way, I will send the other divine souls to meet you as well. After that, your long-cherished wish to break through to a higher dimension will be fulfilled by me. You can rest assured. Of course, you don't have to thank me. After his words sounded, the special and strange blood light around his body became even more vigorous. It was like a primal chaos swamp that sealed everything, causing the 10 ancestral gods and Lin Tian, who were enveloped by it, to be unable to escape for some time. Lord Divine Lord, you actually, in the distance, the group of ordinary divine souls was stunned when they heard the third divine lord's words. Then, all of them became furious. You actually devoured our compatriots. You betrayed Lord Ancestral God. Let go of Lord Ancestral God. Kill. Some of the older divine souls were extremely angry. As Lin Tian, the God King, was swept into the blood-red light, the will of heaven and earth that was suppressing the ordinary divine souls gradually weakened. Many of the divine souls could move again. At this time, all of them charged toward the third divine lord. For a moment, the divine radiance trembled. It was boundless and enveloped the entire area, pressing down like a rain of light. A bunch of ants. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. Outside his body, the blood-red light surged and turned into a ripple that spread out. Puff, 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 blood mist burst out. Immediately, a large number of divine souls exploded, their bodies and souls annihilated. Over the years, the third divine lord had secretly devoured too many divine souls and refined the special and strange blood-red energy into his body, turning it into his own. Now, he was countless times stronger than the celestial emperors and human kings. How could these ordinary divine souls withstand this ripple of light? One by one, they died. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The group of divine souls roared. They were not afraid at all. At this time, they were still madly charging toward the third divine lord. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. The blood-red light splashed, and every divine soul that rushed toward him was shattered by the blood-red light. Lin Tian was shrouded in the blood-red light mist. Looking at these divine souls rushing toward him like moths to a flame, he once again felt that the 10 ancestral gods, the leader of the divine spirit lineage, were extremely important to these divine souls. He circulated the reincarnation heart sutra faster. The 9-colored divine light intertwined, and all the precepts also intertwined. Moreover, he urged the origin reincarnation light and origin of reincarnation together to meet the blood-red energy waves and bombard them. However, it was still useless. His power was constantly being drained. This made his expression become very serious. One should know that 10 years ago, he had used origin of reincarnation to help Tian destroy this special and strange energy, but now he could not do it. The quality and quantity have far exceeded that time. The power in his body was constantly being drained, and it was difficult for him to communicate with the 10 divine regions. His expression became more and more serious. Rumble, suddenly, not far away, a monstrous wave of spiritual energy shook out abruptly, like a mountain torrent erupting at this moment. The 10 ancestral gods were burning all over. Most importantly, a golden scepter rushed out of his body and burned as well. It directly erupted with the purest power of the greater heaven and earth and extremely terrifying saint energy. This scepter was born together with the 10 ancestral gods. It was the most powerful precious weapon nurtured by heaven and earth. Human, please protect them well. A voice sounded in Lin Tian's heart. The 10 ancestral gods raised his hand, and the burning scepter of heaven and earth, his divine soul, and his flesh and blood turned into an extremely dense radiance that enveloped Lin Tian. With a furious roar, he pushed fiercely, breaking open a small gap in the boundless blood-red energy. Lin Tian was enveloped by the dense divine radiance and directly pushed through the gap. Then, in the next moment, the gap was filled up by the blood-red energy and completely drowned out. This scene made Lin Tian's expression change instantly. At the same time, in the distance, the Sky Emperor, an old drunkard, the goddess, the all-heavens saintess, and Wu Yi were all moved. By burning the precious weapon of heaven and earth that was born with you, your divine soul, and your flesh and blood, you can actually break open this external power that transcends yin, yang, and the 5 elements. I should say that you are indeed worthy of being the number 1 ancestral god. The third divine lord was also moved, but soon he smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can't beat me now? But when he becomes a godly king, his true strength will be much stronger than yours. Do you think that he can defeat me with the power of a godly king after sending him out?" Looking at the 10 ancestral gods shrouded in the blood-red energy, he sneered, "You will be disappointed." As he spoke, the blood-red energy vibrated and forcibly suppressed the 10 ancestral gods' burning divine soul and flesh and blood. "You are going to become a part of me. If you continue to burn like this, how can I increase my strength? Obediently become a part of me." The boundless blood-red energy turned the 10 ancestral gods into pure blood-red light in the blink of an eye and instantly merged into the third divine lord's body. Ancestral god. The group of ordinary gods was shocked and furious as they charged toward the third divine lord in a frenzy. It was also at this moment that the void trembled as thick divine light intertwined and enveloped the group of gods. With a gentle force, it sent them tens of thousands of feet away. The divine light around Lin Tian's body surged as he looked at the third divine lord. His eyes were extremely cold as an extremely cold murderous intent surged out from him. I will kill you. Boom. The 10 divine realms shook violently. Divine spiritual light spread out in all directions, boundless and boundless. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked at the third divine emperor. He took a step forward, and the entire 10 divine realms pulsed along with him. The boundless divine spiritual light swept toward the third divine emperor like a wave that could destroy the heavens and earth. The third divine emperor's expression changed immediately, and he quickly dodged. Lin Tian's aura as a divine king and the boundless divine spiritual power of the 10 divine realms were more terrifying than he had imagined. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. However, Lin Tian's speed at this moment, when he was mobilizing the power of the 10 divine realms, had already surpassed common sense. In just an instant, the void distorted, and Lin Tian appeared in front of the third divine emperor and punched him. Boom! Like the sound of a sacred drum being beaten, the punch landed solidly on the third divine emperor's chest. Pfft! Blood splattered, mixed with purple and red. The third divine emperor was sent flying, and more than half of his body was instantly shattered. Lin Tian took a step forward and pressed forward. With a rumble, boundless divine spiritual light followed him as he stepped forward, like the most devout believer. In the blink of an eye, the boundless divine spiritual wave landed on the third divine emperor and sent him flying again. Blood splattered everywhere. Clang! The reincarnation sword emerged from his body and blended with the boundless divine spiritual light, erupting with the most terrifying sword aura. He raised his hand, held the reincarnation sword, and slashed down with the boundless divine spiritual light. They were all gods. Although the ancestral gods of 10 directions' way of thinking was quite dangerous, they were honest and upright people. Furthermore, they wanted to open up a higher dimension, not just for themselves, but for the sake of their promise to their subjects. In fact, when the ancestral gods of 10 directions knew that they weren't a match for the third divine lord due to their heavy injuries, they did everything in their power to send the third divine lord out with that strange blood-colored energy. They even used the word please in order to ask the third divine lord to protect the other gods who were still alive. Such a person, even though he was an opponent and an enemy, was worthy of his respect. However, the third Sir God, who was a god spirit, was devouring one of his own kind after another. When the ancestral god of 10 directions, the leader of the god spirit lineage, was doing his best to open up a higher dimension for the god spirit lineage, he actually launched an attack and wanted to devour all of his own kind. How clear was this contrast? Clang! The sword radiance turned into a rain of swords and covered the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the third divine emperor. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. The third Sir God was pierced through like a beehive. As expected of the divine king. After enduring for so many years, the current me, who has transcended the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, is only a hair's breadth away from attaining great success. My strength has long surpassed that of the ancestral gods, but I am still constantly being injured like this. Covered in blood, the third Sir God looked at Lin Tian. Wisps of blood-red light circled around his body. His voice was sinister, and there was an extremely uncomfortable sinister smile. However, it's no big deal. You will eventually be buried in my hands. His body was drenched in blood, but he was full of confidence. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He did not say anything unnecessary. He took a step forward, and the 10 directions divine territory pulsed with his will. Buzz. Unparalleled divine spiritual light pressed down like a waterfall from the heavens, directly enveloping the third Sir God. This was the power of heaven and earth of the 10 directions divine territory. It was extremely powerful, and it crushed the third Sir God into smithereens. However, the third Sir God's divine spirit did not shatter. As his flesh and blood wriggled, he quickly began to reform his physical body. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His eye of reincarnation trembled slightly. Immediately, the reincarnation blood sea and reincarnation heavenly river appeared and pressed down on the third Sir God. At the same time, the entire 10 directions divine territory trembled as an even more boundless power pressed down on the third Sir God. He used the power of heaven and earth in conjunction with the reincarnation light to attack the third Sir God. He crushed his opponent again and again. Blood splattered everywhere. Kill him. Kill him. Lord Ancestor God. In the distance, the group of ordinary divine spirits were shocked, angry, and sorrowful. Their ancestor God, their leader, had disappeared. He had been devoured by the third Sir God. Boom. The 10 directions divine territory trembled. Endless divine spiritual light pressed down on the third Sir God from every corner of the territory. The third Sir God was crushed again and again. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with cold light and murderous intent. At the same time, an extremely bad feeling gradually emerged in his heart. He was now the master of the 10 directions divine territory. Logically speaking, he should be invincible within the 10 directions divine territory. If he'd mobilized the 10 directions divine territory to attack the third Sir God, he should have killed him long ago. However, in reality, even though the third divine emperor was constantly being injured and shattered by him, her spirit was never destroyed. There was a strange and unique blood energy protecting the third Sir God's soul, ensuring that it remained intact. His eye of reincarnation trembled slightly as he mobilized more reincarnation light and the entire 10 directions divine territory to continue pressuring the third Sir God. Pft. 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The third Sir God was being crushed again and again, but he didn't die. That special blood energy had been protecting the other party's divine soul. Where did he get that kind of energy? Compared to the energy in the ancient domain in the 9th dimension, its quality and quantity are much higher. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. The Sky Emperor didn't say anything, but his expression was solemn. They'd all seen this kind of special energy before. It was extremely troublesome. Back then, they'd been helpless when a small wisp of this energy entered little Tianyin's body. But now, the third Sir God had found so much of this energy. Moreover, he'd managed to control it and use it flexibly. Boom. Saint energy vibrated in front of him as divine light and reincarnation light surged. Lin Tian mobilized the reincarnation light and the entire 10 directions divine territory to attack the third Sir God. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 9 days, the third Sir God was constantly being crushed in the 10 directions divine territory, but his soul remained intact. It was also on this day that the blood energy surrounding the third Sir God's soul suddenly erupted with a monstrous crimson light. Boom! A pillar of crimson light shot into the sky, mixed with an extremely intense divine light. Lin Tian's reincarnation light and divine territory's power crackled as they dispersed in the blink of an eye. A hazy crimson mist lingered in front of him and gradually dissipated. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked in that direction. At the same time, the group of ordinary gods, the heavenly emperor, and an old drunkard in the distance all changed their expressions. Surrounded by crimson light and divine light, the shattered third Sir God reformed his physical body. He was taller than before, and crimson lines intertwined on his face. It was a strange and peculiar sight. At the same time, like the 10 ancestral gods, divine rings appeared behind him. However, there were a total of 11 divine rings, each more terrifying than the last. The outer Tao's power has finally been completely integrated, and the ancestral god's power has also been completely integrated. Very good. Very good. Very perfect. The third Sir God laughed maniacally. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with coldness. However, at this moment, his expression turned solemn. Not only had the third Sir God's appearance changed, but his aura had also undergone a huge qualitative change. At this moment, he, who had become a divine king, felt an enormous pressure. Ancestral God's aura. You stole the ancestral god's power, you. Damn thing. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods was shocked and angry. The third Sir God sneered and swept his gaze over the group of ordinary gods. How dare ants cry out to the heavens? As his words fell, a large expanse of cold-killing light intertwined and shot out at extreme speed toward the group of gods. The killing light's aura was too terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, it pressed down on the group of gods. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped forward and instantly blocked the group of gods, using the endless divine light to meet the killing light. The two collided, and the divine light was annihilated with a whoosh. The killing light unleashed by the third Sir God landed directly on his body. Poof, blood splattered, and his chest burst open. Blood flowed out in large patches, and blood also overflowed from the corners of his mouth. This scene caused the goddesses and saintesses of all heavens to change their expressions. Lin Tian was already a divine king and had previously suppressed the third Sir God, but now, in the blink of an eye, he was injured by the third Sir God's killing light. At the same time, the group of ordinary gods was also shocked. Lin Tian had actually protected them. "Human, what are you doing? Are you stupid?" The third Sir God looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue. "You killed your way from the lower realm to the divine territory, and these gods are not your enemies? Now, you're actually protecting your enemies?" Divine light surrounded Lin Tian's body and the light of reincarnation intertwined, and the injuries on his body healed at an extremely fast speed. "I am a divine king," he said coldly. Having obtained the recognition of the 10th dimension's heart, he had become the master of the 10th divine territory and the king of all gods. Whether these gods recognized him as their king or not, this was an indisputable fact. Since he was the king, he naturally had a reason to protect these gods. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. In fact, it couldn't even be considered as the most insignificant reason. The main reason why he was willing to suffer injuries to protect these ordinary gods was because of the 10 Directions' ancestral gods. The ancestral god of 10 Directions had sacrificed everything, including his supreme origin treasure, divine soul, and physical body, to send him out of the third Sir God's outer Tao power and asked him to protect the surviving gods. Since that was the case, how could he let these living gods suffer? Because you're a divine king, these gods are your subjects? So you want to protect them? The third Sir God laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. He looked at Lin Tian and mocked, "If that's the case, Your Excellency Divine King, I'm also a god. Why did you attack me like that just now? Aren't you being too unfair as a divine king?" "You're wrong," Lin Tian said calmly. "You're not a god, not a human, and not a monster. You're just the lowest kind of trash." "Trash?" The third Sir God's eyes darkened, and his gaze immediately became sinister. He revealed a cruel and cold smile. "Good. Well said. Very well said. Then, today, this piece of trash will send you, the Divine King, on your way." Boom. Boundless nomological power surged violently and its might was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the boundless void instantly collapsed. An extremely terrifying murderous aura enveloped Lin Tian. This kind of power was so terrifying that even the Sky Emperor and an old drunkard were shocked. Lin Tian naturally felt immense pressure immediately. Divine light surged and moved the group of gods behind him tens of thousands of feet away. All the dimensional nomological laws and chaotic 9 heavens nomological laws met this boundless murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. Rumble, with a loud boom, the sky full of divine light and murderous aura twisted and intertwined. The next moment, they all collapsed. The surrounding space was collapsing piece by piece. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the third divine emperor. He slashed down with the Samsara sword. Clang, the sword whistled ear-piercingly and its momentum shook the heavens. The sword landed firmly on the third divine emperor's chest. With a puff, blood splattered and the third divine emperor was immediately sent flying. Lin Tian took a step forward. The entire 10 Directions divine territory was his territory. He appeared in front of the third divine emperor with just a thought. He did not give the third divine emperor any chance to catch his breath and directly slashed down mercilessly with his sword. At the same time, the completed Samsara portrait rushed out from behind him. It was mixed with boundless Samsara light and directly suppressed the third divine emperor. Boom, the Samsara sword and Samsara portrait landed behind the third divine emperor at the same time and sent him flying again before he could stabilize his body. Moreover, at this moment, the entire 10 divine realms trembled slightly. Boundless divine light and the power of the 10 dimensions of heaven and earth swept toward this place together, turning into a truly destructive storm that engulfed the third Divine Lord. Instantly, blood splattered from the third Divine Emperor's body and dyed the surrounding void red. After all, he has already transformed into a Divine King. Although the third Divine Emperor has undergone a transformation, it seems that he is still no match for him. The goddess said and could not help but clench her fists. The All Heaven's Holy Maiden also nodded. An old drunkard and the Sky Emperor's expressions became more serious than before. An old drunkard said in a low voice, "Don't just look at the surface. Very tricky." The Sky Emperor said in a low voice. The Divine Lady and the Saintess were shocked. What do you mean? Rumble, boundless divine light surged. Lin Tian exuded an intimidating saintly might from his body. All types of destructive power continuously descended upon the third Divine Sovereign. All the attacks landed on the third Divine Emperor. However, his expression grew heavier and heavier. All of his attacks landed on the third Divine Lord. The third Divine Lord was injured time and time again. Blood splattered everywhere, but his body did not shatter. In fact, he could clearly sense that his opponent's aura had not decreased in the slightest. His attack at this moment, in reality, was completely useless against his opponent. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Boundless divine slash." Boundless divine spirit light erupted from the 10 divine realms. As soon as the 4 words were spoken, the godly spirit blades intertwined in the space of the 10 directions. Each of the blades was intertwined with extremely terrifying waves of energy. This was the source energy of the 10 directions divine domain, and it was many times more powerful than the chaotic 9 heavens laws. The boundless godly spirit blades carried the source energy of the 10 directions divine domain and landed on the third Divine Lord in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered everywhere. Smoke lingered in the air. Gradually, the smoke dispersed. The third Divine Lord was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. However, Lin Tian's expression grew even heavier. "This realm, this body, this power," the third Divine Sovereign said. His entire body was drenched in blood, but he was still laughing wildly. After a few breaths of time, his wild laughter finally slowed down. "I'm sorry, but even I didn't think that I would be this strong." He looked at Lin Tian, the corners of his mouth curling upward with undisguised mockery. His injuries healed in an instant. "Your attack just now really made me itchy." What did he say? Just now. Tens of thousands of feet away, the expressions of the ordinary divine spirits changed drastically. How terrifying was the power Lin Tian used just now? He had mobilized the power of the 10 directions divine domain, but the third Divine Lord said that it was merely itchy? At the same time, the Divine Lady, the All Heaven's Holy Maiden, and Wui were all moved by this scene and his words. The Heavenly Emperor and an old drunkard saw the real situation from the very beginning, so their expressions didn't change much. Lin Tian's expression was grave. The light of reincarnation revolved around his eyes, and the divine spirit light grew denser and denser. Divine power surged around his body and grew with each strand. The third Divine Lord was far too terrifying. Even though he had transformed into a Divine King, he still felt extremely uneasy. It was also at this time that the third Divine Lord spoke. "I've been attacked by Your Excellency for so long. Now, it's time for me to return the favor." With a sinister smile on his face, the third Divine Lord moved. The 1st to 10th divine rings behind him shone brightly and bombarded Lin Tian with unparalleled power of laws. This power of laws completely belonged to the ancestor gods of the 10 directions, but its power was far stronger than that of the ancestor gods of the 10 directions. The difference between heaven and earth was like that between heaven and earth. It mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian summoned the boundless light of reincarnation and the divine spirit light to meet it head-on. The two collided, and in the blink of an eye, a monstrous light of destruction erupted. With a bang, Lin Tian retreated several hundred feet in the void. A stream of blood flowed out from his mouth. "TSK, Your Excellency is so weak?" the third Divine Lord mocked. He took a step forward, and his speed reached the limit. The first 10 divine rings behind him vibrated again, and an even more terrifying power of laws pressed down on Lin Tian. "Let's continue." Lin Tian raised his hand and charged forward with the sword of reincarnation. Monster sword light erupted from the sword of reincarnation to meet the third divine lord's attack head-on. Moreover, the power of the origin of the 10 directions divine territory was derived from various places, and it also blasted forward. Boom, the most powerful collision shook all directions. This time, with the support of more power of the origin of the 10 directions divine territory, the third divine lord's boundless laws were shattered. The surging power of the origin of the divine territory, together with the sword of reincarnation and the reincarnation diagram, pressed down on the third divine lord in the blink of an eye. TSK, how terrifying. You've scared me. The third divine lord looked shocked, but his expression was very playful. Behind him, the 11th divine ring shone, and a blood-red light surrounded him, enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, the unparalleled power of the divine territory, the sword of reincarnation, and the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory all landed on his body. Cracking sounds continued to be heard, and the surrounding void shattered piece by piece, and the territory collapsed piece by piece. Smoke and dust surrounded the surroundings, and then gradually dissipated. The third divine lord stood firmly on the spot, and he was not injured at all. Outside his body, the blood-red light intertwined, and there were no ripples. Such a scene caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Even Lin Tian was no exception. Just now, not only did he use the reincarnation diagram and sword of reincarnation, he also mobilized the boundless power of the 10 directions divine territory to attack. It was equivalent to controlling the entire divine territory to attack the third divine lord. However, such an attack did not do anything to the third divine lord at all, as if it was completely blocked by the blood-red light outside his body. That power, Lin Tian's pupils contracted. With a rumble, the 10 directions divine territory was in an uproar. As a divine king, he mobilized the power of the entire divine territory to attack again. In the blink of an eye, the boundless power of the divine territory once again pressed down on the third divine lord, landing directly on his body. However, it was still useless. This time everyone saw clearly that the boundless power of the divine territory was completely blocked by the blood-red light. How could it be? What kind of power is that? How could it? Tens of thousands of feet away, the expressions of the divine spirits changed again and again. Lin Tian, who had already transformed into a divine king, mobilized the power of the 10 directions divine territory to attack, but it was completely useless. Lin Tian's expression became increasingly grave. That blood-red power of the outer Tao was too strange and terrifying. TSK, Your Excellency, why do you look so pale? Are you tired? The third divine lord mocked. I have always been very benevolent. I will send your excellency to rest now. Oh, the kind where you can sleep forever. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble and boundless power of law swept toward Lin Tian in a straight line. At the same time, there were traces of outer Tao power mixed in. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. The power of the divine territory boiled and the light of reincarnation shone brilliantly as they met the third divine lord's attack. With a rumble, the two collided and the light of destruction rippled out in waves. After a few breaths, Lin Tian was sent flying with a bang. There was a bloody hole in his chest. The blood-red power of the outer Tao seemed to be able to withstand all the powers of the Tao in the world. His attack was either completely blocked or infinitely weakened. There was no real effect at all. However, his expression did not change much. He quickly healed himself with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. The reincarnation sword, the reincarnation diagram, the various dimensional laws, and the power of the divine territory surged together and turned into a monstrous wave of killing power that blasted toward the third divine lord again. Behind the third divine lord, 11 divine rings vibrated at the same time. He used the power of the outer Tao from the last divine ring to protect himself and the boundless power of laws from the other 10 divine rings to bombard Lin Tian, causing the space around him to continuously collapse. It's too boring to play with only you, Your Excellency. It's better for the others to join in as well. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. Boundless power of laws intertwined and swept toward the Sky Emperor and the other divine spirits in the distance. This kind of killing power was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and with a thought, the 10 divine regions trembled. Boundless divine light appeared around the celestial arch, and the ordinary divine spirits, forming the strongest divine spirit defensive light curtain around each of them. This light screen was the origin power of the 10 divine territories, and it blocked the third divine lord's power of laws. Tisk, TSK. Your Majesty, you're fighting with me and yet you're protecting others? It seems like you don't know what kind of situation you're in. I'll let you understand. The third divine emperor looked at Lin Tian and mocked him. As he spoke, the 11 divine rings behind him trembled at the same time. Boundless laws once again pressed down on Lin Tian. The surging power of laws was extremely frightening. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He could feel the immense pressure, but there was no fear on his face. The boundless power of the origin of the 10 divine territories and the boundless divine light continued to surge out. Moreover, he displayed all the dimensional laws that he had mastered. Together with the reincarnation sword and his self-created chaotic 9 heavens law, he faced the attack head-on. Boom! The void exploded and collapsed as the light of destruction wantonly raged. The boundless laws that the third divine emperor drew were mixed with the rich power of the outer way. They were extremely powerful and could annihilate everything. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. He steadied himself and circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to quickly heal his injured body. The divine light once again swept out from all directions. This was the power of the 10 divine territories. It was the strongest power that he had as a divine king. It won't work. The third divine emperor laughed sinisterly. He moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Tian. The killing power of various laws pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by boundless divine light. He swung the reincarnation sword at the third divine emperor. With a slash, the reincarnation sword light filled the sky. However, it was useless. The third divine emperor controlled the power of the outer way. It surpassed the 5 elements of yin and yang and blocked most of his power. At the same time, it was infinitely weakened. In the blink of an eye, it was all crushed. The surging killing power of laws sent him flying again with a bang. More blood splattered than before. Cracks spread all over his body like a spider web. It seemed that he would collapse in the next moment. His expression was solemn, but he did not show any fear or dread. After he steadied himself, the reincarnation sword once again slashed toward his opponent. Moreover, he still used the power of the source of the god domain to protect his father, master, and the rest of the ordinary gods. At this time, although the third divine lord had not attacked these people, the other party might suddenly attack them again. He was worried that at that time, he would not be able to react in time and would not be able to support the divine spirit light screen for the group. After all, the current third divine lord was a little frightening. It was as though she had already stepped out of the supreme level of heaven and earth. You're already no match for me, yet you still dare to divert your attention to protect others. TSK, how kind of you, Lord God King. I'm very touched. The third divine emperor laughed sinisterly. With a thick sense of mockery, he said, in order to express my gratitude, I will first kill you in front of them. After that, I will send them down one by one to accompany you. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said in realization, "Oh, sorry, I misspoke. All of you are very extraordinary. I can't simply kill you. You have to become a part of me." He looked at Lin Tian and laughed sinisterly. "Especially you. You have already merged with the heart of the 10th dimension. After devouring you, the heart of the 10th direction will also exist in my body. Once I have merged with it, I will become the true God King." As he spoke, he immediately moved. His 11 divine rings moved together. The power of outer Tao and the boundless power of law pressed toward Lin Tian together. Lin Tianji felt a huge meteorite suddenly appear on his shoulder. The pressure was so great that it seemed like he would be crushed. However, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he continued to mobilize the boundless power of the 10th divine realm to meet the third divine lord's attack. Boom! The battle was intense. He used all of his power to fight the third divine lord. However, the power of outer Tao that the third divine lord controlled was too strange and terrifying. It could almost suppress everything. The power that he used, along with the power of the origin of the 10th divine realm, did not have any substantial effect. This caused his expression to become extremely serious and his heart to sink. After merging with the heart of the 10th dimension and becoming the God King of the 10th divine realm, the 10th divine realm was now his domain. He should be invincible within it and could suppress any living being within it. However, the third divine lord's power of outer Tao had broken through this invincibility. Being in his domain, he was not suppressed by him at all. Clang! He waved the sword of samsara. The sword of samsara shone brightly. Every beam was mixed with the power of the divine realm. This was his peak battle strength. With a sizzling sound, the void was pierced into a hornet's nest and swept toward the third divine lord. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. His 11 divine rings shone brightly. The boundless power of law and the strange power of outer Tao met Lin Tian's sword of samsara, which was mixed with the power of the divine realm. After a simple collision, it was instantly crushed to pieces. Then, the turbulent power of law and the power of outer Tao did not slow down. It fell straight on Lin Tian's chest. Pfft! Blood splattered. Lin Tian's chest was crushed, and a small half of his body immediately exploded. The Heart Sutra of Samsara circulated and quickly healed his wounded body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed. Not bad, not bad. You can withstand it. The third divine lord laughed sinisterly. Continue. I want to see how long you can withstand it. The 11 divine rings intertwined with unparalleled light and pressed down on Lin Tian once again. Lin Tian's expression was heavy, but he still did not retreat in the slightest. He held the sword of samsara and attacked again. Boom! 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 The entire divine realm shook. The fierce battle caused the sturdy space of the divine realm to continuously collapse. It took a long time for it to recover. In the blink of an eye, a full 7 days passed. You really are like an undying cockroach. 7 days have passed in my hands, and you still haven't died. The third divine lord sneered. Lin Tian's robes were stained with blood and blood was flowing out from his mouth. The third divine lord's outer Tao was simply too bizarre and terrifying. In these 7 days, he had used all of his techniques and unleashed his most powerful combat strength. However, he had only managed to injure the third divine lord slightly with a single absolute counterattack. However, it was only a slight injury and it was completely meaningless. As for himself, in these 7 days, he had been seriously injured again, and his aura had weakened greatly. In the distance, the Sky Emperor, an old drunkard, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces. They could not help but clench their hands. After 7 days of battle, Lin Tian, who had transformed into a divine king, was always at a disadvantage. Now, his situation was extremely bad. The third divine lord stepped toward Lin Tian. His steps were slow, and he was not in a hurry at all. He looked like he had everything under control. His face was full of mockery. 7 days have passed. I will continue to play with you. Let's see if you can hold on for another 7 days. Lin Tian walked toward the third divine lord. His body was stained with blood, but he stood straight without the slightest fear. However, although he was not afraid, his heart was extremely heavy. This was because he really could not find a way to deal with his opponent. If this continued, he was bound to fall in his opponent's hands. Once he died, his family, friends, and disciples would all die. The third divine lord would never let them go. Perhaps all the living beings in these worlds would be wiped out. For a moment, he could not help but grit his teeth and clench his hands tightly. His fingernails dug deeply into the flesh of his palms, and a sense of powerlessness arose. It was also at this moment that the fist-sized heart of the 10th dimension in his body suddenly trembled. From life to death, from death to life. A hazy heavenly voice floated out and fell into his heart. It came from the heart of the 10th dimension. Only he heard these words. The reincarnation origin trembled slightly and instantly became incomparably bright. At the same time, his right eye also trembled slightly. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly. From life to death, from death to life. Was this a hint from the heart of the 10th dimension? Was this related to reincarnation? From death, his reincarnation was only a hair's breadth away from grand completion, but he could not cross that tiny hair's breadth no matter how hard he tried. When these words came out, his reincarnation origin and reincarnation I both vibrated and resonated. Was this really related to reincarnation, to transcend through death and achieve grand completion of reincarnation? He was a little stunned, and his heart beat wildly. For the sake of that last bit of reincarnation, he had worked extremely hard and tried many methods. The only thing was that he had never thought of achieving it through death. Could death allow him to achieve grand completion of reincarnation? Crack. With a crisp sound, a part of the void distorted and collapsed. The third Divine Lord walked over with a sinister smile, getting closer and closer. Lin Tian came back to his senses with this crisp sound. He looked at the approaching third Divine Lord and paused for a moment. He looked at his father, mother, master, masteress, and wife in the distance, as well as the 10 ancestral gods and the ordinary gods who had asked him to protect them. Looking at these people, he paused again for a moment. Then, he turned his head back and looked at the vast sky. Let's give it a try, he muttered to himself. Now, the only way he could think of to deal with the third Divine Lord's outer Tao power was to achieve grand completion of reincarnation. If he tried it with his death, there might really be a miracle that would allow him to achieve grand completion of reincarnation, defeat the third Divine Lord, protect everything, and end everything. However, there was also a possibility that he would die directly. His family, friends, disciples, ordinary gods, and other innocent beings in the divine territory, he would not be able to protect any of them. They would all die in the hands of the third Divine Lord. Of these two endings, the former was naturally extremely good. However, if it was the latter, it did not matter much because if he could not control the grand completion of reincarnation, the outcome would still be death. After that, he would still not be able to protect anything. Since that was the case, why not try it? Buzz. Behind him, the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory rushed up. It was vast and boundless, and there were endless divine light intertwining from every corner of the 10 divine territories, circling around the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the reincarnation sword also intertwined with the reincarnation diagram and blended with it in the blink of an eye. Instantly, a wave of extremely frightening murderous energy rolled out like a monstrous wave. Stubborn resistance, I'm talking about you. The third Divine Lord stopped and said mockingly, looking at you, you seem to have infinite expectations for this attack. Do you think you can hurt me? Or are you able to kill me? He mocked, come, I'm very magnanimous. I'll give you a chance to experience the ultimate feeling of despair. Lin Tian glanced at him and did not say anything. What? In the distance, the godly being's expressions changed at the same time. Even the celestial Arch and an old drunkard were no exception. Lin Tian was using the reincarnation diagram, the power of the god domain, and the reincarnation sword, to kill them? Boom, boundless divine light intertwined around the reincarnation diagram. The reincarnation sword merged with it and engulfed Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. As expected, blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian exploded and disappeared. Only wisps of blood could be seen floating in the air. Lin Tian. Little 10. The goddesses and holy maidens trembled. Tears welled up in their eyes and they couldn't help but rush forward. At this time, the celestial Arch grabbed the goddesses and an old drunkard grabbed the holy maidens. My child won't be so cowardly as to seek his own death. My disciple won't be so cowardly as to seek his own death. The two of them spoke at the same time. At the same time, Wu Yi remained calm and didn't show much emotion. She understood Lin Tian. Even though Lin Tian didn't say anything to her, she knew that Lin Tianyi was definitely trying something. Looking at the spot where Lin Tian had exploded, her gaze was gentle. She clasped her hands together and silently prayed. The third Divine Lord was stunned. Then, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Stupid thing, attacking and killing yourself. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Looking at the spot where Lin Tian had exploded, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, could it be that he realized that he was no match for me and decided to commit suicide so that I wouldn't have a chance to absorb and devour him? Naive, too naive. As long as there's still blood essence, as long as he hasn't been dead for too long, I can still absorb him. It's just that the amount of energy I can absorb will be less. With a sinister smile, he walked step by step toward the spot where Lin Tian had exploded. There was still Lin Tian's blood essence there. At this time, the boundless space of the 10-directional divine realm suddenly fell silent. The wind stopped blowing. The clouds stopped moving. The entire world suddenly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. At the place where Lin Tian had exploded, drops of blood essence pulsed on their own. They merged on their own and began to release an immortal radiance. The hazy reincarnation substance pulsed within the blood essence. The most fundamental reincarnation light intertwined, gradually becoming more and more resplendent, more and more dazzling. It was as if a blinding divine sun had manifested here, momentarily covering all directions. Gradually, the dazzling light dissipated, and Lin Tian's figure reappeared. His eyes were slightly closed as he stood in the void. Not dead? In the distance, the expressions of the deities changed again. Before this, Lin Tian had attacked himself. His physical body had been destroyed, and even his divine soul seemed to have been shattered. They had seen it with their own eyes. But now, Lin Tian had reappeared. The goddess and all heaven's saintesses were pleasantly surprised. Seeing Lin Tian reappear, they felt as if they had regained what they had lost. Wu Yi's gaze softened, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. The heavenly emperor and an old drunkard also smiled. Then, their gazes fell on Lin Tian, and there was a slight ripple in their eyes. The 10-directional ancestral gods were very powerful, and the third divine lord was even stronger. However, they could clearly sense their terrifying auras, which were as vast as the ocean and boundless starry sky. But now, they couldn't sense Lin Tian's aura. Lin Tian was clearly standing there, but they couldn't sense any fluctuations of energy from Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tianji was immortal. The third divine lord was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. It's good that you're not dead. I can devour you in one piece. As he spoke, he moved again and walked toward Lin Tian. Boundless laws swept toward Lin Tian and pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Pfft! With a soft sound, the boundless laws were directly shattered. Moreover, the third divine lord's body shook violently, and he was pushed back dozens of feet by the invisible aura. It was also at this time that Lin Tianwei opened her eyes. They were no longer the eye of destiny and the reincarnation eye. Her left and right eyes were intertwined with circles of sacred samsara runes, which were far purer than the sacred samsara runes in her right eye. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, and there was no comparison at all. These sacred samsara runes were perfectly intertwined with 6 special Tao seals. In an instant, everyone present trembled. Even the heavenly emperor and an old drunkard were no exception. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, everyone felt as if they had been completely seen through. The third divine lord also trembled slightly, but in the next moment, he sneered. Pretending to be mysterious. With a rumble, an even more turbulent power of laws intertwined, turning into a terrifying wave of laws that swept toward Lin Tian. The boundless wave of laws instantly fell in front of Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, this wave of laws trembled on its own and silently dissipated. The third divine lord was shocked. His attack had disappeared right in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood in the void, as if he did not feel the third divine lord's attack at all. He lowered his head slightly and looked at his hands. The structure of his flesh, the flow of his blood, and the flow of his saint power were all extremely clear. He could even see the flow of time around him. He had mastered 90% of samsara, and once again experienced the cycle of life and death. With 90% of samsara combined with the samsara substance that had always been in his body, he had finally mastered samsara. This was the true eye of reincarnation. Get down here. The third divine lord said coldly. He attacked again, and the 11 body halos behind him burst forth with divine light at the same time. The blood-colored power of the outer Tao intertwined with the boundless light of laws, turning into the most violent killing force that pressed down on Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, it once again swept toward Lin Tian, as if it wanted to destroy the 10 divine territories. However, in the next moment, this turbulent power of the outer Tao and the killing force of laws silently disappeared. The third Divine Lord was shocked again. How can this be? Lin Tian stood in the void, as if he did not see the third Divine Lord at all. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. I see it. He muttered to himself. Now that he had mastered samsara, he could see beyond the sky with the true eye of reincarnation. Just as the ancestral gods of the 10 directions had said, there was an even higher dimension above the 10 divine territories. And there was more than one. As he looked beyond the sky, his eyes gradually became incomparably deep. A faint ray of light appeared and streaked out from his eyes. It entered the sky at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in an instant. Boom! Monstrous saint power surged, shattering the clouds. Outside the third Divine Lord, the boundless power of laws was vast and mighty, and the power of the outer Tao boiled along with it. Very good. Very good. You've become even stronger. Devouring you will allow me to undergo the most extreme transformation possible. Looking at Lin Tian, the third Divine Lord laughed sinisterly, as if he had seen the most thirsty prey. At this moment, he truly unleashed his full power and swept toward Lin Tian again. I said that you will be a part of me. Transform into my strength. The boundless power of the outer Tao, mixed with the killing force of laws, fell in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. However, it disappeared in an instant, and did not cause the slightest ripple around Lin Tian. In the distance, the group of ordinary gods trembled. The terrifying third Divine Lord's killing force was completely useless. It all disappeared in front of Lin Tian. The goddesses and all heaven's saintesses were also moved. Wu Yi's eyes became even gentler. Looking at Lin Tian in the void, the smile on her face deepened. She was extremely beautiful. We won. The Celestial Emperor and an old drunkard spoke at the same time with smiles on their faces. At this moment, they sensed the change in Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, they could already guess everything. At the same time, on the other side, the third Divine Lord looked at Lin Tian in the void. At first, his eyes were cold and filled with shock and anger. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at Lin Tian's Rinnegan and trembled all over. He couldn't help but take a step back. Could it be that, the Rinnegan, looking at Lin Tian, the fear in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Then, he turned and fled into the distance. Lin Tian's eyes were deep and unfathomable. Looking at the third Divine Lord fleeing, he made no move to give chase. He raised his hand and slowly formed a hand seal. In his Rinnegan eyes, the most unique seal of the 6 paths spun. 4 words slowly fell from his mouth. 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a technique that was truly born from heaven and earth. It could change heaven and earth, and it could destroy heaven and earth with a single thought. Now, after mastering the Rinnegan eyes, he could use the saint reincarnation technique. The 10 divine realms instantly fell into a deathly silence. There was no terrifying power. The scenery of the divine realms suddenly changed. It turned into a boundless desert, hazy and turbid. A huge millstone appeared, intertwined with the vicissitudes of eternity. It was like the gear of heaven and earth, supporting everything. It also seemed like the source of destruction, as if it could easily destroy all things. The third Divine Lord, who had fled into the distance, was instantly enveloped in it. His entire body trembled violently as he screamed in shock, anger, and fear. The power of the outer way that transcended the primordial yin and yang and the 5 elements turned into the thickest of light screens to protect his body. However, it was useless. It transcended the yin and yang and the 5 yins. It did not exist in the myriad ways, but it could not escape the cycle of heaven and earth. The Rinnegan millstone rolled over. There was no scream as it instantly obliterated the third Divine Lord. Strange phenomena appeared in the world. In the next moment, as Lin Tian's Rinnegan eyes moved slightly, the Rinnegan millstone silently disappeared. The divine realms. Everything returned to normal. In the distance, everyone was stunned. Even the Sky Emperor and the Human King were no exception. Was this the great success of reincarnation? The third Divine Lord, who controlled the terrifying outer way, had been obliterated in an instant. Everyone felt that the gigantic samsara millstone could easily crush everything, including the greater heaven and earth. What power in heaven and earth could resist the great success of reincarnation? A gentle breeze blew. In the void, Lin Tian suddenly trembled. In his eyes, the saint reincarnation runes were gradually dissipating. He was not moved in the slightest. With the great success of reincarnation, he had sensed many things and learned more about reincarnation. The complete reincarnation was the most primitive foundation of the myriad ways, myriad powers, and the boundless universe. No one could truly control it. Even with his endless potential, he could only bear it for a short period of time. Now, the great success of reincarnation power was gradually dissipating from his body. Even the origin of reincarnation was dissipating. Regarding this, he more or less felt some regret. However, he quickly recovered his composure. If he could not truly control something, he would not be able to keep it. It was useless to feel regret. I can still do something, he muttered to himself. Light of reincarnation intertwined in his eyes as he formed another seal. Reincarnation of heaven. As he spoke, the light of reincarnation intertwined in front of him. A figure slowly appeared and gradually solidified. Looking at this figure, the Sky Emperor and an old drunkard were immediately moved. This is, the goddess and the all-heaven saintesses were shocked. Even Wu Yi was no exception. At the same time, in a place further away, the ordinary gods were all stunned. Then, all of them could not help but tremble. Ancestor! Ancestor God! All the gods were extremely excited. Their dead leader had actually reappeared. The light of reincarnation intertwined and gradually dissipated from the ancestor god of 10 directions. The ancestor god of 10 directions was slightly stunned. He almost lost his soul. He remembered that he was dead, but now he was alive. Then, in the next moment, he saw Lin Tian and Lin Tian's most unique Rinnegan. He instantly realized something and could not help but tremble. Human, you, ancestor god, we meet again. Lin Tian chuckled and spoke to the ancestor god of 10 directions. Reincarnation of heaven was a saint technique stored in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could resurrect any dead creature between heaven and earth. Of course, there was a time limit. If a person had been dead for too long, reincarnation of heaven would not be able to resurrect them. The ancestral god of the 10 directions had always treated his people wholeheartedly. In order to fulfill his promise to his people, he had sacrificed himself to push him out of the third divine lord's outer Tao and asked him to protect the other gods who were still alive. Although they were enemies, Xianxia truly admired the ancestral god of the 10 directions. Now, the great success of reincarnation power had not completely dissipated, and the ancestor god of 10 directions had not been dead for too long. Therefore, he used the great success of reincarnation that had not completely dissipated to perform reincarnation of heaven and earth, allowing the ancestor god of 10 directions to reappear between heaven and earth. With a smile on his face, he performed reincarnation of heaven after resurrecting the ancestor god of 10 directions. It enveloped the entire 10 directions divine realm, the 9th dimension, and the 8th dimension below it, allowing all the gods who had died during the battle between him and the ancestor god of 10 directions, as well as the beings of the 9th dimension and the 8th dimension who had died due to the light of destruction that had seeped in, to be resurrected one after another. It was also at this time that the power of reincarnation in his body completely dissipated, and so did his origin of reincarnation. He was no longer a reincarnated body, but a pure primordial divine body. Moreover, the origin of reincarnation in Wu Yi's body had also dissipated. However, Wu Yi's current cultivation base was sufficiently profound. Although he had lost Lin Tian's origin of reincarnation, the origin of holy light and origin of void in his body, the 2 origin of king physiques, were still in perfect condition. Moreover, they had begun to slowly fuse together, and in the blink of an eye, they had turned into a brand new physique that was far more powerful than the origin of holy light and origin of void. Lin Tian naturally sensed this. He sensed the changes in himself and Wu Yi. Reincarnation, the goddess was moved. The others were also moved. At this time, they all sensed that the power of reincarnation in Lin Tian's body had completely disappeared. Lin Tian's expression did not change much. With a faint smile, he approached the ancestor god of 10 directions. He raised a hand, and a faint light entered the ancestor god's sea of consciousness. This is? The ancestor god of 10 directions was shocked by his own resurrection and the disappearance of the power of reincarnation in Lin Tian's body. At this time, as Lin Tian's faint light entered the ancestor god's sea of consciousness, the shock on his face deepened, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Can you give up on your previous plan? Lin Tian smiled. When he had mastered the power of reincarnation, he had sensed a higher dimension. Using the power of reincarnation, he had made a mark on the path to a higher dimension. If they wanted to, they could step into the higher dimension at any time. He told the ancestor god of 10 directions about this. At the same time, he also told the ancestor god of 10 directions about other more important matters related to the higher dimension. The ancestor god of 10 directions' eyes flickered, and he shook his head. No. As he said these 3 words, his expression became somewhat dignified for a moment. The higher dimension was extremely terrifying. It was the source of a truly destructive disaster. After a pause, he looked at the group of ordinary gods in the distance, and then his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. Human. After saying these 2 words, he changed his tone, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Divine King, thank you. Lin Tian had protected all the gods who were still alive, protected his people, and even resurrected him and the other gods who had died recently. Lin Tian had found the path to a higher dimension and told him about it, which was equivalent to helping him fulfill his promise to his people. This made him feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. In the future, we can fight side by side. Lin Tian said with a smile. He didn't say anything else. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the celestial arch, an old drunkard, the goddess, the all-heaven's holy maiden, and Wu Yi. Father, master, mother, masteress, Wu Yi. Looking at the 5 of them, he smiled and said, "We're going back." The battle that had lasted for eons had finally come to an end. Very good. Not bad. The celestial arch and human king praised at the same time. An old drunkard looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions and smiled calmly. Farewell, ancestral god. When you're free, you can come down and take a look at the ordinary world. Perhaps you'll gain some enlightenment. Lin Tian waved his hand with his back to the ancestral god of 10 directions, then left with the celestial arch and an old drunkard. At the same time, with a thought, he used his status as the divine king to change the barrier of heaven and earth of the 10 directions divine realm. From now on, people from the 10 directions divine realm would be able to tear through the barrier and enter the lower realms. The ancestral god of 10 directions' eyes flickered, and he smiled for the first time. Looking at Lin Tian's back, he said, "I will." In the distance, the group of ordinary gods rushed forward and looked at the ancestral god of 10 directions with excitement. This was the leader they respected the most. In the next moment, the group of ordinary gods looked at Lin Tian in the distance and knelt on one knee. "Farewell, Your Excellency." Everyone spoke in unison, their eyes filled with respect. At this moment, they acknowledged Lin Tian's status as the divine king from the bottom of their hearts. The ancestral god was their leader, Lin Tian was their divine king. When Lin Tian heard the voices of the deities, he could naturally sense everything. The smile on his face became a little wider. He didn't say anything. With a thought, the gate of heaven and earth appeared in front of him, and he disappeared with the celestial arch and the others. The ancestral god of 10 directions looked in the direction Lin Tian had disappeared with a smile on his face, and he bowed slightly. Lin Tian led the celestial arch and an old drunkard out of the 10 directions divine realm and told them everything about the higher dimensions. A higher dimension, a great shuffle. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. "It's very troublesome," the celestial arch said. The goddesses and all heaven's holy maidens' expressions were incomparably heavy. Even the calm Wu Yi was no exception. Lin Tian had told them many things about the higher dimensions, and many things were beyond their imagination. It was too dangerous and terrifying. "It's all right. We still have plenty of time to become stronger. In the future, we will definitely be able to surpass everything." Lin Tian smiled. The celestial arch and the others looked at each other. Their solemn expressions disappeared in the blink of an eye, and they all smiled. "That's right." The celestial arch smiled. The group passed through the 9th dimension and soon stepped into the 4th dimension. "Speaking of which, Master, Where did you move them to? Lin Tian asked an old drunkard. His other relatives and friends, his disciples and generals, his senior brothers, and the main clan of the immortal court used to live in the 10 Directions ancient star. However, the 10 Directions ancient star was no longer there. It had turned into the heart of the 10th dimension and merged with his life essence. He didn't know where those people who were moved away by an old drunkard were now. An old drunkard smiled faintly and told them the precise coordinates. The group soon arrived at a vast great realm. We've settled everyone. Let's go over now. The goddess smiled. She, the all-heaven saintesses, and Wui had been moved to this great realm by an old drunkard. Before they left for the 10 Directions divine domain, they had already settled Jiyu and the others in the same place, where the main clan of the immortal court resided. This great realm was comparable to the immortal domain, or even vaster. At first, there were no other living beings in it. It was a great realm that an old drunkard had carefully selected to move the living beings in the 10 Directions ancient star. The group soon arrived at a vast immortal mountain in the eastern region of the great realm. Inside, the main clan of the immortal court rested, and the spiritual energy was very rich. Lin Tian saw many familiar faces in the great realm. Everyone he knew was living here in good condition. This is the Heavenly Emperor? Greetings, Senior. Everyone knew about an old drunkard and had seen this place before. However, it was the first time for many of them to meet the Heavenly Emperor. They immediately bowed respectfully. Grandpa. Ruoxian jumped over, her eyes shining brightly. This was the first time she had seen her grandfather. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and looked at Ruoxian lovingly. Good girl. She was his biological granddaughter. Master. Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, and the others were very excited to finally see their master again after so many years. Moreover, he was in his true form now. At the same time, everyone quickly learned about the battle in the 10 Directions divine domain. Divine King? Kid, you're really, even you can only bear the burden of a complete reincarnation cycle for a period of time. What a pity. If you could maintain it for a long time, you'd be invincible. You could even destroy the greater realm with a single thought. There's nothing to pity. Being safe is the best thing. That's right. Yeah. Whooshing Crocodile, Baiziki, and the others were shocked and emotional when they learned about the battle in the divine domain. Overall, however, it was an incomparably joyous day. The battle that had lasted for eons had finally come to an end. On this day, a banquet was held in the immortal court in the new greater realm. The celebration lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The greater realm didn't have a specific name, so everyone called it the Divine King realm. This was because it was Lin Tian who had ended the battle that had lasted for eons, and Lin Tian was now the Divine King. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Husband, Tianyin has grown up. She can get married now. After so many years, Tianyin had become a slender and elegant woman. In terms of appearance, she wasn't inferior to Wui at all. She hugged Lin Tian's arm intimately, her eyes full of anticipation. Oh, Lin Tian looked at Tianyin, then at Wui and the others, then at the Heavenly Emperor and Goddess. Now that they were in the immortal court, all of his friends and family were here. It is indeed time. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. An old drunkard also had a smile on his face. He looked at Xianxia and said to Lin Tiandao, you should marry him too. Then, he looked at Xianxia's master, the marvelous mathematician, and asked, do you have any objections? Of course not. The marvelous mathematician smiled. An old drunkard had proposed marriage to Lin Tian a long time ago. At that time, he didn't have much interaction with them, so he couldn't interfere too much with Xianxia's marriage. Therefore, he didn't give a positive answer. However, things were different now. After so many years, he now knew more about Lin Tian. Moreover, Xianxia had always been with Wu Yi and Ji Yu. Wu Yi and the others knew that an old drunkard had proposed marriage to Lin Tian, so they had long regarded Xianxia as one of them. They got along very well. Therefore, when an old drunkard mentioned it again, he naturally agreed. What about Ya? An old drunkard looked at Xianxia. After all, he still had to ask for her opinion. Xianxia stole a glance at Lin Tian, then looked at Wu Yi and Ji Yu. Wu Yi and the others all smiled and nodded at her. She replied softly. After all, she was still a little shy about marriage. An old drunkard smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and asked, "What about you?" "Master, it's up to you." Lin Tian smiled. An old drunkard had arranged this marriage for him. Naturally, he couldn't go against it. Most importantly, after so many years together, Xianxia was indeed very good to him. She had helped him a lot. After pausing for a moment, he looked at Wu Yi and Ji Yu and asked Yao Tianyin and Xianxia, "Well, can we do it together?" He had already held his wedding with Wu Yi and Ji Yu. However, since he was going to hold his wedding with Tianyin and Xianxia, he thought that it would be more appropriate for everyone to be together. This would show that they were a family. Tianyin and Xianxia naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking. They both nodded. They also thought the same in their hearts. Lin Tian nodded and smiled gently. "It's settled then. The wedding will be held in 3 days." The celestial Arch smiled. Weddings were very solemn affairs. Naturally, they had to spend time and effort to prepare. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, in the godly king realm, Lin Tian, Yao Tianyin, Xianxia, Wu Yi, Ji Yu, Sushu, Shui Yi, and Bai Qiu got married at the same time in this vast great world. One after another, top inheritances and top experts came to congratulate them. Congratulations! The ancestor god of 10 directions stepped out of the 10 divine realms, bringing along 9 supreme gods of heaven and earth to personally offer his blessings. This wedding was solemn and grand. It could be said that the entire world was celebrating. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. On the Milky Way imperial planet, the peak of Mount Tai was densely packed with people. Lin Tian brought along Wu Yi, Yao Tianyin, Xianxia, Ji Yu, Sushu, Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, and the Ruoxian to Mount Tai. The Violet Fairy and Lin Shi were also with them. The little Tai Chu, the Wuxing crocodile, and the white tiger became very small and fell among Lin Tian's hair. The group had all changed into the Milky Way imperial planet's clothing, but it was difficult to conceal their extraordinary temperament. Lin Tian and Wu Yi especially attracted the attention of the people on Mount Tai. "Are we not going to care about the higher dimensions?" Wu Yi asked softly. "Not for the time being." Lin Tian smiled. "There's a saying on this ancient planet, if there's wine today, let's drink in the morning. If there's trouble tomorrow, let's worry tomorrow." He said, "It's necessary to work hard to become stronger, but it's better to be idle now." Well, Kid Lin is right. Lord Crocodile agrees. Yeah. These 2 sentences are quite good. Lord Tiger also thinks that these 2 sentences are very reasonable. Then, Lord Tiger thought of 2 sentences that fit this sentence very well. Come, listen carefully. Today, there's a girl who invited you today. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. The white tiger glanced at the group of young girls on Mount Tai, and his eyes lit up. "Lord Tiger, I want to go." Lin Tian, "Get lost." I at #yen. Lord Tiger hasn't finished yet. Lord Tiger is completely with a pure heart, thinking. Get lost. On the peak of Mount Tai, the group gradually walked away. The end of the book. This chapter had more than 7,000 words. Writing the words, the end of the book, meant that the King of 10 Directions was finished. Previously, many readers left messages for the dragon, hoping that the King of 10 Directions would not end. They were very reluctant. The dragon was also very reluctant. However, the King of 10 Directions had been writing for more than 3 years. Although there were many people who were reluctant, it was still time to end it. The novel mentioned a higher dimension beyond the 10 dimensions. There was a real source of destruction in it. Many readers hoped that the dragon would continue writing and that Lin Tian would go to a higher dimension to fight. Therefore, the dragon wrote such an open ending. Everyone could imagine the scene of Lin Tian and the others fighting in a higher dimension to their heart's content. As for the introduction of characters like Wu Yi, who everyone liked very much, the dragon would update his WeChat public account one after another. At the same time, the dragon would customize some exclusive gifts for the King of 10 Directions. The gifts were free and would be given to readers on the WeChat public account. He would also give out some red packets. Those who liked it could follow. The dragon's WeChat public account was Sleepy Dragon. Everyone opened WeChat and searched for Sleepy Dragon on the public account to follow. Then, he sincerely thanked the readers who had been supporting and accompanying the dragon, especially those who had been silently subscribing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Your support has allowed the King of 10 Directions to win glory time after time. Back to the matter of the new book. After writing for so many years, the dragon's physical fitness was much worse than before. He would have to take some time to rest. The new book would be published in January next year, and it would be a fantasy novel. As for the specific time of the new book, after it was confirmed, the dragon would once again thank everyone for their continuous support on WeChat. Thank you, my friends, see you in the next book, be there or be square. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Pinnacle mobile reading website. Synopsis: in his youth, he resumed the path of cultivation. Since that is the case, he will be invincible in this life. He will be the king of all worlds. This is the dragon's 4th book, and the first release address is still Zhongheng's Chinese website. Download the Zhongheng novel app on your phone, then search for King of All Worlds in the Zhongheng novel app and add it to your bookshelf to read. We welcome all friends, old and new, to come and read it. Thank you. The new book of the 10 Directions Divine Kings, King of All Worlds, has been released. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. End of chapter 2502. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.